My name is Ling Mo. I died suddenly at work, and when I opened my eyes again, I had become an 18-year-old girl. Honestly, I didn't mind the change at all. My old life wasn't great, and now I was younger and had a fresh start. After a couple of days, I sorted through the memories of this body. It turned out that the original girl had the same name as me, Ling Mo. She had just graduated high school but recently lost her parents in a plane crash. Unlike most orphans, though, her parents left her a huge fortune. As I processed all this, I couldn't help but feel like I'd fallen into the plot of one of those novels I used to read. I even tried calling out for a system in case I had one, but no luck there. The original Ling Mo had a tough life. She had mild autism, was very shy, and avoided people. Her parents, who were also orphans, had built their wealth from scratch and pampered her completely. But their sudden death crushed her world. She was lonely, depressed, and even thought about ending her life before I showed up. I felt sorry for her. I didn't understand her fear of living, but I respected it. Standing in front of the mirror, I said softly, "I hope you're reunited with your parents now." For a moment, I thought the girl in the mirror smiled at me. Probably my imagination. I decided to live her life, well, since I now occupied her body. This started with moving out of the mountain villa her parents had left her. The place was beautiful, but too isolated and eerie at night. As I packed, I found a black jade bracelet her father had bought at an auction. I joked about how a magical space wouldn't be too much to ask for. Just for fun, I pricked my finger and let some blood drip onto the bracelet. To my surprise, the blood disappeared and I blacked out. When I woke up, I found myself in another world. There were streams, lakes, a small ocean, and endless fertile land. My first thought was to start planting something, but then dread crept in. Was this world heading for an apocalypse? The kind I'd read about in survival novels? It made sense. If I had a space like this, maybe it was meant for surviving a disaster. My dream of a laid-back life might be over, but I couldn't let it stop me. I had a fortune left by the original Ling Mo's parents, billions of dollars. If I planned wisely, I'd be prepared for anything. I started writing a list of supplies: food, clothing, shelter, weapons. Thanks to all the survival novels I'd read, I knew exactly what to prepare. But I wouldn't start stockpiling in my home country. That could attract attention and put me in danger. Instead, I'd go abroad, where I could buy everything I needed, including weapons. I glanced at my wrist where the jade bracelet had been. Now, it was just a faint mark, easy to hide with a wristband. With determination, I decided to face whatever came next. Whether it was a peaceful life or a chaotic apocalypse, I would survive. I decided to act quickly and use my passport to leave for another country. As I stepped outside, I noticed it was unusually hot for March. Curious, I checked past weather records and realized this year was much hotter than usual. My heart sank. Maybe the apocalypse wasn't about zombies after all. What if it was something like natural disasters? If that was the case, my plan to turn the mountain villa into a safe base wouldn't work anymore. While I was glad it wasn't zombies, those are terrifying and disgusting, I knew natural disasters were just as bad. Humans are so small and fragile against nature. Pushing my thoughts aside, I boarded the plane. Whatever the future held, I needed supplies first. If I was wrong, it didn't matter. I could always use them later. For the next 2 months, I stayed abroad, buying everything I could think of: food, weapons, tools. It was intense, more exciting than anything I'd experienced in both my lives. When I returned home, I felt relief breathing in the familiar air. The chaos abroad was overwhelming, but I got what I needed, even weapons for self-defense. Back in my villa, I entered my space to check the results of my efforts. The empty land was now lush with crops, fruit trees, and even livestock. Chickens, cows, and sheep were all thriving, and the lakes and seas teemed with life. Seeing this made me feel safe. No matter what disaster came, I wouldn't go hungry. Thankfully, the space was smart and self-sustaining because I've never been good at keeping things alive. I only rested for a day before continuing my preparations. There was still money left, and I didn't want it to go to waste if disasters turned it into useless paper. With the weather hitting 50 degrees Celsius, I was sure extreme heat was just the beginning. Fire hazards in the forest worried me, so I sold the villa and bought a smaller house in a secure neighborhood. It was well-guarded and surrounded by wealthy neighbors who, like me, were stockpiling supplies. Their activity made my own preparations less noticeable. Although I had bought a lot abroad, I still needed things from home, especially clothing and daily essentials. If the heat was just the start, I needed to prepare for extreme cold, earthquakes, acid rain, and more. Quality was my top priority. For this shopping trip, I tied up my long, silky black hair, put on sunscreen, and headed out with a list. Instead of going to big stores, I visited wholesale markets to save money. I focused on buying food for now, as my crops in the space weren't ready yet. I also stocked up on spices. Foreign ones were nowhere near as good as what I could get at home. With each purchase, I felt more prepared for whatever might come. I negotiated with some wholesalers and arranged for them to deliver supplies to a warehouse I had rented and a small portion to my home for appearances. Although many people were stocking up on supplies, most weren't doing it at the scale I was. I bought hundreds of 10-liter water containers, though I wanted more, but the seller's stock was limited. Even though my space had water, I couldn't rely on it entirely. I stocked up on emergency food like biscuits, canned goods, milk powder, and vitamins. Medical supplies were a priority too: masks, protective gear, and basic medicines. I even bought fuel like natural gas, diesel, and coal, as well as essential goods like sugar and salt. I added alcohol and cigarettes to the list, not for personal use, but to trade for resources later if needed. By nightfall, I had a warehouse full of goods. Seeing the stacked supplies gave me a sense of security, easing my fears of the coming disaster. At home, I ordered more essentials online: snacks, drinks, household items, and electronics. I even bought novels, manga, and downloaded movies to prepare for any long, boring stretches in the future. When my device storage started running low, I decided to buy more tablets and hard drives the next day. The next morning, I went to an electronics store and bought the most expensive and powerful tablets, phones, and laptops. To avoid suspicion, I acted like a spoiled kid throwing a tantrum, muttering about buying my own devices because my family wouldn't let me play. The salespeople seemed to buy the act. After collecting the electronics, I slipped into a restroom to hide them in my space and continued shopping. I bought winter clothing like coats and blankets at discounted prices since it was summer. With temperatures already reaching 40 degrees Celsius by 10 a.m., the streets were almost empty, but I pressed on. Stopping by a pharmacy, I picked up cooling oil and heat relief medicines. At a car dealership, I hesitated, as I didn't know how to drive. But I realized a car, especially an RV, could serve as a temporary home. Curious, I visited an RV exhibition. These vehicles were enormous, almost overwhelming in size and comfort. Despite the hefty deposit required to view them, I paid and was escorted to the display area. The sales rep showed me a 2-story off-road RV with incredible features. It was practically a fortress on wheels. I could already imagine how safe and self-sufficient it would feel to live in one. This shopping spree wasn't just about collecting supplies. It gave me a sense of control and comfort in the face of an uncertain future. I was determined to prepare for anything, no matter how hard the days ahead might become. I visited the RV dealership and ended up buying an expensive RV that was like a small villa on wheels. Even though I didn't know much about cars, it was clear this RV was well-equipped and perfect for any emergencies. Since I don't have a driver's license, I asked the dealership to deliver it to a specific location. Afterward, I realized I hadn't considered transportation enough, so I added boats, life vests, and oxygen tanks to my list. I went to a large supermarket to cool off and get more ideas. Seeing outdoor gear, I added it to my list because the RV might be too conspicuous. I also bought honey, realizing I could raise bees in my space, and 20 foldable swimming pools to store water. I stocked up on candy, snacks, tea, and instant coffee, along with hygiene items and skincare products. By evening, the supermarket delivered everything to my house, and I moved it all to my rented warehouse. At the warehouse, the space was packed with deliveries, including the RV. I stored everything in my space, feeling accomplished and secure. On my way home, I passed a pet store and adopted several animals: 5 border collies to manage livestock in my space, 2 German shepherds for protection, and 2 Maine Coon cats just for comfort. Buying them made me feel less lonely. Back home, I set up the animals and started unpacking deliveries. My living room was soon filled with a mountain of cardboard boxes, which I stored in my space for safety since the heat could cause fires. Then I placed more orders for missing items and contacted manufacturers to bulk order meat products like bacon and ham. Finally, I assembled one of the foldable swimming pools in my living room, filling it with water. I also discovered heat-insulating mats online that could block sunlight from windows and immediately ordered some, along with ice machines. With every step, I felt more prepared and secure for whatever might come. I woke up drenched in sweat. It was even hotter than yesterday. My pets, who had been lively the day before, were now sprawled lifelessly on the floor. Worried about them, I moved them all into my space, where it was much cooler. The swimming pool I filled yesterday was ready, so I stored it and set up another to keep filling with water. It was too hot to go outside, so I stayed home, managing everything on my devices. I ordered supplies online, from ready-made meals to cooking books, even textbooks and masterclass courses, just in case. When I saw baby products, I hesitated but still added them to my cart. Better to be prepared. I also bought solar-powered chargers. Over the next few days, I stuck to a routine: shopping online during the day, collecting and storing supplies at night. Prices were climbing fast as more people started stockpiling. After weeks of effort, I had accumulated various transportation options, including a helicopter, even though I couldn't fly it. I also stocked up on fuel in batches to avoid suspicion. Eventually, I noticed my bank balance was down to $300,000. It was strange to think I was relieved to finally be running out of money, considering how little I had in my previous life. At home, my Maine Coon cats kept me company while I continued learning survival tips from forums. The dogs stayed in the space because they were too messy. As I scrolled through my phone late at night, a sudden, emotionless mechanical voice broke the silence. Residents of Blue Planet, you're experiencing natural disasters. Congratulations! You've been selected for the survival game. Participation is optional, and refusal has no consequences, but will forfeit future eligibility. Choose yes/no. I froze. My instincts from years of reading novels kicked in. Survival games were always dangerous and often deadly. This felt like some kind of alien invasion. Still, I didn't reject it. It might be an opportunity, and I could always hide in my space if things got too risky. I pressed yes, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was standing on a vast grassland. I wasn't alone, but everyone's faces were blurry, and some people were hilariously underdressed, probably because of the heat. A mechanical voice explained the game. Welcome to the first scenario, Good Harvest Ranch. As workers at the largest ranch on this planet, your task is to complete assignments from the ranch owner over 3 days. Failure will result in disqualification. It didn't sound too dangerous, just work on a ranch. But where was this ranch owner? And how are we supposed to start? Looking around, I couldn't help but feel uneasy despite the seemingly simple rules. Just then, a group of gray birds suddenly flew over. One of the birds landed in front of Ling Mo, and only then did she realize that the bird was holding a transparent card in its mouth. Ling Mo took the card and was dumbfounded when he saw the content on it. It was clearly written on the card. Speaking of cow dung, there was a pile of it not far from them, and it looked very fresh. But this is a bit too big. How much can a normal cow excrete at one time? The thickness is almost up to her calf. At this moment, the card in his hand turned into a golden light and turned into a cart and a shovel. Looking at the 2 tools in his hands, Ling Mo took a deep breath and walked towards the cow dung. Ling Mo comforted himself in this way. Fortunately, these cows are raised on natural grass, and their feces are full of grass fiber and have no smell at all. However, Ling Mo looked at the tools in his hand, and then at the cow dung on the ground. A small car could not carry much cow dung. And this shovel, it looks like a child's toy. Are you sure it's not a joke? But soon, Ling Mo discovered the magic of these two tools. Although the shovel in the hand is small, it is effortless to shovel cow dung. Just a little force, and the whole pile of cow dung will be shoveled clean. The shoveled cow dung was put into the cart. The light on the top of the cart flashed for a moment, and then the cow dung disappeared. Ling Mo looked at this scene in shock. Space teleportation technology. Thinking back to what the system said before, the interstellar space was clearly mentioned, and the place where they were was called Liangchen Star. So where they are now is the interstellar age. Ling Mo took a breath of cold air. Thinking of the name of the system, the Game Assistance System, is it really just to help them? If this is really the case, then it would be great. Humans are so insignificant in the face of natural disasters, but this game can bring them some hope. Ling Mo looked down at his bare feet, found a pair of light and sturdy sports shoes from the space, and put them on. Although it looked a bit out of place with her pajamas, who cared? No one could see anyone's appearance anyway. After changing her shoes, she continued to pick up cow dung. She had better finish the task quickly, as she didn't want to lose her qualification for the game. Although the help of the shovel and the cart greatly accelerated Ling Mo's work efficiency, it was still very tiring to bend over all the time. After a while, Ling Mo felt a soreness in his waist. No, I can't go on like this. I have to think of something to distract myself. This is the experience Ling Mo summed up when he was looking for part-time jobs to make money in his previous life. As long as he diverts his attention, he will unknowingly forget the tiredness, and the work at hand will be completed quickly. A relatively effective way to divert attention, such as calling the other person, is generally recognized as the most effective. But Ling Mo is still a single guy and has no partner. Even if he has one, it is impossible for him to call at this time. She looked around. Since this was the interstellar age, could she try to get some benefits? As soon as this idea came out, Ling Mo felt as if a new door had been opened, and he couldn't stop. Such a big ranch should have a garbage dump. Maybe she can go there to look for treasure. Don't underestimate the garbage dump. Even in real life, you can make money by collecting garbage. Moreover, this is the interstellar age. Even if it is garbage, it may be a rare good thing for them, such as nutrient solution that is about to expire, genetic modification fluid, super mecha, and so on. At worst, the cow dung can be used as fuel after drying. It is said that the cow dung produced by the cows that are raised on natural grass has a unique flavor when used for barbecue after being dried. Ling Mo thought about it and started laughing uncontrollably. Players who came over to say hello and build relationships with her all backed away when they heard her strange laughter. This guy is picking up cow dung and smiling so happily. He must be mentally ill. Ling Mo, who had no idea what other people were thinking, was completely immersed in his own spiritual world. Not only did his hand movements not slow down, they even sped up a lot. For the entire day, Ling Mo pushed his cart around the grassland looking for cow dung. But in the eyes of others, this scene was just a girl in pajamas, with an unclear face, laughing strangely from time to time, pushing a cart and picking up cow dung everywhere. Ling Mo doesn't know that she has become famous. Now almost all game players think she is a psychopath and will immediately stay away from her when they see her. After all, normal people would not understand the thoughts of a mentally ill person. What if she throws cow dung on them the next second? It was not until late in the evening that a familiar gray bird flew over and pulled Ling Mo out of his thoughts. The gray bird holds a transparent card in its beak. He took the transparent card. Unlike the previous ones, there were words on it that Ling Mo had never seen before. Moreover, the handwriting was not dry yet, and it looked like it was written not long ago. Although he couldn't understand the words above, Ling Mo was miraculously able to understand the content. Congratulations on completing your first task brilliantly. You are the best employee I have ever seen. Your task tomorrow is to milk the cows manually. Now, just take the cow dung in the cart to the garbage disposal plant, and you can take a rest. The most handsome rancher Ling Mo felt that the owner of Liangchen Ranch should be a very lovely person. Seeing the words garbage disposal site, Ling Mo felt inexplicably excited. During this day, She came up with no less than a dozen plans in her mind. In short, she is determined to get the wool. But where is the garbage disposal plant? Ling Imo looked around. There was nothing but grassland, not even a single animal. At this moment, the card in his hand suddenly flashed, and a golden arrow appeared on it, pointing in a certain direction. Ling Imo tried holding the card in a different direction, but the position of the arrow remained unchanged. It seems that the garbage disposal plant should be over there. After walking for about 15 minutes, a machinery factory that looked a bit dirty and messy appeared in front of Ling Imo. Ling Imo placed the cart at the designated location as instructed, and then a mechanical arm immediately appeared and picked up the entire cart. After a series of operations that Ling Imo could not understand, a steady stream of fresh cow dung was poured into the larger machine next to it and burned. Seeing this, Ling Imo didn't waste any time and walked towards the inside of the waste treatment plant. There should be something else in here besides cow dung. Sure enough, after walking a distance inside, I saw a machine processing wool by burning it. At first, Ling Imo didn't recognize it as wool until he smelled the strong smell of sheep. It is normal to have sheep in a ranch. She also raises sheep in her space, but they are all lambs now. Ling Imo hurried forward and began to stuff wool into his space. Wool can be spun into yarn and then woven into woolen fabrics, or it can be made into a woolen blanket, which is both comfortable and warm to cover yourself with in winter. Moreover, Ling Imo tried the wool of this interstellar sheep and found that it felt better than the wool of the blue planet and was especially soft. It was also very clean, without any dirt on it. Apart from the strong sheep smell, it was simply perfect. This garbage disposal plant seemed to be fully automatic, so Ling Imo didn't have to worry about anyone disturbing her. An hour passed after all the wool was collected. Looking outside, it was already completely dark, but Ling Imo was too excited to feel sleepy at all. We just collected the wool. There are other good things in this garbage disposal plant. The beef and mutton bones have been cleaned out. Although the meat on the outside is gone, the bone marrow inside is a good thing. There are people there who specifically love to eat bone marrow. It is the essence of the food. In addition, there are many scraps from slaughtering cattle and sheep, a whole piece of cowhide, sheepskin, even donkey skin and blood of cattle and sheep, all stored in different large iron cans. No one knew when this blood came from, so Ling Imo didn't plan to take it and took all the rest away. At this moment, Ling Imo couldn't help but feel happy that because he could raise livestock in the space, he didn't order too much meat and only bought some cooked food. After all, it's better to buy something for free than to buy something for free. Besides, the animals in the interstellar space are obviously much larger than those on the blue planet. When a whole piece of cowhide is unfolded, it is even larger than 5 or 6 cows on Blue Star combined. Moreover, after inspection, Ling Imo was surprised to find that there were 4 cow hooves, a cow head, and a tail attached to the cowhide. Maybe there is less meat in these parts and they are difficult to handle, so they are just thrown away. Ling Imo checked the conditions of other animal skins and found that they were all in the same situation. At this moment, the smile on Ling Mo's face was almost uncontrollable. In addition to these, she also found a mountain of fat, with white fat thrown away casually, which looked like a waste. In her space, the time inside the warehouse is still, so Ling Imo is not worried that the internal organs and offal that have been stored will go bad. Continuing to walk inside, a pile of bottles and jars like a small mountain appeared in front of her. She didn't recognize the words on it. After opening it, a rich, milky aroma hit her face. It turned out to be milk. Thinking of the previous introduction about Liangchen Ranch, which specializes in providing high-quality dairy and meat products for interstellar people, it seems normal that milk would appear. Looking at the milk in her hand, it had a rich, milky aroma, richer than any milk she had ever drunk. But it appears here. It should be expired milk or milk that is about to expire. Ling Imo had some guesses in her mind, but this did not affect the speed at which she collected the milk. Expired milk has simply passed its best tasting time, which does not mean it is bad, let alone milk that is about to expire. There's even milk powder. After working for most of the day, Ling Mo put the last can of milk powder into the space. He fell to the ground panting, with a strong sense of sleepiness sweeping over his body. No, she can't sleep. Ling Mo took out a popsicle, hardened his heart, and threw it into his mouth. Then he felt that it was not enough, so he drank a glass of iced American coffee and ate a sandwich to fill his stomach. She can sleep anytime, but if nothing unexpected happens, she will only stay in this copy for 3 days. If you have to complete tasks during the day, you can only squeeze the time at night. Ling Mo continued to search for treasure in the garbage disposal plant. In addition to various expired products, there were also many miscellaneous things, which should have been discarded by the ranch owner. As long as she thought it was a good thing, she would put it directly into the space regardless of whether she could use it or not. Anyway, there will be plenty of time to study later. It was not until dawn that Ling Mo finally collected the pile of cow dung cakes and walked out of the garbage disposal plant with satisfaction. While there is still time, she can take a nap. An hour later, the alarm clock rang on time. Ling Mo struggled to get up and changed into a set of sportswear. After a busy day at the garbage disposal plant, his pajamas were soaked with sweat. Patting his face, Ling Mo sighed. It's good to be young after all. I only slept for an hour, and I'm full of energy. However, this should also be attributed to her constant busyness in the past few months. Although she did not exercise deliberately, she still exercised a lot every day. Ling Mo's tools today are a small iron bucket and a pair of rubber gloves. Under the guidance of the gray bird, Ling Mo finally saw the animals in the ranch for the first time. Although she had guessed that they might be large, she was still shocked when she actually saw them. Such big cows and fat sheep, I want to raise them. Ling Mo looked at the cattle and sheep in front of him, tears of envy almost flowing out of the corners of his mouth. At this time, the gray bird landed on the back of a black and white cow and signaled with its eyes that you can start working now. Ling Mo nodded obediently, came under the cow, and prepared to start work. Although she had never done it before, she had seen other people do it on videos, and it didn't look difficult. I tried to squeeze it in once and failed. I tried again and failed again. However, Ling Mo was not in a hurry at this time, for she was afraid that she would hurt the cow in a hurry. A kick from an ordinary cow would be enough to kill her, let alone the dairy cows here. I remember buying a book on this subject. She had bought a lot of books when she was shopping, covering all aspects, including cattle breeding. After finding the book, Ling Mo began to read it attentively. After a while, he finally saw the correct method of milking on a certain page. After the first successful experience, Ling Mo quickly adapted to his current job. Gradually, I even found a bit of fun in it. You know what, it's much more fun than picking up cow dung yesterday, and I don't have to walk around. I looked down at the small bucket below. It hadn't been full for a long time. Every time it was almost full, the milk inside disappeared in an instant. Just like the cart yesterday, it uses space technology. Suddenly I thought, does that mean that there are things similar to storage spaces in the interstellar space, such as space hubs? However, even if such things really exist, they are unlikely to be thrown away as garbage. It is not impossible. After all, everything will be damaged. If there is no damage, there will be the latest models. Those that are eliminated will most likely be disposed of. However, this is a farm, so there shouldn't be a large number of eliminated space nodes. She should just concentrate on milking. After milking one cow, Ling Mo would immediately switch to the next one. Because her movements were gentle, the cows were very cooperative. During this time, she also saw several players who came to milk cows like her, but either their techniques were wrong and they couldn't squeeze out the milk, or their movements were rough and hurt the cows, so they were kicked away. Ling Mo saw with his own eyes that person fall heavily to the ground, and then his body turned into starlight and disappeared. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Did this person die, or did he fail the game and return to the real world? This game currently does not show any danger. Even if the game fails, it should not be wiped out, but the possibility of the person being kicked to death cannot be ruled out. After seeing the power of these cows, the other gamers couldn't help but become more gentle in their movements. It doesn't matter if they can't produce milk, they don't want to be kicked away. Ling Mo relied on his increasingly skilled techniques and looked around as he worked. For such a large ranch, was there only one garbage disposal plant? Although the previous garbage disposal plant was very good and garbage was generated every day, she didn't mind going to a few more. Soon, Ling Mo noticed that in the entire farm, apart from them, the players, there were only the gray birds and robots that issued tasks for them. She couldn't understand what the robots were saying. It should be an interstellar language, but from their actions she could tell that they seemed very busy. It was not until the evening that the gray bird appeared again, and Ling Mo knew that his work for the day was about to end. Sure enough, when he took the card, the content on it was similar, praising Ling Mo as an excellent employee and for completing the task he assigned him excellently. By the way, he also assigned him the task for tomorrow, which was to shear the sheep. Under instructions, Ling Mo delivered the milk squeeze today to a dairy processing room. After putting down the bucket of milk, Ling Mo ran towards his beloved garbage disposal plant without stopping. This time, there is a lot less garbage than yesterday, but at least it is fresh. All kinds of scraps, cowhides, sheepskins, all of which are freshly slaughtered today, can all be taken away. This Liangchen ranch is indeed the largest ranch, with so much unwanted garbage being collected every day. Various dairy products are available for free. With yesterday's experience, this time the process was much faster. It only took 2 or 3 hours to clean up everything inside. Just then, a robot suddenly appeared behind Ling Mo, scaring her. Could it be that the robot noticed her behavior just now and thought she was a thief? Although what she took was garbage, if the other party insisted that she was a thief, she seemed unable to refute it. After all, this was someone else's territory. Just when Ling Mo was wondering sadly whether he would violate interstellar law by stealing garbage, the robot suddenly turned around and walked outside. After walking for a distance, she found that Ling Mo had not followed her. The robot looked back at her and said something she could not understand. But Ling Mo seemed to understand what the other party meant and asked her to follow. Was he going to take her to meet the mysterious ranch owner and let him judge her personally? All right, just follow along, be nicer, and try to get leniency when the time comes. However, instead of taking her to see the ranch owner, the robot took her to a larger garbage disposal plant. Then, the robot said a long paragraph that she couldn't understand, and from the tone of its voice it seemed to be giving instructions. Ling Mo blinked and wondered if he should consider learning the interstellar language. Otherwise, communication would become an obstacle when participating in games in the future, just like now, where one person and one machine could not communicate at all. While we are still young, have just graduated from high school, and our intelligence is still at its peak, learning interstellar language must be put on the agenda. If nothing else, you can get some clues from NPCs when you complete the game. As a senior novel lover who has read countless novels, Ling Mo very much hopes that the blue planet will be able to connect with the interstellar space in the future. This has gone too far. She should now find a way to get some teaching materials for learning interstellar language. But before that, she needed to collect the garbage in the garbage disposal plant in front of her. Although she couldn't understand what the robot said, she could guess that it was probably just the right thing to do, which was to leave all the garbage here to you. It looks like today will be another sleepless night, Ling Mo said as he took out the coffee he had prepared long ago and took a deep sip. Ling Mo walked in with a heroic and proud look, opened her arms, and everything she touched was collected into the space. Fortunately, the space is large enough, so she can install as much as she wants. There are so many near expiry and expired milk and milk powder here, and even milk candy. Can this stuff expire too? Ling Mo picked up a candy, peeled off the candy wrapper, and put it into his mouth. In an instant, an incomparable milky aroma filled his entire mouth. 2 words, delicious. 3 words, super delicious. There are so many, take them all, and missing any candy will be her loss. There's cheese. Isn't it a fermented food? The longer it's stored, the better. Will it expire? Ling Mo looked at the thing in front of her that looked like a giant tire. If it hadn't emitted a strong milky aroma, she would have suspected that this thing was a piece of white stone. These tire-like cheeses are stamped with a bright red stamp. The words above are still unknown, but this does not prevent Ling Mo from guessing what they mean. If she guessed correctly, the red mark most likely meant failure. Based on today's observations, Liangchen Ranch seems to have very strict control over the quality of food. By the time Ling Mo finished collecting his things and walked out of the garbage disposal plant, it was already bright outside. This gave Ling Mo, who had been busy all night and was extremely sleepy, a sudden wake-up call. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. It's over. I'm not going to be late for work today. It's all because the things in there are too attractive. They are really a bunch of annoying little goblins. Just when Ling Mo was about to run to her workplace, the robot that had appeared before suddenly appeared in front of her, holding a bottle of light blue liquid in its hand. Ling Mo looked at the light blue liquid that was handed to him, reached out to take it, and thought to himself, is this for him to drink? After handing the thing to Ling Mo, the robot turned around and left. Ling Mo opened the bottle and smelled it. The liquid inside had a faint fruity smell, but he couldn't tell what fruit it was. I took a sip, and it tasted sweet, and my sleepiness disappeared a lot. Ling Mo's eyes lit up when he noticed the change. What a good thing. He didn't expect that the Liangchen Ranch was quite humane. Considering that he still had to work soon, Ling Mo simply drank the entire bottle of liquid in one breath. He instantly felt refreshed, as if he had slept until he woke up naturally, and all his fatigue was swept away. Today is the last day of the game, and I don't know whether the game system will give out rewards after completing all the tasks. According to the plot of the novel, there should be a reward, but I don't know what it is. When I arrived at the place where I was working today, I saw a group of sheep with an astonishing amount of wool leisurely eating grass. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo couldn't help but once again think of raising one. With this amount of wool, why would you need a wool blanket in winter? You can just sleep directly on the sheep to keep warm. Today's tool is a pair of sharp scissors. Ling Mo looked at the scissors in her hand. This time they were not children's scissors, but the sheep here were bigger than the cows on Blue Star. She could not shave a few sheep with just a pair of scissors. This kind of work efficiency is too low and greatly affects her wool collection. Thinking of this, Ling Mo realized that he should have a clipper specially used for shaving sheep in his space. It was given to him when he bought the sheep. Although it is still a little small, it is definitely much faster than the scissors in your hand. After searching for a long time, Ling Mo finally found what he wanted from a pile of brand new and unopened tools, and then came to a sheep. The sheep that were grazing noticed Ling Mo approaching, turned around to look at her, seemed to know her intention, and lay down obediently. Ling Mo stroked the soft fur on the sheep. The wool she had collected from the garbage disposal plant before all had a sheep smell and needed special treatment before it could be used, but the sheep in front of her did not have any peculiar smell. What should I do? I want to raise it even more. Ling Mo resisted the strong urge to collect the sheep in front of him into the space. Hold on. There was clearly no one at the garbage disposal plant before, but the robot still found her accurately, which shows that the other party knew her every move. It was only because she took away some useless garbage that they didn't bother with her and even took the initiative to take her to another larger garbage disposal plant. But if she dared to touch the sheep here, Ling Mo guaranteed that she would be immediately expelled from the game, which might be the lightest punishment. Ling Mo could still tell the difference between having a full meal and not being full every meal. Ling Mo started cutting from the sheep's belly, and then she put the cut wool directly into the space. Even with the help of a hand trimmer, it still took Ling Mo about an hour to shear a sheep, and every time she sheared a sheep, she needed to replace a new blade before she could continue working. Gradually, at noon, the other players went to have lunch. Yes, this game provides lunch and even a nap, but Ling Mo never went once because it was a waste of time. If she had that much time, she might as well shear a few more sheep. Ling Mo still remembered that on the first day, the system said that she had to complete the task assigned by the rancher excellently. She felt that this should be an important clue. Otherwise, just say that the task was completed. Why bother emphasizing the word excellent? Moreover, judging from the contents of the cards that Gray Bird brought her in the past 2 days, the rancher seemed to be very satisfied with his work. Ling Mo took out a sandwich and finished today's lunch in 2 or 3 bites. Just as she was about to continue working, the morning robot appeared behind her again. Ling Mo was startled again and couldn't help but complain boldly, "Can you please not appear behind me? Your sudden appearance is really scary." The light on the robot's head flashed twice, and it still said something incomprehensible. But after what happened last night, Ling Mo understood what it meant and followed it. Did he take her to the garbage disposal plant again? "But I can't collect much during the lunch break." Led by the robot, Ling Mo came to a red house, which was divided into single rooms, with sheep, cows, pigs, and even horses. Without exception, these animals are several times larger than those on Blue Star, especially the horses. Even though Ling Mo knows nothing about horses, he can tell that the horses here are of excellent quality. Ling Mo's heart was pounding. Could it be that the owner of this Liangshan ranch wanted to get rid of a batch of these animals, so he asked her to help? Or was it because she had behaved well in the past 2 days and also worked part-time as a garbage disposal worker, so he wanted to reward her? Then this ranch owner was really nice. However, it turned out that Ling Mo was overthinking. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Gradually, Ling Mo followed the robot to the cub area. It was then that Ling Mo realized that almost all the cattle, sheep, and horses he had seen before had big bellies. The robot took Ling Mo past the cubs one by one and finally stopped in a compartment. The cubs kept here are also cubs, but compared to the healthy cubs seen before, they are obviously much thinner. Some of them don't even have the strength to stand up and can only lie on the ground, breathing heavily. Ling Mo pointed at these sickly cubs and then pointed at himself, meaning, "Are all these mine?" The robot didn't know whether it understood or not and nodded. "In that case, I won't be polite." Before, she was regretting that she couldn't take a few sheep or cows away, but as soon as she dozed off, someone immediately brought her a pillow. In the end, Ling Mo harvested 5 sick cows, 12 sick lambs, and 5 foals that couldn't even stand up. She didn't find any piglets, but she was not disappointed. Watching these animals disappear one by one, the robot did not show any shock. Instead, it looked as if it was used to it. After lunch break, Ling Mo returned to her work. She was in a very good mood at this time and even hummed a song involuntarily. A player who was shearing sheep not far away couldn't help but glance at Ling Mo when he heard the singing. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by another companion. In this game, you can only see each other's appearance after you know each other and are recognized. "You are crazy. That person is the girl who picked up cow dung with a smile on the first day." Hearing this, the man immediately showed an expression of lingering fear. Now all the players in this game know that there is a mentally ill girl among them who makes weird laughter from time to time, which is very scary. I thought she was eliminated. Who knows? Maybe fools have good fortune. On the other side, Ling Mo was shearing wool while putting his consciousness into the space to check on the conditions of those little guys. Still sick, but seems to be in better condition than before. Ling Mo thought it might be due to the environment. No matter how clean the environment in the previous house was, it was far inferior to the space. Whether they can survive now depends on the will to survive of these little guys. They must not let her down. As it gradually darkened, Ling Mo felt that the time was almost up, so she could not help but speed up her hands. When she finished shaving the wool of the last sheep, her eyes went dark, and the next second she appeared in a blue space made up of data. Welcome player Ling Mo to the system space. Since you have completed the task issued by the ranch owner excellently, the ranch owner is very satisfied and has awarded you the title of Excellent Employee. Due to your outstanding contribution to the ranch owner is willing to provide you with an additional considerable reward. Hearing the system's words, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Reward? What reward? Based on the strong demand of players, the system automatically converts it into an interstellar language learning machine the next second. A blue light screen that was about the size of a tablet but only had a thin layer of light appeared in Ling Mo's hand. This. Overall, Ling Mo was quite satisfied with this reward. The feeling of being unable to communicate with the robot in the game before was really not good. I hope Interstellar isn't too hard to learn. Since the players have successfully passed the first game, the game will help the players awaken their talents before the next game begins. Those who fail to awaken their talents will lose their qualification to compete. After saying the last sentence, the system disappeared, and Ling Mo returned to his own room from the original room. I picked up my phone to check the time, and was surprised to find that I had been in the game for 3 days, but only 5 minutes had passed. However, thinking about the last sentence the system said, it turns out that just clearing the game is not enough. You also have to awaken your talent, and if you fail to awaken, you will still lose the qualification to compete. If the game can still rely on strength, then the awakening of talent depends entirely on luck. Who knows whether you can awaken successfully? Ling Mo couldn't help but feel worried. What if she couldn't awaken successfully? Looking at the soft little cat in her arms, Ling Mo's original anxiety dissipated a lot. Even if she couldn't awaken, she would definitely be able to survive in the apocalypse. Then she began to check the rewards for this game. In addition to the learning machine, there were also 3 silver metal coins. Why is it called a metal coin instead of a silver coin? Because the weight is wrong. The learning machine is an extra reward, and these 3 metal coins should be her reward for 3 days in the game. Ling Mo put away the things, especially the learning machine, which had to be kept well. After working non-stop in the game for nearly 3 days and 2 nights, she now just wants to have a good sleep and deal with the rest tomorrow. Ling Mo took off his sportswear, changed into comfortable pajamas, and lay down on the bed. He fell asleep almost in a second. She slept comfortably, unaware that the world outside was in chaos because of this. Not everyone could enter the game, and those who watched their loved ones disappear immediately called the police. To make matters worse, many soldiers and police officers were also pulled into the game, resulting in a serious shortage of police force. Fortunately, all the missing people came back 5 minutes later, but this situation soon attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The next day, Ling Mo slept until noon before waking up. She rubbed her eyes and sat on the bed for another 5 minutes before getting ready to get up. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ling Mo staggered and fell to his knees. What's going on? Ling Mo lay on the ground in a daze. His reaction was extremely slow. He reached out and touched his forehead, then took out a thermometer to measure it when he was not sure. It was 38.9 degrees. On a day when the temperature was over 50 degrees, she caught a cold and had a fever. However, Ling Mo soon realized that something was wrong. She was in very good health, so how could she get sick and have a fever for no reason? Even with the air conditioner, her temperature was always maintained at 26 to 27 degrees. A sudden flash of inspiration came to the slow brain. Could this be a sign of awakening talent? Thinking about what was mentioned in the novel, the protagonist will have a fever before awakening his superpowers. Is this the same routine? If this is the case, should she take the antipyretic medicine or not? What if it affects her talent awakening? After thinking for a moment, Ling Mo decided not to take the medicine for the time being. It was only 38.9 degrees. She could handle it. She staggered down the stairs. She had originally planned to start learning interstellar language today, but now it seems she will have to postpone her plan. Today's express delivery has arrived, and Ling Mo signed for it as usual. I see you have so many express deliveries every day. What do you buy? The security guard in charge of delivering the express asked curiously. Ling Mo smiled and said politely, I just moved here, and I don't have anything at home. These are just some necessities of life. So that's how it is. Then you should go back quickly before you get too hot. The weather is getting hotter day by day. The security guard mistook Ling Mo's red face due to fever as sunburn. Although he had a fever, Ling Mo was very conscious. Since she couldn't move her body, she could only use her mind to organize the supplies in the space. Food like cheese and milk are all stored in the warehouse. Time stands still in the warehouse, so food that is about to expire can also be stored. It would be nice to have a few more warehouses so the food can be stored separately. Although the current warehouse space is large, the food inside is too diverse and piled together, looking messy. It takes a long time to find something. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space began to vibrate, and Ling Mo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. Soon after, warehouses were built, and there were even cellars specifically for storing vegetables. But Ling Mo had no time to care about these things at the moment. The sudden pain in her brain made her feel like a fish out of water that was about to be dried up. Ling Mo rolled off the sofa to the ground, covering her head with her hands, gasping for breath. Sweat quickly soaked her clothes, but she was completely unaware. The severe pain almost made her faint, but Ling Mo did not allow herself to faint. Instead, she tried hard to stay awake.
Don't ask why.
It's just from experience in novels. The protagonists in novels all do this. An unknown amount of time had passed before Ling Mo felt the headache gradually subside. She slowly opened her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, finally making it through. You little brat, I can't cure you yet. You want to defeat me with just a headache? Today I'll let you know who is the owner of this body. After getting up from the ground, the clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and dried again, soaked and dried again countless times. Ling Mo felt his whole body was sticky. She hurried to the bedroom upstairs to take a shower, and then took her temperature. It was 39.5 degrees, which was higher than the temperature at noon, but she felt very energetic, and even the previous feeling of weakness disappeared. Thinking of the previous headache, Ling Mo hurriedly checked the situation in the space. When she found the extra warehouses and cellars in the space, she fell into deep thought. Could it be that her headache just now was related to the change in space? But she didn't feel any discomfort during the previous few changes in space. Ling Mo couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it anymore. Suddenly, there were so many warehouses, and she had to quickly classify the various items in the space. Rice, flour, and other grains were placed together. Although the quantity was not large, the grains in her space were about to mature. For this purpose, she spent a lot of money to buy special processing machines. Various seasonings, tea, tobacco, and alcohol are placed together, daily necessities and department stores are placed together, medicines are placed in a separate warehouse, meat products and various dairy products are also placed in a separate warehouse, and leftover vegetables and fruits are placed in the cellar. There were also some things she brought back from Liangshan Ranch that she didn't know what they were. She put them all in another warehouse and would study them slowly after she learned the interstellar language. With this opening, the originally packed warehouses suddenly became much emptier. But it didn't matter. Ling Mo believed that one day she would fill up these warehouses. Until the evening, Ling Mo lay in bed and took the time to look at the news pushed on his mobile phone. As expected, the whole world now knows about the game, and game players have become popular all of a sudden. Ling Mo noticed that almost all of these players had fever, but the severity of the conditions varied. Some just felt uncomfortable, while others went straight to the hospital. The state also quickly took action, calling on players to register at the nearest police station, and the state will provide them with corresponding benefits. However, only a few people responded. After all, the game system said that only those who successfully awaken their talents could continue to retain their game qualifications. What if I went to register but didn't awaken? In addition, Ling Mo felt that there was another reason, that is, although the weather was hot now, it was not to the point where I couldn't survive. Although registering can obtain benefits, it also means being subject to control. Ling Mo could probably understand the mentality of those people. After all, the end of the world has come. He has been chosen by the game, and now he can awaken his talent. This is the configuration of the protagonist, no matter how you look at it. Who doesn't have the dream of becoming the king and dominating the protagonist? After swiping away from this post, Ling Mo came to the next post. Because of the advent of the game, everyone is now hoarding food, and the price of food is skyrocketing. Ling Mo couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw the prices had increased several times or even dozens of times compared to before, but even at such a price, there was still a shortage of supply. Thinking that there was still some money left in his card, Ling Mo decided it would be better to turn the money into supplies. Before going to bed, she took her temperature again. Looking at the temperature on the thermometer that successfully broke through the 40-degree mark, she was silent for a moment. She was not unfamiliar with this temperature. The temperature was also this high when she came here a few months ago, and she almost died again. But now Ling Mo felt extremely sober, as if it was not her who had a high fever of 40 degrees. He touched his forehead and looked at the temperature gun in his hand. Is this thing broken? It's a pity that Ling Mo doesn't know how to read a mercury thermometer, so he can only take apart a few more temperature guns to try. The results of the experiment showed that the previous thermometer gun was indeed inaccurate because her body temperature had risen again. Looking at the 42 degrees displayed on the thermometer, she wanted to take a fever-reducing pill, but she held back. As for calling an ambulance, Ling Mo didn't even think about it. Not to mention that it might expose her identity. The hospital was already overcrowded, and even if she went, the doctor probably wouldn't be able to take care of her. At most, he would prescribe her 2 fever-reducing pills. After all, apart from her slightly high body temperature, everything else was very normal. Ling Mo even felt that he was more awake than usual. However, being awake is one thing, and having a high body temperature is another. Ling Mo thought about it, then got up and went downstairs. Half of the living room on the first floor was occupied by a huge swimming pool. He put a life buoy around his neck and a life jacket on the boat to prevent himself from falling asleep and drowning, and then jumped in without hesitation. The slightly cool water temperature made Ling Mo shiver. After getting used to the water temperature, Ling Mo yawned and soon fell into a deep sleep, but her sleep was not restful. She had a strange dream, full of bizarre things. The next day, Ling Mo was awakened by hunger. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The water level in the swimming pool, which was originally full of water, had dropped by 1/3. Could it be that all this was evaporated by her fever last night? Ling Mo staggered to his feet from the water. This is too much. Her body temperature must have risen to a horrible level last night to evaporate 1/3 of the water directly. Ling Mo came out of the swimming pool and wiped the water off her hands. The strong feeling of hunger in her abdomen reminded her that she must eat, otherwise she would really starve to death. He took out 2 packed meat buns as big as fists from his face, opened his mouth, and started eating. The way he ate could be described as wolfing down the food. Ling Mo had never felt so hungry before. At this moment, she felt as if she could eat a whole cow. After eating 6 meat buns as big as 2 fists in a row, Ling Mo's hunger was finally relieved a little. She could still eat, but she had to change her wet clothes quickly. She first wiped the water off her body, changed into clean clothes, and soaked in the water for a night. She was almost soaked all over. After doing all this, she took out a table of food and started eating. The table in Ling Mo's house is very big. 2 people can sit face to face and have to shout to talk. After finishing all the food on the table, Ling Mo took out a 1-liter bottle of milk and sipped it. Then he sat on the chair and burped with a satisfied look on his face. The amazing thing is that even after eating so much, Ling Mo's belly is still very flat. No one knows where all the food went. Oh, I almost forgot. Ling Mo stood up from his chair, picked up the thermometer, and took his own temperature. 36 degrees too. The body temperature has returned to normal, which makes Ling Mo breathe a sigh of relief. Did she awaken successfully? So what talent did she awaken? Thinking of the talents and abilities awakened by the characters in the novels he had read before, Ling Mo sincerely hoped that his talent would not be too useless. At this moment, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Ling Mo's ears. Congratulations to the player for successfully awakening his spiritual power talent. The system specifically informs you that due to your special physique, some spatial attributes are mixed into your spiritual power. Since you are the first player to successfully awaken, and the awakening time is within 3 days, the system has specially prepared a reward for you, S-level mental soothing liquid, and a primary shop. In addition, you have 1 chance to change your name. Please use it with caution. The system mall is also open for you. The next support game will start after all players have awakened, so please be ready at any time. After saying these words, the system disappeared again. No matter how Ling Mo shouted, there was no response from the other party. At the same time, she had a bottle of lavender liquid in her hand, with the label on it clearly stating the instructions for use. Mental soothing liquid can help those with newly awakened spiritual power to calm down and get through the initial period of agitation. P.S. When a person who has awakened his spiritual power for the first time has his spiritual body uncontrollable, please take spiritual soothing liquid as soon as possible. Mental power is uncontrollable? Ling Emo looked up at the couriers that had flown to the ceiling at some point. She originally wanted to try to control these couriers back to the ground, but they seemed to come alive and ran even faster. Forget it. She should just drink the soothing solution quickly. After drinking the mental soothing liquid, Ling Emo clearly felt that her mental strength was soothed, and the express on the ceiling slowly returned to the ground under her control. Seeing this, Ling Emo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After this incident, she realized that mental relaxants are definitely good things for those who have awakened their mental powers. Thinking about the system mall mentioned before, this kind of mental relaxant should be sold there. Opening the system mall, Ling Emo couldn't wait to search for it. Sure enough, there were some, ranging from E to A. Originally, Ling Emo was wondering why there was no S-grade mental soothing liquid, but when she saw the price of a grade mental soothing liquid, she fell silent. A level actually requires 10,000 gold coins, and even E level requires 1 gold coin, which is 100 silver coins. Ling Emo, who had been busy in the game for 3 days and only got 3 silver coins in total. She should first see how to make money. As the first person to awaken her talent, she also has a level 1 store. A first-level store can only hold 10 items at a time, which is not a lot or even too little. But Ling Emo took a look and found that players needed 1,000 gold coins to own their own store. Moreover, the condition for upgrading the store is that each upgrade requires paying 10 times more money than before. In other words, if Ling Emo wants to upgrade the store to level 2, he will need to pay 10,000 gold coins. Seeing this, Ling Emo instantly felt that a first-level shop was also pretty good. Selling 10 items at a time was not a small number. As long as her goods were eye-catching enough, she would not be afraid that others would not buy them. Please name your store. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Ling Emo thought about it and named his shop Don't Miss It, and then changed his name to Drunk and Crazy. You can tell at a glance that this name has nothing to do with a beautiful girl like her. Looking at the empty shop, she did not choose to put the items on the shelves immediately. She didn't know if there were many people who had successfully awakened like her. Even if there were, there probably wouldn't be many. What she has the most is food. Although prices are soaring now, people are not yet to the point of starving, so the food she puts on the shelves will not be competitive. As for those interstellar foods, Ling Emo decided not to take them out for the time being. The main thing is that she still needs to understand whether those dairy products are nearing or expired. If people get sick from eating them, it will affect the reputation of her store. After signing for today's express delivery, Ling Emo kept unpacking it from morning to afternoon. During this time, he also filled up the swimming pool, which was missing 1/3 of the water. Since it has been used, it would be a waste to pour out all the water inside. Ling Emo decided to treat this swimming pool as her own exclusive swimming pool, and she decided to buy a few more such swimming pools. In the afternoon, the temperature dropped and Ling Emo decided to go out to purchase supplies. That day, she saw her neighbors busying around in and out through the window, and she felt like joining in. As soon as she opened the door, she saw 2 property managers standing outside, looking like they were about to knock on the door. Behind her stood 2 young men with serious expressions, exuding a sense of righteousness. He has the temperament of a good person who is very trustworthy. Ling Emo took 2 steps back and looked at the newcomers warily. Who are you?
Ling Montak.
What a lame excuse. Now all the people chosen by the game are feverish because of their talent awakening. The reasons why these people come to the door now are obvious to everyone. Ling Emo doesn't want to reveal her identity. She is just an ordinary person who doesn't have the courage or ability to save the world. She just wants to live her own life well. Of course, she will help within her ability, but the premise of doing so is that she herself is safe. As for revealing her identity, at least not now. The secrets she carries are too big, and she won't do that until she has the ability to protect herself. It's not that she doesn't believe in the country, but that everyone has selfish desires. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you guys can test it. Ling Emo let these people take his temperature with a thermometer with a frank look on his face. It's over 37 degrees, but I don't have a fever. There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of the 2 people behind the property. One of them took a look inside the house, unpacking the piles of express boxes and the merchandise placed everywhere. The most eye-catching thing was the swimming pool that took up half of the living room. "Why did you buy so many express deliveries?" the man asked. "I just moved here, and I need to buy new things for many things," Ling Mo explained frankly. And her words were soon confirmed by the property management. "Do you have anything else to do?" "I finally waited until the weather isn't so hot anymore. I'm going to buy some supplies." As he spoke, Ling Mo looked extremely anxious. After confirming that she was indeed normal, the group went to the next house and knocked on the door. Ling Mo rode his electric scooter towards the nearest large supermarket. Along the way, Ling Mo regretted countless times that he did not take a driver's license test because it was too expensive. Now, he can only ride an electric bike to travel around. After entering the supermarket, the scene inside can be described as crowded, and most people are concentrated in the food area and frozen area. Ling Mo did not compete with these people. She found a salesperson and asked if the goods could be delivered to her door. After all, they all came by car, while she came on an electric bike. It was simply unrealistic for her to carry the goods herself one by one. Upon hearing this, the salesperson said very politely that of course they could, but their delivery charges would be a little higher. In response, Ling Mo said there was no problem. Then she ran to the beverage area and bought all her favorite drinks. Then she went to the frozen area. The frozen foods had been sold out, but there were not many people buying ice cream and the like. It was perfect, so she bought them all. He booked all the folding swimming pools. In addition to the large family-style swimming pool, Ling Mo also found a small swimming pool, which should be for children, and simply booked them all. "I saw brand new fitness equipment in the supermarket. I didn't seem to have stockpiled this when I was stockpiling supplies before. Now I think I will definitely need a good body for the games I will play later, so I bought some." Ling Mo then bought some daily necessities and condiments, and ended today's shopping. Don't you want to buy some food?" the salesperson in charge of recording asked. It would be understandable if she didn't buy anything because she didn't have enough money, but looking at the way the girl bought things just now, it was obvious that she was not short of money. The total value of those things was more than 300,000 yuan. Just that complete set of professional fitness equipment costs hundreds of thousands. Ling Mo looked at the food area where the number of people was increasing instead of decreasing and said calmly, "I can't compete with those people." Salesperson: "That seems to be the case. The fighting power of those old men and women is not to be underestimated. The little girl in front of them with her thin arms and legs is definitely no match for them." After leaving his address, Ling Mo did not go home. Instead, he took advantage of the cool weather and continued to head towards the city center, where there were two large supermarkets. After arriving at these two supermarkets, Ling Mo asked as usual whether goods could be delivered to the door. After learning that it was possible, he scanned all areas except the food area. When passing by the pet shop he had been to before, Ling Mo remembered that he had not yet stocked up on food for his furry friends at home. Although she had bought a lot before, she has many furry children at home, and they are consumed quickly. "I called a manufacturer that specializes in selling cat food and dog food, and ordered a batch of dog food, cat food, and various pet foods." The other party asked her why she bought so much dog food and cat food. After all, if she only had 1 or 2 cats, there was no need to buy so much. Besides, it's already this time. If the temperature continues to rise, people won't be able to survive, so who will care about the lives of pets? Therefore, Ling Mo's behavior seemed very suspicious to the other party. "Of course, for food. Since I can't get any food, I have to find another way. Dog food and cat food are also food, and humans can eat them, right? These foods for cats and dogs are professionally formulated, and they are probably made with more real ingredients than what humans eat." The more Ling Mo spoke, the more he felt that his words made sense, and he added another batch of words. The other party seemed to be shocked by this answer. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Okay, we understand. The goods you ordered will be delivered as quickly as possible." Ling Mo checked his phone with satisfaction, then walked towards the pet shop. "I bought 7 or 8 sled dogs there, including Alaskan, Husky, and Samoyed." Of course, Ling Mo didn't buy them for their looks, but he really wanted to train them to pull a sled. Although he didn't know if they would be useful, it was better to be prepared just in case. Under the shocked eyes of the clerk, Ling Mo rode away on his electric bike. As for the dog, it was naturally delivered to the door. When she got home, all the things she bought today had been delivered. Ling Mo directed people to move things into the house, and then waited until these people left before putting the things into the space. She also threw the 3 sled dogs into the space. As sled dogs, the night temperature was torture for them, even at night. After resting for a while, Ling Mo assembled the swimming pool he bought today, put away the swimming pool that was originally full of water, and then turned on the faucet to start collecting water. After doing all this, Ling Mo was not idle either. He took out a piece of paper and prepared to make a plan for himself. A day's plan begins in the morning. The morning is the time when the brain is the most alert, so he should use it to learn interstellar language. In the afternoon, he should exercise. Since he had bought the sports equipment, he could not let it go. At night, when the temperature dropped, he would go out to buy supplies. After what happened today, Ling Mo felt that the country could no longer hold back and was about to take action. However, the situation was not completely chaotic yet, and a rash move would only increase people's fear. Ling Mo took out his phone and started to check the posts, only to see that the top trending search today was asking whether the emergence of the game was a good thing or a bad thing. It turns out that many people are now hospitalized due to coma caused by fever. Among them, some suffered from heat stroke due to the hot weather and unwillingness to turn on the air conditioner, but the vast majority were game players. These people's body temperatures are frighteningly high, generally reaching 40 degrees, and medication has no effect on relieving their symptoms. Ling Mo thought of the information mentioned by the system when she awakened, 3 days, so she guessed that 3 days might be a time limit. My blind guess is that the shorter the time it takes to awaken, the stronger the talent will be. Below the post there are suggestions from experts. Since the medicine doesn't work, you can only bear with it and try to stay in a cool environment. Ling Mo took a look and then lost interest in reading any further. It would be better if these experts did not give any advice at all. They were just talking nonsense. I opened another post that I often read, which was filled with a lot of survival enthusiasts. Many people were complaining that food prices were rising too fast and that they couldn't buy much food with the money they had or even couldn't buy food at all. Seeing this, Ling Mo posted that he could stock up on cat and dog food. What's wrong with pet food? It's not that time to divide it into such small categories. You know, in the past, during years of disaster, even grass and tree bark were edible. Moreover, dog and cat food contain meat, which is not much more nutritious than tree bark, and pet food, which is all high-quality protein. After all, people nowadays keep their pets very elaborately, and there are many cases where pets eat better than humans. Ling Mo's speech was so powerful that it caused a huge uproar. Those who have pets may have thought of this a long time ago, but those who have never had pets can easily overlook this point. What Ling Mo didn't know was that because of her words, almost all pet food manufacturers were flooded with orders tonight. But even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care, as long as her supplies could be shipped normally. The next day, the alarm clock rang on time at 6 o'clock. Ling Mo struggled to get up from the bed, then went to wash, change clothes, and have breakfast. After one night, the swimming pool was full of water. Ling Mo stored it into the space, and then assembled a new swimming pool to continue collecting water. It took exactly 1 hour to finish all this. At 7 o'clock, Ling Mo turned on the interstellar language learning machine on time and started today's study. Interstellar language is like another form of Chinese, so although Ling Mo finds it a bit difficult to learn, he is not completely clueless. After a morning of study, Ling Mo felt as if a new door had been opened for him. It was not until noon that the doorbell rang and she came back to her senses from her studies. It turned out that the pet food she ordered had arrived, 3 trucks in total, 1 truck of cat food, 1 truck of dog food, and 1 truck of pet snacks. Do you think that's all? You are totally wrong. Some of them were sent to the warehouse outside. The villa has a garage, but Ling Mo doesn't have a car, so she uses the garage as a warehouse. When you have someone move all your stuff into the garage. From the conversation with the workers who were moving things, Ling Mo learned that in just one day, the prices of these pet foods, especially cat food and dog food, had skyrocketed like grain. A worker said, "Girl, luckily you placed the order early. If you had placed the order a day later, you would have had to pay several times more than before to buy so much pet food, and you might not even be able to buy so much." Ling Mo distributed bottles of unopened mineral water to the porters. "I have no choice. I can't compete with those uncles and aunts. I can only find another way." After these people left, Ling Mo closed the garage door and put all the things inside into the space, leaving only a small part outside. Of course, she wouldn't eat the pet food, but she could use it to cover up her tracks. After lunch, Ling Mo took an hour nap and then went to her gym, which contained the fitness equipment she had just bought. She had never worked out before and didn't know how to use many fitness equipment. She was afraid of straining her muscles if she worked out blindly, which would not be worth the effort. Therefore, she could only follow the downloaded tutorial step by step. After working hard for an entire afternoon and working up a sweat, Ling Mo felt tired but also indescribably refreshed. Looking outside, it was approaching dusk and the temperature began to drop. Ling Mo took a shower, changed into clean clothes, put on a sun hat, and prepared to go out after doing some sun protection. First, she took away the cat food and dog food in the warehouse. After this incident, the warehouse was about to expire, and this should be the last time she used this warehouse. On the way back, Ling Mo found that there were 2 fully armed soldiers standing in front of every supermarket, and some small supermarkets were closed today for some reason. Perhaps because of her awakened spiritual power, Ling Mo's observation ability is now very sharp. She can clearly feel that the weapons in those 2 people's hands are real weapons, and they are all loaded. I stopped the car and walked towards a large supermarket. I found that although it was crowded, it was very orderly, and there was no madness like yesterday. I looked at the price of grain again and found that it had gone up a lot. Now it's 300 yuan per caddy of rice, and each person is limited to 1 caddy of grain per day. It seems that the country has already taken action. Could it be that some players have already awakened? Ling Mo calculated the time. Today is exactly the 3rd day since the end of the first game. Sure enough, there is no shortage of talented people in this world. The fact is, just as Ling Mo expected, there are indeed players who have awakened their talents, but the number is very small, and all of them are trained and determined soldiers. Due to the limited quantity, Ling Mo didn't buy many things and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After all, if he couldn't spend the money, it would just become a piece of waste paper. And now you can't shop online. Even if you place an order, they won't ship it. When I get home, I throw everything in my hands into the space, turn on the TV, and watch today's news while exercising my mental strength. The so-called exercise of mental power means using mental power to do housework, such as assembling a swimming pool, cleaning, and moving furniture. Ling Mo's mental strength is still relatively weak now, so he can only move some smaller furniture and not for too long. However, what surprised her most was that she could now store things in space through the air, whereas before she had to use both hands to do so. This should be related to her mutation of talent. Ling Mo's goal now is to be able to use his mental power to cover the entire villa. In this way, even if an outsider comes in, she will be able to know immediately and make preparations in advance. As for why his talent mutated, Ling Mo guessed that it might be related to his own space. Otherwise, why is it that her mental power is mixed with spatial attributes instead of other attributes? As expected, there was indeed a talented person in today's news. Watching the TV, 2 tall young men, one of them had a ball of fire appearing out of thin air in his hand, and the other had purple lightning in his hand. Even Ling Mo, who is also a player, couldn't help but sigh, how cool. Sure enough, whether it was fire or lightning, their combat effectiveness was unquestionable. The appearance of these 2 players with awakened talents was like a reassurance to the originally panicked people. At the same time, people who have family members who are players can't help but start looking forward to what talents their family members will awaken. Then the news anchor announced 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that the temperature has stabilized during this period and will not continue to rise for the time being. The bad news is that the average daytime temperature is now over 50 degrees. So experts urge people not to go out during the day. Then, because of the high temperatures over the past few days, fires broke out in many places, and people were called upon to cut down the dead trees around them to avoid causing fires. Seeing this, Ling Mo looked outside. You know, the greening of this community was once a major feature, but he didn't expect it to become a hidden danger now. Originally, she was going to do it herself, but after thinking it over, she decided to report the matter to the property management. The other party's attitude was very good. He promised to resolve the hidden danger before tomorrow and also expressed his gratitude to her. As the temperature rises, another serious problem has gradually become apparent. That is, there are more and more mosquitoes recently. Her mental power allowed her to accurately detect the approach of mosquitoes, but she could not drive them away. In order to have a good sleep at night, Ling Mo took out a plate of mosquito coils and lit it. Lying on the bed, Ling Mo was petting the cat with a bottle of interstellar milk in her hand. It was impossible for her to understand interstellar language immediately after only studying for one day. However, Ling Mo discovered a very practical function on the learning machine: translation. In other words, she can translate the interstellar language that she cannot understand into words that she can understand by scanning with the learning machine. Ling Mo used the learning machine in his hand to scan the words on the milk. Produced by Liangchen Ranch, the preferred milk for all interstellar people. Ling Mo skipped over a long string of advertising slogans and went straight to the date. Then, another problem appeared in front of her. The interstellar date was different from the blue star date. In other words, even if she knew the date now, she wouldn't know whether the milk had expired or not. Fortunately, at this time, the learning machine probably sensed Ling Mo's despair, and it flashed, and a mechanical voice sounded. The milk produced by Liangchen Ranch has only half a month left to be consumed. Please drink it as soon as possible to avoid waste. Since it had not expired yet, Ling Mo opened the milk in her hand and drank it directly. After just one sip, she instantly fell in love with the taste. No wonder it is the first choice of interstellar people. If this milk were on Blue Star, it would also be my first choice. Then Ling Mo scanned all the remaining interstellar products again. He kept the ones he could use and sold the ones he didn't need in the store. These are interstellar products. Even if they have some minor faults, the technology contained in them far exceeds that of Blue Star. After careful selection, Ling Mo picked out the 10 most thoroughly broken machines. According to the learning machine, these machines are also agricultural machines, but because they are so badly damaged, the money spent on repairing them can buy 2 new ones. This was the first time the store had new products, and the system priced these machines at 2 silver coins, and the reviews were somewhat useful garbage. Upon seeing this, Ling Mo unceremoniously lowered the price from 2 silver coins to 20 gold coins. After all, this is alien technology, and it is unique on Blue Planet. It is definitely worth the price. As for whether it can be sold, Ling Mo is not worried. At worst, she can just lower the price or not sell it. This time she is just testing the waters. After putting the things on the shelf, Ling Mo didn't care about them anymore. Now she just wanted to stay in the best conditions so as to deal with the game that she didn't know when it would start. Since some players have awakened now, more and more players will awaken in the future. The most important thing for her now is to make herself stronger. Although there is no danger in the game now, it does not mean that there will be no danger in the future. And as the saying goes, when there is no danger, the people around you are the biggest danger. Ling Mo grew up as an orphan in his previous life and had seen the dark side of human nature. Ling Mo thought about what he had to do tomorrow and gradually fell asleep, but another group of people on the other side couldn't sleep. Some people feel despair because they have not successfully awakened. It would be fine if there had never been hope, but once there is hope but they don't grasp it, people will collapse. At this moment, many people are in such a state of collapse, which is caused not only by fear of the future, but also by disappointment and resentment from their families. Some people who successfully awakened started chatting in the game's chat channel. At first there were only 1 or 2, but gradually more and more people came. Although there are only a few people who can awaken in the first 3 days, there are still several hundred people in the world. For a moment, everyone spoke freely and said all kinds of things. As talents were successfully awakened, people's desires were also infinitely magnified. Gradually, these people were divided into two obvious categories. One group of people think that games are the hope of mankind and that they should work together to get through this disaster, while the other group thinks that the strong prey on the weak and only the fittest survive, and that the life and death of others has nothing to do with them. All over the world, countless people are agitated by these awakened players, and even some crazy scientists try to dissect these players in order to learn the secrets of the game. As the only store now, it naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Some ordinary people saw that what they were buying in the store were machines, and they were damaged, and they were priced at 20 gold coins. They cursed the store as a profiteer and left. Some knowledgeable people saw the word interstellar and immediately realized that the products sold in this store were likely to be interstellar products. That's interstellar. Even if it is bad, it still has great research value for them. The next day, Ling Mo was woken up by the alarm clock at 6 o'clock. He then brushed his teeth, washed his face, had breakfast, filled the swimming pool with water, and switched to a new one to continue filling water. Then began a day of study. After knowing that the learning machine is not only used for learning, Ling Mo began to search for the mental power talent on it. The learning machine flashed a few times, and then an introduction to mental power appeared on the screen. Mental power is divided into 7 levels. As the level increases, the difficulty of cultivation will increase exponentially. In the later stages, people who have awakened their mental power talent are almost invincible because they can kill people directly without them being seen. People who have awakened their mental power are natural commanders and scouts because under the coverage of mental power, all the little movements of anyone who is in it will be exposed. In this case, it is impossible to leave the area covered by mental power. When Ling Mo saw that after cultivating his mental power to the 6th level, his mental power could actually cover the entire planet, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This is only level 6. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if he cultivated to level 7? Ling Mo's current mental power coverage area is about 5 meters in radius. According to the level classification of the Interstellar, it is only the entry level of mental power. Seeing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh. She was feeling complacent about her promotion before, but now it seems that she was happy too early. She searched again for ways to quickly improve her mental power, and soon the learning machine provided her with 3 methods. The first method is to fight. Through constant battles and dangerous situations, you can constantly break through yourself in crises. This method is recognized by the Interstellar as the fastest way to improve. It is not only suitable for those who have psychic powers, but also for all those who have awakened their talents. The second method is to enhance mental strength through meditation. The advantage is that it is safe, and the disadvantage is that it is slow. Moreover, meditation requires full concentration and no distractions in the mind, which requires a high level of focus. The third method is to find a mineral called Mind Stone. After absorbing it, the spiritually awakened person can greatly improve his spiritual power. It is fast and safe. But before Ling Mo's eyes lit up, he soon saw the prompt at the bottom. P.S. Mind Stone is an extremely rare mineral in the interstellar space. It is hard to come by. The last time it appeared was 100 years ago. It was a thumb-sized Mind Stone. At that time, the Andromeda auction house auctioned this Mind Stone for 2 billion. Ling Mo's breathing stagnated, and then he looked at the second method. Meditation should be similar to the cultivation in the novels about cultivating immortals. The first method is equivalent to training. Ling Mo temporarily gave up the first method of training. After all, she was still too weak. It would be better to say that she was going to die than to say that she was going to train. She couldn't even afford the Mind Stone. Now it seems that the only option left is meditation. Ling Mo scheduled meditation into his daily routine at night. After all, the temperature drops at night, and it is not as hot as during the day, so it is easier to concentrate. The learning machine also thoughtfully provided her with meditation secrets. Ling Mo felt that this secret book should be shared by the entire galaxy, just like a study textbook. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find it with just a random search. In the next few days, Ling Mo's life became extremely regular. I get up at 6 in the morning, wash up and have breakfast, then start learning interstellar language at 6:30, have lunch at 12 o'clock, replace the original 1-hour nap with meditation, and then start exercising at 1 o'clock. In the afternoon, when the temperature began to drop, she went out to buy supplies. After all, she still had so much money, and it would be a pity not to spend it. After returning from shopping for supplies, I caught up on the latest news while finishing my meal and then began to meditate. After successfully expanding the radius of his mental power to 8 meters, Ling Mo also summed up some techniques for using mental power. There are only 10 words in total, which are, "My heart beats, but I don't move," and "My mental power moves automatically." During this period, a batch of crops in the space matured. Ling Mo stored them all in the granary and then planted new ones. The calves, lambs, and ponies that were collected from Liangshan Ranch have become much more energetic after a few days of recuperation. Although they are still far inferior to their brothers and sisters, at least they can eat and are no longer half dead like before. In addition, all the machines that Ling Mo had previously put on the shelves were sold out, bringing her an income of 200 gold coins. Seeing that these machines were so popular, Ling Mo Suxing put another batch on the shelves. She didn't need or use these things anyway, so instead of keeping them and taking up space, she might as well sell them all. Open the system mall. With 200 gold coins, spend 100 gold coins to buy 10 bottles of D-grade mental soothing solution for emergency use, and with the remaining 100 gold coins, Ling Mo will focus on other products. After searching for a long time, she finally locked on 2 items. Shisui fruit saplings. Long-term consumption of its fruit can improve physical fitness. P.S. The environment requirements of the marrow washing fruit tree are extremely strict, and it is very difficult for it to survive. Please consider carefully. Medicinal fruit tree seedlings. The fruit has the effects of restoring physical strength, anti-aging, whitening, and slimming, and long-term consumption can also prevent diseases. P.S. The environmental requirements are even more stringent than those of the marrow cleansing fruit. In addition to these 2 types of fruit trees, there are many other fruit trees with magical effects, such as healing fruit, medicinal fruit, and detoxification fruit. But the prices of these fruit trees are among the cheapest among all the products in the system mall. It's because they are very difficult to grow and have extremely high requirements for the environment. There cannot be even the slightest pollution around them, otherwise they will die in front of you. Ling Mo even used a learning machine to search for it, and not surprisingly, the survival rate of these fruit trees in the interstellar space is also very low. Even if they survive by chance, they are sickly, let alone bearing fruit. Given the current environment on Blue Star, it is naturally impossible to grow these fruit trees, but Ling Mo has the space. The environment inside the space definitely meets the growth needs of these fruit trees. After clicking to buy, 2 obviously malnourished saplings appeared in her hands. Seeing this, Ling Mo did not dare to delay and put them into the space. He found a piece of land with beautiful feng shui environment to plant them and then watered them to take root. After a busy day, Ling Mo could clearly feel that the condition of the 2 saplings was much better than before. As more and more players successfully awaken and realize their talents, there are more and more posts about the game. It was then that Ling Mo realized that not everyone's first game was Liangshan Ranch. Some people were actually teleported to a kindergarten with the task of looking after children. In addition, the money brought out from the game was also copied to a sky-high price. Players call these coins copper coins and silver coins according to their different colors. On top of that, there is also a gold coin. Not everyone was like Ling Mo, who got 3 silver coins in the first game. Most players got copper coins. At the same time, Ling Mo actually saw the name of his store in the post. Many people are speculating about who the owner of the Don't Miss It store is and who got drunk and acted crazy. Where did those interstellar machines come from? Of course, there are also many people who question the authenticity of its content. Seeing many people calling on the drunk man to come out and prove himself, Ling Mo just laughed it off. What matters between buyers and sellers is mutual consent, and she didn't beg these people to buy. Watching more and more players appear in the news, showing off their various strange talents to the world, she had a hunch that the next game would start in these 2 days. Ling Mo felt that he should make some preparations in advance, starting with clothes. This must not happen again this time. Then there is food. Ling Mo's cooking skills are not very good. She used to be so exhausted after work every day that she had no time to cook. She lived on takeout. Although she is rich now, she still doesn't have much time to learn how to cook. All she eats recently is ready-made food that has been packed. But as he practiced, Ling Mo could clearly feel that his appetite was increasing and the food would not last long. In order to avoid the possibility of being surrounded by a mountain of gold but still dying of poverty, she decided to take 2 days to learn cooking. At night, Ling Mo began to meditate as time passed by. Even when it was the time Ling Mo set herself, she still didn't end her meditation. She then tried to see if she could use meditation to replace sleep. If successful, you can use your sleeping time to practice. Just as she was immersed in meditation, a familiar electronic sound rang in her ears. Hello, dear Blue Star players. First of all, congratulations on your successful awakening of your talent. You really did not disappoint this game system. Secondly, welcome to participate in the second round of the game Happy Farm. Are you ready? Ling Mo was startled instantly, opened his eyes quickly, and found that he had moved to another place. Before it was a ranch, this time it's a farm, so what's next? She looked at her clothes again, and luckily she had sensed that the game was about to start, so she didn't change into her pajamas. However, since the second round of the game has begun, it means that all the players on Blue Star, whether they have awakened successfully or failed, have all awakened. I looked around again. During the last game, everyone's faces were blurry. Only when 2 people were familiar with each other, or 2 people who already knew each other recognized each other, could they see each other's faces clearly. But this time, there was no such restriction, and everyone's appearance became clear. While everyone was still observing the environment or looking for their companions, Ling Mo took out a mask as quickly as possible and covered half of his face, leaving only a pair of black eyes exposed. At this time, the game prompt sound rang again. As a farm that is as famous as Liangshan Ranch, Tucker Farm is a farm that integrates breeding and farm fun. Here, you can enjoy the most primitive pastoral life during the peak tourist season. Tucker Farm is in urgent need of a group of people to welcome the upcoming tourists. As a good friend, the owner of Liangshan Ranch recommended you to the owner of Tucker Farm. Therefore, in order to live up to the expectations of the 2 owners, please work hard in the next 3 days. Note: players who fail to complete the task or try to cheat will be disqualified from the game. After listening to the introduction of the game system, Ling Mo looked up at the sign above his head. After studying for this period of time, she's been able to read and understand some simple interstellar languages and texts. At this time, a familiar gray bird flew over. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that this gray bird is much rounder than the one I saw before at Liangshan Ranch. It feels as if it will fall from the sky at any moment. Ling Mo got his first task card from the gray bird, which was to pick out the hatched chicks in the incubator. It's just a matter of taking the newborn chicks out of the incubator. This task doesn't seem to be very difficult. Moreover, the newborn cubs are yellow and furry and look very cute. Compared with adults, they have no lethality at all. With his experience at Liangshan Ranch, Ling Mo had already anticipated that the chickens, ducks, and geese here would not be of normal size. As for how big it was, she didn't dare to imagine it. Chickens and ducks are fine, as they don't have much killing power. The key point is the geese, which are the bullies in the countryside. In the past, they were raised to guard the house, which shows their fighting power. We came to the special cub incubation room, which was filled with incubation boxes that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were chirping sounds coming from every incubator, as if urging people to let them out quickly. A cart appeared in front of Ling Mo, with 2 boxes of different colors placed on it, one with pass and the other with unqualified. When she came to the first incubator, there were chicks that had just hatched from their shells. Even though Ling Mo had already prepared herself mentally, the size of the chicks still shocked her. They are actually larger than the chickens that are already ready for slaughter on Blue Star, not to mention the ducklings and geese. After the lively little chicks were placed into the box marked qualified, they were immediately teleported away. This job is quite easy. Apart from the fact that it consumes physical energy quite quickly, there is no other technical requirements. Until Ling Mo put a chick that looked obviously thinner into the qualified frame, the other party did not react at all. Ling Mo took the chick out again and examined it carefully. It looked healthy. How come it failed? Since you don't want it, I'll take it away. Before, Ling Mo was still thinking about how to get the benefits, but after tasting the sweetness, he suddenly became more motivated. After a rough estimate, if these chickens grow up, one would be enough for her to eat for a long time, and she would have meat for every meal. Ling Mo's hands couldn't help but speed up. As long as she found any unqualified cubs, she would collect them into the space and raise them without hesitation. In addition to those that are obviously smaller in size, those that are listless will also be judged as unqualified. In the end, Ling Mo even used her mental power. She could tell whether someone was qualified or not just by scanning with her mental power. When the gray bird appeared again with a task card in its mouth, Ling Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped what he was doing. However, Ling Mo knew that these were just appetizers and the main event was yet to come. As a result, the task card praised Ling Mo as an excellent employee as usual and then issued the next task, which was to sort the ducklings. Based on this inference, the last day might be to sort the geese. After leaving the work area, Ling Mo saw many players like her walking out with tired faces and then walked in a certain direction under the guidance of the robot. At this time, a robot came over and spoke a bunch of interstellar language. Ling Mo could only understand the general meaning. Work is over. Now it's dinner time. I can keep working by not eating dinner. I can help you collect the trash. Ling Mo used his own poor interstellar language, gesticulating as he spoke, fearing that the other party might not understand what he meant. This farm is so big that it is better to ask these robots for help directly than to waste time searching by yourself or accidentally go to the wrong place and cause game errors. At this time, the robot looked Ling Mo up and down, and a question mark slowly appeared on the screen above its head. It seemed that it was the first time it had encountered an employee who voluntarily asked to work overtime after work. However, seeing that Ling Mo was skinny and small and couldn't even speak clearly, the robot automatically imagined a miserable life story for her.
Come with me.
The robot took Ling Mo and walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Mo saw a familiar building in a remote corner. The farm's garbage disposal has broken down these past 2 days, and the repairman is on the way. If you can clean up all the garbage, I will apply for an extra reward from the farmer for you. It's so pitiful. He is so young and can't even speak clearly, but he has to work to support his family. On the other side, Ling Mo actually didn't understand what the robot said. He just vaguely understood that something was broken, and there was a reward on the way. Forget it, if she doesn't understand, then she doesn't understand. She just wants to quickly make some money, no, to collect the garbage. After walking in, Ling Mo was immediately stunned by the scene inside. In front of Ling Mo, a mountain made of feathers of various birds appeared. These feathers are huge in size, and Ling Mo can already imagine how big these poultry were when they were alive. Ling Mo felt a little disappointed. These interstellar people love to eat chickens, ducks, and geese, but they didn't waste any of them and only left a pile of feathers. Okay, feathers are feathers, take them home and make a feather duster. Comforting himself in this way, Ling Mo walked towards the feather mountain. As they moved closer and further away, Ling Mo realized that he had been overthinking. The interstellar man was still the picky interstellar man. She picked up a feather and found that there was skin and flesh underneath the feather. When Ling Mo noticed this, his eyes lit up and he quickly pulled the chicken feathers in his hand and took a few steps back. Soon, a whole chicken appeared in front of Ling Mo. But other than that, the rest of the parts are kept in very good condition. Ling Mo was shocked by this method. After putting the piles of chickens, ducks, and geese into the space, she continued to walk inside, and then a mountain of vegetables appeared in front of her. In addition to being a ranch, this place is also a farmstay, so it is normal to have vegetables. But why were the vegetables thrown away as garbage? At first, Ling Mo thought that the vegetables were rotten, but when she took a closer look, it was not the case at all. These vegetables were in good condition. Ling Mo picked up a vegetable that looked like a tomato. It was bigger than her face, bright red, and exuded a sweet scent. I took a bite, and it was full of juice and extremely sweet. In 2 words, delicious. I don't understand why such good vegetables should be thrown away. Then she began to put the vegetables into the space. Due to continuous and high-intensity use of mental power, Ling Mo's mental power soon became exhausted, which was a sign of excessive use of mental power. I took out a bottle of D-level mental soothing liquid from the space, and after drinking it, I felt a lot more comfortable. Constantly overdrawing your mental strength and then recovering it is also a form of exercise. It's like an elastic balloon. However, after his mental strength was exhausted this time, it would take some time to recover. From now on, Ling Mo can only rely on himself. Without the help of mental power, her efficiency dropped a lot, and she didn't find the chicken legs or anything. It seems that she was just dreaming. However, she did collect a lot of chicken feathers, duck feathers, and goose feathers. In addition, Ling Mo also found a lot of eggshells after hatching. This is also a good thing. Not only can it be used as fertilizer, but eggshells seem to be a kind of medicinal material. Take it away, take it away, take it all away. After that, apart from separating the fresh ones from the stale ones, Ling Mo could be said to accept everything that came his way. When she finished cleaning up the entire garbage disposal plant and came outside, she found that there were still a few hours until the next day. At this point, her mental strength had almost recovered, and she felt she could continue to collect. The robot guarding outside went in to check, then walked out in shock. "You are the most powerful garbage disposal worker I have ever seen. You have helped the farm a lot. I will report it to the farmer and ask him to pay you a generous reward." After a lot of chatter, Ling Mo was still in a state of understanding and not understanding. However, from her friendly attitude, it was not difficult to guess that she was very satisfied with her work. Then, Ling Mo took the opportunity to express to the robot his willingness to continue working. Seeing this, the robot looked at her strangely. She worked so hard, so her family must be in a very, very difficult situation. If Ling Mo knew what the robot was thinking at this moment, he would definitely nod in agreement. Isn't that the difficulty? The house is like a furnace, and the food is all hot. If the game hadn't suddenly arrived, Blue Star would probably have been in chaos by now. The most despairing thing is that no one knows how long such days will last. Even if the heat is over, will there be other disasters waiting for them? Although Ling Mo's wish has always been to live a good life, if Blue Star becomes chaotic, she will definitely be implicated as a part of it, unless she is willing to hide in the space and never come out for the rest of her life. But as humans are social animals, it is obviously impossible for them to stay in there for their entire lives, and her intuition tells her that she cannot stay in this space forever. But she doesn't want to be a savior. She doesn't want to show up in public, but she can sell the food and water in the space to prevent ordinary people from starving to death. The robot took Ling Mo to another garbage disposal plant. Compared to the previous one, this garbage disposal plant is obviously much smaller, but the things inside are just as many, and there is one more thing inside, that is, eggs that failed to hatch. Through the scanning of mental power, Ling Mo could feel that some of these eggs were still alive, but because they were developing slowly, they could not hatch yet. However, according to Tucker Farm standards, even if the eggs are broken, they will eventually be discarded. With the help of his mental power, Ling Mo collected those eggs that could still be hatched. As for those eggs that could not be hatched or were dead, they were not wasted and were all stored in the warehouse. These should be edible after some processing. You should know that many people like live beads and hairy eggs very much. Ling Mo continued to do this until the next day's work began. Outside the waste treatment plant, the robot was already waiting with a bottle of familiar blue liquid. After checking the results of her work, he couldn't help but sigh, "You are really the most hard-working employee I have ever seen." Ling Mo understood this and said in a not-so-standard interstellar language, "This is what I should do. The farmer asked me to give it to you." Ling Mo drank the blue liquid in one gulp, and his previous fatigue was instantly swept away, and even the headache caused by excessive use of mental energy disappeared. She had seen this thing in the system all. It was an advanced recovery agent that could instantly restore physical and mental strength, allowing people to always stay in peak condition. It was worth 100 gold coins. From this point, we can see how rich Liangchen Ranch and Tucker Farm are. They can't even afford the things they casually take out. When she arrived at the workplace, her task today was to sort the newborn ducklings. Still using the two familiar frames, Ling Mo quickly got into work mode. Today's batch of newly born ducklings are pretty good. After half a day, there is not even one unqualified one. But she didn't complain too much. She just did her job honestly. Before entering the game, she discovered that although it was the same 3 days, most of the people who played got copper coins, but she was the only one who got 3 silver coins, and even an interstellar learning machine. The difference is probably related to the job. As the saying goes, the more you work, the more you earn. If you do your job well, you can get more wages. Just like her, not only did she complete the tasks assigned to her, she even worked part-time as a garbage collector, so the treatment was naturally different. Ling Mo worked hard, but repetitive work became boring after doing it for too long. The first day was okay because it was quite new. But after a whole day of harvest last night, Ling Mo was looking forward to the end of work all the time so that she could show her skills again. Thinking of this, even the movements of my hands slowed down. Realizing the problem, Ling Mo shook her head violently. No. How could she have such an idea? She still had to do her job well first. After all, this was related to her gaming qualification. She can still tell the difference between having a full meal and not having enough every meal. Besides, there is nothing wrong with sorting ducklings. It can also exercise your mental strength. Now, as long as the little duck is within the range of her mental power, she can clearly know whether it is healthy or not. Moreover, she discovered a wonderful use of mental power, which is comfort. His mental power could actually soothe these newborn ducklings, stop them from crying, and he could even communicate with them through his mental power. However, because these little ducks have just been born, they don't understand anything and can only make sounds like they are hungry and cold. If they want to communicate, they probably need to grow up a little more. However, this discovery has already made Ling Mo very excited. She has raised a lot of animals in her space. Even though most of them are fenced off, there are always some that cannot be kept in, such as the dogs. Border Collies and German Shepherds are both smart dog breeds. After being warned by her several times, they knew what they could and could not do. But the new sled dogs seemed to be running wild and could not be controlled at all. They were worthy of being called the 3 idiots of sled dogs. It would be hard enough for other people to raise just one dog, but she raised a bunch of them. Ling Mo even began to regret bringing these stupid dogs back. What's the point of pulling a sled? She might as well make her own dogs. Just like that, before I knew it, it was time to get off work again, and today I harvested 10 not-so-healthy ducklings. The last task I took over from the gray bird tomorrow was not to sort the newborn goslings. It was clearly written on the task card that due to a machine failure, the farm's garbage had not been dealt with and the maintenance personnel would take 2 days to arrive, which made the owner of Tucker Farm very distressed. As a farm, a fresh environment is very important. Therefore, in view of your excellent garbage disposal ability, the farmer specially hired you to be responsible for cleaning the garbage on the farm tomorrow. Ling Mo looked at the card in his hand, up and down, carefully reading it over and over again. This surprise came too suddenly. After confirming that he was not mistaken, Ling Mo immediately found the robot from yesterday, showed it his task, and said that he could start working immediately. The robot looked at her in embarrassment and said tactfully, "Actually, you don't have to work so hard. It's okay to take a night's rest before starting work." This time Ling Mo understood roughly what he said, and then firmly said no. "There's still a lot of people waiting for me at home. I can't let them down." The robot was moved by Ling Mo's selfless behavior and took her to a very large warehouse. Yes, it was a warehouse, not a garbage disposal plant. Here are the machines that were discarded from the farm. We originally planned to treat them as scrap, but now we're giving them to you. Compared to those junk, This is more valuable. The robot itself also works on the farm, and the best help it can provide is to take her to collect some more valuable garbage. Ling Imo looked at the rows of machines, and his eyes widened. Don't they want all these? This is much better than the machines she bought at Liangchen Ranch. Even if you don't understand anything, you can see that these machines are not broken and can still be used. After getting the accurate answer, Ling Imo immediately started the carnival mode. When her mental energy was exhausted, she would collect it with her hands. She could ignore other garbage, but she must bring these machines back to Blue Star. Tucker Farm is very large. As the only farm comparable to Liangchen Ranch, the amount of garbage it generates every day is enormous. It is naturally impossible for it to have only a few garbage disposal plants. Because their garbage disposal plant is damaged, the garbage piled up together. Although the machine that takes the garbage out of the plant is broken, the temperature inside is very low. Although it doesn't stink, the smell is not very good either. Ling Imo didn't mind this. He ate what was edible and fed the inedible to the fish. Although she now has a whole day, which seems to be ample time is actually very tight. She doesn't know if there will be such a good thing in the next game, so she tries to collect as much as possible. In this way, Ling Imo was busy from the evening until the next afternoon. After emptying a garbage disposal plant once again, the expression on the robot's face could no longer be expressed as shock, and at the same time, infinite pity arose in his heart for her. What a poor little guy. He has such efficient working ability but can't even go to school and can't even speak clearly. It's obvious how badly he has been affected by his family. Fortunately, he is a robot. Ling Imo walked out of the garbage disposal plant and waited for the robot to take her to the next garbage dump. There were still about 2 hours left before the end of the game. If she moved faster, she should be able to collect more garbage. However, this is the last one. Ling Mo's eyes widened instantly, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. This is your reward. The robot's chest slowly opened, revealing a storage space with a palm-sized waste bag lying quietly inside. Ling Imo took the waste bag and weighed it with his hand. It was very light. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, this waste bag looked like it couldn't even hold a mobile phone. However, considering that this is interstellar, the things here cannot be explained by common sense. When she opened her waste bag, the things inside instantly brightened her eyes. There were various reagents in the waste bag, including the high-level recovery agent she had drunk before that could restore physical and mental strength, as well as D-level and C-level mental soothing liquids. However, these only account for a small part, and most of the rest is a light green liquid. Ling Imo recognizes the words on it, nutrient solution, a kind of reagent that is not available in the system mall. And the quantity of this batch of nutrient solution is quite large. The robot looked at Ling Imo, who was staring intently at a bottle of green nutrient solution, and a hint of guilt flashed across his eyes. These are the food that the farm owner bought but could not finish eating and are piled up in the warehouse. Not long ago, the farm owner bought a new batch and asked it to dispose of the old batch in the warehouse. As a result, it completely forgot about it until it went to get the reward for Ling Imo. In order to prevent its mistake from being discovered, the robot simply went all out and directly took the batch of nutrient solution to be processed as payment. It was something that needed to be processed anyway. For this, it also lost a space button. However, compared to being fired for a mistake at work, a space button is nothing. I just hope that the employee in front of me doesn't find out. Did Ling Imo discover it? Of course he did. This was probably the first time this robot did something bad, and the words "I feel guilty" were written all over his face. However, Ling Imo did not expose it, because in addition to these nutrient solutions, advanced recovery agents, and mental soothing solutions, the biggest gain was this waste bag. Just now she used her mental power to scan the capacity inside, and it turned out to be 20 cubic meters. Moreover, even though there are so many things packed inside, you can't see them from the outside, and they don't have any weight. With this thing, her space had another layer of cover. Thanks. Put the contents of the waste bag into the space, then tie the waste bag around her waist and pull your clothes down to hide it perfectly. The robot told Ling Mo that since the work was over, she could move freely in the following period of time. Although there was no more garbage for her to collect, Ling Mo did not intend to waste time. Thinking of the stunning glimpse he got when collecting garbage before, Ling Mo quickly ran towards a corner. In a damp corner, Ling Mo found the rotten wood that gave her a stunning glimpse. The length of the rotten wood was about the same as her height, but its width was thicker than the two of her put together. But this is not the point. The point is that this rotten wood is covered with black fungus, each of which is bigger than her face, and the flesh is very thick. To ensure safety, Ling Mo even took out his learning machine to scan it. After confirming that it was just an ordinary fungus in the interstellar space, he began to pick it with confidence. But not long after, Ling Mo suddenly slapped his head and said, "I'm so stupid. Wouldn't it be better for her to just take the whole rotten wood away? That would be faster, and she would have plenty of time to pick the fruits slowly after the game was over." Moreover, as long as there is rotten wood, wood ear may continue to grow in the future. Ling Mo's mind moved, and he put the rotten wood in front of him into the space and found a cool corner to put it. There are still many rotten woods like this around. Occasionally, he would come across unfamiliar mushrooms growing on rotten wood. No matter what they looked like, Ling Mo would scan them with his learning machine and collect the edible ones, as well as the inedible ones. You never know when it might come in handy. Until the sound of the game ending rang in her ears, Ling Mo rushed to collect the two rotten woods closest to her at the last second, and then she was teleported out of the game. Congratulations to the player for completing the second round of the game. Friendly reminder: the first 3 levels of this game are simple modes for the novice protection period, and the game will become more and more difficult afterwards. Since many players complained that the game was too simple, the difficulty of the third round of the game will be increased. Please stay tuned. The first time she was teleported into the system space and then returned to Blue Star, but this time Ling Mo was teleported directly back to Blue Star. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the news that the game difficulty had increased, and Ling Mo let out a TSK. Especially when he saw the reason, Ling Mo wanted to grab those people's ears and shout in their ears with a loudspeaker, "It was easy for you to complain. Are you satisfied now?" There must be a huge quarrel on the internet right now. Ling Mo was too lazy to watch those people arguing. She glanced at the time and saw that only 5 minutes had passed before she entered the game. However, she hardly got any rest in the game. Even with the advanced recovery agent and mental soothing solution, she was very sleepy at the moment and just wanted to have a good sleep. He turned on the faucet in a daze and tested the water temperature. While washing himself and smelling fragrant, Ling Mo opened the shop. As expected, all 10 items were sold, and he received 200 gold coins. Originally, Ling Mo was planning to continue putting things on the shelves, but she was so sleepy that she fell asleep in a second after taking a shower and lying on the bed. Forget it, let's talk about putting it on the shelves tomorrow. The world is big, but sleep is the most important. After sleeping until noon, Ling Mo got up, washed up, and then entered the space to check the status of the marrow-cleansing fruit trees and medicinal fruit trees he had planted before. If she can grow the trees, she will continue to buy saplings from the system mall. If not, she will not continue to waste gold coins. When Ling Mo arrived at the place where the marrow-cleansing fruit trees and medicinal fruit trees were planted, he was stunned by the sight. 2 large trees with lush branches and leaves appeared in front of her. If she remembered correctly, a few days ago she had planted 2 small saplings with scorched leaves and trunks not even as thick as her arms, which could die at any time. No matter what, as long as it can be grown, it's fine. Ling Mo opened the system mall and began to choose the fruit tree of his choice. The previous medicinal fruit could restore physical strength and prevent diseases, but to achieve the latter, he needed to eat it for a long time. Therefore, Ling Mo bought a medicinal fruit tree and a healing fruit tree in the mall. One can cure diseases, and the other can heal injuries. Then I bought the detoxifying fruit tree. I don't know what kind of unexpected events may happen in the later games, so I bought a detoxification fruit tree, just in case. As for the last choice, Ling Mo was in a dilemma. She had her eyes on 2 fruit trees. One was the flying feather fruit tree, and the other was the strengthening fruit tree. As the name suggests, eating one can make a person grow a pair of wings, which lasts for 1 hour, and the time can be stacked. Eating one can strengthen the body, and the effect can be doubled when taken with the marrow-cleansing fruit. Just ask yourself, who didn't dream of having a pair of wings when they were a child? But the strengthening fruit is also something that people can't give up. Only children make choices. Adults want them all. Now that the game has just been released, everyone has money and can sell a lot of goods. I originally planned to continue selling the machines, but when I thought about the piles of offal in the warehouse, I decided to buy them first. Although the temperature is not rising any further, the high temperature of over 50 degrees will cause the living livestock to die in large numbers unless you are willing to provide them with air conditioning. But using air conditioning will mean an increase in breeding costs, and the price of meat will naturally go up as well. Moreover, the weather is hot now, and the electricity in many places has long been overloaded. Some places have even started to experience water and power outages. Without electricity, refrigerators cannot be used, and without refrigerators, meat cannot be stored. Not to mention, because of the high temperature, many people are unable to go out to work and have lost their source of income. In order to save money, they are reluctant to even turn on the air conditioner, let alone the refrigerator. Anyway, the price of meat is several times that of grain now, and most people can't afford it at all. Instead of buying meat, people would rather buy more food and store at home. But this does not mean that people don't want to eat meat. Protein intake is still very important for people. After making up his mind, Ling Mo began to put chicken, duck, goose viscera, as well as pig, cattle, and mutton offal on the shelves in the store. Ling Mo follows the strategy of small profits but quick turnover, and its main focus is that everyone can afford it and everyone can eat it. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, you can exchange it for other things. As a store selling alien technology, it naturally attracted the attention of many forces. They even arranged people to keep an eye on Ling Mo's store 24 hours a day and notify immediately as soon as new products are available so that they can get the items as soon as possible. Although the machines bought from Ling Mo before were all broken, the technology contained in them was far superior to that of Blue Star by dozens or even hundreds of years. So, as soon as Ling Mo was put on the shelves, someone discovered this, but when they found out that it was just some animal organs and offal, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Why don't you sell the machine? We have the money ready. It should be gone. After all, those machines are quite large. It's not easy to get them back. Compared to those interstellar machines, I'm more curious about how someone managed to bring these things back to the blue planet after getting drunk, said an old man. They've already had people experiment with it and found that players can't take things out of the game. How did he manage to act crazy after drinking soy sauce? This is very intriguing. They once held a meeting to discuss this matter, and many people felt that it was because of his special talent for being drunk that he was able to bring out things from the game. However, players do not have awakened talents when playing the game for the first time. Talent awakening begins on the second day after the first round of the game. He was more inclined to believe that he had some kind of adventure in the game after getting drunk, so he was able to bring back things from the game. And that store further confirmed his guess. On the other hand, Ling Mo's business was unexpectedly good. She could only keep replenishing goods to keep up with the buying speed of these people. Whether it is meat or vegetables, they are all in great demand. Even the internal organs and offal, which people would not even look at in the past, are now being snapped up by many people. Now, there are many people who offer high prices to buy the money that players bring out from the game, but not everyone will choose to sell it. After all, even if you have money, you can't buy anything now. It's better to keep the rewards from the game or buy things in the system mall. It took Ling Mo about 2 hours to finally collect 50 gold coins. He rubbed his wrist, which was sore from constantly putting things on the shelves, opened the system mall, found the enhanced fruit tree, and then clicked to buy it. After planting it in the space, Ling Mo curiously opened the store homepage. The homepage that originally only had her store became extremely lively. However, most of these stores are named something or well-known companies. The only private enterprise is hers. Don't miss it ranking in the first place is quite conspicuous. After checking the time, Ling Mo went to the gym to start his day's exercise. When I was getting ready to get on the treadmill, I thought about the increased difficulty of the game yesterday, so I opened the game forum and looked through the content. Sure enough, it was full of complaints. Ling Mo looked at these people's speeches and felt speechless. Instead of complaining here, he should improve himself as soon as possible. It was not until the afternoon when the temperature began to drop that Ling Mo walked out of the gym, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, then put the swimming pool full of water into the space, and took out a new one. This is the last swimming pool that needs to be filled with water. Once the swimming pool is full of water, her water storage plan will come to an end. When I came outside, the community seemed to be particularly lively today, with more than a dozen large trucks going in and out of the community. Ling Mo went forward to check the situation with confusion, and then saw that the neighbors, whom he had only met a few times, were actually preparing to move out with large bags. Their community is the one with the most complete facilities and security. Even though the outside has become a mess now, their community is still very harmonious. After all, everyone has enough food and drink and is not pressured by life, so it is natural for them to get along harmoniously. Moreover, Ling Mo observed and found that it seemed that more than one family had moved away, but all the families around her had moved away. This discovery immediately made Ling Mo alert. Could it be that her identity was discovered? However, she had never spoken as a player since the beginning of the game. At most, she had just sold goods in the store. When Ling Mo passed by the trucks on his electric bike, he scanned the items inside. They were all supplies but no weapons. This discovery made her feel a little relieved. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible to find a new place to live, and it is not possible to return to the villa in the mountains. Not to mention that she had already sold the place. There was a forest fire there not long ago, and the entire mountain was burned. This made Ling Mo feel fortunate that he ran fast at that time. As for these new neighbors, she doesn't bother to care as long as they don't pose a threat to her. If these people really have any bad ideas, Ling Mo narrowed her eyes slightly. She would let these people know that she is not someone to be trifled with. After arriving at the supermarket, Ling Mo did not rush to the food area immediately. She wanted to buy a few more large containers, not for storing water but for planting. The idea came to her on the way here. It's a pity that all the large containers in the space have been used to store water, and she can't pour out the water just to grow crops. That would be such a waste. Even though he has had a physique that kills everything he plants since he was a child, Ling Mo still wants to give it a try. He can't raise difficult plants, but he can raise some easy-to-raise plants such as Chinese cabbage and sweet potatoes. This can also provide you with a suitable reason to eat vegetables openly. If that doesn't work, just move them into the space and raise them. With this thought in mind, Ling Mo began to look around. Surprisingly, she actually found it after searching for it. It was a large blue plastic box used to store vegetables. Vegetables are rare nowadays, so these plastic boxes were just sitting there for the purpose of storage. Then Ling Mo bought all of them, dozens of them in total. Just leave your address and have these people deliver the goods to your door. Ling Mo himself rode an electric bike towards the flower and bird market. The flower and bird market, which was bustling in the past, was now empty. Even the birds that used to chirp were now listless and looked very listless. Not to mention the flowers. Except for the varieties that are more resistant to high temperatures, the rest have long been sunburned to death. Looking at the cactus placed at the door of the shop, Ling Mo became eager to try something. How about trying it out? You can eat cactus, right? However, the cacti here should all be ornamental varieties, so she should try planting dragon fruit seeds when she returns. Anyway, it is a cactus, and it can bear dragon fruit when it grows up. Ling Mo found a flower shop and ordered several hundred bags of nutrient soil and fertilizer from them. She didn't buy too much fertilizer. After all, there was a lot of farm manure in the space which could be used after fermentation. Little girl, are you buying so much nutrient soil planning to grow vegetables at home? Asked the flower shop owner. Yes, uncle. But I don't have much experience. I just want to give it a try. After all, vegetables are too hard to buy now, and there is only a little each time, which is not enough to eat. Ling Mo said with a frown. Hearing this, the flower shop owner also sighed. I don't know when this horrible weather will end. If it continues like this, I really won't be able to survive. Ling Mo lowered his head and said nothing because he didn't know what to say. Even if the current extremely hot weather ends, the end of the world may not be over. Human beings may face other extreme weather, extreme cold, heavy rain, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, each of which sounds more terrifying than extreme heat. After paying the money, Ling Mo temporarily rented a warehouse and asked the flower shop owner to send the goods there first. Just as she was about to leave, her mental power suddenly captured a message for help. This is the first time that someone, no, or rather, something has communicated with her through mental power since she awakened her mental power. Following the sound, I saw a macaw with beautiful feathers. Animal instincts are very sharp, and after sensing Ling Mo's different aura, the macaw's instinct for survival made it ask her for help. The IQ of a macaw is equivalent to that of a 5 to 6-year-old human child, and their qualities are demonstrated in many areas, including learning ability, problem-solving skills, and interaction with humans. Studies have shown that macaws have thinking abilities that are no less than those of chimpanzees and dolphins. Her mental power allows her to communicate with animals. Maybe she can. Before implementing the plan, Ling Mo tried to communicate with the macaw first. After getting a positive answer, he walked towards the pet shop. The boss' eyes widened when he learned that she wanted to buy all the pet birds in the store. Little girl, are you serious? Let me make it clear first. We do not refund the money after you pay. The boss confirmed again and again. Ling Mo nodded. I know this. I spent 20,000 yuan to buy all the dozens of birds in the store. Under normal circumstances, the price of so many birds would definitely be higher than this, but it is extremely hot now and people can't stand it, let alone the birds. Only a small number of these dozens of birds were in relatively good condition. Most of the rest were dying. Ling Mo put the birds that couldn't fly into a big cage and held it in his hands, and for those that could fly, he simply opened the cages and let them fly. The shop owner saw this scene and asked in confusion, "Why did you let them go? If they are locked in the cage, they will die. If we let them fly away now, maybe they can survive." At this time, the shop owner probably had only one thought in his mind. He didn't understand the life of rich people. I have some ornamental fish here. Do you want some? Ling Mo. After a moment of silence, Ling Mo slowly said, "Uncle, even before the weather got hot, the fish wouldn't survive more than half a day in my hands." What this means is that you can't survive more than half a day when the weather is normal, let alone now. Next, Ling Mo bought all the birds in the entire flower and bird market. He released those that could fly, and put those that couldn't fly in cages. I was busy like this until dark. Her behavior soon spread throughout the street, manifested in the following ways. "Hey, did you hear that a fool with lots of money came to our place and released all the birds he bought, leaving only the dying ones?" Ling Mo rode his electric bike past these people with an expressionless face. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Ling Mo took the opportunity to put the birds in the cages into the space. The reason why these birds are like this is mostly due to dehydration and heat stroke. After entering the space and the temperature drops, their weak bodies begin to slowly recover. As for those who were let go before, they didn't actually leave. Led by the macaw at the beginning, they all flew back to Ling Mo and were then taken into the space. She wanted these birds to be her eyes. Although new information is reported in the news every day, Ling Mo always feels that such days will not last long, and it is hard to say when the network will completely collapse. Right now, Ling Mo can clearly feel that the network is not as smooth as before and often freezes. After putting all the birds into the space, Ling Mo came to the temporary warehouse and took away all the nutrient soil and fertilizer inside. After doing all this, it was already completely dark, but Ling Mo was not afraid at all. He didn't even turn on the lights on his electric bike and rode it fast on the road. With her mental power to guide the way, she knew exactly what obstacles lay ahead and didn't have to worry about any danger. When I got home, the blue plastic basket had been delivered. Ling Mo took the trouble to move all the baskets into the room one by one. Then, the other half of the living room, which was originally half occupied by the swimming pool, was also occupied by a blue plastic basket. The weather is quite hot now and the germination rate of seeds is not high, so Ling Mo plans to grow seedlings in the space first, and then plant them directly after the seedlings are successfully grown. In this way, The survival rate should not be higher than directly sowing the seeds. After finishing everything, Ling Mo began his meditation for today. Although she cannot completely replace sleep with meditation now, she can clearly feel that she is sleeping less and less, and she believes that one day she will succeed. By the way, I have to pick all the fungus I brought out from the game and dry them tomorrow. Then, Ling Mo completely entered into a state of meditation. The next day, Ling Mo got up on time and started studying at 6:30. At noon, I used the time that was originally for lunch break to pick all the fungus so that the rotten wood could continue to grow new fungus. If you put the freshly picked black fungus in the sun, in less than an hour, the fresh black fungus will turn into dried black fungus. It's quick and convenient, and even better than a drying box. Ling Mo ate the pre-prepared meals he had stockpiled earlier, thinking to himself that it seemed like he would have to move cooking up to the next level of his schedule. Make more and store them in your space so that you can take them out and eat them directly when you want to. We did it right away and moved the afternoon exercise venue directly from the gym to the kitchen. They started to steam the rice first, with more than a dozen rice cookers working at the same time, while Ling Mo followed the video blogger to make some simple and delicious dishes. When eating, it is important to combine meat and vegetables so that the nutrition is balanced. Then I learned to make a big pot of stew. By the time the dishes are ready, the rice is almost done. Ling Mo took out the lunch boxes he had stockpiled earlier and put the rice and vegetables into them according to the amount for one person. This way, when you want to eat, you can just take it out and open the lunchbox to eat the hot food. As for the nutrient solution he got in the game before, Ling Mo could only say that the only function of this thing was to fill his stomach, and it was useless for anything else. The taste was even harder to describe, not as good as compressed biscuits. After drinking it once, Ling Mo decisively gave up. She definitely didn't want to put herself in such a difficult position unless it was absolutely necessary. What kind of nutrient solution is this? Just change the name to Vital Signs Maintenance Solution. While she was busy cooking, her cell phone kept ringing with message alerts. When I opened it, it turned out to be a message from the owners group. Someone was asking who the game players were in the community and wanted these people to stand up and take the initiative to maintain the safety of the community. After all, although the situation outside seems to be stable now, everyone knows that this is only a superficial phenomenon. When the person who was speaking in the owners group saw that no one paid attention to her, her tone gradually became more and more agitated, and in the end she even started to use moral blackmail. Surprisingly, there were people who thought that what she said made sense. We are all neighbors, and by keeping the community safe, you are also helping yourselves. Ling Mo looked at these speeches. The calculations of these people were about to hit her in the face. They didn't want to pay anything, but just wanted others to protect their safety. Where in the world could such a good thing happen? You want a horse to run, but you don't want to feed it grass. Ling Mo just took a look and threw the phone aside. The best way to deal with such a person is to ignore her and not give any response, otherwise she will stick to you like a dogskin plaster. Sure enough, not long after, the message notification on the phone disappeared. Ling Mo took a look and found that the person who had spoken before was directly removed from the owners group. Just like that, before he knew it, it was afternoon and the alarm in his hand rang again. This was the alarm that Ling Mo set specifically for going out to purchase. I cleaned up the kitchen, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to go out. As soon as he went out, Ling Mo felt a wave of heat coming towards him. Is the temperature higher today than yesterday? Ling Mo keenly noticed that the temperature seemed to be rising again, and it was indeed the case. In the past, she had no problem riding her electric bike all the way to the city center, but today, she couldn't stand the heat and started feeling dizzy halfway through the journey. In desperation, she could only turn into the nearest shopping mall to cool down. As soon as he entered the mall, Ling Mo sighed comfortably. This shopping mall is decorated in a very high-end style and the air conditioning is fully turned on. If nothing else, just based on this point alone, the owner of the shopping mall is extremely wealthy. There were quite a few people in the mall at this time, and most of them were here to enjoy the air conditioning like her. Ling Mo was wearing a loose sportswear and was somewhat out of place with the people around her who were wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, but she didn't care about their looks at all. The temperature outside is so high that it is easy to get burned if your skin is exposed directly to the sun. When we arrived at the women's clothing area, there were quite a few people here, but few stopped to buy clothes. After all, everyone's money is not enough to buy food, so where would they get money to buy clothes? Moreover, these clothes cost thousands of dollars, and their quality is not necessarily better than those on the market. As she walked, Ling Emo came to a place where ice cream was sold. From a distance, she saw many people stopping in front of the freezers. After looking for a long time, they left. Ling Emo walked over and took a look, and instantly understood why these people were acting like this. A box of ice cream costs $18.80, and it's only a small box. If this price had been in the past, it would have been enough to make it a hot topic. Ling Emo shook his head and turned to leave with those people. It was not that he couldn't afford it, but there was no need to waste the money. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind.
Ling Montag.
Hearing someone calling his name from behind, Ling Emo turned around and saw that it was a classmate of the original owner. They had not been in touch since the college entrance examination. Ji Jiji brought two companions to Ling Emo, looked her up and down, and pretended to be surprised and said, "Ling Emo didn't expect to meet you here. Why didn't you go to our class graduation party before?" "That's right. You usually aren't very sociable. I didn't expect that you didn't even go to the last class reunion. Do you look down on us classmates?" Ji Ziji's little follower next to her deliberately said loudly. "Qian, why do you say that? Classmate Ling Emo is just not good at socializing. He definitely didn't mean it," Ji Ziji said with a fake glare at Li Qian beside her. "Ling Emo, don't bother with Qian. She just speaks her mind. But I heard that your parents seem to have had an accident and your family owes a lot of money. All the property your parents left behind has been taken away to pay off the debts. You must have had a very difficult time during this period." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qian and another little follower beside him laughed with glee. At this time, Ji Ziji seemed to react belatedly. She covered her mouth and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, did I hurt you? I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. Ling Emo, you are usually so generous. You will definitely forgive me, right?" Ji Ziji didn't like Ling Emo from the first moment she saw him. As a transfer student, Ling Emo took away her position as the most beautiful girl in class right after she arrived. She also had both parents, a harmonious family, and was a good student. Both teachers and classmates have been attracted to Ling Emo since she transferred to the school. But Ling Emo acted as if he didn't care, which made her even more angry. God knows how happy she was since she heard that Ling Mo's parents were in trouble, especially when she heard that she started selling her property. She was even more convinced that she had to do so in order to pay off her debts. Ji Ziji looked at Ling Emo with deep malice in her eyes. Ling Emo watched these people talking to themselves. These childish tricks did not bother her at all. She just felt like a fool for stopping and wasting time. However, in the original owner's memory, it seemed that she had little interaction with Ji Ziji. After all, the original owner was introverted and a transfer student. She had a cold relationship with classmates and would not even say a word except for necessary communication. As if noticing Ling Mo's look of idiot, Ji Ziji frowned and said unhappily, "What are you looking at me with? Your family is bankrupt, so you probably won't have the chance to eat ice cream in the future.
Just think of it as my treat this time."
This made Ling Emo, who was about to turn around and leave, stop and said, "You said it." This was the first time Ling Emo spoke to her formally, and Ji Ziji had a bad feeling for no reason. But once words are spoken, they can be spilled. Ji Ziji said stubbornly, "Of course." Then she pointed at the refrigerator and waved her hand, "Take whatever you want." Hearing this, Ling Mo's lips curled up into a faint smile. It was the first time he met someone who took the initiative to be a sucker. Following the principle of not taking advantage of a bargain, Ling Emo turned around and waved to the waiter not far away, "I want all the ice cream here." After saying that, he thought about it again and added, "Do you have an incubator here?" "Forget it. The incubator is so small that it probably can't hold much. I'll give you an address, and you can just deliver it to my house." The waiter quickly found an insulated box and took out one of each type of ice cream from the freezer. After that, under everyone's stunned gaze, Ling Mo pointed at Ji Ziji and said, "She pays." The waiter, who came to his senses first, swallowed and forced a polite smile on his face, saying, "Because there are too many, we need some time to calculate the prices. You may have to wait a little longer." Hearing this, Ling Mo waved his hand and said generously, "It's okay, just deliver the things to me. I'm not paying for it anyway."
She saw what happened just now.
It was obvious that these three girls were here to cause trouble. The waitress looked at Ling Mo with pity. She had never imagined that such a little girl would have lost both her parents. Aren't the words of these three little girls just now just rubbing salt into other people's wounds? "Sir, please follow me," the waiter said to Ji Ziji with a smile. "You did it on purpose." Facing the angry Ji Ziji, Ling Mo smiled appropriately and said softly, "Thank you for your treat, Ji Ziji." Seeing Ling Mo was about to leave, Ji Ziji hurriedly went up to hold Ling Mo back. "Wait a minute. You are not allowed to leave." Ling Mo turned around and looked at her. "Do you want to regret it?" "I didn't."
Їзвізги retorted subconsciously.
"Since you don't want to go back on your word, then why are you holding me and not letting me go?" Ling Mo tilted his head and looked at her with a half-smile. At this moment, Ji Ziji suddenly felt that Ling Mo in front of her was very strange, completely different from how he was in school before. While the two were arguing, the waiter had already calculated the price of the ice cream, which was over 200,000 yuan in total. Ji Ziji's face instantly turned ugly when she heard the price. It was true that her family was rich, but they didn't allow her to squander it, not to mention spending 200,000 just for an ice cream. She originally just wanted to humiliate Ling Mo. Looking at the bill handed over by the waiter, Ji Ziji refused to take it, and the two followers behind her no longer had their previous arrogance. They all lowered their heads with wandering eyes. Many people around heard the commotion and stopped to watch, looking like they were enjoying a good show. "Since you can't afford it, don't talk big in the future." Ling Mo looked up at Ji Ziji with great disdain. "Let's go. I hope we won't see each other again." In the end, Ling Mo still didn't take the ice cream. After all, if she really took something worth more than 200,000 yuan, she would feel guilty. She just wanted to teach these foul-mouthed girls a lesson. Although she is not the original owner, she will not allow others to talk about the original owner's parents. I looked at the time and realized that if I stayed any longer outside, it would soon be completely dark. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, suddenly, all the lights in the mall went out. The entire mall was plunged into darkness, with panicked and comforting voices coming from all around. In the dim light, Ling Mo felt a pain in his shoulder, and then the backpack behind him was pulled away forcefully. Ling Mo immediately shouted, "There's a thief! Robbery!" He quickly took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight. When people around heard the sound, they also took out their cell phones and turned on their flashlights. But at this time, the person who had just grabbed the things had already been submerged in the crowd. Ling Mo could only judge a general direction based on his previous feelings. Looking at the direction the thief fled, Ling Mo frowned, and the people around him came forward to comfort him. "Little girl, if something is gone, it's gone. It's okay as long as the person is fine." "Yes, it's okay as long as the person is fine." Ling Mo had an expression on his face that looked like he was about to cry, but in fact he was not moved at all. The bag was just used to deceive people. There was only a pack of toilet paper in it. She had already put the really valuable things into the space. Soon, the reason for the power outage was explained in the radio. It turned out that the power outage was caused by the high temperature outside, which caused most of the electric wires to catch fire. The government is now organizing people to repair them, but it is unclear when they will be repaired. Ling Mo didn't have much hope for this, because the weather outside was too hot. Even if it was repaired, there was no telling when the power would go out again. Because there was no air conditioning and there were so many people, the temperature around them rose rapidly and people began to become restless. In order to avoid a stampede, Ling Mo found a fitting room and hid in it. Bored, Ling Mo took out a box of popsicles and started eating them. They were much more delicious than those not-so-sweet ice creams. While eating, he opened the game forum to check out the news. The power outages caused by the high temperature were not unique to their area. power outages occurred all over the world, and even in some less developed countries, the power supply was completely paralyzed. At this time, many people on the forum were promoting doomsday rhetoric, encouraging people to take advantage of the power outage to rob and loot, and then establish themselves as kings. This is what happens when ability doesn't match character. Ling Mo looked at these people and found that quite a few of them had already joined, and some had even formed a small group. It seemed that there were quite a few people who were pretentious. Looking at those doomsday speeches, I have to say, they are very inspiring. As long as you follow their train of thought, you will be drawn into them unknowingly. Even though I know these people are just making empty promises, I still can't help but want to join in.
Close the forum.
What happened today gave her a reminder. She might as well withdraw the money from the bank card. If the weather continues to get hotter, it will inevitably cause frequent power outages, and it is unclear whether mobile payment can still be used at that time. She bought a lot of things during this period, and there were probably hundreds of thousands left in her bank card. Adding the 1 million she had withdrawn before, it was enough. Through his mental power, Ling Mo could feel that the crowd outside was slowly leaving. This is understandable. After all, everyone came here for the air conditioning. Now the air conditioning is not working. Instead of squeezing in the crowd here, it is better to go home directly. Of course, there were also many people who had evil intentions and started secretly taking things from the mall. At the beginning, there were only 1 or 2 people doing this, but gradually more and more people followed suit. Listening to the noisy sounds outside, Ling Mo decided not to go out for the time being. After a while, the noise outside gradually became quieter. Ling Mo was about to push the door and leave when a sudden call stopped her again. I just saw on the forum not long ago that these people were preparing to rob supplies during a power outage, but I didn't expect them to take action so soon. Ling Mo curled himself up into a ball, trying not to make any sound. Fortunately, these people's target was not the second floor, so Ling Mo was spared. Knowing that this was not a place to stay for long, Ling Mo pushed open the door after making sure the surroundings were safe and ran out of the mall as fast as possible. Because of his mental power, Ling Mo didn't meet anyone along the way and ran very smoothly. Walking out of the mall, although the temperature outside was still very high, it made her feel at ease for some reason. Many people outside had escaped from inside like her. Ling Mo found her electric bike and took out her phone to call the police. When the police heard that there were awakened people causing trouble, they took the matter very seriously. Riding an electric bike out of the mall, she found that the same thing was happening in many places along the way, and some supermarkets had even been occupied by the awakened. These people hung a huge banner outside, which read, "Welcome all awakened people to join us. Let's dominate the world together." Seeing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but curl his lips. The person who wrote this banner must be in the late stage of Chinibu. It's almost the same as if he followed you to dominate the world and leave this world together. This behavior might work in foreign countries, but in their country, it is simply courting death. It seems that I can't buy supplies today. Ling Mo found an ATM and prepared to withdraw all the money in his bank card. She had to empty several ATMs to collect the hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. Put the withdrawn money into the backpack and don't put the money back into the space until you leave the bank. Go all the way home and turn on the lights. The moment the lights came on, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no power outage. Although she was prepared for a power outage, it would be better to come later in the day. He first scanned the surroundings with his mental power, and after confirming that no one had sneaked in, he covered the water in the swimming pool with a lid, then took out a bottle of insecticide and sprayed it. When the spraying was almost finished, Ling Mo flashed into the space. Since the weather got warmer, the number of these insects has increased instead of decreased, especially in places with water sources. The number of mosquitoes has become so dense that you can kill more than a dozen with one slap. It is because of these poisonous mosquitoes that Ling Mo insists on wearing long sleeves and long pants even at home. Anyway, the air conditioner is on, so he won't be too hot even if he wears this. But if he is bitten by a mosquito, it will be a real pain. Ling Mo, who entered the space, was not idle either. He began to inspect the growth of various crops and animals. The vegetables are growing well and will be harvested in a few days. Crops like wheat will take a few more days. When passing by the orchard, I picked an apple, rubbed it on my body casually, and started eating it. The crops grown in this space do not require pesticides and are absolutely green and healthy food. The farmed animals have grown a lot bigger and are in good condition. They are all fat and strong, and they are very friendly to Ling Mo and are not afraid of people at all. In addition, the animals collected from the interstellar space have also adapted well here. Those abandoned, unhatched eggs have also hatched one after another in the past few days. Except that their sizes are a little smaller than those she has seen before, all other animals are very healthy. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo nodded with satisfaction. She didn't know the growth cycle of interstellar animals, but she knew the animals on the blue planet. At this rate of development, she will be able to raise her chickens, ducks, and fish freely in another half a year. After looking at them one by one, Ling Mo went to see the saplings again. The saplings planted later have grown as lush and green as the previous two. The marrow-cleansing fruit and medicine fruit that were planted first have actually blossomed. Flowering means bearing fruit. It seems that my space is indeed suitable for the growth of these trees. After looking through everything, Ling Mo began to study the machine he had brought out from the game. I have to say that these things are really easy to use. Although they are a bit old, it does not affect their use at all, and they are fully automatic. Although she didn't need to do anything in the previous space, she still needed to think about the space before taking action to pick anything. If she didn't pay attention, the crops would remain there. With these machines, that won't happen at all. Sowing, watering, and picking can all be automatically recognized. The chickens, ducks, and geese can also be fed automatically, and they can also clean and collect their eggs. Only after she had looked everywhere did she leave the space. Because the air conditioner at home was turned on high, Ling Mo didn't feel any discomfort when he just came out. I turned on the TV and it was reporting what happened in the mall today. All the people involved in the case have been arrested. Ling Mo was watching the scene on TV. A huge purple lightning bolt struck a gangster directly, killing him on the spot. At this moment, Ling Mo's mind only had 3 words in mind. Awesome. But can someone who has just awakened his talent be so amazing? On the learning machine, Ling Mo looked up the classification of talents. In StarCraft, talents are divided into 4 categories, namely the elemental system: water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder, ice, and wood all belong to the elemental system. The 3rd category is the spiritual category, such as Ling Mo's spiritual talent is a typical example. The spiritual category is further divided into many small categories such as mind communication and mind control. In general, the psychic system is like a mother. People who have awakened their psychic talents, such as mind communication and mind control, can also do this. The last category is special talents, such as space and healing. Looking at the picture on TV again, I saw that the person with the talent of using lightning was accompanied by a petite girl. At this time, Ling Mo strongly suspected that this girl must have awakened a talent for blessing. This is a talent that is even rarer than the healing talent. It has no attack power like the person who awakens the healing talent, and it cannot heal wounds like the healing talent. Its only function is to increase the combat power of companions. However, there are many categories of this kind of talent, and I don't know which one that girl belongs to. After this incident, those who are preparing to make moves in the dark should be able to stop now. When I opened my phone, the internet was still a mess with all kinds of comments. There are those who are pessimistic and encourage everyone to enjoy life while they can. There are also many people who are spreading the word that the end of the world is coming and calling on everyone to stockpile supplies and to stockpile until they die, as long as they don't die. Ling Mo even saw quite a few posts asking for help. It turned out that someone drove out to buy supplies, but his car broke down halfway. When they looked for someone to repair the car, they either couldn't find anyone or when they did, the other party extorted a high price. Moreover, people nowadays know that the purchasing power of money has been getting lower and lower, and having money does not necessarily mean you can buy supplies, so those who raise the price all want supplies. Many people have sought help online and condemned those who raise the prices, but no one has paid any attention. Some people also posted a message for help, saying that the temperature was too high and the elderly and children at home could not bear the heat and fainted. The ambulance was late in arriving, and they wanted to ask kind people to help send them to the hospital. No one paid attention to this news either. Are you kidding? The weather is so hot right now that most cars can't keep up, not to mention that oil prices are rising rapidly. Seeing this, Ling Mo looked at the electric car charging in the living room. In fact, she also noticed that recently when she went out, the electric bike consumed power very quickly, and the mobile phone also lost power very quickly. You have to know that this electric car is brand new. Although there are several other cars in the space, it cannot withstand such abuse. I've decided to buy a few more electric cars tomorrow. Anyway, there is only so much food that money can buy now, so it's better to use it to buy other things. At this time, another message popped up on the phone. It clearly stated that today's temperature had exceeded 60 degrees, reminding everyone to be careful of heat stroke, and then it was accompanied by a picture of a crowded hospital. It's actually over 60 degrees, no wonder it feels so hot today. He opened Game Forum again and looked at it for a while, then went into the back end. Although she expected that many people would look for her, she was still shocked when she saw the $9.99 plus message alert. There are all kinds of people in there. Some want to get close to you, some want to get something for free, some try to use moral blackmail, and some even ask for support. Ling Mo blocked the first 3 types of people, and as for the latter type, she just pretended she didn't see it. Compared to the first 3 types of people who made her feel uncomfortable, the latter type was obviously not so unforgivable. At least, the ladies all have good figures. Ling Mo wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth. Seeing that her disguise was so successful, these people mistook her for a man. Ling Mo picked out a familiar 123 wooden man who was very active in the player forum. They advised players not to do stupid things, asked them to register with the government as soon as possible, and listed all the benefits. From this we can see that this 123 wooden man is most likely an official person. 123 wooden man, hello. We want to buy more interstellar machines. The price is negotiable. After drinking soy sauce and going crazy, no bargaining. 123 wooden man, sure, but we don't have that many gold coins. After all, we've only played 2 rounds of the game, and the players have limited money. Can we use other things to make up for it? Ling Mo did not answer immediately, but opened the system mall. All the seedlings of the marrow-cleansing fruit and other trees that she had purchased before disappeared from the mall. Ling Mo didn't know whether each person was limited to purchasing 1 sapling, or if there was only 1 sapling, and once they were bought they would be gone. But there are 4 other fruit trees with the same price tag of 50 gold coins. Ling Mo wants to buy them all. The sooner they are planted in the space, the sooner they will bear fruit. Yu fruit. After taking it, people can temporarily have the ability to breathe underwater. Long-term use will have unexpected effects. Wind speed fruit. After taking it, people can have speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Long-term use can improve the body. P.S. When taking it for the first time, you are not familiar with your body after taking the wind speed fruit. In order to avoid unnecessary harm, please use it in a spacious place. Bouncing fruit. It can increase jumping ability after taking it, and long-term use can have unexpected benefits. These 3 fruit trees, plus the one she bought before, all seem to have unexpected benefits when taken long-term. As for the last type, the fruits are not for eating. Lowly fruit tree can bear fruits with various strange powers. P.S. This fruit cannot be eaten. Cannot be eaten. Cannot be eaten. Ling Mo wanted to buy all 4 fruit trees. Her intuition told her that these fruit trees were very important. However, before agreeing to trade with 123 wooden man, she still chose to test it. If possible, she still wanted to do business with her compatriots. Drinking soy sauce and going crazy. Imperial Jade Wine 123 wooden man. 180 cups we can match, so it seems that he is one of us, but we need to confirm it again. Drunk and crazy. What is the sum of a cup of Imperial Jade liquor plus 2 big hammers plus 3 small hammers? 123 wooden man. 0.460. Now Ling Mo was completely relieved because they were from the same country. On the other side of the screen, there was a computer in front of the 123 wooden man, on which was the 460 that had just been calculated. He took a deep breath. The people next to him saw him like this and came over to ask, "What's wrong? Does the other party not agree to the deal? Or is the lion asking for too much?" 123 The wooden man shook his head. "We are still negotiating the price. Can you tell which country the other party is from?" The man asked again. "It's from our country," 123 wooden man said with certainty. The man's eyes widened. "So fast? Don't they need to ask an expert to analyze it? How did you figure that out?" "Palace jade wine. 180 cups. What is the sum of a cup of imperial wine plus 2 large hammers plus 3 small hammers?" Unlike the previous blurt out, the man was stunned for a moment, then silently took out his phone and turned on his computer, and after a while he came up with the answer. For 60 now he also understood why 123 wooden man was so confident. "Okay, then you two should discuss it. We don't have much gold coins left, and we need to keep some for emergencies. It would be best if we could exchange them for other things. The scientists above are going to fight over those machines. The first 2 rounds of the game are relatively simple, and most people can pass them as long as they don't commit suicide, but too many people are eliminated after a single talent awakening. At least 30% of the players in their team lost their game qualifications due to awakening failure. At this time, Ling Mo sent a message to 123 wooden man. 123 wooden man gasped after seeing the message and said to his companions he was drunk and said he had a batch of interstellar machines. Unlike the broken machines before, this batch of machines can still be used. The man also took a breath of cold air when he heard this, and after calming down for a moment, he said, "Hold him steady, I'll go report it now." On the other hand, after a period of arguing, Ling Mo and 123 wooden man finally agreed on a price. The previous machines would still be sold at the original price, but the prices of the machines that could be used later would naturally increase. As for how to pay, considering that the players have just gone through 2 rounds of the game and have limited money, Ling Mo decided to use gold coins to purchase first. If the gold coins are gone, he can exchange them for gold, jade, various gems, or cold weapons. Gold was chosen because of the saying that antiques are valuable in prosperous times and gold is valuable in troubled times. Jade and various gems are chosen because after the spiritual power is strong enough, it can be used as a medium to make various weapons. The medium of choice for each person who awakens their spiritual talent is different, but most choose various minerals. After learning this information, the first thing Ling Mo thought of was jade. After all, jade embodies the essence of heaven and earth, and it is warm, natural, and spiritual. But some people are worried about what to do if jade is not easy to use and other gemstones, like jade, are formed underground and are also the essence of heaven and earth. So, just collect some of them. There are also cold weapons. Although Ling Mo has collected a lot of hot weapons abroad, she is just an ordinary person after all. Before the end of the world, let alone robbing, she rarely even touched toy guns. She had tried to use it once in the space before, but not only did she fail to hit the target, but her hand was also shaken and hurt, so she decided to develop in the direction of cold weapons. 123 wooden man, give us 10 minutes. It will take time to transport the supplies. Ling Mo sent an okay expression. 10 minutes later, Ling Mo started to put the machine on the shelf. The store cannot designate specific people to make purchases, so even though she has discussed it with 123 wooden man, whether she can get the item depends on her own hand speed. Because Ling Mo did not fill up the stall all at once, but she put the machines one by one. When she put the last machine on, she breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed her sore wrist, then stood up and stretched. This time I earned about 500 gold coins, in addition to buying the 4 fruit trees. With the remaining 300 gold coins, Ling Mo browsed through the system mall and locked on an item. The gem of favor can nourish, hide, and protect spiritual power. It is a treasure for those who have awakened spiritual power. Can I owe it first? Ling Mo was lying on the sofa, originally complaining in despair, but he didn't expect to get a response from the system. Hearing this familiar mechanical sound, Ling Mo sat up from the sofa. You don't want to charge high interest? If that's the case, then forget it. The interest will compound, and interest will increase. How many families have been broken up because of usury? If the system really intends to charge high interest, she might as well sell goods diligently. Just like this time, as long as the items in her shop are rare enough, there will be no shortage of buyers, and she can also buy food, so she can always save up 10,000 gold coins. Seeing Ling Mo's vigilant look, the system was silent for a moment and said, "No interest charged, so good?" Ling Mo narrowed her eyes vigilantly. She didn't believe that there was such a good thing as pie falling from the sky in this world, even if the other party had claimed before that he was helping the game. However, since the end of the second round of the game and the announcement that the difficulty of the third round would be increased, Ling Mo discovered that the word support was no longer in the game. The system was silent for a moment, as if it was organizing its words. As the first player to successfully awaken, you already have some privileges.
I see.
It's just like the first person in the game who completes a certain achievement will be notified by the entire server. But Ling Mo still felt a little uneasy. She recalled the previous system mall and found that there didn't seem to be such a thing as Gem of Favor, which means it only appeared recently. Add to that the function of the Gem of Favor. Isn't this tailor-made for her? To sum up, this is most likely a trap. Forget it. I don't really like owing people money. After saying that, Ling Mo stood up, prepared to go back to his room to wash up, and then began to meditate and practice. Wait a moment, the system's voice sounded again, and compared to the emotionless mechanical voice before, this time it became obviously much more anxious. I can give you a 10% discount, but you have to agree to one condition originally. The system wanted to offer a 10% discount, but thinking of the gold coins in Ling Mo's hand, she couldn't afford it even at a 10% discount, and might even give up the transaction directly, so it was better to just offer a 0.1% discount. What conditions? Tell me first. The third game will be held in the Mocha Primeval Forest on the Mocha planet. You need to find 10 energy stones for me. What is energy gemstone? Ling Mo asked. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to find 10 energy stones and give them to me. How do you know I can find it? I don't even know what an energy stone is. What if I can't find it? Also, 10 pieces are too many. 3 pieces. This time the system was silent for longer. Energy stone is a thumb-sized stone that only exists underground. Energy stone emits a special kind of fluctuation that can only be felt by people who have awakened their spiritual talents. Finally, the system does not accept bargaining.
Okay.
Ling Mo shrugged. I have one last question. What if I don't find 10 energy stones? The price difference will be made up according to the amount collected by the player. Don't worry. No interest will be charged. Hearing the system's answer, Ling Mo nodded with satisfaction. I'll take this task, but can you tell me more about the Mocha Primeval Forest? I also want to complete the task as soon as possible to avoid wasting time. Don't you agree? As an undeveloped planet, the Mocha Primeval Forest has a forest area of 50% of the entire planet. It is known as a treasure trove of primitive jungles and is home to many unique animals and plants. So, what is our mission? The previous 2 times I entered the game, there were missions and there was one per day. As the difficulty of the game increases, the difficulty of the missions will definitely increase as well. You will know after the game starts. In 3 days after the words were spoken, the system's voice disappeared completely. No matter how Ling Mo shouted, there was no response from the other party. Ling Mo was not discouraged even though she didn't get the information she wanted. After all, she already knew that the next round of the game would start in 3 days. After opening the system mall, Ling Mo, who originally wanted to buy the Gem of Favor, was shocked by the scene in front of him. 0.1% discount mentioned by the system was only for the favored gems, but she didn't expect that it was for the entire mall. Thinking about how she had bargained without knowing what was good for her before, it was really wrong. The original 300 gold coins can't buy anything in the system mall, but it's different after a 0.1% discount. It feels like the 300 yuan in your hand suddenly turns into 3 million. After buying the Gem of Favor first, Ling Mo took a fancy to another item, a weapon, the 1,000 Feather Bow. Just like the Gem of Favor, it can only be used by people who have awakened their spiritual power talent. It uses spiritual power to condense arrows. The stronger the spiritual power, the more powerful the condensed arrows will be, and it can kill people without them being seen. Thousand Feather Bow's current price is 200 gold coins, and its original price is 20,000 gold coins. Act decisively. The moment Ling Mo successfully made the purchase, the price in the system mall instantly returned to its original price. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo couldn't help but pat his chest. That was a close call. That was a close call. There is actually a time limit. She almost missed Qin Yugong. What she didn't know was that at this moment, a ball of glowing light was jumping up and down in the system space. It was just a momentary operational error that caused the Thousand Feather Bow to be bought by this person. This was a bait it prepared for another person. No, it was a gift. At this time, Ling Mo put the gem of favor around his neck and then took out the Thousand Feather Bow. Looking at the Thousand Feather Bow in my hand, which looks like a children's toy, it is completely different from the majestic and domineering appearance in the picture. After feeling it carefully, Ling Mo quickly knew the reason. Because she was too weak, she couldn't even condense an arrow. If she wanted to use the Thousand Feather Bow, she had to be an awakened person with spiritual talent, and her spiritual power had to reach at least the 3rd level. Ling Mo had no choice but to put the Thousand Feather Bow into the space. Her mental power was only level 1 now, and she still had a long way to go before reaching level 3. This Thousand Feather Bow can only be used as a decoration for a short period of time. Thinking about the information he got from the system, Ling Mo decided to make the best use of it and become an intelligence dealer. Take out the computer and printer, print the news about Mocha Forest, and the price will be set at 1 gram of gold. It was written under the product that not everyone's copy was the same, and she was not responsible if you bought it but didn't enter the game. Even so, there is a constant stream of people buying. Ling Mo took out a transparent pig to hold the gold beans, which were given to her when she bought the gold. The golden beans filled up the 3 translucent pigs before they gradually stopped. Ling Mo looked at the typewriter next to him that was about to smoke, touched it with his hand, and almost burned a blister on his finger. After putting away the printer, Ling Mo took another look at the various gems he had collected today. In addition to jade, there are also gems such as agate, emerald, ruby, sapphire, and diamond. Once her mental power level reaches a sufficient level, these gems should be able to allow her to make a lot of props. A warehouse was built specifically to store these gems. Looking at the warehouse that still seemed empty even after putting all the gems and gold in it, she really liked the warehouse to be full. After Ling Mo came out of the space, she went to wash up and started meditating. She had no idea how big a storm her behavior had caused in the game forum. San Shao, I'm drunk and crazy. If you see this message, please contact me. I'm willing to give you a building in the capital. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to be friends with you. The guy on the wall immediately said, Upstairs, I can hear your plan even from the other side of Blue Star. Seeing the wind in the snow. By the way, what is the identity of this drunk guy? First he was an interstellar machine, and now he has news about the next dungeon. Could he be a spy sent by the 10,000 stars to infiltrate our blue planet? I love Hot Pot. If this is the case, it is too horrible. I suggest that the relevant departments quickly arrest this person. Ha 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 ha. Maybe the reason why the blue planet is like this now is because of these aliens. Catch them, they must be caught. There was a heated debate about this issue on gaming forums and on the internet. Due to the hot weather, people were unable to go out, so they could only vent their excess energy on the internet. Inside the room, Ling Mo was meditating. His breathing became long, and his whole body seemed to merge with the night, as if he had entered a state of ecstasy. Ling Mo felt that his mental power had expanded to the extreme, as if he was bound by a huge net. Her mental power rampaged in the net, trying to break through the constraints of the net. The next day, the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock and Ling Mo slowly opened his eyes. She actually meditated all night and I actually got up and moved my body around, and I didn't feel any discomfort nor did I feel tired from staying up late. Thinking of yesterday's experience, Ling Mo's eyes suddenly fell on a table lamp on the bedside table. I concentrated for a while, but the desk lamp still didn't move. I then changed to a lighter book, but it still didn't work. Finally, Ling Mo took out a snow-white goose feather, and this time she successfully made the goose feather float in the air. I remembered that I had learned on the learning machine before that after the mental power reaches the second level, one can pick up objects through telekinesis. It seems that her feeling was correct. The feeling of being restrained yesterday was a sign of being broken through. After breakfast, Ling Mo did not study as usual. At this time, she was removing some furniture that was in the way in the living room, and then moving bags of nutrient soil out of the space, and then pouring the soil into a blue plastic basket. Ling Mo did not plant in all the blue plastic baskets. He only took out 5 blue plastic baskets, and then selected potatoes, sweet potatoes, Chinese cabbage, cherry tomatoes, and lettuce, which were easier to grow, to try the waters. If successful, she will plant more at home. The soil used was not all nutrient soil. She also dug some from the space and used it together with the nutrient soil. After finishing all the work, she started today's study. Unlike usual, she now also has to train her mental strength at the same time. As for the method of training, Ling Mo was sitting in front of the computer studying seriously, while on the table, a white feather was floating in the air. It first dipped its tip into the ink beside it, and then started writing on the white paper. After a while, Ling Mo looked at the results on the table. These were not words at all, they were simply scribbles. Fortunately, from the first picture to the last one, I can see a little progress. Ling Mo was not in a hurry about this. He thought he had to do it step by step, just like learning to write when he was a child. Who didn't write well when he first learned to write? In the afternoon, Ling Mo came to the gym. At this time, she had already put away all the fitness equipment inside and replaced them with a solid wooden target and a recurve bow. Since I bought the Qianyu bow, I naturally have to practice bow drawing and archery. I found a tutorial for beginners on archery on the internet and started learning from the people in it. For an entire afternoon, Ling Mo looked at the clean target and the arrows flying around it. He didn't understand why he couldn't hit the target even though he was clearly aiming at it. At this time, the collection bell rang, reminding her that she could go out. Because of the temperature rise yesterday, Ling Mo deliberately postponed going out for an hour. Although it was still very hot, it was much better than yesterday. When they arrived at the place to buy electric cars, Ling Mo simply waved his hand and bought all the dozen or so electric cars in the store, including various models. He also bought 7 or 8 electric tricycles. Ling Mo, who was about to leave after buying things, discovered that the store actually had electric scooters and balance bikes, so he placed an order without hesitation. In the next few days, Ling Mo's life was boring but fulfilling. The good news was that her mental strength and archery skills had improved greatly. The bad news was that the temperature had risen again, and now the average daytime temperature had reached 60 degrees. Nowadays, people are used to activities at night, but even at night, the temperature is around 40 to 50 degrees. And because of Ling Mo's reminder, many players began to prepare for the next round of games in a few days. Although I may not necessarily be teleported into the Mocha Primeval Forest, what if? During this period, Ling Mo sold another batch of food in exchange for a lot of gold, silver, and various gems. The quality of the jade obtained in exchange is not very good, but it is understandable that the good jades are in the hands of rich people. Rich people nowadays have no shortage of food or drink, so they naturally will not exchange their best jades for these animal organs. Looking at the gradually filling warehouse, Ling Mo experienced the joy of a dragon for the first time. Who wouldn't love such a glittering golden mountain, let alone a dragon? According to the information from the game system, today is the beginning of the 3rd round of the game. Ling Mo did not go out as usual, but started preparing early. Wash your hair and put it in a bun on your head, put on a hat, mask, camouflage clothes, and hiking boots. In addition, primeval forests mean there will be a lot of insects, especially if it is a primeval forest on an alien planet. After doing all this, the familiar prompt sound of the system came from my ears. Dear players, the 3rd round of the game is about to begin. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Ling Mo felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a forest that blocked out the sun. Compared to the hot blue planet, the temperature around here was very comfortable. Ling and Mo couldn't help but sigh comfortably. The feeling of not having to stand in the scorching sun was so great that she didn't want to leave if she could. Surrounding the lake, there were towering trees that were thicker than her. The treetops above blocked out the sun, and the sunlight could only shine in through the gaps between the leaves. Most of the other players around her had made preparations early because of her reminders, and only a small number were either unprepared or the game started too suddenly. These people were wearing all kinds of short-sleeved shirts, and some were even shirtless. Just as Ling and Mo was about to wait for the game to release a task, a choking aroma suddenly wafted over from the side. Ling and Mo smelled the scent and subconsciously turned around, and saw a round-faced girl in a white dress standing 3 steps away from her. No one dared to approach her within 3 meters. Ling and Mo also silently moved a few steps away. The pungent smell was one reason, and also because in the forest the special smell would expose the location. After all, no one knew what kind of dangers were hidden in this forest. It is easy to imagine that it is impossible for no wild animals to survive in such a large primeval forest. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears again. Hello, players. Welcome to the last copy of the novice copy, Mocha Forest. The Mocha Primeval Forest of Mocha Star, as an undeveloped planet, is known as a treasure trove of primeval forests. It is home to countless delicacies and is sought after by countless people. Mocha Restaurant, as a star restaurant with Mocha Forest ingredients as its selling point, every food and drink in their restaurant is provided by Mocha Forest. Next, players are requested to enter the Mocha Primeval Forest to collect various ingredients for 7 days. The more precious the ingredients, the higher the points. Please accumulate as many points as possible. P.S. There is no so-called mission completion in this game. The players who get the least points in the 10% will be disqualified from the game. As the system ended its voice, an exquisite vegetable basket appeared in everyone's hands. Ling Mo was already very familiar with this kind of thing, so after quickly looking around, he chose a direction and set off. At this time, a voice shouted from behind, "System, you haven't told me what to do about dinner yet?" The previous 2 rounds of games provided meals and accommodation, but this time, there was nothing except a vegetable basket. Such a change is temporarily unacceptable to those who originally wanted to enter the game to have a good meal. Following this man's voice, others also reacted. This game will last for 7 days. For such a long time, people must eat and drink, especially water. If they don't drink water, they can't even last 3 days. However, no matter how the people around shouted, the system did not respond at all, apparently leaving them to solve it themselves. The original 3rd round of the game was similar to the first 2 rounds, but some people laughed at it for being too simple and said the game had no difficulty at all. Since they don't want to clear the level properly, then it will satisfy these people. Ling Mo, who had already walked a long way at this time, was fortunate that he had space and was well prepared. At least she didn't have to waste time looking for food like other people. Although their task was to find ingredients, who knew if the ingredients they found could be eaten raw? As early as when he learned that the location of the 3rd game was the Mocha Primeval Forest, Ling Mo searched for relevant information on the learning machine and learned about the animals and plants there. Just like the system said, this place can indeed be called a treasure house. At the same time, she also searched what the energy stone was, but the answer she got was very vague. It only said that it was a kind of raw energy stone that contained huge energy. In the early days of interstellar development, this energy stone was used as an energy source and was widely used. But due to the uncontrolled mining later, this energy stone gradually disappeared, forcing the interstellar people to look for alternative energy sources. Fortunately, they found it in the end. Ling Mo didn't know what the system wanted these energy stones for, but since they could be used as energy by interstellar people, they must be good things. Thinking about it, Ling Mo's pace did not slow down at all. This game is about who has the most points. The fastest way to gain points is either by quantity or by quality. Ling Mo actually preferred the second method. After all, she still needed to spare some time to look for the energy gemstone. In addition to what she needs to provide to the system, if possible, she would like to collect more in case of emergency. With his previous understanding of Mocha Forest, Ling Mo soon had his first harvest. Chicken mushroom, a kind of fungus that grows on termite nests, tastes delicious. There are also chicken mushrooms on the blue planet, but compared to the chicken mushrooms in front of us, the chicken mushrooms on the blue planet are just younger brothers. I stuffed the huge chicken mushroom into the vegetable basket, and the point display on the handle instantly changed from 0 to 10. One chicken mushroom was actually worth 10 points. Immediately afterwards, Ling Mo came to a small stream. There should be fish in such a place. Through mental scanning, Ling Mo could feel that there were many living creatures living in this stream. But when she looked with her eyes, she saw nothing. There was nothing but stones. Ling Mo took out a fishing net and set a fishing trap upstream of the stream. After the trap was set, when they were approaching the shore, Humo suddenly found a dark blue pebble. Sapphire? Ling Mo had been collecting gemstones from all over the world during this period. When he saw this blue color, he subconsciously thought it was a sapphire, but when he looked closer, he felt it was not. Just take out the learning machine and scan it. Water cooling stone, a mineral that only exists in pure stream water, is a specialty of Mocha Star. The temperature within a 10-meter radius of the stone will continue to drop, but it will not freeze. This can last for about half a month. After half a month, it can be restored by soaking in clean water. It is not recommended to carry it with you, as it is easy to get frostbite. P.S. It will be fine if you touch it in water. I also saw that it is not recommended to carry it with you, and it seems to be true. Ever since I held this stone, my whole hand has started to become stiff. The most important thing is that it can be recycled. If I bring this back to Blue Star, Ling Mo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. If her mind hadn't reminded her that the game was important, she would have wanted to stay in this stream specifically to look for this water-cooling stone. Water-cooling stones only exist in pure stream water, and they must be soaked in clean stream water in order to be restored. In order to prevent the water on Blue Star from not meeting the standards, Ling Mo plans to dig a pond in the space specifically for storing water. Just do it. Ling Mo put away the water-cooling stone in his hand and continued to look for food while building something in the space. From time to time, he would look towards a stream to see if there were any new water-cooling stones. Fortunately, Ling Mo had been training himself to multitask. Although doing 3 things at the same time may seem a bit chaotic, it is acceptable. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly felt some unusual movement in front of him. She quickly squatted down, and even her steps became much lighter, slowly approaching little by little. Carefully pulling aside the grass, I saw a giant rabbit almost as tall as an adult sitting and eating the grass. At this moment, Ling Mo was both surprised and not surprised. After all, interstellar animals are generally quite large, which she had expected. However, she was still shocked by such a large rabbit. How do I catch this? What to do after being caught? Put it directly into the vegetable basket? I looked at the size of the rabbit and then at the basket in my hand. I guess it's not even as big as someone's front teeth. However, it is impossible for Ling Mo to give up the prey in front of him. She moved quietly, and a crossbow appeared in her hand. Compared with bows and arrows, crossbows are much simpler, and they are also small and convenient. She had smeared sleeping pills on the arrows of the crossbow. I originally wanted to apply poison, but since this is food, I decided to use a drug to knock out the food. Come to a suitable position, aim at the rabbit's eyes, and shoot. The arrow goes straight through the rabbit's eyes. The rabbit, having lost its sight, started running around in fear, and the next second it crashed heavily into a big tree, killing itself. Ling Mo, who was hiding in the bushes and witnessed this scene, stepped forward excitedly. It turned out that the feeling of waiting for something to happen was really this good. I wish all future hunts would be like this. Thinking this, Ling Mo grabbed the rabbit's ears and stuffed it into the vegetable basket. However, at this moment, a message suddenly popped up in the vegetable basket. Please process the meat ingredients before sending them. Looking at the huge rabbit in front of her, she decided to be a butcher once more. If this had happened before, Ling Mo would definitely not have been able to do it, But now, she had anticipated this day and had made sufficient preparations. He took out the props that had been prepared long ago and started to deal with the rabbit in front of him. Working for 2 hours, I only collected 4 cleaned rabbit legs in the vegetable basket and discarded the rest. Ling Mo put the remaining part of the rabbit into the space. There was still a lot of rabbit meat left, and also a piece of rabbit skin. She finally understood that these interstellar people were very picky eaters. They only ate the most delicious part of the meat, and the rest was hers. Next, Ling Mo started hunting mode. He shot rabbits, pheasants, and every arrow from his bow and crossbow hit its target. The points on the vegetable basket were also increasing rapidly. It's a pity that after searching for so long, I haven't found any trace of the energy stone. If this continues, Ling Mo doubts whether he can find all 10 energy stones before the end of the game. In the evening, Ling Mo was preparing to find a place to rest. The previous 2 rounds of games were either on a ranch or a farm, so there would be no danger even if they didn't sleep. But this is a primeval forest, and Ling Mo really didn't dare to joke with his own life. The pond in the space has been dug, and now we just need to take a break before we can divert water into it. Ling Mo found a tree near the stream and climbed up with difficulty. After making sure there was no danger around, he hid himself in the dense tree canopy. As night falls, the originally quiet Mocha Forest becomes lively. Then, Ling Mo saw that the stream, which was ordinary during the day, turned blue at night. So all the pebbles in the river are water-cooled stones? Not only that, she also discovered a faint green light under the big tree on the ground. Ling Mo took out his learning machine and searched for it. Shuemu stone is also a specialty of Mocha Forest. Its function is to enable plants to grow healthily no matter how harsh the environment is, and it can shorten the plant's growth cycle by half. After reading the introduction, Ling Mo's eyes lit up again. If it weren't for the safety issue, she would have jumped down to pick up the stones right now. At this moment, a shrill and terrifying voice suddenly came from the forest in the distance. Even at such a distance, the fear in the voice of the owner of the cry was chilling. This voice also reminded other players in the forest that this game was different from the previous 2 rounds. Although they would not die if they failed the game, no one wanted to lose the game qualification due to their own negligence. Ling Mo, who was originally ready to make a move, regained his sanity at this time. It would be better for her to enter into meditation quickly. Forget about sleeping. She is now at least 20 meters above the ground. If she falls into a deep sleep, she will be crippled even if she doesn't die. That night, the forest was filled with the constant screams of terror and terrifying roars from players, making it impossible for Ling Mo to concentrate even when meditating. When the sky was just getting light, the sounds in the forest finally stopped. Ling Mo took out the ladder and climbed down from the tree. Without wasting a moment, he began to pick up stones on the ground. I picked them up all the way to the river, where I set my fishing net. Countless small fish with slender bodies and silver scales were trapped in it. Grabbing a small fish and throwing it into the basket, Ling Mo's breathing became rapid as he watched the points change. Such a palm-sized fish was worth 50 points. A rabbit leg was only 5 points, and 4 of them were worth more than 20 points, and that was after they were cleaned. Looking at the number of fish in the fishing net, Ling Mo felt that he had a sure win. While throwing the fish into the basket one by one, he collected the stream water into the pond dug in the space. Soon, the pond was filled with stream water, and Ling Mo even threw some small silver fish into it. After catching all the silver fish in the fishing net, Ling Mo rearranged the fishing net trap and then began to collect the stones. Ling Mo continued to walk upstream, and at the same time she realized that one pond might not be enough. After all, the more stones like water-cooling stones there are, the better. She could already foresee how popular this thing would be after she brought it back. Before, in addition to those interstellar machines, her shop mainly sold food, and the majority of buyers were ordinary people. How much money can ordinary people have? It's not as satisfying as reaping the benefits from the capitalists. So she decided to dig a few more ponds and bigger ones and set up a few more fishing nets in other places. Only after the first pond was filled with 1/3 of water cooling stones did Ling Mo stop what he was doing and return to the shore from the water. I used the learning machine to search for the silver fish in the stream and learned that it was a fish called silver moonfish. It likes to live in extremely low-temperature water, especially where water cooling stones are located. During the day, the silver moonfish will hide in the cracks of rocks and only come out at night, making it extremely difficult to catch. The silver moonfish has tender meat and has the magical effect of calming the mind and speeding up the healing of injuries. It is one of the signature dishes of Mocha Restaurant. After reading the introduction about the silver moonfish, Ling Mo finally understood why they were so expensive. As long as these fish are there, her future stress will be much less. In the forest, Ling Mo opened up her mental power. Since breaking through level 2, the range of her mental power has expanded to about 100 meters. With the silver moonfish as a backup, Ling Mo's pressure was relieved a lot. Because she still had to look for the energy gemstone, she simply tried to multitask again. While trying to feel the fluctuations of the underground energy stone, he used his mental power to collect the water, wood, and stone he encountered into the space. This is a good thing that can help plants grow healthily and shorten the growth cycle by half. The number of water and wood stones is far greater than that of water cooling stones. You can see a lot of them with just a glance. However, these water and wood stones look more like moss-covered pebbles during the day, which cannot be more ordinary. In addition to these two things, Ling Mo also has to pay attention to the food that may appear along the way. She found that instead of hunting big game, she was better off looking for mushrooms. Just like the rabbit she hunted with great effort before, although she got 20 points in the end, she wasted several hours. If she was lucky, she could have found several chicken mushrooms in that time. The bloody smell emitted during the dissection is likely to attract other hunters. Moreover, the value of some plants is not necessarily lower than that of animals. After searching for a whole morning, Ling Mo finally discovered the different fluctuations coming from underground. Quickly arriving at the location of the fluctuation, my vision was occupied by a huge rock, and the specific location of the fluctuation was underground under the rock. Ling Mo simply raised his hand and put the huge rock in front of him into the space, then took out a large shovel and started digging. After digging for about half an hour, they didn't find any energy stones, but they did find a lot of red fruits that looked very similar to the sweet potatoes on Blue Star. Throw one of them complete into the shopping basket, and it will show that your score has increased by 1. Ling Mo thought about it, and then put these sweet potatoes into his own space. As the pit was dug deeper and deeper, she could feel the fluctuations becoming stronger and stronger. Finally, some small stones that looked like blue-green appeared in her sight. The stones were so small that if Ling Mo hadn't felt their vibrations, he would have probably ignored them. He continued digging down until the fluctuations completely disappeared. Ling Mo counted them and found a total of 5 thumb-sized stones. They were crystal clear and looked very beautiful. They emitted a blue-green light when held in the hand. This should be what the game system calls the energy stone. Very good, half of it was completed in one go. However, Ling Mo soon realized another problem. That is, the fluctuations of these energy stones were too weak. This time, she was lucky enough to discover the fluctuations caused by the 5 energy stones combined. Ling Mo sighed. Even so, she had no better solution now. The only way was to investigate more carefully. Compared to the quiet forest, the underground at this time is obviously much more lively. Various insects are drilling around underground, making subtle noises. Normally, people cannot hear these noises, but under the cover of mental power, these usually subtle noises become extremely clear. At this moment, an unusual noise suddenly came from 100 meters ahead, as if there were other players. Ling Mo originally wanted to turn around and leave, but at this moment, she suddenly felt a familiar vibration coming from the ground. Moreover, this fluctuation is even stronger than what she had felt before. If all goes well, she will be able to pay back the energy gems she owes to the system today. Ling Mo did not rush over there immediately. After all, judging from the noise, the other party was obviously fighting, so he decided to disguise himself first. She took out a sickle and swung it towards the bushes beside her. Half an hour later, Ling Mo wrapped himself up completely, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Ling Mo looked at her current outfit with satisfaction, thinking that her studies during this period were not in vain. If it were in the past, she would not be able to wrap herself up so beautifully without affecting her movements. After completing her disguise, Ling Mo hid in the bushes and hid herself perfectly. As long as she didn't make any sound, no one would know where she was. When she arrived at her destination, she carefully parted the grass and a huge plant with vines waving constantly appeared in front of her. Around this plant, 7 or 8 players were beating up the plant with colorful lights flashing in their hands. Ling Mo felt it carefully and found that the fluctuation of the energy stone was coming from the bottom of the plant. However, looking at the fighting power of this plant, it still held its own even when facing a siege by 7 or 8 players. Also, the vines covered with dense thorns looked ferocious, and even more ferocious when waved. Ling Mo didn't quite understand why these people had to provoke this plant instead of going out to look for food, unless they could gain unexpected benefits by defeating it. However, as it stands now, the chances of these people defeating the plant are slim. Instead of going down to help, it is better to imagine how to take away the energy stone. Suddenly it occurred to me that since I could use my mental power to collect the stones on the ground, then the stones underground should be no problem at all, right? Thinking of this, Ling Mo decided to give it a try, but before that, she had to determine the location of the energy stone first. The people below were still fighting, and Ling Mo's mental power was seeping down bit by bit. Ling Mo felt that the energy stone underground was wrapped by a group of plant roots. Looking at the powerful plant on the ground, it seems that it is absorbing the energy stone as nutrients. In addition, Ling Mo also discovered that there were many things similar to fruits buried underground. Each of them was connected to a root, and finally all gathered on the plants on the ground. Ling Mo took a deep breath, and then silently said in his heart, "Collect." The next second, the energy stones underground, along with the fruits and soil, were all collected into the space she had put them in. Because the underground was suddenly hollowed out, the entire ground began to collapse. "No, run." I don't know who shouted, and then everyone turned around and ran away. Ling Mo also took advantage of the chaos to quietly leave, hiding his merit and fame. She stopped only after she had walked far enough and made sure that no one else was catching up with her. I took out the energy sources taken from under the plants and counted them. There were actually 7 of them. Not only has he paid off his debt to the system, but he also has 2 left. However, after what happened today, Ling Mo was even more certain that energy gems were good things. She would collect more for emergencies, and at worst she could exchange them with the system. Put 10 energy stones into the space button and store the 2 extra ones into the space. Then he took out the fruit that was collected together with the energy stone. Wash off the dirt on the surface to reveal the red skin. Why does this thing look more and more like a pomegranate? Scan it with a learning machine. Crystal fruit is a very rare food ingredient that only exists in the Mocha Forest. After being cut open, the inside is as crystal clear as crystal. It has the effect of clearing veins, eliminating hidden injuries, and repairing the body. P.S. Crystal fruit is very important to the glass velvet grass. Anyone who attempts to obtain its fruit will be attacked. So, the plant with strong fighting power just now is the glass thorn grass. Looking at the effect of the crystal fruit, Ling Mo was reluctant to put it into the vegetable basket. He put the crystal fruit in his hand into the vegetable basket, and this time he actually added 100 points directly, which was equivalent to 2 silver moon fish. However, Ling Mo also discovered that ingredients with higher points seem to have certain special effects, such as the silver moon fish and the crystal fruit in her hand. After throwing a crystal fruit in, Ling Mo did not continue to throw crystal fruits in. There are still more than 5 days left until the end of the game. Why rush? With the silver moon fish and the crystal fruit, she alleviated a large part of the pressure on points. She also paid off the 10 energy stones she owed to the system. Ling Mo just felt relieved. However, she did not really relax. After all, this game was based on elimination ratio, and the 10% with the lowest scores would be eliminated. No one knows where these boundaries are. In order to avoid being eliminated, other players will just try their best to collect various ingredients to increase their points. Ling Mo watched the sky gradually darken, returned to the stream, and checked the trap he had set, finding no signs of damage. This time, she found an empty tree hole as a temporary resting place. The space inside the tree hole was just big enough for her. She took off all the weeds on her body and used them to block the entrance of the hole. Compared to yesterday, she was very satisfied with this temporary resting place today. While everything is going well here, life won't be so easy for other players. Compared to the previous 2 games, the difficulty of this game is simply insane. Not only has the time been extended from 3 days to 7 days, but food and water are not provided. It's okay during the day, but all kinds of dangers will appear at night. Many people spent half a day looking for food and solving the problem of food and drink. The Mocha Forest is known as the treasure house of the jungle, so they naturally would not starve to death, but their situation was not much better either. Some people who have awakened their fire talents or are able to make fire are able to cook the food before eating, but more people cannot even make a fire and can only eat it raw. The result of eating it raw is that those with stronger stomachs will feel uncomfortable or have diarrhea, while those with weaker stomachs will directly faint. In addition, I had to worry a lot at night and couldn't sleep well, which made my condition even worse the next day. It's only been 2 days since the game started. Many people curse in their hearts those who make the game more difficult. Although there were many people cursing before the second round of the game began, people at that time knew that the difficulty of the game would increase, but they did not realize the seriousness of the matter and were not as angry as they are now. At this time, people wanted to cut those people into pieces to vent their anger. Ling Mo hid in the tree hole, his consciousness sinking into the space, and the outlines of 2 ponds had already taken shape. The size of these 2 ponds is more than twice the size of the first pond. Ling Mo looked at the 2 big holes and nodded with satisfaction. This should be enough. After all, we don't know whether we can come back after this game is over. These water-cooling stones are a non-renewable resource for Ling Mo, so naturally he would take as much as he can. This game was tailor-made for her. Ling Mo came out and walked straight towards the fishing net. These silver moonfish have probably never encountered fishing nets before, so they are not wary at all. A new day starts with a fruitful harvest. Lead the water in the stream into the space, throw in 1/3 of the captured silver moonfish, and then start collecting water-cooling stones before the water temperature rises. By the time Ling Mo collected all the fishing nets, her points had exceeded 50,000, most of which was due to the silver moonfish. If she included the silver moonfish that she stored in the space, her points would probably be higher. At this time, she discovered that in addition to displaying the points, there was also a number 5 on the handle of the basket. Is this her ranking? 50,000 points, 5th place. This result is not bad. As long as she can maintain this ranking before the end of the game, she will definitely be able to complete the game. However, Ling Mo really wanted to know who the top 4 ruthless people were, as they were even more powerful than her. Because he needed to collect water-cooling stones, Ling Mo walked along the stream all the way. This time she was not in a hurry to set the fishing net trap. Silver moonfish come out at night, so her early arrangements are useless and can easily be discovered. In fact, the biggest reason was that Ling Mo detected signs of other players' activities around the stream. Ling Mo stayed by the stream until the sky was completely bright. The pond in the space was already full of water, and there was still a long way to go to get some water-cooling stones. But there were still several days to go, so she was not in a hurry. Just as she was about to leave, several figures suddenly appeared in front of her. These people were barefoot, bent over, and constantly turning over stones in the water with their hands, as if they were looking for something. Ling Mo guessed that these people might be looking for the silver moonfish. She reached out and touched the mask on her face. After making sure it was put on, she calmly prepared to walk in another direction. However, several people not far away had already spotted her and were waving at her frantically. Ling Mo wanted to pretend not to see it, but one of them had already appeared in front of her. Wind talent. Ling Mo recognized the talent in front of him at a glance, stepped back cautiously, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's the matter?" The visitor gave what he thought was a friendly smile and said, The girl doesn't look very old. She should have just reached adulthood. What does it have to do with you? At this moment, Ling Mo was like a little hedgehog covered with thorns. Seeing this, the man quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions. I just saw that you are alone. Do you want to do the mission with us? We have strength in numbers." Seeing that Ling Mo did not refute, the man continued, "We have a person here who has awakened a very powerful talent. He can distinguish which ones are ingredients. Just give him half of what you have collected." "Half may seem like a lot, but it's definitely safe," the man added quickly. Hearing this, Ling Mo turned around and looked at those people again, noticing that everyone else was bending over in the stream, with only one person standing on the shore, watching the scene quietly. Before, she thought that this person was tired and wanted to rest, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Being able to distinguish which are the ingredients should be a special talent of awakening. Special talent is a very general term, and people who awaken special talents can be divided into two extremes, either very powerful or very useless. Among the special talents, talents like space and healing are the most popular, especially space talent. As long as it grows up, one will definitely become a strong person. As if he had noticed her gaze, a gentle-looking young man on the shore in the distance turned around and smiled gently at her. In an instant, Ling Mo felt all the hairs on his body stand up. This man is very dangerous. The person in front of him was still chattering, "By the way, what is your talent? If you join us, you must tell us your talent." "No, I'm used to being alone." As he spoke, Ling Mo walked around the person in front of him and, ignoring the shouts behind him, walked quickly into the forest. What Ling Mo didn't know was that not long after she left, the smile on the face of the smiling man quickly faded, and he returned to the gentle man with a gloomy face. "Boss, she seems to have noticed something." The gentle man had a faint smile on his face and slowly said, "She has been suspicious of you from the beginning." Then the man said, "A woman's sixth sense? Come out, we should go to the next place." At this time, several people who were turning over stones in the water stopped what they were doing, stood up and walked towards the shore. If Ling Mo saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked, because these people had dull eyes and stiff movements. They didn't look like living people at all, but more like puppets. In the forest, Ling Mo also encountered some minor troubles. Looking at the blood ball falling from the sky into his arms, he looked up at the sky, but found nothing. The blood ball moved in Ling Mo's arms and made a faint cry. The hair on its body was stained red with blood and stuck together. What's going on? Food falling from the sky. I'm used to the setting that everything in Interstellar is bigger than the blue planet, so it's a bit hard to adapt to seeing such a small thing suddenly. Ling Mo put the blood clot in his hand into the vegetable basket and waited for a moment, but there was no reaction at all. If it is prey, the vegetable basket will generally ask the player to clean it up. If it is not food, there will be a reminder. But this is the first time that there is no reaction at all. Ling Mo raised his hand and put it into the space. Since it was not a food, then meeting it was fate. Let's see if he can keep it alive. This little thing's teeth and claws look sharp, and its fighting power will probably be quite strong when it grows up. In the space, Ling Mo used his mental power to wash the blood off the blood ball, revealing its original appearance. It's actually white. It looks like a newborn lion cub, and the spots on its body have not completely disappeared yet. The only difference between this little lion and an ordinary little lion is that it has a pair of wings on its back. Ling Mo carefully examined the little lion inside and out and found that 3 of its 4 legs were broken and its small body was covered with wounds. Having suffered such serious injuries and falling from a great height, Ling Mo didn't know whether to lament the little lion's unfortunate fate or its tenacious vitality. In the end, Ling Mo fixed its 3 broken legs and applied medicine on the wounds on its body. She did everything she should do. As for whether it can recover, it depends on itself. After doing all this, Ling Mo placed the little lion in a quiet place to recuperate and didn't take care of it anymore. Ling Mo continued to search for ingredients in the forest. If he came across ingredients with special effects, he would transplant some of them into the space. During this period, She encountered several groups of people fighting with each other for food, and then she discovered a horrifying thing, that is, points can actually be snatched. Ling and Mo hid in the bushes and watched a group of people trap a man. The leader snatched the man's vegetable basket and stuffed it into his own basket. After a short while, the points on the vegetable basket were transferred to another vegetable basket. The restrained man looked at the scene with despair, but could do nothing. In addition to this, she also witnessed a lot of backstabbing that day, which scared her so much that she quickly stayed away from them. By the afternoon, although Ling and Mo had found a lot of ingredients, his ranking still dropped from 5th to 9th. After what happened today, she already knew why these people's scores increased so quickly. Now she just puts the basket of vegetables into the space and takes it out when needed. During this period, she also met other people. Seeing that she didn't have a basket, was dirty, and had blood on her clothes, they laughed at her and left. Before dark, Ling and Mo returned to the creek, set up the fishing trap, and then found a place to stay nearby to rest. Originally thought that today would be as safe as the previous 2 days, however, in the middle of the night Ling and Mo felt a creature entering her mental detection. Ling and Mo opened her eyes suddenly, her heart beating faster and faster. She could feel that thing getting closer and closer to her. This time she didn't find a tree hole, so she could only rest in the tree canopy. Through the dense tree canopy and the faint light emitted by the water-cooled stones and the waterwood stones, Ling and Mo saw a huge figure slowly walking towards her. 1 step, 2 steps, getting closer and closer. Ling and Mo didn't know what this creature was, but its outline looked very similar to the gorilla from Blue Star, but it was several times larger than the gorilla. She held her breath and stared at the figure, determined to hide in the space if the other party continued to approach her. Fortunately, the huge figure didn't seem to notice her. It seemed that the other party was just thirsty and came here to drink water. It was not until the giant creature left that Ling and Mo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had survived a calamity. Only then did she realize that her clothes were soaked with sweat. That creature just now could probably crush her to death with just 1 finger. Originally, Ling and Mo thought that this game was great and there were treasures everywhere, but now she no longer has such thoughts at all. In front of that giant creature, these players are probably no different from small bugs. Ling and Mo didn't sleep well that night because she didn't dare to close her eyes. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the sky began to brighten. Because according to the experience of the previous few days, the creatures in the Mocha Forest will not come out during the day. After coming down from the tree, Ling and Mo immediately checked his trap. She had set a total of 5 fish traps yesterday, 3 of which were very close to where the giant creature was drinking water. Among the 3 fishing nets, 2 were damaged. Although it was a pity, fortunately the remaining nets all caught silver moonfish. He still kept 1/3 for himself and threw the rest into the vegetable basket. His ranking instantly changed from 9th to 7th. Today is the 4th day. If today is not counted, there are still 3 days until the end of the game. Continue walking upstream along the stream, and don't forget to collect water-cooling stones and waterwood stones along the way, as these are all good things. Seeing that there were more and more water, wood and stones in the space, and the pond was filled up with water-cooling stones little by little, Ling and Mo felt extremely satisfied, and even the fear of last night was dispelled a lot. It was not until daybreak that she left the stream and entered the forest. However, after walking for the entire morning, she did not encounter a single player. Although Ling and Mo rarely encountered people before, that was because she would avoid them in advance after detecting the players with her mental power. But today was different. Even though she stretched her mental power to the limit, she did not encounter any other players. Suddenly, Ling Mo's body moved 2 steps to the side, and then a black shadow fell from the sky and hit the place where she had just stood, making a muffled sound. Looking up, I saw a brown figure flashing among the treetops. Then I looked at what had just fallen and found that it was a pine cone the size of an American football. I looked at the surrounding trees and found no trace of pine trees, but the fact that there are no pine trees here doesn't mean there are none elsewhere. Throw the pine cones into the basket, and the points increase by 5. The Mocha Forest is so huge that if she were to search for it alone, it would take her no idea how long to find it. So Ling Mo took out his secret weapon, the parrot. After this period of training, she has been able to communicate with the parrot without any obstacles, and the other party can understand her commands perfectly. So Ling Mo searched for the picture called Red Pine Cones on the learning machine and showed it to the parrots. Originally, she only planned to let these parrots find red pine trees, but after thinking about it, she simply searched for other similar nuts in the Mocha Forest and let the parrots find them. Ling Mo released more than 20 parrots at once and let them fly in all directions, while she continued to look for other ingredients and, by the way, look for the energy stones hidden underground. Ling Mo discovered that this kind of energy stone is very likely to exist under the roots of some plants that grow particularly lushly. Especially for the powerful glass thorn grass like the one mentioned above, there is an 80% chance that there are energy stones in its roots. Moreover, the larger the body size, the more energy sources it has, and the more crystal fruits it will have. A rough estimate shows that this red mushroom is 2 meters tall. According to common sense, the brighter the color of the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. As the saying goes, red umbrellas and white stems, you will die after eating them. However, this is not Blue Star. To be on the safe side, Ling Mo took out the learning machine and scanned it at the red mushroom. The red flame mushroom has thick flesh and a spicy taste. After being dried and ground, it is often used as a seasoning. After eating it, the whole body will involuntarily become hot, so it is not advisable to eat too much. It's actually a seasoning. This red flame mushroom is similar to the chili peppers on Blue Star. You will feel warm all over after eating it, which should be very welcome if there is extremely cold weather later. After confirming that the red flame mushroom would not attack people like the glass thorn grass, Ling Mo bravely stepped forward and put the entire huge red flame mushroom into the space. There were many small red flame mushrooms around, and she didn't miss any of them. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar wave suddenly appeared, right where the giant red flame mushroom grew. Ling Mo penetrated his spiritual power underground and found that the open space where the red flame mushroom grew was full of energy stones. A rough estimate was that there were about 100 of them. Especially underground where the giant red flame mushrooms grow, they're most numerous. Ling Mo walked around and made sure that all the energy stones were collected before leaving. Fortunately, her mental power can help her take objects away from a distance, otherwise it would not be so easy for her to take away those energy stones from the underground, and the shovel in her hand would probably be smoking. However, she did not notice the movement of the energy stone at first. Even her mental power underground could not detect anything wrong. It was not until she took away the red flame mushroom that the fluctuation of the energy stone was exposed. It seems that some plants are able to hide the fluctuations of energy gems. We have to explore them more carefully in the future. Ling Mo quickly put the vegetable basket into the space, then ran in the opposite direction without looking back. Now she doesn't want to meet anyone. She doesn't need help from others, nor does she want to help others. She doesn't want to be used as a scapegoat or a shield. Not long after Ling Mo left, 2 men walked out from the bushes, followed by 5 or 6 people with dazed expressions. If Ling Mo were here, she would recognize that these were the people she met by the stream yesterday. It seems that someone has already taken the lead before us, the gentleman said in a deep voice as he looked at the large and small pits on the ground. The other man punched a nearby tree and said viciously, "If I know who did this, I will never let him off." The gentleman's eyes flashed with a fierce look, but his face was gentle as he said, "Forget it. This place is no longer valuable. Let's go to another place. The game time is already halfway through. We can't waste time." Since people knew that points in the vegetable basket could be snatched away, many people have fallen victim to these attacks. Those whose points were stolen clearly know the other party's sinister intentions, but they can do nothing about it. After all, if they simply give up the game, they will lose their qualification to play the game. Moreover, these people still hold on to the hope that they can get away with it, thinking that next time they can go further away and hide better while alive so that they won't be robbed. Little do they know that it is this mentality that causes them to be harvested like leeks time and time again. On the other side, a macaw that Ling Mo had released before came back. This parrot was the one that asked her for help, and it was also the smartest one among all the parrots. The macaw first called out to her, then flew off in one direction. Ling Mo followed closely behind and came to a forest he had never set foot in before. However, for someone like Ling Mo who has no experience in surviving in the forest, the surrounding environment actually looks similar. Because of the silver moonfish, she didn't dare to leave the stream too far in the previous times, for fear that she would not be able to find the way back. The macaw landed on one of the trees here, food. Ling Mo seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. He walked forward and knocked on the tree trunk with his hand. As expected, it was empty inside. I remembered that I had seen in a documentary before that squirrels would store food for the winter. Could it be that the animals in Mocha Forest also have the same habit? I thought of the figure that flashed by before. Yes or no? Just make a hole in the tree trunk and you will know. Ling Mo took out a chainsaw from the space, found a suitable position on the tree trunk, and in a short while, the hole was opened. The next second, like a flood, a steady stream of various nuts poured out from the hole, catching Ling Mo off guard. It really caught me off guard. Ling Mo got up from the ground. His whole body was in pain. He rubbed the big bump on his head and looked at the chestnuts and various nuts bigger than his fists on the ground. He jumped back and forth between pain and excitement. He stood up and collected all the nuts on the ground into the space, then looked into the cut hole and collected the nuts inside as well. Seeing that Ling Mo had finished his job, the macaw flapped its wings and said, "One more." Then it flew towards another tree. This time Ling Mo learned his lesson. After seeing the situation inside the person, he did not use the chainsaw to open the door. Instead, he directly used his mental power and the space to take away the things inside. After collecting more than a dozen trees, the macaw finally flew back to Ling Mo's side. It seemed that there were no more. After rewarding the macaw with a big chestnut, I took it back to its space. Ling Mo looked around, and suddenly a white object caught her attention. When you get closer, you'll see that the surface is as smooth as jade, and its shape is similar to a brain. Take out the learning machine to scan the white jade brain. Its surface is like white jade, and its shape resembles the brain, so it is named. It is a rare fungus that only grows deep in the Mocha Forest and has extremely high medicinal value. From this introduction, Ling Mo got two important pieces of information. First, this white jade brain is very precious. It was the first time she heard the learning machine say that a certain ingredient has medicinal value. Although the previous silver moonfish and crystal fruit can also cure diseases, their efficacy is not directly stated. What does this mean? It shows that the former two are positioned as food ingredients, while the white jade brain is most likely positioned as a medicinal ingredient. In addition, another important information is that she had unknowingly come to the depths of Mocha Forest. The deeper into the forest, the more dangers there were. What she had to do now was to leave this place immediately. But looking at the white jade brain in his hand, he felt reluctant to part with it. Since the beginning, I have collected a lot of food ingredients, but this is the first time I have seen medicinal herbs. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. With her mental power, she could detect any disturbance in advance. At worst, she could hide in space. So Ling Mo began to look everywhere for white jade brain and all the ingredients that appeared in her sight. No matter what they were, she stuffed them all into the space. When he was hungry, he would take out the lunchbox he had prepared in advance and eat a few bites, then continue walking. Wherever he went, he even ate the stones on the ground. When Ling Mo was moving deep in the forest, he did not encounter any danger, but he did pass by players several times. After collecting almost all the white jade brains, she looked at the time and found that it was getting late, so she walked towards the outside. Before dark, Ling Mo had not found a suitable hiding place, and as night fell, her mental power had captured the activities of other creatures many times. Seeing this, Ling Mo did not hesitate and went straight into the space. After meditating for 2 hours to restore his mental strength, Ling Mo began to get busy. She collected a lot of ingredients today, but did not put them into the shopping basket to exchange for points. Instead, she put them all into the space. I looked at the points on the vegetable basket, and there was not much change compared to yesterday. The ranking had also disappeared. It seemed that only the top 10 people in points could see their points. In order to verify his guess, he started throwing ingredients into the basket. I don't know how long it took, but the number 10 finally appeared on the vegetable basket again. Just as she had guessed, only the top 10 knew their ranking. At this time, Ling Mo had stopped putting ingredients into the basket. She just had to keep her ranking within the top 10. I looked at the food behind me and saw that there was about half left. After storing these ingredients in the warehouse, Ling Mo found a box to store the energy stones. Looking at the thriving space, Ling Mo felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. This was probably called a sense of security. When she collected food in the forest before, she kept most of the roots in order to try whether she could grow them in the space. Ling Mo planted plants with intact root systems into the soil and placed a circle of water, wood, and stones outside. After working all night, it was already the next day when Ling Mo came out of the space. The sky was just getting light at this time, and as soon as the light came out, Ling Mo smelled a pungent odor. Only then did she realize that the surrounding plants seemed to have been trampled. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately left this dangerous place. In the forest, weaker animals try their best to hide their breath, but there is only one kind of animal prey, and that is the predator. Because they have no natural enemies, they don't need to hide their presence. The forest was peaceful at this time, but fortunately Ling Mo was already familiar with this kind of atmosphere. However, he would occasionally wonder whether it was a little abnormal that there was not even a bird in such a large forest. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. There are so many secrets in this world. There is no need to know everything. Besides, they will leave after the game is over. There is no need to waste time on such things. The parrots she released yesterday have returned one after another today. Led by these parrots, Ling Mo found a pine forest as high as a 2-story building, with sunflowers whose fruits were bigger than a car, walnuts as big as a human head, and chestnuts the size of a fist. During this period, she also raided many granaries of unknown animals and collected so many nuts that her hands were cramped. Although he tried his best to avoid it, Ling Mo still encountered some players. When these people saw that Ling Mo had nothing in his hands, a hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes. Of course, some people tried to recruit her. Ling Mo looked at the girl in the white dress in front of her, whom she had met once before. At this time, her white skirt had become dirty, covered with dead branches, rotten leaves and supplies, and the pungent smell of perfume on her body was gone. "Why do you reject us?" the girl in the white dress asked angrily. "Your food basket is all gone anyway, so why not help us finish the game? We are all the same kind, so we should help each other and not be so selfish." Ling Mo was so angry that he laughed at this person's remarks. What did she think of as moral blackmail? It was a pity that she had no morals. They help each other, but I'm afraid she is just being taken advantage of for free. His little mouth was chattering as if it was smeared with feces. Seeing Ling Mo's stubborn attitude, the companions behind the girl in the white dress all looked at him unfriendly. It seemed that they were planning to use tough measures to force her into submission, but she was a person who was destined to be disqualified from the game, so they didn't take her seriously. As long as this game is over, they will be people from 2 different worlds. Now they're just making use of her remaining value. Seeing this, Ling Mo took 2 steps back. The girl in the white dress thought she was afraid, so she raised her chin proudly and prepared to say something. However, the next second, a black thing smeared directly on her face, followed by a pungent smell filling her nose. The other companions of the girl in the white dress suffered a similar fate. All of them had their faces covered with a black mass, and the pungent smell almost suffocated them. These people soon realized that it was Ling Mo who was causing trouble, and they threw all kinds of colorful talents towards where she had just been. However, Ling Mo had already disappeared by this time, and the vegetable baskets in those people's hands also disappeared with him. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Ling Mo is not a good person, especially in this world. Since she has already made enemies with these people, she might as well eradicate them completely and make them disqualified from the competition so that they cannot be her enemy in the future. After running for a long distance and confirming that the person behind him had not caught up with him, Ling Emo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of the scene just now, she couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. And she also successfully unlocked an attack method. Since mental power combined with space can directly pick up objects through the air, it is naturally possible to directly send objects through the air. He found a bush and crawled into it, then slipped into the space. After transferring all the points from other shopping baskets to herself, she successfully ranked 4th. Ling Emo let out a TSK. It turned out that the no-cost business was fast. Since she had snatched those people's vegetable baskets, they would definitely try their best to find her. Ling Emo took off his army green clothes, took a shower, and changed into a black sportswear, a black mask and hat, fingerless gloves, and then put on a very eye-catching cross earring on his ear. It seems that I can't tie grass on my body this time.
I have been seen by those people.
I can only find another way to disguise myself. When she came out of the space again, a budgie just happened to find her. Ling Emo counted and found that, excluding this budgie, there should be 5 more that had not returned. Following the budgie, Ling Emo felt something was wrong. He took off his mask and the air was filled with the scent of mint. There was mint in the orphanage where Ling Emo grew up, so there was no way he could have smelled it wrong. She called the budgie back and asked it to wait a while before following her. Mint is a good thing. It not only repels mosquitoes, but can also be soaked in water and drunk. Following the smell, Ling Emo finally found the source of the smell, but the mint in front of her seemed a little different from what she had imagined. This is too big. The leaves can be used as a blanket for her. However, according to Ling Mo's experience, there are usually energy stones hidden underneath giant plants. Judging from the growth of mint, I estimate there are quite a lot of them. Ling Emo first found a suitable location in the space and prepared to try whether he could transplant the mint directly there. As the first mint plant disappeared, Ling Emo knew that she had succeeded. However, considering her limited mental strength, she only transplanted the largest ones into the space, watered them, and laid water, wood, and stone around them. She chopped the rest with a sickle and put them into the warehouse. I continued to follow the budgie, and after about half an hour, I finally arrived at my destination. In fact, 20 minutes ago, Ling Emo had already sensed something was wrong because she heard a loud buzzing sound. This sound should be very familiar to both those who have been stung and those who have not. Looking at the huge beehive on the tree that was as big as a building, and the bees that were each almost as big as her face, Ling Emo took a deep breath. He turned to look at the budgie, who was leading the way. "Are you serious?" She was answered by a pair of small eyes full of innocence. With a wave of his hand, he took the budgie back into the space and wanted to leave, but when he saw the huge beehive, he was unwilling to give up. Such a large beehive must contain a lot of honey. Wild honey is very nutritious. Ling Emo remembered that she had collected honey in the space once before entering the game, and it was probably at that time that she was seen by the budgie. I took out my learning machine and searched how to collect wild honey. There is actually a way. According to the method on the learning machine, Ling Emo found a plant called Beloved Sun Eye nearby. After lighting it and placing it under the beehive, the bees can temporarily lose their attack power. At this time, you only need to use ladders or other climbing tools to climb around the beehive to harvest the honey. The effect of the bee fan sun eye can only last for half an hour, so you have to be quick. For Ling Emo, the tree climbing part can actually be skipped. She can take away the beehive just by raising her hand. However, Ling Emo did not take all the honey, but left 1/3 for the bees. After doing all this, she left the area without looking back. Don't ask why. The answer is that she was afraid of being stung by bees. The bees on Blue Star are so small that it would be very painful if they were stung. The bees here are so big that they could die if stung. Until noon, the remaining 5 parrots also flew back one after another, but these 5 parrots seemed to have discovered nothing. They came back simply because they were hungry. There is also one with a bald spot on its wing. I don't know whether it was attacked by a player or by an animal living in Mocha Forest. Ling Emo hid in the bushes, took out his lunchbox and started eating, while also looking around to see if there was anything suitable to make a cloak. Without the weeds to cover her body, she always felt like something was missing and was very insecure. After shoveling the last bite of rice into his mouth, Ling Mo wiped his mouth, took out a sickle and started cutting grass, and pulled down a few vines from the tree next to him for reinforcement. Soon, a beautiful and elegant grass skirt appeared in her hands. She was not finished yet. Ling Mo made a slightly smaller grass skirt that could just be worn around the neck, and used the remaining weeds to make a hat. She looked at her outfit with satisfaction, which was beautiful and convenient. At this moment, the basket in her hand suddenly moved twice, and then a white note appeared in it. The vegetable basket in Ling Mo's hand now was not her own, but a random one from the ones she had snatched before. Looking at the note in my hand, didn't it say that there were no tasks in this game? I looked at the content on the note again and saw that the top was written with seasonal ingredients, and below it was a picture of a cactus, but the color was purple. Collect the fruits on the purple cactus. Each fruit is worth 50 points. Then Ling Mo took out all the other notes in the space, all of which had the word seasonal limited written on them. That is to say, the ingredients are only available in this season. Excluding duplicates, there are 4 seasonal ingredients, 3 plants and 1 insect. Because the only insect came out of his vegetable basket, Ling Mo specially searched for it using the learning machine. The cicada is an insect that can live for hundreds of years. Ling Mo took a look at the introduction and found that this immortal cicada was very similar to the cicada monkey on Blue Star. A cicada is worth 10 points, which may seem like a small amount, but anyone who has caught a cicada monkey knows that it mainly tests one's eyesight, and the rest is not difficult. Cicada monkeys are active at night, and this immortal cicada also comes out of the soil at night. The Mocha Forest is full of dangers at night. Others might give up, but it is not difficult for Ling Mo. He just can no longer hide in the space. As for the other 3 plants, Ling Mo also wrote them down. The cicada only comes out at night, and during the day she can look for 3 kinds of plants. Besides her, other players were also searching. Ling Mo could clearly feel that the forest had become much more lively, and even the number of players he met had increased. Although she has always tried to avoid contact with players, there are always times when she can't avoid it. Just like now. There were 2 men, one fat and one thin, standing in front of Ling Mo, and behind them was a girl in a white dress. Meeting you twice in one day is fate. However, compared to her previous arrogant look, the girl in the white dress now looked much more gloomy, as if she had suddenly turned from a queen into a maid. What about her companions? Did they abandon her? But none of this matters anymore. What matters are the 2 people in front of me. Friend, we have no ill intentions, we just want your points, the thin man said in a deep voice. Ling Mo cursed in his heart, and this was called no malice. She crossed her arms and said impatiently, "Are you guys done yet?" "What do you mean?" asked the thin man. "What I mean is that you were late. My points were taken away not long ago. If you don't believe me, just look." As he said that, Ling Mo handed the basket of vegetables over to them and let them take a look. It's actually 0. The fat man felt a little regretful. I finally met a player, but someone else got there first. Wait a minute. The thin man suddenly called Ling Mo. Why aren't you sad at all that your points were robbed? Ling Mo shrugged, but I am optimistic by nature. Besides, there is no point in being anxious. It is better to collect ingredients for points before the game ends. The thin man nodded and suddenly felt someone pulling him from behind. He turned around and met the eyes of the girl in the white dress. Then he remembered his promise. So he cleared his throat and pretended to be serious and said, "Check your basket again for me. What if you did something to it?" A burst of bright light instantly blinded the people present. Ling Mo quickly put on sunglasses before the flash bomb took effect. Then, when several people were in a panic because of blindness, he quickly stepped forward, snatched the basket from the thin man, and then turned and ran. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw another tear gas bomb. Ling Mo ran wildly all the way and finally disappeared into a patch of grass. He looked at the vegetable basket he had snatched. There was no name shown on it, but the points were well over 100,000. After transferring the points to his own vegetable basket, Ling Mo, who had originally dropped to 7th place, rose to 3rd place. Ling Mo did not collect the vegetable baskets of both the thin man and the fat man. One reason was that he was afraid that the girl in the white dress would associate the person before she changed her disguise with her current self. The second reason is naturally that he wants the three of them to fight each other. People never look for the reasons in themselves after something happens. Now, only one of the three still has a vegetable basket, which means that only one of the three can retain the qualification to play the game. Although they can also rob others, they cannot beat the stronger ones much, and the weaker ones have fewer points, so there is no guarantee that they will be able to advance. Ling Mo took a look at her clothes and sighed. She had just changed into new clothes, and now she had to change her outfit again. Inside the space, Ling Mo changed into a slightly loose sportswear and sneakers. He also changed the hat on his head into a light-colored sun hat and took off the cross earrings on his ears. Coming out of the space, I looked at my clean clothes. Before, they were black, so I didn't care, but now it would be a bit abnormal if the light-colored clothes were too clean. So Ling Mo found a place that looked like it had more soil, and he just lay down on the ground and started rolling around. He waited until his clothes became dirty before stopping and standing up again, then touched the mask twice with his dirty hands. Until the afternoon, Ling Mo still hadn't found the plant described on the note and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. As he walked, the spirit body suddenly detected something different. There seemed to be a lot of players gathered not far ahead. Thinking of the note he received today, Ling Mo bent down, tied his cloak, hid in the bushes, and moved closer little by little. Carefully pulling aside the grass, she saw an open space in front of her. Unlike the forest where only dappled sunlight could be received, the sunlight that shines into this open space is abundant even in the afternoon. In the center of the open space is a purple plant similar to a cactus, with many small cacti growing around it. Ling Mo quickly took out a piece of white paper and compared it carefully. That's right, this is the limited ingredient she is looking for. But what she was looking for was not the cactus itself, but the purple-red fruit growing on top of it. Through the sunlight, the purple-red fruits appear translucent, like purple-red gems. But such a large plant. Ling Mo looked at the roots of the plant. She bet that there must be a lot of energy stones in the roots of this plant. It was just because of the presence of these plants that her mental power could not detect them. But Ling Mo looked at the surrounding tree trunks that were covered with sharp thorns, and the surrounding soil that was also covered with many thorns, some of which were even stained with undried blood, and he couldn't help but fall into silence. The longest of these thorns was longer than her arm and extremely sharp. If they pierced her body, they would definitely leave a bloody hole. This reminded her of the powerful glass thorn grass. Ling Mo hid in the bushes, his brain working frantically. She could have directly put the cactus-like plant into the space, but there were other people around, and as a newcomer, the plant disappeared as soon as she arrived, so she was definitely the first suspect. Moreover, if she put it into the space, what if the spikes accidentally hurt other animals in the space? She would not be able to enter in the future. If she were asked to leave now, she would be reluctant to leave. She would be reluctant to leave behind a large number of points and the energy stones underground. At this moment, the grass not far away suddenly shook twice. Ling Mo already knew that there were two people hiding there, but he just pretended not to know. Immediately afterwards, a slightly childish face emerged from the bushes and pointed in a direction towards Ling Mo. Seeing this, Ling Mo hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to go and see. If there was any danger, she would release a flash bomb. Moreover, this plant produces a lot of fruits, enough for several people to share. He checked his equipment, put away his cloak, and then, carrying a vegetable basket with only a few points, he moved towards the direction the man had pointed. Before getting closer, Ling Mo discovered that there were quite a lot of people gathered here, 9 in total including her, a total of 10 in total, 6 men and 4 women. Except for her, the last person to arrive, the other 9 people were not united. It was obvious that they were a temporary team and did not trust each other. This could be seen from their positions. The young man who had shown Ling Mo the way before was with 3 other men. Among the remaining 5 people, 2 men and 2 women were together. The last one was a woman who looked like Ling Mo, with neat short hair and sharp eyes. You could tell at first glance that she was a martial artist. Ling Mo stood at the back of the crowd, trying to minimize his presence. Everyone was silent and wary of each other. A few minutes later, another group of people came here. When Ling Mo saw the person coming, he cursed in his heart what a bad fate. The three people she saw were the thin fat man and the daughter in the white dress whom she had met not long ago. Compared to before, the three of them were obviously in a much more miserable state now, with many more scars on their bodies. The girl in the white dress had lost one of her shoes, and her hair was messy. It is worth noting that at this time, the only vegetable basket for the three of them was in the hands of the thin man. Silently withdrawing their gaze, everyone waited for a few minutes to make sure no one else was coming. At this time, one of the four men in the team spoke up. "We are all gathered here to complete the task of collecting limited-time ingredients issued by the system, but we have just tried it. As long as someone tries to get close, the thorns on the plant will automatically shoot out. If we want to get close to that plant and get food, it is impossible to rely on the strength of one or two people, so we must cooperate. The attack of that plant is 360 degrees without blind spots." After saying this, the man looked at everyone, implying that they should not expect any luck. Ling Mo couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't use his mental power to take away the fruits directly. If the plant launched a 360-degree attack without saying a word, even if she had space to hide, she could not guarantee that she could avoid the thorns 100%. At this time, a young man from the team of 2 men and 2 women stood up and asked, "How are we going to divide the profits after we succeed? Let me make it clear first, I don't accept an equal share. I don't want to share the fruits of my labor with others." As he spoke, the man glanced at the extremely embarrassed skinny fat man and the girl in the white dress. As for Ling Mo and the other girl with short hair, forget about the previous 2 rounds of games, but he dared to act alone in this round. How could he not have some trump card? Although the clothes of these 2 people were very dirty, their eyes were sharp and there was no trace of fatigue. It was obvious that they had had a good time in the past few days. The man nodded. "That's natural. The more capable, the better. Since everyone has decided to cooperate, why don't you introduce your talents to each other so that you can cooperate with each other?" After these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence, and even the person who had spoken before shut up. Although we knew someone would bring this up, and we knew it was the right thing to do, and that only by understanding each other could we cooperate with each other, no one wanted to be the first. After all, everyone's talent is their own trump card. The man frowned and looked around. Just as he was about to speak, the young man standing next to him pulled him aside and said, "I know what everyone is worried about. Let me tell you about my talent first. My name is Feng Ling, and my talent is speed." Then the other 3 people introduced their talents one after another, and all of them, without exception, were combat talents of the physical enhancement type. Especially the person who spoke first, whose name in the game is King Kong, and whose talent is similar to King Kong. When activated, his body size will become larger, his skin will become invulnerable to swords and guns, and his strength and speed will be significantly improved. My talent is water talent. I can create water. I can run on walls and roofs like a cat. I can conjure up all kinds of cold weapons. As he spoke, a sharp, long knife appeared in the man's hand. Ling Mo looked at the only person who had spoken before. This person lied. Although he did not show it on his face when he introduced his talent, his inner fluctuations were very strong. When it was Ling Mo's turn, she said without any hesitation, "I can communicate with animals." This was something she had thought of a long time ago. After all, she could really communicate with animals, so it wasn't really a lie. Everyone's eyes were on Ling Mo. "You can command animals, so can you?"
No.
Ling Mo rejected the question without waiting for the man to finish. No matter what it was, she couldn't do it. And listen carefully, I can only communicate with animals, I can't command them. What Ling Mo said was true. After all, she couldn't even command the 3 sled idiots in the space. The other party obviously didn't believe Ling Mo's words, but seeing that she was so sure, there was nothing she could do. "Okay, it's getting dark now, we need to move quickly. You probably don't want to spend the night here." Hearing this, everyone silently shut their mouths that were about to find fault. The night in Mocha Forest is extremely terrifying just by listening to the screams of the previous players. Ling Mo was still standing behind the crowd, listening to their discussion in silence. However, she felt that these people could not discuss anything at all and were simply wasting their time because everyone did not trust each other and had reservations. In this situation, everyone wants the other party to rush to the front and act as a shield so that they can take advantage of the situation. But the key is that we are not fools. Although the more you work, the more you earn, but you have to be alive to get it. Finally, after unanimous discussion by everyone, they decided to improvise. Ling Mo, "Did I knew it would be like this." She looked at the sky. It was almost dusk and would be dark soon. While those people were discussing, she had already found a shelter. Ling Mo followed these people silently. For some reason, she always felt that these people were very unreliable. The longer she spent with these people, the more she regretted it. A group of people hid in the grass, staring at the fruits on top of the plants with burning eyes. Even their breathing became lighter. They began to wink at each other, wanting the other to go first. Even King Kong, whose skin could become invulnerable to swords and guns, did not act rashly at this time, which shows how strong the attack power of the plant is. Ling Mo hid behind a big tree, trying to communicate with the plants using his mental power. Generally speaking, plants are unable to communicate because some of their behaviors are based on instinct and they do not think like animals. But just give it a try. You won't lose anything if you fail. As expected, there was no response from the other party. Just when Ling Mo was about to give up, he suddenly felt a faint message. Seeing this, Ling Mo was instantly shocked. He was actually able to communicate. Ling Mo estimated that with that kind of force, if it were to pierce directly into a person's body, it would have no problem piercing through 2 or 3 people. That's not a weapon. Isn't this the ultimate killer? My ears are filled with all kinds of greetings that are very motherly. Don't hide in my place. Ah, its thorns can actually grow so fast. Help! I've been stabbed. The people who had just been so confident that they would succeed as long as they cooperated with each other suddenly fled in all directions, leaving them no time to care about others. No, some people still care about it, and it is very convenient to use others as shields. Especially that King Kong, who grabbed 2 men, 1 fat and 1 thin, with his hands and used them as meat shields. Ling Mo was originally some distance away from these people and was hiding at the back. From her angle, she could see everything clearly. At first it was the girl in the white dress who pushed the 2 people out. Then he was used as a meat shield by the King Kong next to him. The purpose of the girl in the white dress doing this is very simple, just for the vegetable basket. However, after the thin man realized what the girl in the white dress was thinking, he simply moved the basket near the plants. Seeing this, Ling Mo directly exchanged the vegetable basket with a vegetable basket that had no points in it. After finishing this task, Ling Mo prepared to leave quietly. She had realized that this group of people were extremely unreliable. She should still rely on herself. As the sky gradually darkened and the plant's attack gradually weakened, Ling Mo took advantage of the time when no one could react and left without looking back. She came to the hiding place she had found long ago, a very hidden cave with the entrance hidden under the roots of a tree, just the right size for her to enter and exit freely. As night fell, the rest of the people had to find a safe place temporarily and wait for the arrival of the next day. These people naturally discovered that Ling Mo was missing, but they didn't care. After all, her talent didn't allow her to have any combat power, and even if she stayed, she would only be cannon fodder. The girl in the white dress followed King Kong and the others. Before leaving, she turned around and glanced at the vegetable basket thrown near the plants. A determined look flashed in her eyes. She must not lose the game. Thinking of the culprit who had caused her to fall into this state, the girl in the white dress seemed to smell that pungent stench again. She must find that person and tear her into pieces to relieve the hatred in her heart. On the other side, Ling Mo, who was hiding in the cave, suddenly covered his mouth and nose with his hands and sneezed. At this moment, she didn't dare to make any sound, not because there was any danger around her, but because there was a rustling sound coming from the surrounding land. When one of them finally crawled out of the soil and was about to climb up the tree, he was grabbed by Ling Mo, a big bug as big as a fist. Fortunately, Ling Mo was well prepared and had gloves ready in advance. Although the cicada monkeys of Blue Star are very nutritious, Ling Mo has always kept his distance from such things as insects.
So,
Ling Mo took out his own vegetable basket and threw the immortal cicada in his hand into it. With these immortal cicadas, she should be able to keep the points of the thin man and the fat man and all the ingredients she collects tomorrow. While Ling Mo used his mental power to capture the immortal cicada that emerged from the soil, he also did not forget to communicate with the plant in the open space in the distance. As for Ling Mo wanting the fruit on its head, the other party did not seem to object. The only condition was that he hoped she could take all its children away and lay water and wood stones around it. At first Ling Mo was a little confused. Child? What child? Later he realized that the one communicating with her should be the largest one, and there were many similar plants of the same size growing around that plant. So many identical plants rooted together will compete with each other for nutrients. Ling Mo agreed to this very readily. This was not a difficult task for her, but she also put forward her own request, which was to take away the energy stones under their ground. The other party hesitated for a while, but finally agreed. Obviously, compared with the energy gemstone, its children caused it more pain. According to its request, Ling Mo transferred all the plants except the largest one into the space through the air. Doing this consumes a huge amount of mental energy. Ling Mo drank a bottle of high-level recovery agent before continuing with the next task. Pick the fruits on the tops of the plants, take away the energy stones from the ground, and finally spread water and wood stones around the open space. After doing all this, Ling Mo felt that his mental strength had been drained. With trembling hands, he took out another bottle of high-level recovery agent, and after drinking it, he was instantly revived to full health. This advanced recovery agent is indeed a good thing, but it's a pity that it is too expensive. Ling Mo shook his head with some regret. Inside the cave where she was, she used her mental power to continuously capture the immortal cicadas that broke out of the ground, while at the same time sending her consciousness into space to check on today's harvest. I guess that there might be a lot of energy stones hidden under the plant, but I didn't expect there were so many as hundreds. There were also hundreds of fruits, all of which were collected. As for the plants that were collected into the space, Ling Mo decided to keep them in the space first. If you can raise it to maturity, it will be a great guardhouse. Even if you can't, it can still bear fruit when it grows up. You can just think of it as raising a fruit tree, which is definitely worth it. By the way, I don't know what these plants are called yet. Ling Mo took out his learning machine and scanned them. The blue screen flashed, and information about the plant was displayed on it. It was the purple water lily tree, which loved sunlight and bore fruit only at specific times. The flowering period was 1 day, and the fruit ripened in 1 day. If the fruit was not picked before that, it would take root and sprout immediately when it fell to the ground on the 3rd day. Seeing this, Ling Mo said to himself, no wonder it is limited to the season. According to the learning machine, if she moved a little slower, the ripe fruits would fall off automatically and take root and sprout. Fortunately, she acted quickly. Suddenly, Ling Mo, who was immersed in the joy of harvest, felt a jolt in her heart. A big guy walked into her detection range with heavy steps. I saw the big guy walking straight towards the direction of the purple lotus tree. Not long after, a deafening roar sounded, so loud that it almost broke her eardrums. Immediately afterwards, Ling Mo felt a violent vibration from the ground. She hid in the cave, holding her breath, not daring to make any sound like a human. The learning machine says that the fruit of the purple lotus tree is the favorite food of the Lord of the Mocha Forest. The huge monster that suddenly appeared just now should be the Lord of Moccasin territory. Just imagine, you have been waiting for your favorite food for a year, and it suddenly disappears. Anyone would be angry. Although Ling Mo was very cowardly at this time, she did not choose to hide in the space. After all, although she could hide, those endless stream of immortal cicadas could not wait. Just like that, the roar rang in his ears all night long. Ling Mo was also afraid while picking up the immortal cicadas all night long, and he managed to push his points to the first place. It was not until the next morning that the cicadas stopped burrowing out of the soil. She forced herself to stick her head out and saw a familiar thing appear not far from her, and there were more than one such thing around. Ling Mo waved his hand and kindly helped the forest area to deal with these smelly things. She had discovered that this thing was extremely useful when she had used it to throw at the girl in the white dress. Although it was not fatal, it was extremely insulting. After cleaning up the surroundings, Ling Mo left the place. Every morning, many different kinds of mushrooms grow in the Mocha Forest. This is also the time when you encounter players most frequently. After all, mushrooms are everywhere, and there are more than enough for all players to pick up together. Therefore, morning is the time when the relationship between players is most harmonious. Even if they met each other, they would just nod to each other and then continue picking mushrooms. As for how to distinguish these mushrooms, they don't have to worry about it at all. They just need to throw them into the basket. The edible ones will be taken away, and the inedible ones will be left behind. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people take the opportunity to look for prey. These people complained that they were too slow in collecting ingredients, which was far slower than directly grabbing points. Ling Mo was collecting mushrooms and waterwood. With her mental power and space, she was able to sweep the area along the way. And she would knock on the tree trunks she passed by, and if they were hollow and full of nuts, she would stop. If someone passes by at this time, they will see a girl wearing sportswear and a mask standing in front of a big tree, laughing from time to time. However, if you walk under trees often, you will get your feet wet. Ling Mo worked from dawn to noon, and during this time he hollowed out countless tree holes and even figured out a set of rules for it. Because she successfully raised her score to the first place last night, Ling Mo could be said to have no pressure at all today. I have to say, the feeling of working for others is different from working for yourself. Feeling his stomach rumbling, Ling Mo stopped and prepared to finish his lunch. In the morning, she ate nuts collected in Mocha Forest. Although they were fragrant and not very filling, she still thought rice was the best. Look around and be prepared to find a hidden patch of grass to eat. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly realized that something was falling from the sky, and he quickly dodged to the side. A walnut as big as her head hit the spot where she had just stood, leaving a big hole on the ground. What a familiar scene. Ling Mo looked up, and this time she finally saw the appearance of the mastermind behind the scenes, a big fur squirrel. At this moment, he was standing on the branch above her head, cursing loudly with his tail standing on end. Of course, Ling Mo couldn't understand the giant squirrel's language, but it was not difficult to hear from its anxious calls that the giant squirrel was about to explode with anger. Ling Mo picked up the walnuts on the ground, held them in his arms, then turned around and ran. A squirrel's teeth can easily chew through the crust, and a bite from it is no joke. What's more, this is not Blue Planet. The squirrels here are bigger and stronger. Being bitten by one would be as easy as cutting tofu with a steel knife. The big squirrel on the tree was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot when he saw this. Not only had they emptied its granary before, but they even did it right in front of it. Just as the big squirrel was about to chase after him, it was suddenly blocked by a cloud of smoke in front of it. When the smoke cleared, Ling Mo had disappeared. On the other side, after Ling Mo ran a long way, his mental power did not detect any trace of the giant squirrel. Knowing that the other party did not catch up with him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking around, a flash of light in the distance suddenly caught her attention. Out of curiosity, Ling Mo walked over carefully. Push aside the dense grass. What comes into view is actually a lake. However, Ling Mo did not approach immediately, but continued to hide in the grass and observe carefully because she always felt that this lake was weird. Although the lake water was clear, it emitted a strange smell. Most importantly, after her spiritual exploration, she found that there was not a single life in the lake. Not to mention fish, there isn't even a single aquatic plant. There will be no fish in the clearest water because the clearer the water, the fewer nutrients it contains, and naturally it cannot give birth to life. But looking around, there are lush trees and weeds everywhere, which means that the soil is full of nutrients. Since this is not the reason, then there is only one reason left. That is, this lake has just appeared and has not yet had time to give birth to life. But it hasn't rained recently? Ling Mo thought about it and decided to turn around and leave.
She was not short of water now.
Even if she really wanted to collect water, she could go to the stream before. This lake gave her a weird feeling, as did the smell in the air. If the water was as clean as it appeared, how could it have a strange smell? With this much time, she might as well go and knock on a few more trees. As she walked, she drank a bottle of nutrient solution. It's so unpalatable. What on earth is this nutritional supplement? They say the interstellar people eat well, but the nutritional supplements are so unpalatable. They say they eat poorly, but they only eat the best parts of ingredients and ignore the rest. Today is already the 6th day of the game, and it is almost afternoon, which means there is still more than a day left until the end of the game. It sounds like there is a lot of time left, but for those whose points have been snatched away, after deducting the time for sleeping at night, the remaining time is far from enough. Some people were robbed more than once. Those people are like leeks being cut again and again, but they can do nothing about it. It's because their talents are not offensive. Ling Mo could feel that these people were frantically collecting points in order to advance, and the evidence was the rabbit in front of him that was missing a leg. This was the 7th one she had encountered. In addition, there are pheasants and even wild boars. It was also only the leg that was missing, and the rest was thrown aside like garbage. When Ling Mo discovered these things, he also took away their spiritual power. After all, they were flesh and should not be wasted. She was very glad that her awakened talent was mental power, otherwise she would have to run over to collect them one by one. Not only is it tiring, but it's also easy for people to see her space. How nice it is like now, she is still 100 meters away, but the things have already been taken away by her. Before evening, Ling Mo finally returned to the stream again. These days, water, wood, and stone can be seen everywhere in her space. Since the presence of these water, wood, and stones, the crops in the space are growing well visibly. The same tree, the same batch of apples, picked only a few days apart, can taste very different. Apples nourished by water, wood, and stone are obviously larger, redder, and sweeter. However, as the water, wood, and stones increased, she felt that the water was a little cold, so she decided to stay by the stream for the rest of the last day. However, she was surprised to find that quite a few people had gathered by the originally quiet stream. With just a little inquiry, you will find out that these people are here for the silver moonfish and the immortal cicada. The immortal cicada is a limited ingredient. Although the points for one are few, it is easy to catch. The ones you catch in one night are enough to cover the whole day. There are also silver moonfish. Although they swim very fast in the water, it is easy to catch these fish for those who have awakened their water talent. Everyone here is a person whose points have been robbed. In order not to lose their game qualifications, they can only gather together for warmth. The person who was talking to Ling Mo was a tall girl who looked about the same age as her and should also be a student. The girl seemed to be sighing, but her eyes were on the basket in Ling Mo's hand. Ling Mo naturally showed the basket in his hand to the other party generously. When she saw the pitiful few points on Ling Mo's basket, a trace of pity flashed in the girl's eyes, and her tone became softer. Don't worry, we have more people. Those people dare not act recklessly here. By the way, my name is Piao Yunyan. What's yours? Sesame dumplings. Ling Mo said a name casually, without changing his expression. The two quickly became familiar with each other. Perhaps because she felt that Ling Mo's points were too few and he was destined to lose the qualification to play the game, there was always a hint of pity in Piao Yunyan's eyes. Ling Mo accepted this well. It was better to pity her than to be jealous of her. At night, Ling Mo watched these people boldly light a fire without any intention of seeking shelter, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't you need to hide?" Piao Yunyan used a leaf as a bowl, brought a bowl of wild vegetable and mushroom soup over to her, and said mysteriously, "We have found a way to keep those wild beasts away." Just when Ling Mo was curious about what method it was, he saw several people carrying a bunch of leaves wrapped together and walking out of the forest. Seeing this, Piao Miao Yenyu said proudly to Ling Mo, "This is our secret weapon." Looking at the tightly wrapped leaves, Ling Mo vaguely guessed what was inside. As the leaves were open layer by layer, everyone present frowned subconsciously. Just smear this feces around, and no wild animals will come over at night. Hearing Piao Miao Yunyan say this, although it is a bit heavy, it is indeed a good idea. Ling Mo took a look at the wild vegetable and mushroom soup in front of him and suddenly felt that he was not so hungry anymore. This meal was not a must. Piao Miao Yunyan instructed the man to smear these things on the surrounding trees. Although it's disgusting, they have no choice but to fight for the points. Ling Mo quietly moved away from the crowd. She was not exaggerating, but with her around, these people probably wouldn't be able to catch a single cicada tonight. So she should stay away from him, so as not to interfere with each other. It will be good for everyone. Piao Miao Yunyan didn't say anything when she saw Ling Mo walking away from the crowd. She just thought that she felt that she would definitely be eliminated, so she was giving up. Finding the tree hole where he had rested before, Ling Mo climbed in nimbly. While waiting for nightfall, he continued to collect water-cooled stones from the stream. Occasionally, a silver moon fish can be found from under the water-cooling stone. I took out my vegetable basket and looked at the ranking. I had dropped from 1st place to 5th place. It's okay. She thought the ranking would drop to 8th or 9th place or even directly out of the top 10. As night fell, Ling Mo noticed a familiar voice. He slowly closed his eyes and began to concentrate on catching the cicadas that had just emerged from the soil and putting them into his basket. Soon, Ling Mo was surprised to find that the number of cicadas today was several times that of yesterday, and she needed to use all her baskets to keep up with the speed of catching them. Could it be because of the proximity to the water source? Ling Mo was very busy the whole night and even nearly exhausted his mental strength. Fortunately, he had a high-level recovery agent. It was not until dawn that the immortal cicada stopped moving out, and Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. By combining the scores of several vegetable baskets together, Ling Mo once again successfully returned to the 1st place. Through the gaps in the water flowing out of the tree holes, you can see that many people have already started to go into the water to fish. Having just taken an advanced recovery potion, she was now full of energy, so she simply crawled out of the tree hole and joined the fishing team. "I thought you weren't coming." When Piao Miao Yunyan saw Ling Mo, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This time Ling Mo didn't say anything, just smiled politely. As it was the last day of the game, Ling Mo decided to continue swimming upstream. She had this plan before, but her rhythm was disrupted by the man she met before and the sudden appearance of the figure. Now everyone is busy collecting points and probably has no time to care about me, a player who is destined to lose the game qualification. After walking for a few hours, a huge plant suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way, or more precisely, blocking the upper reaches of the stream. Ling Mo walked over and took a look.
Wow.
She originally thought that this stream was originally like this, but she didn't expect that this thing in front of her would block nearly half of the water flow. When we came to the other side of the plant, we found many silver moon fish hiding under the plant. Ling Mo rubbed his hands. There is actually such a good thing in this world. I won't be polite about it. My dear little fishes, let me find you a new place to live. Without giving these silver moon fish a chance to choose, Ling Mo simply waved his hand and collected them into the pond in the space. I looked at the plant lying across here again. It was green all over, covered with beautiful green patterns, and its leaves seemed to have been bald. I looked around and there was no sign that the land had been disturbed. So how did this thing get here? Could it have fallen from the sky? If you ask Ling Mo why he cares so much about this plant, it is because under the perception of his spiritual power, this plant exudes strange fluctuations all over its body. From this point, it can be seen that this plant is definitely not simple. I checked the roots and they are still intact. It should be able to survive if planted in this space. He rubbed his hands and transferred the plant in front of him into the space. As the obstruction was removed, the sudden increase in the water flow directly knocked Ling Mo far away. The players who were fishing downstream also suffered the same disaster. Those who were lucky just drank a few more mouthfuls of water, while those who were unlucky were directly washed away. What's going on? How could it suddenly become so big? How can we catch fish like this? For a while, complaints were heard everywhere. Piu Miao Yinyu comforted him. All right. Those fish are hard to catch during the day. We have so many people now, so why don't we look for food somewhere else? The others looked at the stream, which was becoming turbulent, and it was impossible for people to stand in it. They had no choice but to agree to Piao Miao Yunyan's proposal. On the other side, Ling and Mo had arrived at the end of the stream. In front of a waterfall, the sound of rushing water filled his ears. She looked up and realized that if she wanted to continue moving forward, she would have to climb the mountain. Looking at his own thin arms and legs, Ling and Mo chose to give up. Just then, a dark figure on the tree trunk next to her caught her attention. When I moved closer, I found out it was Wood Ear. After pulling aside the grass, I found that the part covered by weeds was full of black fungus. Take out the learning machine and scan it. Ebony fungus, rich in nutrients. Ling Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Nutritious food is good. She likes nutritious food. He reached out and tried to pull the ebony ear off the tree, but it was as slippery as jelly. Not only did he fail to pull it down, he also fell on his ace. The surface of ebony fungus secretes a kind of mucus, so it is best to wear gloves and tools when picking it. Ling and Mo looked at the supplementary instructions on the back of the learning machine and fell silent. Could he be faster next time? She had already fallen, but he only reminded her now. Perhaps because the ebony fungus grew closely together with the tree, even mental power was useless this time. This was the first time that his mental power failed, but Ling and Mo was not disappointed. Wear non-slip gloves. She doesn't have any picking tools, but she has a shovel. Ling and Mo used a shovel to pry off the bark along with the ebony fungus. This was much faster than using picking tools. With the help of the shovel, Ling and Mo was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Although the ebony fungus is slippery, the bark is extremely fragile, and a large piece can fall off with just a little force. It's really not too easy. Moreover, Ling and Mo discovered that ebony fungus was growing on almost all the surrounding trees. She held a shovel and walked from the outskirts of the forest into the forest, perfectly missing Piao Miao Yunyan and the others. By the time these people arrived, Ling and Mo had already picked all the ebony fungus around. Along the way, the misty clouds were looking around, as if looking for something. Seeing this, a young man nearby couldn't help but ask curiously, Yunyan, what are you looking for? You have been looking around since before. Piao Miao Yunyan showed a slightly worried look and said, I was looking for sesame dumplings. She went upstream first, so I thought we would run into her. At first, Piao Miao Yunyan didn't care about this girl. After all, she was just a player who was destined to lose the game qualification. It was not worth wasting her attention. Giving her some food was already a kindness. But after she chose to leave the team independently, she didn't take it seriously at first, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. How could a girl who looked only in her teens dare to survive alone in the primeval forest? Moreover, when we first met, although the other person's clothes were dirty, he was full of energy. He did not look like he was struggling to survive in the forest. Instead, he looked like he was living a good life. Piao Miao Yunyan realized that she might have been cheated, and the other party's points might never have been stolen. As for the basket of vegetables that was shown to her, it was most likely someone else's. After realizing this, Piao Miao Yunyan couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? She was helping her with good intentions, but he didn't even tell her the truth. Why bother looking for her? She will definitely lose her game qualification in the end. Yunyan, you are just too kind. You have to worry about everything. Hearing the young man's praise, Piao Miao Yunyan's face was still very ugly. She glanced at the young man beside her, her heart full of disgust. She cursed him as an idiot inwardly, but a perfect smile appeared on her face. Thanks. Hearing this, the young man blushed and said embarrassedly, You're welcome. A gleam of light flashed in Piao Miao Yunyan's eyes and said, Thank you for helping me pass the game. On the other side, Ling and Mo continued to shovel the bark. He didn't know how long it had been until he heard a familiar game prompt sound. I drank soy sauce and acted crazy. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the third round of the game and become an official player. A blue light flashed, and Ling Emao originally thought that he would be teleported back to his home, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in the game space. As the top 10 players in this game, in addition to money, the game system will give you special rewards. Then, a huge disc appeared in front of Ling Emao, displaying various items, some that had appeared in the system mall and some that had not. The common feature of these things is that they are expensive, to the point where one glance at the price will put people off. This is a reward only for the top 10. As the first place winner of this game, you can specify a reward after drinking soy sauce and going crazy, but this reward requires a corresponding amount of energy stones. After hearing what the system said, Ling Emao was very puzzled whether this reward was added by itself. After all, which player would be idle and waste a lot of time collecting stones of unknown origin? It's not like they have nothing to do. System, is everything possible? Then I want a spaceship. After a moment, the system's voice sounded again. Dear player, you are drunk and acting crazy. According to the system's detection, you are not qualified to purchase a spaceship now. Please change to another item that is within the system's allowable range and within your tolerance. Ling Emao. This system is mocking her for not having enough money to buy it. She took a deep breath. Although it was true, it was very uncomfortable to be told that she was poor. Then, I want an intelligent brain. This should be within your permission. In fact, what Ling Emao wanted at the beginning was an intelligent computer, but he was afraid that the other party would not give it to him, so he first raised the seemingly excessive request of a spaceship. Can. This time the system agreed very readily. 20 energy stones. Listening to the emotionless voice of the system, Ling Emao always felt that this guy was asking for too much, but she had no evidence. Perhaps sensing Ling Mo's hesitation, the system explained in an emotionless voice, Blue Planet has not yet officially connected to the interstellar system. You players can only be considered illegal residents. Every illegal resident who suddenly appears will be inspected and even monitored by the Interstellar Federation. If you are determined to be an interstellar pirate, you'll be brought to court for trial. The intelligent brain needs to be bound to genes, and each interstellar citizen can only apply for one. Every application must be reviewed by the Interstellar Federation. What this means is that if I give you an intelligent brain, I will also need to help you solve the problem of being an unregistered resident, which is very troublesome. After listening to the system's explanation, Ling Mo's desire to bargain died down instantly. Although she knew that the other party was trying to intimidate her, she could not deny that she was really scared. It turns out that they are now considered illegal residents in the interstellar space. Okay then, $20 is $20. It's not like she can't afford it. As he spoke, Ling Emao took out 30 pieces of energy stones. The previous 10 pieces of energy stones, plus this time's 20 pieces, are all here. At this moment, the system looked at Ling Mo's cheerful look, jumping up and down in its own system space, with a look of regret on its face, and kept shouting, "It's too little, too little." But unfortunately, the deal had been made, and it could only hand over the intelligent brain to Ling Emao. I saw a spot of light floating out and directly merged into Ling Mo's eyes. Ling Emao, who had known about the intelligent computer for a long time, was prepared for this, but she did not expect the system to be so fast. She thought she would need to wait for a few days. After all, the problem of unregistered residents had to be solved first. Sure enough, the system's previous words were meant to scare her. It's not necessarily a bluff, but it's definitely an exaggeration. However, using 20 energy gems not only gave me an intelligent computer, but also a legal interstellar identity, which was worth it. After the installation of the intelligent brain was completed, Ling Emao came to the disk. To be honest, nothing on it was suitable for her. What she awakened was her mental talent. Although she was very powerful in the later stages, she was just a noob in the early stages. Although she can detect danger in advance through her mental power, it is only detection. If the other party really wants to attack her, she can be said to be powerless. Although there is still space as a backup, Ling Mo does not want to expose the existence of the space unless it is absolutely necessary. Moreover, you can hide for a while, but you cannot hide forever. Although she hid in the space, she would still be in the same place when she came out. If the other party was waiting there, she would be caught sooner or later unless she could hide for a lifetime. At this moment, the disc in front of him suddenly flashed, and then the word refresh appeared on the dot in the center. Only one energy stone was required.
Ling Montag.
She was sure that it was definitely the game system that was causing trouble. But what could she do even if she knew? She couldn't say anything. After all, the initiative of this matter was still in her hands. Others just provided one more option. In the end, Ling Mo still chose to spend an energy stone to refresh. Looking at the refresh things, only 2 words echoed in Ling Mo's heart at this time. Worth it. She saw that on the disc there were not only the interstellar spaceship she had wanted before, but also mechanical armor, various weapons, and even genetic medicine. There was even a pile of gold coins as high as a hill in one grid. Ling Mo covered his pounding heart and pressed the start button. The disc suddenly began to light up and then began to rotate at an extremely fast speed. The speed was getting faster and faster, which made Ling Mo dizzy, and his mood also became more excited. Gradually, the speed of the disc began to decrease, and Ling Mo's heart began to rise. At this moment, she was not as excited as she was when she got the intelligent computer before. My heart is pounding. Ling Mo took a deep breath, held his breath, and pinched his thighs tightly with both hands, fearing that his voice would scare Yuan Pan. Oh my god. Jade Emperor. Buddha. Finally. Is she finally going to rise? This time she is going to take off directly. However, Ling Mo watched helplessly as the disc turned to the position of the interstellar spaceship, but it did not stop turning. It just passed by, passed by, passed by, and passed by. This time, Ling Mo was so excited that he died completely. Her starship was gone. Who understands her pain now? Finally, the disc stopped on a transparent protective cover.
Ling Montag.
This transparent protective cover is the most inconspicuous thing on the entire disc. The inside story. This is definitely a shady deal. Return her starship. Ling Mo was so angry that she wanted to curse, but the system didn't give her the chance and directly teleported her home. Unexpectedly, a wave of heat hit him in the face, catching Ling Mo off guard. In fact, the temperature in Ling Mo's home is already very good compared to the outside, but after getting used to the temperature in Mocha Forest, when he suddenly came back, such a temperature was simply torture. He took out a water-cooling stone from the space and placed it in the living room. In an instant, Ling Mo felt the temperature in the air dropped several degrees. Only then did she have the heart to look at what she had obtained. The full name of the transparent protective cover is the Energy Conversion Defense Cover, which is the latest product developed by Interstellar. Simply put, this protective shield can turn any energy into its own use, including solar energy, moonlight, starlight, wind, water, energy generated by other people's protective shields, and even heat generated by the user himself. The more energy there is, the stronger the shield will be. Ling Mo, who was originally somewhat dissatisfied, instantly lost all his dissatisfaction after seeing this introduction. This is simply a magical artifact. Moreover, this thing was automatically triggered just like a passive function, so she didn't have to worry about it at all. After Ling Mo finished being excited, he quickly took off the wrist guard on his right hand and then put on the bracelet with the protective cover. The silver bracelet is inlaid with a circle of white minerals, which is low-key yet luxurious. It is detected that the owner is wearing an energy conversion defense shield. Is it connected to the intelligent brain? A childish voice suddenly sounded, startling Ling Mo. Only then did he come to his senses and realize that it was the voice of her intelligent computer.
Connect.
Although moonlight would work, she had sealed all the windows in the villa, and moonlight could never compare to sunlight. By the way, do you have a name for your intelligent brain? Ling Mo suddenly asked. Calling it intelligent brain like this would easily reveal the fact that he owns an intelligent brain. Intelligent computers only have numbers but no names. So, what's your number? 520-1314. The number of a love-brained person.
You should just say, wait a minute from now on.
Okay? Unlike the emotionless mechanical sound of the game system, the voice of the intelligent computer is clearly emotional. After collecting the gold coin he received as salary for this game, Ling Mo came to the laundry room, threw all the clothes that were soiled in the Mocha Forest into the washing machine with dryer, and then went upstairs to take a shower. After I blew it dry, I prepared to go to bed. Although meditation can replace rest, it cannot replace sleep. Ling Mo fell asleep in a second, but all the players on the other side couldn't sleep and rushed into the game forum. Especially when someone who ranked in the top 10 showed off the prize he won. The game forum was like a pot of hot oil suddenly being poured with a basin of cold water, and it exploded instantly. Instantly, countless hidden bosses emerged and offered sky-high prices to buy what that person had. Ling Mo was woken up by the cold in the second half of the night. In this weather where the average temperature has reached 60 degrees, she was actually woken up by the cold. Wait a minute. What's the temperature inside now? The current temperature is 3 degrees Celsius. Please keep warm, my goodness. It's almost below zero. Running to the living room downstairs, Ling Mo took a breath of cold air when he stepped barefoot on the cold floor. Looking at the swimming pool in the living room, a thin layer of ice is formed on it, and the culprit of all this is the small water cooling stone on the table in the living room. Although I knew that this thing could lower the temperature around it, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I quickly put the water cooling stone back into the space, then made myself a cup of brown sugar water. It would be no fun to catch a cold in this hot weather. After drinking the brown sugar water, I returned to the room and looked at the weather outside. It was almost dawn, so I decided not to continue sleeping, but I didn't want to practice. I found a thicker piece of clothing to put on. Wait a minute. After the water cooling stone loses its effectiveness, can the water from Blue Star restore it? After testing, no. Hey, there is a new business opportunity. At that time, she can set up a trade-in service in the store, and the water cooling stones that have lost their effectiveness can be offset against part of the price when purchasing new ones, so that she can reuse them. She is really a genius. She opened the game forum. She went to bed too early yesterday and didn't read the news. But it's not too late now. The game forum is still lively. I looked through the previous records and found that many of them were complaining about the game. Luckily, some seasonal limited ingredients were released later. Don't let me meet those people in the future, or I'll beat them up every time I see them. From now on, just be content. At least you have retained your game qualification. Many people have lost even their game qualification. Ching Zijin, you are all so amazing, but unfortunately, I met the wrong person. This person is not a good person. Not only did he take away our points, he also took away the vegetable basket. If I hadn't been lucky enough to pick one up, I would have been eliminated. Ling Mo looked at the person described by Ching Zijin. Isn't this himself? She is the girl in the white dress. She cleared all of this? Ling Mo flipped down again and saw another familiar face. Piao Yunyan. Looking at the chat content, Ling Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Happy every day. Piao Yunyan, if you have the guts to do that kind of thing, then come out and knock everyone out when the game is almost over, and then steal everyone's points. If I hadn't been on guard against you, I would have been tricked by you now. Piao Yunyan, I don't even know you. I don't know why you want to throw dirty water on me. Don't believe her words. I suspect she has a grudge against me in real life and is now deliberately taking revenge. Looking at these, Ling Mo exclaimed, wow. There weren't many people she met this time, but each one of them was not a good person. At first, she really thought that although Piao Yunyan might have some little thoughts of her own, she was a good person. But now it seems that she underestimated the other party. It would be better for her to continue to hide her life in the future. I continued to read on, but didn't see any new news. Instead, I saw other people who had received special rewards showing off. I couldn't help but sigh that the other party was really brave and didn't know how to hide the good stuff. But everyone has their own way of living. If someone is powerful, there is no need to hide. Always respect their lives and enjoy a good life. Close the game forum and open the store again. Although the difficulty of the game was increased this time, and 10% of the gamers were eliminated, The rewards were generous. For example, she received a gold coin as a reward for the first place. Even if the others can't compare to her, they should be about the same. Before putting the water-cooling stone on the shelf, Ling Mo had to set a suitable price for it. If it's good, she's afraid people won't be able to afford it, and if she doesn't have it, she'll be at a loss. Wait a minute, what do you think is a reasonable price for this water-cooling stone? 50 gold coins, but wait, I suggest the owner to exchange more for gold, precious minerals such as jade. Why? Because gold and jade are very expensive luxury goods in the interstellar world. They are generally only circulated among the upper class. Exchanging them can bring huge wealth to the owner since gold is so precious. Then these gold coins. Ling Mo took out a gold coin from yesterday's salary. Isn't this gold? These are just gold-plated. After opening the shop, Ling Mo began to put products on the shelves. He first put 10 water-cooling stones on the shelves to test the waters, half of which were filled with gold coins and the other half were filled with gold, jade, and various gemstones. The precaution should be written clearly, and it is absolutely not allowed to be carried with you. It is also not recommended to be placed in a small space. Otherwise, if someone freezes to death, it will have nothing to do with her. It also states that the water-cooling stone will no longer emit cold air as long as it is placed in water. Even water from Blue Star will do. Ling Mo has just experimented with this. The effect of water-cooled stone only lasts for a dozen days. Once that time is up, it will turn into ordinary stone. At that time, the store will provide an old for new service. At first, these water-cooled stones did not cause much reaction, but it was understandable. After all, it was nighttime. The players were either sleeping or busy arguing with each other on the game forums, but she was not in a hurry. Exit the store and open the individual purchase interface. In addition to shops, individuals can also sell things. After all, not everyone has the money to open a shop. However, if an individual sells something, the system will take a commission. Ling Mo took a look and found that most of the people were buying old clothes for winter or luxury jewelry and bags. The items these people wanted to exchange were mostly canned rice and flour, which are foods that can be preserved for a long time. After searching through all these things, Ling Mo did not find any product that interested her. I saw a search bar at the top, clicked it, thought for a moment, and typed in the words game props on it. I didn't have much hope at first, but I didn't expect it to actually appear. Although the price was very high because it was a game prop, Ling Mo felt that the price was reasonable. Of course, the above thoughts came to her mind before she read the introduction of those props. After seeing the introduction of these props, Ling Mo understood why they were hung up. The feather pen that never runs out of ink is as light as a feather and can write smoothly on anything. Price: 5 bags of 10-pound vacuum-packed rice or 20 boxes of canned meat sunglasses that change color. Price: 2 boxes of pure meat and ham parasols, which can be changed in size and color at will and are very sturdy. Price: 2 home first aid kits. A pair of cosmetic contact lenses that can change the color of the pupils at will. Price: 2 10 kilograms vacuum-packed bags of rice. Looking at these 4 props, each one more useless than the last, Ling Mo fell silent. Look at the prices offered by the following people. Isn't this really robbery? Although he said so, Ling Mo still bought it. Some things are surprisingly useful if you don't use them in the way they were originally intended. Sunglasses can be used to protect your eyes. Nowadays, the ultraviolet rays outside during the day are extremely strong, and even in the afternoon, you often cannot open your eyes due to the brightness. And with these sunglasses, I don't have to take them out of the space when I throw flash bombs. When not in use, I can wear them on my face as ordinary glasses without attracting attention. When the parasol becomes larger, it becomes a simple shelter. Although Ling Mo also has a portable tent, he still needs to set up the tent himself. This umbrella can be used by just opening it, and it is also easy to put away. As for the feather pen and colored contact lenses, Ling Mo had not yet figured out how to use them, but she bought them anyway. After clicking on the transaction, 4 items appeared in front of her. A transparent umbrella that looked very much like the cheap umbrellas sold in $2 stores. If the system hadn't strictly prohibited counterfeits, she would have suspected that she had been cheated. Isn't it a parasol? When Ling Mo's hand touched the umbrella handle, a white light flashed, and the transparent umbrella turned into a parasol that met Ling Mo's aesthetic standards. It seems that this prop can change according to people's thoughts. Not bad, really not bad. After putting away the parasol, Ling Mo picked it up again and put it on his face. The black sunglasses instantly turned into silver frameless glasses. I looked in the mirror and found that wearing glasses and not wearing glasses give me a different feeling. I feel a lot softer. The function of the quill pen is exactly the same as described. It can write on any object, even liquid, and it cannot be erased. It can only be erased with the feathers at the back of the quill pen. However, cosmetic contact lenses have an additional function that commercial products do not have. They can protect the eyes, relieve eye fatigue, and also have night vision function. By the way, the pair of sunglasses seemed to have the same function, but it had not been discovered before. If their previous owner knew about this, he probably wouldn't have chosen to sell them, or would have doubled the original price. After putting on the colored contact lenses, she tried to change her eye color. It was indeed very smooth. She almost thought that her eyes looked like this. After changing his eye color back to its original amber, Ling Mo began to think about another thing, which was whether or not to sell the learning machine. Theoretically, with the intelligent computer way to mind, she no longer needs a learning machine. It seems to be a good choice to sell the learning machine to someone who needs it more. But Ling Mo was a little hesitant. Some people had already started looking for her who was drunk and acting crazy at night. Some people even offered a high reward for any information about her. Some organizations even directly called on her to join them and promised to give her a position above everyone else. These organizations are both domestic and foreign. There are also some people who post moral blackmailing remarks on the internet, which makes Ling Mo very disgusted. She had taken out so many interstellar machines and so much food before, which made some extremely ambitious people covetous. This was within her expectations. Ling Mo never dared to underestimate human nature. What she was worried about now was whether someone would awaken a talent for divination or a divination tool to confirm her identity. Not to mention, this possibility might really exist. Especially after she took out the learning machine, those people would definitely look for her even more frantically. Thinking of this, Ling Mo instantly dismissed his previous idea. At least, he should not take out the learning machine until he has the ability to protect himself or finds a way to hide his identity. By the way, does the system store have what I need? Ling Mo opened the system store, and the goods inside had been updated again. There were lollipops that could slowly restore physical strength, and bubblegum that could temporarily make people forget about hunger after eating. After passing by all the fancy products, Ling Mo finally found what he wanted, a semi-transparent but colorful cloak. The name of the cloak is very direct. It is called the Illusion Cloak. It can hide one's identity and, most importantly, it has invisibility function. Ling Mo was already very excited to be able to hide his identity, and it could also turn him invisible. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Although he could only use it for 1 hour a day, it was enough. After looking at the price, the excitement in my heart instantly subsided a lot. 30,000 gold coins was actually the same as the original price of the favored gem and the 1,000 feather bow combined. At this time, a small word appeared at the bottom of them all. If you don't have enough gold coins, you can use energy stones to pay for it. 1 energy stone is equal to 1,000 gold coins. This seems to be a good deal, and Ling Mo can also take out 30 pieces of energy stones, but Ling Mo always felt that the system was deliberately trying to steal the energy gem from her. Now everyone's attention is still on the game and the players, especially this time the top 10 received special rewards, which is enough to make these people excited for a while. However, after the water cooling stone is obtained, more and more people will probably come to her for help, but before that she has already accumulated a lot of gold coins. Then I'll see if I can collect 30,000. If not, I'll have to use energy gems to pay for it. He exited the system mall and opened his own shop, only to find that all 10 water cooling stones on the shelf had been sold out, earning him 250 gold coins and a pile of gold and jade. At this rate, 30,000 minus 205 divided by 50. Ling Mo took out her cell phone, opened her calculator, and figured out that she would need to spend another 595 water cooling stones to get the total. And this is when the other party only pays with gold coins. Thinking of this, Ling Mo put another 10 water cooling stones on the shelf, and this time he required that all of them be exchanged for gold coins. Looking at the 10 product positions in the store, she had originally thought about upgrading the store after selling the water cooling stones, but now it seems she will have to wait until next time. Given the effectiveness of the water cooling stone, it is actually not recommended for individuals to redeem it, as it is easy to get frostbite, but fortunately individuals cannot afford it. If water cooling stones can be placed in public places such as shopping malls and supermarkets, the pressure on the power supply system should be greatly relieved. As for hospitals, we can see on TV that they are now overcrowded. Even the corridors are full of patients, most of whom suffer from heat stroke. Some people who were hospitalized before the extreme heat began to suffer worsening conditions because they could not stand the extreme weather. What she can think of, the people above can naturally think of as well. So when he saw the Don't Miss It store put water cooling stones on the shelves again, 123 Wooden Man immediately asked people to buy them all. Ever since the Don't Miss It store started selling interstellar machines, this store has been the focus of observation. No matter what they put on the shelves, they must report it as soon as possible. This time the matter of water cooling stone was delayed due to some things, but after the Wooden Man 123 experimented with the effect of water cooling stone, he immediately reported the matter. After learning about the effect of the water cooling stone, the higher-ups made an immediate decision and contacted the drunk shop owner, demanding the water cooling stone be taken down no matter what the cost. And the candidate naturally fell on the 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man who had once had a conversation with the drunk and crazy person. There is no way to collect game coins. The price of one silver coin in the market has risen to nearly 50,000. It is not certain that anyone will sell it. After all, money is becoming less and less valuable nowadays. Moreover, in addition to the military, some large enterprises are also collecting it, and the thing those people have no shortage of is money. Fortunately, in addition to gold coins, precious metals such as gold can also be exchanged. At this moment, the person who was in charge of monitoring the Don't Miss It store shouted, "Boss." He drank soy sauce and went crazy and put the water cooling stone on the shelf again. Then buy it quickly. "Don't we have the gold ready?" said 123 Wooden Man with a frown. The man shook his head vigorously. He doesn't want gold this time. He only wants gold coins.
What?
The Wooden Man quickly opened the shop and saw that it was indeed the case. He didn't want gold. Could it be that the other party was short of gold coins now? Or was he just testing the market before? But no matter what it is, they have to take down all the water cooling stones. We are not afraid of gold coins. The 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man shouted loudly. At the same time, he took out his phone and told the person on the other end to continue purchasing game coins. He had a hunch that if the other party was really short of gold coins, then all subsequent water cooling stones might need to be exchanged for gold coins. After hanging up the phone, 123 Wooden Man opened the game background and continued to send messages to the drunk guy. However, the news disappeared without a trace. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone else who tried to contact Ling Mo through private messages also received no response. Because Ling Mo was very busy at this time, busy putting water cooling stones on the shelves. Seeing the water cooling stone being sold out immediately after it was put on the shelf, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh that she really underestimated the rich people in this world. Rubbing his fingers that were about to cramp, Ling Mo took a deep breath and fought hard for the illusory cloak. About half an hour later, Ling Mo felt that the purchasing speed of these people had slowed down significantly and guessed that these people might have been almost squeezed dry. Therefore, Ling Mo had time to check the private messages in the background. Opening the avatar of Air Sanmu 2, the latest message was sent 20 minutes ago. "How many water cooling stones do you have? I want them all. Drunk and crazy. Do you still have gold coins?" The other side responded quickly. 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man, no more. Omega. 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man. Do you want gold and jade?
We have plenty of them.
This sentence was followed by a well-behaved emoticon. Ling Mo looked at what he had gained in the past half hour. Within half an hour, she put more than 300 water cooling stones on the shelves and transferred them for 17,000 gold coins. She knew that these people must have some gold coins in their hands, which they should be keeping for emergencies. It seems that the only thing left is to use energy gems. Drunk and crazy. In addition to the water cooling stone, I have other good things here. Do you want them? 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man. What good stuff. Later, he added a cute dog emoticon. Drunk and crazy. Water, wood, and stone can make plants grow healthily and shorten the growth period of plants by half. This time, the other party did not respond, and Ling Mo was not in a hurry. Anyway, what she said was true, and she did not use any exaggeration at all. As long as those people knew the value of her, they would not refuse. 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man. Can we buy a piece of Shuemu's stone first to try out the effect? Drunk and crazy. Of course you can. Ling Mo agreed very readily. Real gold is not afraid of fire. No matter how they try, you still have to pay them the money they owe you. Ling Mo kindly exchanged the gold coins for gold. On the other side, next to the wooden man stood a short-haired, round-faced girl who said proudly, "How is it, boss? Is the chat method I taught you much better? Your previous chat method was too stiff and not pleasing at all." Although Sen Wooden Man is not used to this way of chatting, he has to admit that this method is indeed effective. He didn't expect that just a few cute emoticons would change the other party's attitudes so much, and even bring out a new product, Shuemu Sure. 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man took the newly acquired waterwood stone to the experts for research, but he didn't know that the reason why Ling Mo took out the waterwood stone was only because the quantity of waterwood stone far exceeded that of water cooling stone. An old for new exchange button was set up at one of the locations in the shop, while water cooling stones continued to be hung at other locations, and this time there were also waterwood stones. The shop was then closed, and the system mall was opened. With 17,000 gold coins and 13 energy gems, Ling Mo finally bought the illusory cloak. I couldn't wait to put it on myself immediately. The translucent cloak instantly makes one invisible once put on. It has been detected that the master is wearing an illusory cloak and has automatically connected to the intelligent computer. Then, a light screen appeared in front of Ling Mo, which only she could see, with information about the illusory cloak on it. There are 2 modes for the unreal cloak. One is the invisible mode, which is like now, when you wear it, it is just like you are not wearing anything, and it does not affect you when you take a bath, eat, or change clothes. The other is the stealth mode. In this mode, Ling Mo needs to manually put the hood on his head. Of course, if he can't free his hands at the critical moment, he can let Xiaoman do the operation for him. It can be said to be very convenient. With this illusory cloak, no one should be able to find me. Ling Mo looked at himself in the mirror happily. Well, the illusory cloak had now turned on the invisible mode. In this situation, he couldn't see or touch anything. According to interstellar statistics, divination talents are ranked 10th on the worst talent list. Wait a minute, Ling Mo's curiosity was piqued. Why is this happening? Because every divination with a divination talent requires a price to be paid. The more powerful the object of divination and the more detailed the information, the greater the price. Some fortune tellers in the interstellar world died before they could even open their mouths after the divination. Therefore, in StarCraft, divination talents can only be used to predict small things, such as finding a lost cat, predicting love, luck, etc. Divination-related talents are ranked 10th, so what are the top 9? Ling Mo asked curiously. 9th place, the talent for flying. Before personal flying machines became popular, this talent was very popular. This flying talent should be eliminated by the times. 8th place, mind reading. Mind reading lame? Ling Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Mind reading can read other people's thoughts and feelings, but it is limited by distance. If the other party is prepared, the reading is likely to fail. In addition, Interstellar has developed equipment specifically for mind reading. 7th place, perspective. It allows you to see through objects and see the things or structures behind them, but other than that, it has no offensive power. Number 6, empathy perception. The ability to resonate with others and understand their emotions. 5th place, time travel. Can go back to a certain moment in the past, but cannot change it. The fourth one is memory storage, which means being able to store your memories in an object. The third one is future foresight. It has been proven that the predicted future outcome cannot be changed. Therefore, once the Interstellar Federation discovers someone who has awakened the gift of future foresight, this person will be immediately monitored, and anyone who uses the ability without authorization will be killed immediately. Second place, color vision. Their world is in color. First place, paranormal healing, can transfer all the symptoms of a patient to oneself, making the patient healed, but the person with the paranormal healing talent cannot cure these diseases themselves. After hearing the 10 worst talents listed by Chia-man, she could only say that it was a good thing that she did not awaken these talents, otherwise she would not know what to do. Looking at the time on her phone, it was already 5 o'clock. Ling Mo decided not to continue wasting time in bed as she had a lot of plans for the day. First of all, she had to prepare more cooked food before the water, electricity, and gas were cut off. Who would have thought that in this third round of the game, the thing she consumed the most was food? When in the game, Ling Mo's meal time was actually not fixed. Most of the time, he would feel hungry while walking, so he would take out the lunchbox and eat a few bites of the rice and side dishes. She didn't think anything of it at first, until she finished eating all the lunchboxes in the space button. To be on the safe side, she prepared a month's worth of food for 3 meals a day. Moreover, knowing that my appetite has increased recently, I prepare 3 lunchboxes and 2 big buns for every meal. After leaving the game, when Ling Mo checked the space button, he found that all the food prepared inside had been eaten up by her. In other words, she ate 30 days worth of food in 7 days. Realizing this, Ling Mo quickly stood on the scale. He weighed 90 kilograms, not too heavy, but 4 kilograms less. What was going on? Ling Mo weighed himself several times and changed several scales. His weight remained stable at around 90 kilograms, which confirmed that the scale was not broken. It seems that frequent use of talents will increase appetite unknowingly. After figuring out the key, Ling Mo decided to take advantage of this time to make more cooked food and put it in the space. Ling Mo did it right away and took out a bunch of ingredients from the space. Turn off all the air conditioners, otherwise the rice cooker may trip if she uses it too much. The lights in the house have been flickering these days. Then place the water cooling stone on top. Cook rice, steam buns, steam dumplings, and wash vegetables. The dough is rested inside the space because the temperature outside is a bit low, which affects the fermentation of yeast. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Mo washed the lunch boxes he had saved and put them aside for later use. Wait a minute. Ling Mo directly uploaded all the things he downloaded to the smart brain, which was convenient and saved trouble. Moreover, the intelligent brain can help her monitor the temperature when cooking and the degree of dough resting. With Chia-man's help, Ling Mo has gone from being a kitchen novice to being able to cook several dishes at the same time. She was busy until after 10 in the morning. She couldn't help but fill up the empty lunchbox. She also made a lot more and put it directly in a large stainless steel basin. There are countless staple foods such as steamed buns, dumplings, and flour rolls. After all, they are eaten by oneself, so there is no need to care whether they look good or not. Therefore, the shapes of the steamed buns and flour rolls made by Ling Mo are very arbitrary. The steamed buns were just rolled up twice, and the flour rolls were just twisted casually. As for the dumplings, Ling Mo had only one requirement, which was that they should not leak. By the time Ling Mo finished his work and walked out of the kitchen, the room outside was already covered with a thick layer of steam. Ling Mo rested for a while and then went to the 3rd floor. Since coming here, she seldom goes to the 3rd floor. It is called the 3rd floor, but it is actually an attic. She has always used it as a storage room to store unnecessary things. Although she could put all the things into the space, she was worried that if other people came to see her and saw the empty living room with few furniture, she would have a hard time explaining it.
But now,
Ling Mo put all the sundries on the 3rd floor into the space, and then took out the ebony fungus he collected in the game. They were neatly laid out on the ground along with the bark. Fresh ebony fungus is slippery and very difficult to pick, but it becomes very easy to pick after being dried. The last step is to remove the moisture-proof mat used to shade the window. In an instant, The dazzling and scorching sunlight filled the room. Fortunately, Ling Mo was well prepared. He not only wore colored contact lenses but also wore glasses. The glaring sunlight did not have any adverse effects on him. But under the strong sunlight, Ling Mo still felt that his exposed skin was burning, and it felt like he was about to get sunburned. Get out of this room immediately. With this level of sunlight, all the moisture in the ebony fungus can be evaporated in less than an hour, so you may need to be careful not to overexpose it to the sun. After returning to the first floor, Ling Mo was not idle either, but started exercising. This time, the scientific training method developed for her was much better than her previous blind practice following the video. Archery and shooting courses are also on the agenda. Ling Mo has a lot of things she wants to learn, but she also knows that one cannot become fat in one go, and these things can only be learned bit by bit. Xie Man even developed a special mental training method specifically for her situation. Occasionally, when she felt it was too cold, Ling Mo would put away the water-cooling stone for a while. During the break, she would run to the third floor, put away the dried ebony fungus, and then put new ones up. Ling Mo did not throw away the bark of the ebony fungus after picking it. After drying, it becomes soft and fluffy and can be used as firewood. She didn't finish her exercise until the sun set in the afternoon. Her clothes were completely soaked with sweat, but Ling Mo didn't complain at all. Instead, she felt very happy, because she knew that if she didn't sweat, she might bleed in the future. Compared to the other, she would rather sweat. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. The appearance of water-cooling stones caused a sensation on the internet, but because of the high price, most people simply cannot afford it, so they can only watch the fun. But the other thing is different. A player actually died. Ling Mo clicked on the post and found that the dead player did not die from the failure of the game, nor did he die from a fight between players. He died of illness. The deceased player successfully completed the third round of the game, but started to feel unwell after the game ended. Not only did he suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, but his whole body was burning. After going to the hospital for a checkup, I was diagnosed with systemic infection. The infection spread from the inside out. Before the doctors could think of a solution, the player began to convulse and died. After the player died, his body quickly decayed and emitted a foul odor. Upon learning the news, the government ordered the body to be burned without saying a word. However, such cases are not isolated. There were more than 20 other players who showed the same symptoms. Some of them had completed the game, and some had not. However, the symptoms of these people were relatively mild, so they did not die as quickly as the previous person who went home, but the situation was still not optimistic. After questioning these people, it was found that they all developed discomfort symptoms after drinking water from the same lake. At first, they just thought the water tasted strange and didn't pay much attention to it, nor did they pay much attention when the discomfort symptoms first appeared. By the time they realized the seriousness of the problem, it was already too late. Ling Mo looked at the content of the post and couldn't help but think of the lake she had encountered before. Could it be the lake these players were talking about? She felt strange at the time, and she didn't expect that there would actually be people who dared to drink it. Wait a minute. Why do you think these people are like this? Is there really something wrong with that lake? Ahem. After listening to Xie Man's explanation, Ling Mo started coughing violently. That is actually. Thinking back, she felt it was weird at the time and didn't stay for long. Can these people still be saved? Ling Mo asked. If ingested by mistake, there is still hope of recovery in the early stages, but in the later stages, it will only work if you find a high-level healer. The implication is that these people are beyond help. There must be people on Blue Star who have awakened their healing talents, but let's not talk about high-level healers, which refers to healers who have reached level 6. After putting down his phone and getting himself ready to go out. After this period of extreme heat, people have become accustomed to going out at night. Check if the outside temperature is above 45 degrees. Check if the thermostat of the illusion cloak is activated. What is that? A thermostat? Ling Mo could not help but freeze in his place and said depressedly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had this good thing? It wasn't needed before Master, and I thought you knew about it." Ling Mo, I suspect you are implying something about me. But if you think about it carefully, It seems normal for such an expensive item to have this function. After turning on the constant temperature device, he felt much more comfortable. For a moment, Ling Mo felt like he had returned to the time before the extreme heat. When I came to the street, I found that many people were rushing into the shopping mall, and there were two burly men standing at the door of the shopping mall, collecting fees openly. Ling Mo couldn't help but look at this scene in shock. What was going on? Now you have to pay to enter the mall? Why didn't these people resist? They looked like they couldn't wait to get in. However, she soon found out what was going on. It turned out that the owner of the mall had snatched a water-cooling stone and placed it inside his own mall, and then converted the entire first, second, and third floors into places where people could cool off for a fee. After understanding it, Ling Mo couldn't help but give that person a thumbs up. How awesome! Who would have thought that he could be a big boss? However, Ling Mo did not choose to go in. She knew without thinking that it would be crowded inside, so she didn't want to go in. Riding his electric bike, Ling Mo took many turns and arrived at the central square. In the beginning, there were only a few people selling things here, but gradually more and more people came to buy things, and this place became a large trading market. Before entering the trading market, Ling Mo saw a sign at the entrance, which stated the rules that must be followed to enter the trading market. 1. There is a handling fee for setting up a stall, which is 500 yuan or half a kilogram of rice per person per day. 2. Theft, robbery, and other acts are strictly prohibited. Once discovered, the consequences will be at your own risk. 3. Trading on the exchange is entirely voluntary. 4. Ling Mo still had some money in his hands, so he thought he would spend as much as he could. She had no shortage of food, so she wouldn't compete with others for it. Instead, she could see if she could find any good stuff here. The trading market does not require queuing like supermarkets or shopping malls. Ling Mo followed the crowd and walked slowly inside. When I got closer, I saw that they were selling everything except food. Come to think of it, food is so precious nowadays. The price of rice has grown to 1,000 yuan per kilogram, but it is still impossible to get it. Ling Mo looked at the things on the stall, both new and old. Most of the old things are second-hand. I took out some unused things from home, hoping to exchange them for some useful things. Most of them are clothes, bags, and the like. The new ones are stall owners in some shopping malls. Because the first to third floors of the shopping malls have been emptied, or because they can't afford the high rent, they simply take out their goods and set up stalls on the street. At least this way I can sell it for a little money to supplement my family income, which is better than leaving it in a warehouse gathering dust. Ling Mo looked from one end to the other, but didn't find anything he wanted. As expected, picking up bargains are just plots that appear in novels. However, Ling Mo was not discouraged. He bought some pots, pans, and utensils, and then wanted to buy a few pairs of shoes at a stall that specialized in selling shoes. There were several shoe stalls nearby, and she was too lazy to squeeze with the crowd, so she simply chose the one with the least people. Moreover, after looking around, Ling Mo discovered that of all the stalls selling shoes, this one had the best quality. The reason why there were so few people was very simple, that is, it was expensive and the boss did not accept bargaining. No matter what the customer says, you can try to get even a penny less by talking until your lips are dry. Boss, how much do you sell these shoes for? The boss glanced at Ling Mo and said, 500 per pair, no bargaining. Ling Mo, who had already seen how stubborn this boss was, didn't waste time with him. He just paid for all the pairs of shoes he liked. Seeing her taking out the money, the other party was obviously stunned. After all, there were many people who came to ask for the price over such a long time, and every time they heard his offer, they complained that it was too expensive, and then tried to bargain. This was the first time I saw someone pay so readily. Ling Mo picked out 5 pairs of dark-colored shoes. After the last round of games, she realized that white sneakers were too easy to get dirty and difficult to clean after a long time. While packing shoes for Ling Mo, the boss kindly reminded her, "Little girl, don't be so quick to pay for things next time. It's easy for people to target you." Hearing this, Ling Mo glanced at him. She was like this because he didn't give her any room for bargaining. The reason why she was so straightforward was that she didn't want to waste time. If she could bargain, she wouldn't pay so readily. Ling Mo opened the wallet in his hand and said indifferently, "It's useless even if you target me. I've already spent all my money." After he finished speaking, the number of people secretly looking at her decreased significantly. As for the rest, Ling Mo didn't care. A wave of criminal gangs were arrested a few days ago, and even a number of people were executed in order to deter those criminals hiding in the dark. Although the whole city is a little chaotic now, the public security is relatively good, which is many times better than that in foreign countries. From the news, we can see that many players with awakened talents abroad have become kings in their own right. When riding his electric bike to go home, Ling Mo saw a garbage truck cleaning up the garbage it had received. Looking closely, there was no one in the garbage truck. Looking more carefully, the garbage truck looked so familiar. Isn't this the interstellar machine she sold before? These people actually repaired it and even converted it into a fully automatic garbage truck. Talented. As expected, it was the right decision for her to sell the machines. After all, these things were just a pile of scrap metal in her hands. After returning home, Ling Mo charged his electric car and then put all the things he bought today into the space. There were mosquitoes flying around his ears. Ling Mo didn't want to endure this kind of pain. Even though mosquitoes couldn't bite her due to her mental power, the constant buzzing in her ears was annoying. Take out a mint leaf, mix it with water, and squeeze it into juice. Use a spray bottle to spray it around the room. It is more effective than pesticide. Moreover, the air smells nice, so there is no need to worry about it being poisonous. After the mosquitoes around his ears finally died down, Ling Mo sat down on the sofa and opened the game forum. The hottest topics right now are water cooling stone and the death of players. The 20 or so players who had shown symptoms earlier also all died, and their bodies were burned. Young Masterly, I have seen that lake before, but I thought the water tasted weird, so I didn't get close to it. Haha, you are so lucky to have just brushed shoulders with a dead person. Spring breeze green you. I'm drunk and crazy. Are you here? If you see this message, please reply to me. I am willing to provide you with a luxurious large flat in the capital, which you can move in with just your luggage, and I can also ensure that you can enjoy the same life as before the extreme heat. Being able to eat is a blessing. Give up. Nowadays, many people are looking for drunkenness. I guess they won't even consider the conditions you proposed. It's better not to embarrass yourself here. Wild Rose. I heard that someone insisted on carrying a water-cooling stone with him and ended up getting severely frostbitten and was sent to the hospital. I love Hot Pot. If something like this happens, shouldn't someone take the initiative to take responsibility for drinking soy sauce and going crazy? Laugh and see. Are you blind? It was clearly written not to carry it with you. You are asking for trouble. What does this have to do with being drunk and acting crazy? After exiting the game forum, Ling Mo opened the backstage again. Many people were trying to contact her, wanting her to continue listing the water-cooling stones, the first of which was 123 Wooden Man. This guy kept sending her a message every 5 minutes. As long as she didn't reply, he would keep sending, and every sentence would be followed by a pitiful emoticon. 123 Wooden Man. How much water, wood, and stone do you have left? We want to buy a lot. Drunk after drinking soy sauce. Like a water-cooled stone, no bargaining. 123 Wooden Man, no problem, but I want to ask, does the waterwood stone have a time limit like the water-cooling stone? After the two of them negotiated the price, finally 123 Wooden Man decided to buy 10,000 pieces of Shui Mu stone from her. Originally, 123 Wooden Man wanted more, but Ling Mo did not agree. Whether in business or in life, if you are too easy to talk to, you will easily be controlled by the other party. I drank soy sauce and acted crazy. I will start putting the products on the shelves in the store in 5 minutes. 123 Wooden Man. No need, we have a trading item here. We can trade directly when the supplies arrive. In the opinion of 123 Wooden Man, this waterwood stone is more precious than water-cooling stone. What if 1 or 2 pieces are snatched away by others when they are put on the shelf? Drunk and crazy. Okay, I just need to prepare. After saying that, Ling Mo flashed into the space, collected 10,000 pieces of water and wood stones, and then temporarily built a warehouse. She was worried that the trading item had a positioning function and would not be located if it hid in the space. After the transaction started, Ling Mo directly activated the stealth function of the illusory cloak. Fortunately, the transaction went smoothly and nothing went wrong. In view of the other party's good performance, Ling Mo generously gave him an extra 200 water cooling stones. On the other side, a player looked at the 1-2-3 stuntman in confusion. Boss, that trading item can obviously be traded via video. Why don't you use it? If you use the key, maybe we can directly find out the identity of the drunk person. 1-2-3 wooden man glared at the man and said, she hid her identity from the beginning after drinking soy sauce and acting crazy, which means she didn't want to expose herself. If we really do that, it will only cause her disgust. Since she is willing to take out the Shuemu stone, it means that she still cares about this country. Now, apart from them, other countries only know about water-cooling stone and have no idea that there is such a thing as waterwood stone. Moreover, according to the analysis of experts, the person who drank soy sauce and acted crazy was most likely not a man as they initially thought, but most likely a young girl. Thinking about it this way, it is understandable that the other party would be so cautious. What they can do now is to work hard to maintain social stability and allow the other party to have a safe space to grow. At this moment, the wooden man suddenly shuddered. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Not only him, but others also felt that the temperature around them was getting colder and colder. Suddenly, a staff member who was in charge of counting the water and wood stones was surprised. Boss, it's water cooling stones. In addition to 10,000 water and wood stones, he also gave us 200 water cooling stones after drinking soy sauce and going crazy. No wonder it's so cold. Hearing this, the wooden men walked over quickly despite the cold weather. When they saw that it was indeed water-cooled stone, they were extremely excited. They had tried their best before and only managed to grab more than 200 water-cooling stones, and all of them were distributed to rescue supplies. Even so, it was far from enough. Now these 200 water-cooling stones can solve the urgent problem. Just then, a piece of paper floated out, with crooked handwriting on it saying, "Buy 50, get one free." Only this time. Next time I'll see if I'm in the mood. When he saw this note, 1-2-3 wooden man knew that his previous decision not to investigate was correct. It's freezing cold. Hurry up and throw all the cooling stones into the water. Everyone was in a panic and finally used tools to throw all the water cooling stones into a tank full of water. If they were a step slower, they might have been frozen into ice sculptures. It's so cold. On the other side, Ling Mo did not leave the space. At this moment, she was breathing rapidly as she looked at the marrow washing fruit tree full of fruits. In addition to the marrow washing fruit tree, the other trees are also growing very well, but the growth rates of the fruits are different. Now, only the marrow washing fruit tree is mature. The ripe marrow washing fruit is blue and translucent, and the inside seems to be filled with flowing liquid. Ling Mo picked a marrow cleansing fruit, cleaned the dust on the surface with water, took a bite, and the flesh melted in his mouth, just like eating jelly. As he finished eating a marrow-cleansing fruit, Ling Mo also felt severe pain all over his body. Not long after, when the pain disappeared, she smelled a foul odor coming from her body, which almost made her faint. After leaving the space, Ling Mo rushed into the bathroom without saying a word and washed off the smelly dirt on his body. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at myself after taking a shower, I feel that my skin seems to be better than before. After asking around, Ling Mo understood that taking the marrow cleansing fruit was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was to eliminate impurities from the body. The dirt she had just washed away was the impurities deposited in her body. The second stage is to improve and strengthen your physical fitness. The first stage can be completed quickly by taking the marrow cleansing fruit multiple times, while the second stage requires taking the marrow cleansing fruit for a long time. Ling Mo decided to clear out the impurities in her body first, so she went straight into the bathroom and took out several marrow cleansing fruits and started eating them. Anyway, you will need to wait for the impurities to be excreted from the body, and this can also avoid staining a piece of clothing. Just like that, Ling Mo grimaced in pain from the severe pain coming from all over his body, but he still did not stop eating the fruit in his hand, and from time to time, he had to take time out to wipe the dirt off his body. In this way, Ling Mo was busy until the next morning. She ate more than 20 marrow-cleansing fruits. Finally, she no longer felt the pain in her body, and no more dirt was discharged from her body. According to Chia Man, as long as the body no longer feels pain, it means that the first stage has been successful and the second stage can begin. Looking at myself in the mirror again, I am still the same person, but the feeling I give has changed drastically. Ling Mo looked at herself in the mirror. It was no exaggeration to say that the skin of a freshly peeled boiled egg was not as good as her current skin. I feel like all the skincare products I stockpiled before are no longer suitable for her. In addition to the changes in appearance, there were even greater changes in his body. Ling Mo felt that he had become a lot lighter. It was like I was running with a sandbag tied to my body, but now the sandbag is gone, and I feel like I'm walking on clouds. This became more apparent when she started exercising. Seeing herself completing the splits with ease, Ling Mo looked at her legs in disbelief and reached out to touch them. These were still her legs, right? According to her estimation, her physical fitness was at least several times better than before. Over the next few days, Ling Mo's life was extremely fulfilling. He cooked, exercised, dried black fungus, strengthened his mental strength, and meditated at night. Ling Mo could feel that his skills were getting better little by little. Inside the space, looking at the target 100 meters away, Ling Mo confidently drew the bow and shot the arrow, which hit the center of the bull's eye. With my skills, if I were placed before Jair, I would definitely be a little martial arts genius. At the same time, her shooting skills improved rapidly, but she had limited bullets and did not dare to practice freely. That day, Ling Mo completed today's exercise as usual and looked at the crops she planted on the other side of the living room. Yes, they were growing well, lush and full of vitality. Especially the bok choy. It is ready to eat. The credit for such a great achievement was naturally not Ling Mo's, but because she placed a piece of water and wood stone around. Ling Mo discovered that the worse the environment, the more obvious the effect of the water, wood, and stone seemed. Looking at the tender and fresh cabbage, Ling Mo decided to have stir-fried cabbage for lunch today. Open your phone and see what's in the news today. During this period, due to the strict control of the government, no major bad incidents have occurred, but petty thefts have continued. Every day, people complain online that their homes have been robbed and the food they stored at home has been stolen. However, most of these incidents occurred in some old residential areas with aging facilities on the edge of the city. Their community is in the city center, so such things would not happen. Moreover, her mental detection range has expanded a lot during this period, and she found that there are quite a few players in their community. Especially the few families who moved in not long ago, they are all players. Fortunately, these people did not plan to do anything. According to her observation, these people were relatively honest. Apart from hoarding supplies, they did not do anything out of the ordinary. Speaking of this, Ling Mo had to admire these people. The food outside was now extremely scarce, but these people were still able to get so much food. Moreover, she had a hunch that her identity as a player seemed to have been exposed. People who have awakened their talents will radiate a special aura. Ordinary people cannot detect this aura, but people who have awakened their talents can. This is like a person who practices martial arts. By recognizing the way and habits of walking, or even the sound of walking, you can judge whether the other person is also a martial artist. After realizing this, Ling Mo spent 100 gold coins to buy himself a disguise item in the game store and put a layer of shell on his identity. Although the other players living here now don't seem to have any bad intentions, nor do they have any ambitions to dominate, just because they don't have any bad intentions now doesn't mean they won't have any in the future. The players living here now all maintain a tacit understanding. If you don't reveal my identity, I won't reveal yours either. Occasionally, when we meet each other when we go out, we will nod to each other. Ling Mo released 2 German Shepherds. These 2 dogs, which she named Dahe and Ariai, have grown a lot, and she can also issue some commands through her mental power. But the dog is still too small and has little killing power. Suddenly, Ling Mo thought of the blood ball that fell from the sky in the game before. After she threw him into the space, she no longer cared about him. It has been so long. Could he be dead? Thinking of this, Ling and Mo hurriedly started looking for him. Not only was he not dead, his injuries had also recovered. He was now lying under the plant she had picked up with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ling and Mo was stunned for a moment when she heard the sound, and then the knock on the door continued. She looked at the time again. Who is it? Knocking on someone else's door in broad daylight. Ling and Mo stood up and looked through the peephole to see that the person was one of her new neighbors. Is there something? Ling and Mo asked through the peephole. The person outside the door smiled and said softly, Little girl, I have no ill intentions. You must be a player. Can we chat? Open the door first.
Ling Montag.
If she didn't know that this man had no ill intentions, his two wolf-like words would have been enough for her to call the police. In the end, Ling and Mo opened the door. The door of her house is specially made, with 3 layers in total. After opening the first 2 layers, there is another hollow anti-theft door on the outside. What's the matter?
Tell me.
Ling and Mo looked at the man in front of him through the security door. He looks to be in his 20s, wears glasses, and is gentle and refined. He is the kind of person who can easily put people down their guard and make them feel good about him. Yi Kai looked at the other party's defensive look and said helplessly, Little girl, you really don't have to be so defensive against me. If we wanted to take action, we would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Ling Mo rolled his eyes in his heart and said, That only works if you can succeed. In that case, why are you looking for me now? Yi Kai said seriously, whether you believe it or not, we're just like you. We just want to live a quiet life. But in the next 2 days, a group of people will come to disturb our lives. We can't stop them with just the power of a few of us, so we want to ask for your help. Ling and Mo did not catch the other party's emotional fluctuations when he lied, and she found out that there were indeed many people gathered in his house at this time, and many people were on their way there. Seeing Ling and Mo open the door, Yi Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He thought it would take some effort to gain the trust of his girl. By the time Ling and Mo followed Yi Kai to his residence, dozens of people had already gathered there. The room was plenty cool, but the air conditioner wasn't on, so Ling and Mo immediately guessed it was the water-cooled stone. When these people saw Ling and Mo coming in, they all smiled and nodded. Looking around, Ling and Mo discovered that she was the youngest among these players. At this time, a young man came down from the 2nd floor with a gentle smile on his face. Dear neighbors, my name is Jiang Xian. I am sorry to disturb your lives, but this matter concerns all of us, so I have no choice but to gather all of you here. Jiang Xian originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but people in their community had bought a lot of food before, and those people came specifically for their community. One of my companions has awakened his talent for divination, but he can only do divination once a day. He just divined that someone will attack our community tonight. The other side has a lot of people, so I hope everyone can work together. Ling and Mo listened to Jiang Xian's words. If this was true, then they, the players, really had to cooperate once. After all, we all live in the same community, and we all understand the principle of the lips and the teeth are interdependent. Those who can live here are not ordinary people, and they naturally understand the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. At this time, another voice was heard from the crowd. I can agree to cooperate, but I want to know more specific information and the source of the information. The person who spoke was a young man who looked to be in his early 30s, wearing glasses, and had an elegant temperament. Jiang Xian nodded and told the whole story. Those people have been targeting us for more than a day or 2. The reason they chose to act tonight is because they plan to destroy the community's power supply system tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned serious. Although they tried to keep a low profile when purchasing supplies, with so many trucks coming in and out of the community some time ago, they might have been targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Most parts of the city have started to have water and power outages, and water and electricity only come back at specific times every day, but their community has not been affected. The first reason is that their community has complete facilities and its own solar power generation system. The second reason is that there are many players in their community and no one dares to mess with them. Although they did not form a clear group, as the saying goes, when you meet, you will fall in love. not to mention that they live in the same community. Just like Ling Mo doesn't want the whole country to be in chaos, they also don't want the community to be in chaos because it will disrupt their peaceful lives. In the young man's eyes, Jiang Xian was surrounded by a layer of faint white light. This was his ability. He could see the other person's emotions and whether he was lying at a glance. Okay, I believe you. Upon hearing this, those around him who knew about the young man's talent breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was true. Jiang Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that these people believed what he said. He was not good at dealing with people, and he had already made up his mind that if he could not convince them this time, he would just take care of his own business. It's still a while before those people take action at nightfall, so everyone should tell us about your abilities so that we can work together later. I'll go first, and my talent is lightning. As he spoke, Jiang Xian directly condensed a purple lightning. The originally invisible lightning was held in his hand like an object, making crackling sounds. Jiang Xian knew that talent was everyone's trump card, and it was impossible to talk about it easily. In order not to waste time, he simply talked about his talent first. There's no point in hiding his talent anyway, as it will be exposed once the fight starts. Sure enough, after seeing Jiang Xian talk about his talents so readily, those who were originally hesitant also introduced their talents. My gift is clairvoyance. My talent is to move faster. My talent is flying. My talent is to transform into a beast. When it was Ling Mo's turn, I can communicate with animals. Among dozens of people, the most have awakened elemental talents and physical enhancements, accounting for about 2/3 in total, and the rest are spiritual and special systems. But you should know that most of the awakened ones of the psychic and special systems tend to be more auxiliary in the early stages. Jiang Xian did not think of becoming the commander-in-chief and holding all the power, but chose to discuss with two other people. Both sides were in a stable mood, and the progress was very fast. The plan was finalized in a short while. From beginning to end, Ling Mo didn't say a word. She thought that she was not as smart as these people, so she should leave this kind of thing to them. She was just an assistant now. At this time, Yi Kai, who had found him at the beginning, came over and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, you can communicate with animals, so can you do me a favor?" Ling Mo's first reaction was that this person was testing her until she was brought to a listless ragdoll cat. With snow-white fur, a fluffy tail, a sturdy body, and a pair of blue eyes, this ragdoll cat is designed exactly according to human aesthetics. When I bought the cat, I also thought about raising a ragdoll, but I gave up after hearing that this type of cat has a weak stomach and is prone to illness. Can you help me ask Xiaobu what's wrong with him? He has been listless in the past few days and has eaten half as much cat food as usual. He has lost weight. Ling Mo looked at the fat cat in front of her, and she could see that it looked disappointed, but to say that it had lost weight, sorry, she really couldn't notice it. Ling Mo released his mental power and tried to communicate with the ragdoll cat. She did this frequently during this period, so the whole process went extremely smoothly, and she soon understood the reason. Retracting his spiritual power, Ling Mo said to Yi Kai, "This ragdoll cat fell in love with a stray calico cat through its voice, but for some reason, after they met through the window, the calico cat left without looking back and never showed up again. It was naturally in a bad mood because of a breakup." Upon hearing this reason, Yi Kai exploded instantly. How can this be absurd? How dare a stray cat despise my son? What right does it have? Looking at Yi Kai, who was so aggressive and wanted to question the calico cat right away, Ling Mo thought about it and decided to tell him the truth. In the eyes of cats, Calico is a peerless beauty. At this time, Yi Kai had not yet realized the problem and subconsciously asked, "Then isn't my little boo pretty?" Ragdoll cats are very good-looking, but that is human aesthetics. In the eyes of cats, the appearance of ragdoll cats is equivalent to... Ling Mo suddenly paused, glanced at the ragdoll cat at his feet, and lowered his voice and said, "It's equivalent to a fat guy." Yi Kai was stunned for a moment and took a look at his handsome eldest son. How is this possible? How could his son be fat and ugly? This is a purebred show-grade ragdoll cat. What does he have to do with being fat and ugly? People's aesthetics are different from cats. In short, Your son is listless because he's been heartbroken. Either wait for him to slowly get over the loss, or find him a calico cat to marry. At this moment, the ragdoll cat on the ground suddenly cried out. Meow. What did it just say? Ling Mo pushed up his glasses and said, it said it wants the original one. After resolving the issue of the ragdoll cat, the others also discussed a strategy. Because Ling Mo was young and her talent was not in the offensive field, she was left behind. However, Zhang Xian did not let her idle. He asked her to communicate with all the stray animals in the community and act as a spy. Before the extreme heat, there were many stray cats and dogs gathered in the community, all of which were fed by the residents in the community. Ling Mo didn't know what method Zhang Xian used, but he actually found more than 20 stray cats and a dozen stray dogs for her. Among them, the most common cats are tabby cats, orange cats, and calico cats, while the stray dogs are all native dogs, that is, Chinese pastoral dogs. It's just that the condition of these stray cats and dogs was not very good when they were brought here. Yi Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, these are all I can find. The rest are either dead or... We will be responsible for the food of these stray cats and dogs. You just need to train them. Even so, taking care of them every day will waste a lot of my time. Ling Mo frowned slightly. She now wishes that 28 hours in a day were not enough. So how could she have the time to take care of these stray cats and dogs? Don't worry, it won't be long. We have found their residence. It's in the villa behind you. It can be turned into a pet room with just some renovation. Yi Kai said it easily, but Ling Mo was a little surprised because she knew that someone had lived in the house behind her house before, and it was the home of the person who had called on players to stand up and protect the community. But for some reason yesterday, that family suddenly left. Moreover, they left in the middle of the day, the hottest time of the day, and their panic-stricken appearance looked like they were running away. However, Ling Mo was not a very curious person, so he did not ask about the reason why the family left. He nodded and said, that's good. Wait for me. As she said this, she ran towards the second floor and soon brought out 2 German shepherds. I have trained these 2 and can lend them to you first. Although the 2 German shepherds look very small, their eyes are bright and lively. Hearing this, Yi Kai's eyes lit up. Although the 2 dogs in front of him looked small, being small has its advantages. How far can they go? Ling Mo thought for a while and said there should be no problem in communicating with people without obstacles. After all, German shepherds have very high IQs. The IQ of an ordinary German shepherd is equivalent to that of a 6-year-old human child. However, because Ling Mo often communicates with them using his mental power, although there is no deliberate guidance, the IQ of these 2 German shepherds is still much higher than that of an ordinary German shepherd. When leaving, Dahe and Xiaohe were reluctant to follow Yi Kai because it was too hot outside, but their resistance was futile and they were forcibly taken away by Yi Kai. Although Yi Kai said that they would solve the food problem, the sudden presence of so many stray animals in the house still affected her life. Fortunately, her living room is big enough. Because Yi Kai came to her house, Ling Mo didn't dare to use the water cooling stone openly, so she could only turn on the air conditioner. Fortunately, her house was covered with insulation pads, and the indoor temperature was much lower than the outdoor temperature, so it wouldn't be very uncomfortable even without water cooling stones. After checking the condition of these stray cats and dogs, we found that they were just suffering from heat stroke and dehydration, and they just needed to replenish water in time. Ling Mo poured some water for the animals and fed them some cat food. The rest was just to let them recover slowly. Feeling the cool breeze in the air, it was still far inferior to the water cooling stone. However, she was now wearing an illusory cloak, so it didn't make much difference to her whether she used the water cooling stone or not. In the following time, Ling Mo observed the situation of the stray cats and dogs and communicated with them using her mental power from time to time so that these stray cats and dogs could get used to her presence. Ling Mo took out a tablet and started playing a video about survival in the wild. Watching the people in the video digging cellars to store food, his mind couldn't help but become active. In addition to the front yard, there is also a yard behind the villa, which is just the right size for digging a cellar. If you encounter any danger at that time, you can hide on the ground in the cellar. For players, the moment they come out of the game is the most dangerous. If someone is waiting in advance, the chances of a successful resistance are slim. Although Ling Mo has the space, she does not want to expose it. If possible, she would like to hide the space for a lifetime. After all, a man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. After having this idea, Ling Mo went to the backyard to start investigating, and even took out a shovel to dig a few times. As a result, he soon encountered stones buried deep underground. Through the detection of spiritual power, Ling Mo could clearly know that there was extremely hard stone underneath his villa. If you want to dig a cellar, you have to use an excavator and hire professionals to do the work. We have to give up the idea of digging a cellar for the time being. Fortunately, the community is still safe now, and the cellar will not be needed for the time being. Moreover, the game time is uncertain now. Even if you really dig a cellar, you don't know when you will enter the game. After most of the stray cats and dogs had recovered, Ling Mo decided to give them a bath as he saw how dirty they were. After communicating with mental power in advance, the bathing process became extremely smooth. Because of the extremely hot weather, in order to adapt to the welcome, these stray cats and dogs shed fur like crazy. After a short while, she had a lot of dog and cat hair. It was not until the evening that Ling Mo finished washing the last dog. Because of what happened during the day, the neighborhood became especially quiet today, and players and families with players chose not to go out. As for those who chose to go out to buy supplies, Zhang Xian did not stop them. After all, everyone has to live, and it might be a good thing for these people to leave the community now so that they will not be affected by the battle later. At this time, the community security captain stood beside Zhang Xian and asked cautiously, "Young Master Zhang, will those people really choose to attack today?" Zhang Xian just glanced at him indifferently without saying anything. In fact, he was not sure either, because Fuyu's divination talent could only predict roughly. It's not that divination cannot be more accurate, but the cost is too high. For example, they came to this community after Fuyu had done divination, but because of this divination, Fuyu vomited blood and looked like he had a serious illness. From that moment on, they realized that divination requires a price. The bigger and more detailed the prediction is, the greater the price will be. On the contrary, if it is just some small things, then only one or two harmless unfortunate things will happen. Just then, a little German shepherd ran over from a distance and barked at Zhang Xian. "Did you see anyone suspicious outside?"
Woof.
Xiaohei barked and then nodded his head. The security captain saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This dog is really smart. Is it a border collie? It doesn't look like one. Could it be a mixed breed?" In the living room, Ling Mo was preparing to have dinner and feed the stray cats and dogs. Because of her talent, she did not go to the front line, and the range of her mental power has not yet reached the level of covering the entire community. Despite this, she was able to understand the situation over there through Dahei and Xiaohei. Ling Mo's fragrant rice had just come out of the pot when a huge rumbling sound suddenly came from not far away, followed by the sound of fighting. But the sound of fighting did not last long, and ended. Through Dahei and Xiaohei, Ling Mo quickly understood the whole process. When Zhang Xian knew that the other party was approaching, he did not choose to wait for the other party to make a move before fighting back. Instead, he chose to strike first and caught the other party off guard. The number of people on the opposite side was originally smaller than that on their side, and they did not expect that the players in the community would unite. In short, the battle was over before it even began. While cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be thankful that he had acted quickly, because these people actually had hidden hot weapons. But when he confirmed that it was a real gun and not a model, Zhang Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even if they have awakened their talents, they are still mortal bodies, and bullets can still hurt or even kill them. What's going on? Didn't you say that the players here are very indifferent and won't care about this kind of thing? Ye Kai looked at the man who was kicked to the ground, thought for a moment, and said, "Boss, this man looks familiar. Now I remember, isn't this the man we kicked out not long ago?" As he said that, he lifted the man up with one hand and sneered, "How dare you come back? The man was so frightened that he trembled all over. A warm liquid slid down his pipe and finally flowed to the ground. Yi Kai threw the man out with a look of disgust. The man was actually scared to the point of peeing. What bad luck. At this moment, a bloated middle-aged woman rushed out from the crowd and ran straight towards the man on the ground. "My son, what's wrong with you?
Don't scare me.
How can I live without you?" Yi Kai looked at this man speechlessly, wondering what he had done. Hey, Annie, can you please be reasonable? I didn't do anything just now." After a burst of crying and shouting, the woman pointed her finger at Yi Kai again. Her vicious eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. "This is all your fault. We just want to go home. Why can't you let us go?" The woman's eyes were full of hatred. If these people hadn't driven them out, how could they have become like this? Yi Kai was so angry at her shameless look that he laughed. "You know why you drove her away. Not only do you go crazy in the homeowners group every day, but you even want to join forces with outsiders to rob the entire community. Who gave you the courage?" The woman's face turned pale when she heard this, and a look of fear flashed in her eyes. She had only discussed this matter with her brother from her mother's family, so how did these people know about it? Besides, is this really your home? You are just a nanny who took over the house while the owner was away. You have told so many lies that even you believe them. Hearing Yi Kai say this, the woman denied it at the top of her lungs. "This is my home. Stop talking nonsense." As if the louder her voice was, the more right she was. Little did she know that in the other party's eyes, she was just a group of jumping clowns. Among them were more than a dozen players and more than 30 ordinary people. There were so many people and they were holding guns in their hands. "You really think highly of us and you have gathered so many people." The vicious man snorted coldly, with an air of a hero ready to die. "The winner will be the king, the loser will be the bandit, and it's up to you to deal with." Seeing this, Jiang Xian picked up the gun on the ground, loaded it neatly, and put the muzzle of the gun against the man's forehead. "You are so fearless of death. Should I praise you?" Feeling the trembling coming from the muzzle of the gun, it turns out that he is not really afraid of death. Others have begun begging for mercy after seeing this situation. Some say they were forced into it, while others say they were unaware. Anyway, everyone claims to be innocent. Jiang Xian put away the gun, turned to Yi Kai and asked, "Have you called the police?" Yi Kai nodded. "I've already reported it." The other party took it very seriously when they heard about the gun and said it would be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a siren sounded in the distance. Ling Mo listened to the doorbell ringing outside, opened the door, and saw Yi Kai standing outside, saying softly, "I'm here to return the dog." She opened the door and let Dahe and Xiaohe in, then asked, "Those people have been dealt with. I just heard the faint sound of sirens coming from outside. Have you called the police?" She thought Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would just get rid of the person directly. That's what was written in the novel. As if seeing through Ling Mo's thoughts, Yi Kai said, "Of course, we should hand it over to the police. After all, we are good citizens who abide by the law."
Ling Montauk.
Yi Kai changed the subject and said seriously, "Besides, there are very few players now, and a group of them will be eliminated after each game. It would be a waste to kill them directly. It is better to make full use of them." Ling Mo understood, and after sending Yi Kai away, he fed Dahe and Xiaohe and then took them to the second floor. After reaching the second floor, he put Dahe and Xiaohe into the space, and then he also flashed into the space. Except for the marrow cleansing fruit, all other fruits have also gradually ripened. Ling Mo did not leave the ripe fruits hanging on the branches, but built a warehouse specifically for storing these fruits with special functions. Among them, both the medicinal fruit and the strengthened fruit need to be taken for a long time. After picking all the fruits from the special trees, Ling Mo harvested another batch of fruits, vegetables, and grains. Finally, I went to check the conditions of the lakes and small oceans. The fish in them were growing well, and each one was fat and strong. When she left, she saw that the warehouse was filled to the brim with all kinds of internal organs. Although she had sold quite a few during this period, it was still just a drop in the bucket overall. I've decided to continue selling offal for the next few days and upgrade the store at the same time. 10 shelves are really not enough. After leaving the space, Ling Mo began to meditate and practice. Her life was peaceful and quiet, but the outside world was in chaos. The reason why those people chose to take action at this time was not only because of the mother and son, but also because there was a traitor within their community. This person is also a player. He wanted to win over other players, form his own small group, and then establish himself as the king. Because of the sufficient supplies, he was able to convince some players to join him, but most people in the community refused. He really didn't think others knew about his little tricks. We are all players. Why are you superior to others? After being rejected, this person did not give up and thought about joining forces with outsiders to teach them a small lesson, and then he would act as a good person and lend a helping hand to everyone. When these people were driven out, they were not allowed to take anything with them except the clothes on their backs. Those things will compensate them for their spirit at that time. The man who was originally kicked out was still a little unconvinced and shouted that he would take revenge sooner or later and make these people pay the price. As a result, not long after he walked out of the community gate with a few of his followers, he was approached by a group of fully armed men and invited to get into a police car. Watching the man being taken away, Zhang Xian secretly cursed him as an idiot. How could he let the tiger go back to the mountains? He should just go and work for the country. The next day, Ling Mo was awakened by the collected reminder sound. She opened her phone and looked at the hot news push notifications one after another, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. When you click on one of the videos, the first scene is a huge explosion with flames shooting into the sky. Then a man who looks like a lion walks out of the sea of fire and starts burning, killing, and looting everywhere.
Ling Montag?
Is this what happened yesterday? Could it be that this person was also responsible for the explosion? But soon Ling Mo knew that the explosion was not caused by this lion-like person because she saw with her own eyes in the video that a rocket flew from a distance and directly hit the lion-like person who was wreaking havoc everywhere. Ling Mo covered his heart. Is it so exciting so early in the morning? Players have only awakened talents. They are not supermen. Even players who have awakened physical enhancements cannot withstand attacks all the time without getting hurt. It goes without saying that the lion man in the video is dead. However, it is not like their style to use missiles directly after a disagreement without any regard for the safety of people around them. At this time, Ling Mo realized that this video did not seem to be from their country, but was transmitted from a foreign country. A feeling of "so that's how it is" suddenly emerged in my heart. I closed the video, checked the domestic news, and prepared to go to the first floor to have breakfast. When she went downstairs, she heard the sounds of dogs and cats barking in the living room. Ling Mo then remembered that she still had a dozen stray cats and dogs to take care of. After yesterday's interactions, the cats and dogs were able to understand its commands, but understanding was one thing, but whether they followed the commands or not was another. After all, the IQ of these stray animals is not very high, so some things need to be done slowly. After pouring food for everyone's animals, Ling Mo went into the kitchen and started preparing his own breakfast. After this period of practice, she is now quite adept at cooking. I fried 2 dishes for myself, steamed some rice, and ate it happily. Originally, Ling Mo planned to upgrade the store after breakfast and then sell some goods, but at this moment, a familiar mechanical sound rang out. Dear official players, please be prepared. A new round of games will begin in 5 minutes. Ling Mo suddenly stood up from the chair and rushed to the second floor without saying a word. Didn't the game start at night before? Why did it start in the morning this time? No matter how much he complained in his heart, Ling Mo's hands did not slow down at all. Change into the clothes, pants, or shoes that you have prepared in advance. Put on a mask, make sure your identity is kept confidential, and tie your hair. 3, 2, 1. In the last second of the countdown, Ling Mo took out her hat and put it on herself. Then everything went dark before her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she was in a grassland. She was surrounded by other players who also came to participate in the game. The previous gaming sessions were all held at night, and now people have developed the habit of going out at night and sleeping during the day. When the game started, many people were just getting ready to go to bed. When they suddenly heard the sound of the game, they would have been in a panic. Many people had their clothes unbuttoned, were wearing slippers and holding shoes in their hands. Some people were dressed neatly, but they were holding a bunch of things in their hands, including diving suits, sportswear, and even down jackets. The main focus is on comprehensive preparation.
But
Ling Mo looked at the endless grassland around him. All his preparations were in vain, because they would not be used at all. With a previous gaming experience, although the start was a bit hasty this time, everyone stood there calmly, waiting for the next notification from the system. Soon, the familiar voice of the game came to my ears again. Dear official players, hello. Welcome to the Cleo Grassland. The Cleo Grassland is the largest grassland on the Cleo star. There are many orcs living here. The orcs are powerful and are natural warriors, but they also have their own troubles. Mission: find and help the orcs solve the troubles they are facing. Collect 10 satisfied smiles within 10 days. The system will award the player a reward based on the guest's satisfaction. As the system voice ended, a smiley face badge appeared in Ling Mo's hand, surrounded by a group of extinguished lights. After counting, there were exactly 10, no more, no less. What the system means by collecting smiley faces should be lighting up all the lights on this badge. Ling Mo pinned the badge on his chest, and the others did almost the same. This time the game lasted a full 10 days, which was longer than the previous Mocha Forest, which meant that this game was either extremely difficult or a complete waste of time. 10 days, 10 smiley faces, an average of 1 smiley face collected every day. After a few seconds of silence, there was a burst of noise and curses all around. Almost everyone complained that the game started too suddenly and left them completely unprepared. System: we have not had any water or food for 10 days. How are we supposed to survive? Although there was no water and food in the Mocha Forest before, their mission was to collect food. There was food everywhere in the forest, and as long as they were brave enough, they would never starve to death if they tried. But this time it was different. There is no way to accept their fate. After all, the system doesn't even pay attention to them. Instead of complaining here, they might as well complete the task quickly. Maybe after finding the orcs, they will have food to eat. Some people want to find someone they know in a crowd, which will make the task safer. Moreover, with such a large grassland, who knows what dangers may be hidden here? There is strength in numbers. There were quite a few people like this, and soon some of them formed a temporary team. Some people also wanted to win over Ling Mo. After all, among a group of disheveled players, Ling Mo's attire was particularly eye-catching, and one could tell at a glance that he was fully prepared. Ling Mo naturally didn't want to team up with these people. After all, to put it bluntly, these people were a burden to him. Not only could they not help at all, but they would also hinder him madly. So, when she saw that the situation was not right, she just ran away and did not look back no matter how the people behind her called her. She stopped only after she had run far enough. Wait a minute, do you understand this place? Loading data, Cleo Grassland, where many beastmen and orcs live. Wait, aren't orcs and orcs the same thing? Of course they are different. Orcs are intelligent and very similar to humans, except that some parts of their bodies have animal characteristics. Orcs are natural warriors. They are simple and honest and hate deception. Beastmen are their main food. Okay, can you help me find the orcs? No traces of orcs were detected around. Hearing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Okay then. I'll look around again. Please pay attention to your surroundings along the way to see if there are any supplies like water cooling stones. Okay, in order to speed up his pace, Ling Mo took out an electric bike and rode it at lightning speed. The Kino step is so large that its edge is almost invisible. About an hour later, a wait voice suddenly rang out. An orc village is found ahead. Thanks for the reminder, but I've already seen it. Before arriving at the village, Ling Mo discovered that the area of the village was quite large and there should be quite a few orcs living in it. No way could she complete her mission on the first day. Ling Mo was instantly excited, but thinking about the previous rounds of games, how could it be so easy to become a formal player in the first game? Moreover, before the game starts, the system mentions the customer's satisfaction level, which is like the difference between completing a homework and doing an excellent job. Thinking of this, Ling Mo put away his electric bike and walked closer to the village. Wait a minute, do you know what kind of orc village this is? According to analysis, this should be a village of rabbit people orcs. As one of the most fertile orc tribes, the rabbit people need to recruit a large number of nannies every year. Taking care of the child. Ling Mo swallowed her saliva. She really knew nothing about this kind of thing. Forget it, I'll ask when the time comes to see if there are any other jobs. If there really aren't any, then I can only try my best. Little rabbit orcs should be easier to take care of than human babies. With this thought in mind, Ling Mo approached the rabbit village. Soon, the rabbit people discovered her presence. The rabbit orcs are a relatively timid race, so when they saw Ling Mo, a stranger they had never seen before, they instinctively became alert and secretly hid in the dark and observed her. They thought they were hiding well, but in fact, everything was seen clearly by her mental power. At this time, Ling Mo's interstellar language came in handy. Don't be afraid, I'm here to find a job. As she spoke, she showed the smiley face badge on her chest and her Star Citizen ID card. This ID card was issued by the system for her and was just handed to her yesterday. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Mo's words and seeing her smiley face badge and Star Citizen ID card, the other party was obviously relieved. At this time, an elderly rabbit beast man came out of one of the houses and said in a friendly manner, "Can you take care of children? We have a lot of little rabbit beast men born this year. You can go and help take care of them." Ling Mo had a proper smile on his face and said politely, "Of course I can take care of children. It's my honor to be able to help you. However, compared to taking care of children, I am actually better at collecting garbage." She decided to struggle and see if she could escape the fate of having to take care of the child. Originally, she just wanted to give it a try, but who knew that the old rabbit beast man suddenly grabbed her hand and said excitedly, "Really? That's great. Winter has just ended, and there is a lot of garbage accumulated in our village. Please help take it all away." Why did he suddenly become so enthusiastic? Is garbage collecting so popular in the interstellar world? At this time, the rabbit orcs who had been hiding before also came out one after another, vying to have Ling Mo go to their house to collect garbage first. These rabbit orcs were so enthusiastic that it was finally the old rabbit orc who made the final decision. Everyone should come in one family at a time from the front to the back, and no one was allowed to cut in line. First on the list was a mother and daughter rabbit. Ling Mo followed them home. Aren't rabbit beast men said to be fertile? Why are there only this mother and daughter in this family? Ling Mo asked around and found out that the daughter next to Mother Rabbit was her 80th child. The previous children all grew up and moved out on their own. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded and showed an expression of "I see." That's not right. If the rabbit people are so fertile, why are there only dozens of houses in the village? According to the fertility rate of the rabbit people, this shouldn't happen. Ling Mo soon found out why. Those houses on the ground are just for outsiders to see. Each house represents a family. In fact, the rabbit people live underground. Ling Mo followed behind the mother rabbit, constantly observing the surrounding environment with the corner of his eyes. Although the underground houses were dug out bit by themselves, the surface was covered with a layer of walls with various sudden paintings on them. This should be done by digging the house yourself and then renovating it. It will not only look good but also effectively prevent the risk of the house collapsing. We're here now. I won't go down. You go first, Mother Rabbit said as she stood in front of a big door. Ling Mo nodded politely when he heard that, and the moment he opened the door, he was shocked by the scene inside. Mother Rabbit thought she was shocked by the huge amount of garbage, so she said embarrassedly, "I have nothing to do at home in winter, so I like to buy things online, but as I was shopping." Ling Mo put away a shocked expression and smiled implicitly. "It's okay. I told you, I'm good at collecting trash." After saying that, she walked in. The door of the room slowly closed, and Ling Mo looked at the mountain of garbage in front of him, some of which were not even in the express boxes. I took a quick look at the bunch of things and wow, this family spends a lot of money. Looking at the things, many of them are brand new. Ling Mo then picked up a white bag, opened it, and saw that it was filled with unopened candies. Wait a minute, what is this thing? High-calorie candies can quickly provide the body with the energy it needs, but it is not recommended to eat too much because it can easily make you gain weight. P.S. The taste of caloric candy is very good. People who have eaten it can't help but keep eating it, so it is not recommended for people with weak willpower. It sounds like the effect is somewhat similar to nutrient solution with some slight side effects, but not a problem. It's a good stuff, so I'll take it. Candies like this here. Ling Emo looked at the date. It still had a long time before it expired. How could it have been lost? Suddenly, she thought of the slow introduction and did not recommend it to people with weak wills. She seemed to suddenly understand why it was lost. Ling Emo checked several express deliveries one after another, most of which contained food. You can tell that this family really loves eating, as a large part of this is food. And mostly sweets. In the end, Ling Emo stopped reading and put them all away, planning to sort them out when he had time. Half an hour later, Ling Emo walked out. Mother Rabbit couldn't help but widen her red eyes after seeing the scene. She looked at the clean storage room and praised sincerely, "You are really good at collecting garbage. You are the best garbage disposal worker I have ever hired. I think the reward I prepared for you is not comparable to the results of your labor. Please wait for me for a moment." After saying that, the Mother Rabbit hopped away, but came back after a few minutes. This is a specialty of our rabbit people, an energy bar, which is similar to a nutritional supplement, but tastes better than a nutritional supplement. I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Ling Emo took the energy bar with a smile, thanked him, and then went to the next house. The rabbit man in this family is also a shopaholic, but unlike the rabbit man in the previous family who likes to eat, the rabbit man in this family buys a wide variety of things, mainly in all kinds of fields. Ling Emo even saw a brand new set of fishing tools. "You really don't want all of these?" Ling Emo confirmed again because these things looked really expensive. A very fashionably dressed rabbit man snorted and said, No, you can take them all." Then he muttered something about the old not going away, the new not coming. Then, Ling Emo realized that these rabbit orcs were extremely wealthy, otherwise which family could withstand their extravagance? However, this is a good deal for her. Next, Ling Emo began a crazy collecting mode. At first, she couldn't help but take a look at what was inside out of curiosity. After all, these were interstellar products, different from the previous food, and they were things she had never seen before. But later, in order to save time, she simply didn't even look at it, and directly wrapped it all up with her mental power and put it all into the space. At first, Ling Emo was very excited when collecting so many things, but then he gradually calmed down. The reason why a treasure is largely because there are few of them. But the entire rabbit tribe seems to have an extraordinary passion for online shopping. They are truly shopping maniacs, and everyone has different hobbies. Some people like to eat, so they buy a lot of food and throw all the food they can't finish in the warehouse. Some rabbit people want to exercise, so they buy a bunch of sports equipment and healthy food, and then those who know. In short, by the time Ling Emo had visited all the rabbit people's homes, the sun was about to set and she was sweating from exhaustion. At this time, the old rabbit orc she had seen before came over, thanked Ling Emo with a kind smile, then took out his walking stick and tapped the badge on her chest. The next second, the small gray area around the smiley face badge turned bright white. Then the old rabbit orc took out another package. After opening it, he found neatly arranged energy bars inside. "These are extra rewards for you." Ling Emo happily took the energy bars. Although she had already collected quite a few of these energy bars today, who would complain about having too little of these things? Eating one can save you from having to eat for a whole day. If this were sold outside, I wonder how many people would go crazy. By the way, do you know where there are orcs around here?
I really need a job.
My search speed is too slow, and I still have no clue. I might as well ask the rabbit orc in front of me. Hearing this, the old rabbit orc thought for a moment, pointed in a certain direction and said, "Go straight in this direction, and you will reach the territory of the two-tailed cat tribe. You can go there and ask." After hearing this, Ling Emo hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you." The old rabbit orc waved his hand and said, "The Cleo Grassland is very dangerous at night. You can stay near the village for one night and set off tomorrow." Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for the reminder." She found a tree near the village and planned to rest nearby. As the night fell completely, Ling Mo also understood why the old rabbit orc said it was dangerous at night. Because night is the time when most wild animals hunt. If Ling Mo walks alone, he will easily be mistaken for a lone prey. With the dual blessing of colored contact lenses and sunglasses, Ling Mo can still see clearly even at night, when there is no light. Just then, a wait voice sounded. Usable materials detected, Tianqining, the most common insect in the Cleo continent, weak, strong reproductive ability, strong vitality, likes to eat sweets, and emits bright light at night. The sweeter the food you feed Tianqining, the stronger the light it emits will be, up to 10 watts. 10 watts? Isn't this just a moving light bulb? Ling Mo looked around but saw nothing. Finally, with Chia Man's reminder, he found a thumb-sized insect hidden in the grass. The insect's abdomen emits a faint, barely detectable light. Seeing this, Ling Mo took out an unopened bag of sugar. Tear open the bag of sugar, pour a little of the sugar into your hand, and then put it in front of Tianqining. After taking Tianqining into the space, the surroundings fell into darkness again. This Tianqining is really a good thing. With it, I can even save the trouble of using light bulbs. There are many fruit trees in the space, so the sweet girls won't have to worry about food. Ling Mo dissolved the sugar in water and made dozens of simple sweet crystal catchers. It's actually just a clean plate with sugar water poured into it. Since he was free at night anyway, Ling Mo placed the plates around him. In a short while, he attracted a large number of Tianqining. She leaned against the tree trunk and collected them wherever it was bright. After daybreak, Ling Mo put away the Tianqining catchers and prepared to use them next time. He took out the electric bike from the space and rode in the direction pointed by the old rabbit orc yesterday. By the way, is there also east, west, south, and north in the interstellar space? Forget it, let's not think too much about it. Even if it's divided, I guess she can't remember it. As they were walking, Ling Mo's electric bike suddenly stopped. Agrimony. The leaves resemble dragon teeth. It is the most common plant in the Cleo Grassland. Isn't this a natural heat relief medicine? Ling Mo picked up a leaf of dragon's tooth grass and put it to his nose and smelled it. Suddenly, a coolness rushed into his nose, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. The flavor of agrimony is very similar to mint, but the effects are much milder. And the dragon's tooth grass is only as long as a finger. Ling Mo looked down at the ground, which was covered with dragon tooth grass, but if she pulled it out bit by bit, it would be a waste of time. She still knows the priority between the mission and the dragon's tooth grass. Fortunately, Ling Mo had stockpiled enough goods at the time, so he learned about the fully automatic lawnmower. Ling Mo drives a fully automatic lawnmower, leaving no grass behind wherever he passes. In a short while, a whole cart of dragon's tooth grass was collected. Ling Mo put them into the space, and during this period, she also specially collected a lot of dragon tooth grass seeds. After all, she knew that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. No matter how much you collect, it will be used up sooner or later, so it is better to grow it yourself. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo suddenly noticed a group of people running towards her in the distance, waving as they ran. After Ling Mo confirmed that the other party was not an orc but a player, he decisively set the harvester to collect space, and then used the stealth function of the illusory cloak to escape. Piao Yunyan saw from afar one or two large harvesters driving on the grassland. He guessed that they might be players. He thought about going up to them and chatting them up, and it would be best if they could give him a ride. But unexpectedly, as soon as they approached, the harvester and the driver inside disappeared. If there weren't the tire marks on the ground, they would have suspected that they had just seen it wrong. After seeing the scene, Piao Yunyan was so angry that she stomped her feet and her face became extremely ugly. What kind of person is this? How can you be so selfish? We are all players who entered the game together. Shouldn't we help each other? A tall and thin young man nearby consoled her. Don't be angry, Yunyan. That kind of person is selfish and has no manners. I'll teach him a lesson for you next time I see him. Even so, Piao Yunyan's expression was still very ugly. The other party had a harvester to travel, so he must have a very special talent. Her talent is to make people feel good about her just by getting along with them. If she uses it well, this will be a very terrifying talent. In the third round of the game, she relied on this talent to turn the tide at the last moment.
But now,
She glanced at the two people beside her and realized that it was far from enough. She had to recruit more people to work for her. Ling Mo didn't know that the person behind him was Piao Yunyan. If he had known, he would have run faster. She walked for most of the day in the direction pointed by the old rabbit orc, but couldn't find where the two-tailed cat landed. However, she found a red door. Obviously, someone discovered the red door before her, and judging from his appearance, it should be a white man. He walked to the red door, looked around, touched it, and then reached out and knocked hard, but the door still did not respond. Just when Ling Mo thought he was going to give up, he saw the man put his hands on the door and pushed it with all his strength. The door was pushed open in the middle to create a gap. The other party's movements were extremely agile, and he slipped in through the gap. The next second, the door was quickly closed. Ling Mo waited outside for a while, but no one came out. Instead, he watched several groups of people walk in with the same operation. Seeing this, Ling Mo was not going to wait any longer. Who knew where the village of the two-tailed cat orcs was? And, according to the current time, even if she found it, it was very likely that she would not be able to complete the task within today. In this way, the remaining task time will be shortened and the fault tolerance will be increased. As the saying goes, if you fall behind by one step, you will fall behind step by step. She stood up and walked to the red door, looked left and right like the others before her, and then found the doorbell button in the upper right corner. The reason she knew this was because when she was in the rabbit orc village before, although their houses outside were built with stones, they also had doorbells. It's just that the doorbell button is installed a little too high, obviously designed according to the height of the orcs living here. Ling Mo took great pains to ring the doorbell. The red door that was originally closed slowly opened. After she walked in, the door behind her slammed shut with a dull sound. Ignoring the situation behind him, Ling Mo raised his head and looked around. How could he describe the environment inside? It was completely two different worlds from the outside. From the outside, this is just a house built with stone and earth, but the decoration inside reveals exquisiteness everywhere. The bumps on the wall, the lights above, and even the patterns on the floor underfoot all seem to have been carefully designed. It feels like I have suddenly traveled from the ancient world to the future. In short, it is very disconnected. Then, Ling Mo heard a series of complaints coming from a distance. What's going on? These people are not fools. They can't even understand what I'm saying. They are such a pitiful bunch. Hearing this, Ling Mo thought to himself, of course they can't understand you, because you are speaking interstellar language. Despite her complaints, she still quickened her pace. In the middle of the living room, there was a huge sofa, and a bronze-skinned giant about 3 meters tall was lying on the sofa. It's so high, no wonder the doorbell is installed so high. On the wall behind the sofa, there is a picture of a majestic lion biting its prey's neck. Very good, she already knew what kind of orc the person in front of her was. No orc would hang a painting of himself or herself or a companion being killed by a lion in the living room. At this time, the lion beast man also noticed Ling Mo's arrival and muttered softly, "Why is there another one? Just find something to do for yourself. I almost forgot that you might not understand." Then the lion beast man pointed at the other players who were busy, and then pointed to the locker room, motioning her to change clothes. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo felt that this lion orc had a good temper. He did not show any impatience even when being disturbed by so many players who were unable to communicate. "I can understand you." Hearing this, the lion orc, who had originally half closed his eyes, slowly opened his eyes and looked at her with interest. At the same time, other players who were quietly paying attention to the situation discovered that someone could actually communicate with the orcs. They couldn't help but slow down what they were doing and observe this silently. After confirming that Ling Mo could really understand and recognize the words, the lion beast man stood up from the sofa, pointed at a player who was cleaning a vase and said, Then can you understand their language? In response, Ling Mo said it was no big deal. Of course. That's great, this is for you. As he spoke, the lion orc handed a blue light screen to Ling Mo and said, from now on, you are responsible for arranging work for these people. Ling Mo took the light screen and promised to complete the task. Well, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll be back before dark. What this means is that they hope they can complete all the tasks on the light screen before dark. After the lion orc left, the other players all came over at once, surrounded Ling Mo, and stared at the blue light screen in her hand with burning eyes. After all, they all saw the attitude of the lion orc just now. Ling Mo was about to warn them, but two figures stood in front of her. The faces of those whose thoughts were seen through turned red, and they said angrily, we can't understand it. But does she understand it? Yi Kai rolled his eyes. If she didn't understand, the lion beast man wouldn't have given the thing to her. Looking at Jiang Xian and Yi Kai standing in front of him, Ling Mo felt warm in his heart and decided to give them discounts when they came to him to buy things in the future. Ling Mo looked around, cleared his throat, and said, stop arguing. If you still want to complete the task, just do as I say. Why should we listen to you? A female player questioned. Ling Mo shook the blue light screen in his hand. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. The lion beast man just asked me to be responsible for assigning tasks. We have to clean up here before dark. After dark, the lion beast man will come back to check the results of our work. The players looked at each other and finally chose to follow Ling Mo's advice. After all, the attitude of the lion orc was there. Next, Ling Mo began to assign tasks, including organizing and storing things, cleaning the kitchen, cleaning the walls, windows, and screens, putting away clothes and shoes, cleaning the bathroom, unclogging the sewer to prevent blockage, changing bed sheets, mopping the floor, and wiping the furniture. Each task requires the cooperation of several people to complete. After the tasks were assigned, Ling Mo chose to organize and store, and Jiang Xian and Yi Kai also chose to organize and store. As they sorted out the things in their hands, they came to Ling Mo and whispered, my name is Xinxin Xiangqian. Then he pointed at Yi Kai and said, he is a daydream. Ling Mo said without even looking up, I tell God to owe me 1 trillion. 2 people. Yi Kai slapped his thigh fiercely, looking regretful. Why didn't he think of such a good name at that time? Jiang Xian glared at Yi Kai, telling him to stop playing tricks, then looked at Ling Mo. You can understand what those people say and read their writing. Are these also your talents? Ling Mo looked up at him and said, of course not. I learned this by myself. Hearing this, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's eyes widened instantly. You learned it by yourself. How did you learn it? Where did you learn it? I performed well in my first game, so the rancher gave me a reward. Then the system gave me a machine to help me learn interstellar language. She knew that some people had the talent to see through lies. Rather than being exposed later, it was better to tell the truth from the beginning. However, how to tell the truth was up to her. Sure enough, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's eyes lit up after hearing Ling Mo's words. In the previous rounds of games, they did not come into contact with people from the stars, but this time, it was the first time they came into contact with interstellar people, and the language barrier was the first hurdle they faced. The two looked around and cautiously did not continue the topic. After all, they lived in the same neighborhood, and it would not be too late to ask after the game was over. What they need to do now is to get closer to this little girl. Jiang Xian had heard from Yi Kai before that this little girl was extremely defensive, but after knowing that she was an orphan, he understood why she was like that. Ling Mo ignored the 2 people, because in addition to storing the items, she also left herself a difficult task, that is, collecting garbage. Since we are cleaning, there will definitely be a lot of garbage generated. Just as she was sorting, she had sorted out a lot of unnecessary and discarded things. Moreover, Ling Mo accidentally discovered the identity of the lion orc in the magazine on the table. This man turned out to be the leader of the orc group. This person is definitely a boss-level figure, and he must have a lot of good things at home. Although the light screen also marked that they only needed to place the garbage in the designated location, under Chiaman's guidance, Ling Mo used the light screen to contact the lion orc who had already left. No matter what, You should still ask before taking other people's things. If you touch something you shouldn't, you'll be in trouble. After all, she is now an official interstellar citizen, and if the lion orcs take her to court for theft, she will go to jail. After all, Lingmo's goal is just to get things that others don't want. The lion orc responded quickly and even gave her permission, indicating that she could take away everything inside. After getting a positive answer, Lingmo was visibly happy. Then he walked towards the warehouse while others were still busy. By the time Jiang Xian and Yi Kai found out, she was nowhere to be found. I opened the first warehouse and walked in. As the door slowly closed, the light above my head lit up. Lingmo was faced with a square metal box, which was about as high as her thigh. The entire warehouse was filled with such boxes, making it impossible for her to move forward. Judging from the dust accumulated on the surface of the boxes, these boxes have been here for a long time. The door behind her was closed, and in front of her was a metal wall made of boxes. Lingmo stood there, and even turning around was very difficult. If she wanted to continue walking inside, she had to move the metal box in front of her away. This is a piece of cake for Lingmo. After removing the metal boxes on the surface, it was found that there were still the same metal boxes inside, densely packed and neatly arranged. There were so many metal boxes that Lingmo was very curious about what was inside. After carefully observing the box, a string of codes was found on the side. Wait a minute, what are these codes? This is the 5th generation of external skeleton armor developed by the Orc Group. However, the Orc Group has now developed the external skeleton armor to the 10th generation, and these are obsolete. Lingmo didn't hear the last part of the sentence, wait a minute. She only knew that the things in front of her were external skeleton armors. She didn't care whether they were the 5th or 10th generation. Lingmo expanded her mental power to the maximum, trying to collect all the external skeleton armors in the warehouse as quickly as possible. After all, this was only the first warehouse, and there were several more waiting for her. By the time the warehouse was emptied, Lingmo's mental strength had been somewhat overdrawn. Although those metal boxes looked small, they were very heavy. It was not until now that Lingmo saw clearly how big this warehouse was. He estimated that the space was about 500 to 600 square meters. At this moment, she sincerely hoped that the next few warehouses would be as big as this one. Of course, she wouldn't mind if they were bigger than this one. After resting for another 10 minutes, Lingmo opened the door, came to the next warehouse, opened it, went in, and then closed the door. As the overhead light was turned on, the things inside the warehouse appeared in front of Lingmo. Not the previous external skeleton armor. According to Chiaman, the external skeleton armor has been updated to the 10th generation. Since the 5th generation has been eliminated, the 6th and 7th generations should also be eliminated. It seems that her idea was too naive. However, the things in this warehouse seem to be older than those in the previous warehouse. The evidence is that the dust on the things here is much thicker than that in the previous warehouse. Although they are still packed in boxes, these boxes are obviously much more casual than the previous ones. After brushing off the dust on the surface of one of the boxes and opening it, there was a bunch of palm-sized small discs inside, similar to yo-yos. Lingmo picked up one of the small discs and asked, "Wait a minute, what this thing was?" According to the test, this should be the 1st generation of Space Hub, with only 1 square meter of space inside, and it has a usage limit and will be scrapped after about 50 uses. She now took back her previous words. The things in this warehouse were in no way inferior to the external skeleton armor in the previous warehouse. In addition to the 1st generation, she also discovered the 2nd and 3rd generation space links. After putting all the space buttons into the space, a large area of the entire warehouse was instantly vacated. Wait a minute, this space hub was not also developed by the Orc Group. Yes, but the Orc Group only developed the 3rd generation. Because of technical problems, they were unable to make a breakthrough, so they sold the patent to the Nebula Group. The space hubs used in the interstellar space are all developed by them. I'm curious about how big the space of the space link can be at most. Xingyun Group supports private customization services. As long as the money is in place, any size is fine. Continuing to check the things in the warehouse, Ling Mo discovered that these were all things that were updated from StarCraft. This orc group is really involved in all kinds of fields. The first generation of constant temperature clothing, which can maintain a constant body temperature in extreme temperatures of 70 degrees above zero and 70 degrees below zero, needs to be used with a constant temperature helmet. At first, when he met Ling Mo, whom he had never seen before, he was still interested in asking Chia Man to explain to him, but as time passed, in order to save time, he didn't even look at it and directly put everything into the space. The third and fourth warehouses are where daily miscellaneous items are stored, such as unfinished nutrient solution, energy bars, children's toys, magazines that have been read or clothes that cannot be worn, etc. When Ling Mo returned to the living room again, the lion orc had just come back. Seeing the newly cleaned house, he nodded with satisfaction. After checking around, he said, "You guys did a great job." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a robot came out.
These are your rewards.
At this moment, a middle-aged man pointed at Ling Mo and said, "Respected Lord Lion, this person has no job at all. She does not deserve your reward." The lion beast man looked at Ling Mo. What is he talking about? Ling Mo remained calm. He said he didn't work for pay. You are insulting him by doing this. The lion beast man widened his eyes when he heard this. How can there be such a person in this world? Ling Mo continued to smile. Of course, the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. The lion beast man nodded. I see. In that case, I really shouldn't tarnish his noble character. I'll give you his reward. What else do you want? You helped me clean up the garbage that has accumulated for many years. This is what you deserve. Thanks. Ling Mo nodded implicitly. If possible, I want a weapon that can defend myself. The lion beast man looked at Ling Mo's small body and whispered, You really need a weapon for self-defense. You are too small. This size is very dangerous in the Cleo Grassland. Finally, the lion orc gave her a white bracelet, the latest product of the orc group. The main feature of this bracelet is its portability. It was developed specifically for women in the interstellar space. Don't be fooled by its small size, as it is equipped with more than a dozen weapons, from cold weapons to hot weapons. Ling Mo liked this weapon very much. After taking away the 2 servings of nutrient supplements, he also took away the garbage generated from the previous cleaning before leaving. The other players had already left. When approaching the gate, Ling Mo's mental power detected that there were many people gathered outside the gate. It was dark outside now, and these people should want to stay around until dawn before leaving, but Ling Mo did not intend to wait here with them. After all, one of her enemies was among these players, so she directly activated the stealth function of the illusory cloak. It slipped away right under the players' noses. After running far enough, Ling Mo took out his electric car and continued walking towards the 2-tailed cat village. Outside the door of the lion orc, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai were still waiting for Ling Mo to come out. In addition to the 2 of them, there were many other people waiting for Ling Mo, including the middle-aged man who had complained. After coming out of the lion orc's house, other players received extra rewards besides smiles. Although it was not much, at least they would not have to go hungry for the next few days. He was the only one who got nothing. Even the smiles he received were much dimmer than those from others. It was obvious who was behind this. However, they waited for a long time and did not see Ling Mo coming out. Just then, a fat pearl bird flew from a distance and landed on Yi Kai's shoulder. Then it shook its head at Zhang Xian and flew away, with its wings flashing. Seeing this, Zhang Xian immediately understood what he meant and pulled Yi Kai to find a place to rest. Boss, are we waiting for that little girl? Zhang Xian glanced at him and said, She has left. We just need to take care of ourselves now. It's the 2nd day now, and we have to hurry up and complete the task. All right. On the other side, Ling Mo originally wanted to find a place to rest after getting far enough away, but as he was walking, he actually saw a village in the distance. According to previous experience in the rabbit orc village, the area where the orcs gather is the safest. So Ling Mo drove the electric car at the fastest speed. After arriving near the village, I was shocked to find that this was the village of the two-tailed cat orcs that I had been looking for. It was really a case of searching for something in vain, but finally I got it without any effort. Ling and Mo stopped near the village, put the electric bike into the space, and she went back to the space to take a shower. They will stay here for 10 days this time, without taking a shower or changing clothes. If they don't have the conditions, they can just endure it, but Ling and Mo has the conditions, so he naturally won't put himself in a difficult position. After taking a shower and changing clothes, I checked the growth of some amaranth seeds.
Good, they have sprouted.
Ling and Mo left the space, set up the Tiantianine catcher, built a simple shelter with a parasol, and began to meditate. After daybreak, the two-tailed cat beast man saw Ling and Mo outside as soon as he went out, and curiously walked up to him and asked, "What can I do for you?" Ling and Mo showed the smiley face badge on his chest and said, "I'm here to look for a job. I'm good at recycling garbage. Opportunities will not come to you on their own. You have to fight for them." The two-tailed cat beastman's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words recycling garbage. Really, what level of recycler are you? If your level is too low, you alone may not be enough. As he spoke, the two-tailed cat orc looked at Ling Mo's thin body and shook his head. It has no sharp teeth and claws, nor a tail, and does not look intimidating at all. It is most likely a lowest-level recycler. Ling and Mo didn't know what the two-tailed cat orc was thinking at the moment, but she saw the distrust in the other's eyes, so she showed the badge to him. The badge can be used to query the evaluation given by the previous customer. Although there are only 2 people now, they all gave full marks. Until now, the two-tailed cat beast man believed what Ling and Mo said. "Then come with me. Our village just sorted out a batch of unused items not long ago. We originally wanted to hire a few C-level recyclers to deal with them in a few days, but due to a shortage of manpower, our orders have been scheduled for half a month later." At this point, the two-tailed cat orc wrinkled his nose. "Those things have become smelly in half a month. Think about it now that you are here." Ling and Mo listened to the words of the two-tailed cat orc, and he keenly grasped an important message. Does the orc sect need recyclers now? Of course we need it. After all, winter has just passed. Winter in the Cleo Grassland is very cold, and there is no food at all. We can only stockpile food before winter comes, but when spring comes, the uneaten food will quickly rot, and we need recyclers to clean it up in time. Under the guidance of the two-tailed cat orc, Ling and Mo soon arrived in front of a warehouse. The two-tailed cat beast man pointed to the warehouse with its door open and said, "In order to facilitate the work of the recyclers, we put all the things here." Ling and Mo nodded and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a faint aroma of dried meat. Two-tailed cats are pure carnivorous orcs, so all their food is meat. Thinking of what the two-tailed cat orc said, food will quickly spoil after winter, I couldn't help but pick up a piece of dried meat and smell it. There was no peculiar smell, and it was still edible. In addition, she also found a variety of canned meats, all of which could be eaten right after opening. Just then, two-tailed cat orcs came in pushing a mountain of canned meat. The 2 of them were walking and chatting, and they didn't seem to notice that there was another Ling and Mo in the warehouse. Winter is finally over. I'm almost sick of eating all this canned meat. Yes, now I can finally have a good meal. I don't want to see these canned meat and jerky anymore. You said the same thing at this time last year. We still have to stock up on food in the fall. I wish I could be as rich and powerful as the lion beast men, so I can take a spaceship away in winter and come back after winter is over. The two-tailed cat orcs casually dumped the things in their hands into the warehouse and left, discussing where to go hunting as they walked. These two-tailed cat orcs are so wasteful, just throwing away such good food. Ling and Mo condemned these two-tailed cat orcs for wasting food in his heart, but his hands were not slow at all. What is this? Is it sugar? Wait a minute. After testing, it was found that this is an energy block made of animal fat. It can be used as a food to satisfy hunger or as fuel. One block can burn for a long time. It can be eaten and used as fuel. It has multiple uses. It's a good thing. It's such a waste that such good things are thrown into the warehouse and treated as garbage. It didn't matter. Now she was here to save them. Ling Mo will definitely make full use of these things and let them have their own home. Ling Mo's eyes lit up as he loaded the things in the warehouse into the space. In addition to food, she also found a number of large cat climbing frames. Looking at the cat climbing frame in front of you, it is more than enough for a cat. Even a person would be able to climb on it. In addition, there are various cat-specific toys and cat snacks. Ling Mo worked for the entire morning before he cleaned up the entire warehouse. During this period, many two-tailed cat orcs brought the food they couldn't finish at home here. After discovering Ling Mo, the recycler, these two-tailed cats will go and inform other companions in the village. Seeing Ling Mo's high efficiency, the two-tailed cat beast man who brought her here before couldn't help but sigh. So what you said is true. You are really good at recycling garbage, even faster than those A-level recyclers I have seen before. The most important thing is a good attitude. You know, the price of a general A-level recycler is very expensive and they don't collect everything. She successfully got the third smiley face. It was not yet noon yet, and Ling Mo felt that she hoped to get a double kill today, so she set her sights on the two-tailed cat orc who was talking to her and asked her if there were any other orc tribes around. Yes, there are. The two-tailed cat orc pointed her in two directions. The left is the crocodile orc's territory, and the right is the honey badger orc's territory. But I suggest you go to the left. You need to be careful when getting along with honey badger orcs, and they don't like people getting close to their territory. Ling Mo nodded in agreement. The name of the Flathead brother was well known even on Blue Star. He waved goodbye, took his reward, and said goodbye to the two-tailed cat orc. Not long after Ling Mo left, another group of players came here. Since the garbage had been dealt with by Ling Mo, the task of these players was to take care of the children. Because of the language barrier, the two sides had no communication at all. Some of them even made their children cry and were directly driven out of the village by the two-tailed cat. But these have nothing to do with Ling Mo anymore. At this moment, she has arrived at the crocodile orc territory on her electric bike. What comes into view is a huge pond with reeds growing around it. At this moment, a black shadow loomed over her head, followed by a deep voice, "Little guy, what are you doing here?" When she turned around, she saw a huge mud monster standing behind her. Seeing the other party's huge mouth, she quickly realized that the mud monster in front of her was a crocodile orc. Ling Mo quickly said, "I'm here to look for a job." "Looking for a job? That's great. Come and help me take a bath." Ling Mo was stunned when he heard this, but still followed the crocodile orc. After arriving at an open space, I found that there were already quite a few players here, even foreign players. Fortunately, Ling Mo had seen him once before, so she just took a glance and then looked away. These people stood on the crocodile orc's back, holding a water pipe in their hands to wash the mud off the crocodile orc's body. Crocodile orcs are a very clean race and cannot tolerate any dirt on their bodies. After hearing Chiaman's explanation, Ling Mo finally knew what he should do. The water pipe climbed up the back of the crocodile orc, and Ling Mo started to wash it. That the crocodile orc was very clean, Ling Mo finally took out a brush while flushing it with water and brushed off the stubborn stains on the crocodile orc's back. She arrived the latest, and because she worked more carefully, her speed was naturally not as fast. These people looked at Ling Mo's pursuit of perfection and looked at him as if he were a fool. Time is so tight now, but you don't finish the task quickly. You are still here, nitpicking on the details. I'm afraid you are not a Virgo. These people could not understand the interstellar language, but Ling Mo understood it clearly. Although the crocodile orcs smiled at these people, they were actually not satisfied with their service because many places were not cleaned. Ling Mo had cleaned every corner and edge. Seeing this, the other crocodile orcs looked at him with envy and then came over to ask Ling Mo to help them wash it again. In response, Ling Mo said that there was no problem as long as the salary was in place, and the worst that could happen was that he would have to work all night. After seeing that the other players had left, Ling Mo simply stopped hiding anything and took out the high-pressure water gun to improve work efficiency. This way the speed is much faster. Although these crocodile orcs look ferocious, they are actually quite good-tempered. They line up consciously, and no one cuts in line. Next to Ling Mo was a bamboo basket filled with white teeth. These teeth were all shed by crocodiles and are very sharp and strong. Ling Mo tried it and was able to easily cut a hard stone into two halves without any processing. After working for an entire afternoon, Ling Mo finally cleaned up all the crocodile orcs. The crocodile orcs who had finished taking a bath did not leave immediately. Instead, like a person putting on new shoes, they carefully found a clean place and admired their clean scales. If I were to use an idiom to describe the current situation, it would probably be looking at one's own reflection and feeling sorry for oneself. A crocodile beast man laughed and said, "You wash me so clean. I can't bear to get myself dirty." Ling Mo smiled shyly upon hearing this, saying that this was what he should do. The crocodile orc was even happier with her modesty. It's already night time. The nights in the Cleo Grassland are very dangerous. Those stray beasts and orcs have been hungry for a whole winter. If you meet them, you will not have a good ending. You should stay here today and leave tomorrow morning. Since he had a place to live, Ling Mo naturally didn't want to sleep outside in the open, especially after knowing the dangerous existence of stray orcs. While chatting, Ling Mo asked the crocodile orcs a lot about the Cleo Grassland. As they chatted, they talked about the living environment. Ling Mo did not mention Blue Star. He only said that the place where he lived suddenly became very hot, and he did not dare to go out during the day. He had no money and could not buy food, so he had to go out to work. After listening to Ling Mo's story, the crocodile beast man immediately felt infinite sympathy for her. Poor child, no wonder you have to work at such a young age, so this is the reason. You said that it's very hot where you live, so you can go find the tin fish. Their scales have a cooling effect, and they shed their scales every once in a while. It has its own precipitation effect. Isn't this just a weakened version of water cooling stone? Water cooling stones are good, but their effects are too good and can easily cause accidental injuries. The scales of tintinfish obviously do not have this problem. Thank you for telling me so much. I have no way to repay you. How about I help you collect the trash to repay you? Looking at Ling Mo's sincere eyes, the crocodile orc sighed again. What a kind child he is. That's not good. The tintinfish thing isn't really a secret. Yes. After the man and the beast pushed and rejected each other for a while, the crocodile beast man finally compromised, but he insisted on being paid. After all, Ling Mo had described himself as too miserable before, with no money and no food to eat. The crocodile orc felt that he could not take advantage of a child, especially when this child was helping them bathe. The last time they were this clean was when they were just born. Ling Mo gladly accepted this. With the reward paid in advance by the crocodile orcs, Ling Mo came to the place where the crocodile orcs stored their garbage. Crocodile orcs have the habit of hibernating, so they don't need to store food during the winter. Ling Mo took a look at the so-called garbage dump. It's different from the interstellar garbage I've seen before. This garbage dump is located outdoors, with only a simple shed above it for shelter. There are also many dead branches and leaves around it, which looks like a garbage dump. Fortunately, as long as you remove the leaves on the surface, the contents inside are not dirty. The entire garbage dump mainly consists of 3 parts, which are packed in boxes of different sizes. Ling Mo casually opened a box, which contained a whole box of toothpaste. No, I can read. Ling Mo interrupted Xiaman and began to read the instructions on the toothpaste. This is toothpaste produced by the crocodile orcs themselves, and it is very popular in the interstellar space. Ling Mo thought about the crocodile teeth he had received before, and indeed each one was as white as new. Toothache is not a disease, but it can be fatal. I looked at the date again, and it had about half a year left in its shelf life, so I took it away. After putting all the boxes of toothpaste into the space, Ling Mo opened the other 2 boxes. Without exception, they were all filled with toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, and body lotion, which were divided into strong fragrance, light fragrance, and unscented types. Ling Mo looked at the effects of these things. If they were put in this form before they became extremely popular, they would probably sell like hotcakes. Now the sales volume has been greatly reduced, but they're still selling well. After she took away all her things, she felt very happy. Looking at the time, Ling Mo estimated that it would take several hours before dawn, so he set up tiantianing traps around him. Looking around, I suddenly found something similar to mushrooms in the corner. Wait a minute, can this kind of mushroom be eaten? Cannot Ling Mo couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard this answer. It looked so much like shiitake mushrooms, but it couldn't be eaten. What a waste. Water storage mushrooms have properties similar to cacti and can store large amounts of water in the body. A lot of water? How much? Ling Mo looked at the size of the water storage mushroom, which was not even as big as his palm. How much water could such a small body store? Although he thought so, Ling Mo still picked one to give it a try. Holding the water storage mushroom in your hand feels like a sponge full of water. Take a water storage mushroom in your hand and squeeze it hard, and a stream of clean water will flow out of it. Looking at the constant flow of water, Ling Mo quickly took out a container to catch it. In the end, nearly 5 liters of water were squeezed out of the tiny mushroom. Moreover, the water is of very high quality and clean and can be drunk directly. Not only that, the picked water storage mushrooms can also be recycled. As long as the water inside is not completely squeezed out, it can be used continuously. Ling Mo was amazed at the ability of the water storage mushrooms. Doesn't this mean that as long as he had the water storage? Looking at the constant flow of water, Ling Mo quickly took out. Ling Mo apologized for his previous dismissive attitude. I took a sip of the water squeezed out of the water storage mushroom, which had a faint flavor of shiitake mushrooms and a light sweetness. Relying on her good eyesight, she began to look for water storage mushrooms. This was not a difficult task because such water storage mushrooms were everywhere. After working all night, Ling Mo harvested hundreds of water storage mushrooms and even transplanted quite a few into the space, but he didn't know if they could survive. After dawn, Ling Mo left the crocodile orc's territory through the back door. Today is the 4th day of the game, and she has already collected 4 smiley faces. That is to say, at the rate of collecting 1 smiley face a day, she now has 1 more day, and the time pressure has been reduced a lot. Next, Ling Mo's target was the territory of the tinkerfish. She wanted to take their scales. Following the direction pointed by the crocodile orc, Ling Mo rode his electric bike at full speed. She didn't know how much time had passed until her stomach growled, and Ling Mo realized that it was almost 10 o'clock. She had set out from the crocodile orc's territory at 6 in the morning. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to eat breakfast, and she had picked mushrooms all night last night. But it's not her fault. The water storage mushrooms were just too attractive, and she got addicted to picking them up. After daybreak, all she could think about were the tinkerfish and the scales that could cool her down. Naturally, she forgot about eating. She suddenly realized that she had not eaten yet. The overwhelming feeling of hunger made her legs go weak, and her vision went dark. After realizing that he might have hypoglycemia, Ling Mo took out an energy bar and put it in his mouth without saying a word. After eating the energy bar, Ling Mo instantly recovered to full health. However, in order to avoid the same hypoglycemia situation again, Ling Mo still asked Xiaoman to set the alarm to remind himself to eat when the time came. Although energy bars are convenient, Ling Mo still prefers to eat meals. After resting for a while, Ling Mo rode the electric bike again. As a fish, Dingdingyou naturally lives in places full of water. Looking at the increasingly wet land around him and a rare forest not far away, Ling Mo put away his electric bike and walked closer to the forest. In this humid environment, Ling Mo discovered a lot of water storage mushrooms. It seems that water storage mushrooms, like to live in dark, humid places with plenty of water. Ling Mo used his mental power to collect all the water storage mushrooms he saw on the road. I noticed the moss growing with the water storage mushrooms. No, it should be purple moss. Wait a minute. What special function does this purple moss have? Purify moss, purify air, purify water, like to grow near Tintin fish orc's companion plants? In this case, wouldn't it be impossible to plant in the space? Ling Mo thought, what if it was just a coincidence? It just so happens that the environment that the Dingding fish orcs like is also liked by these purifying mosses. Moreover, these purifying mosses can purify water sources. Just for this reason, Ling Mo will not let it go. She took out a shovel from the space, scraped the surrounding trees lightly, and pulled off a large piece of purifying moss. Seeing that the water storage mushrooms grew particularly lushly in the place where the purifying moss grew, Ling Mo decided to plant the water storage mushrooms and the purifying moss in the space together. Ling Mo was walking and scraping along the way, immersed in the joy of harvest, when suddenly a noisy sound came from the front. Ling Mo frowned and looked forward, not wanting to get involved. Instead of wasting time with these people here, she might as well collect more water-storing mushrooms and purifying moss. At this moment, 7 or 8 men and women suddenly appeared in the distance, with terrified expressions on their faces, and ran towards her. The 2 people running in the front saw Ling Mo appear not far away and shouted with her, "Run." Hearing this, Ling Mo looked behind these people and saw a dozen or so 2-meter-tall creatures covered with blue scales that looked very much like Avatar chasing after them, with very angry expressions. Tintin, one of the only remaining aquatic creatures in the Cleo steppe, is warlike by nature and is clear about gratitude and resentment. Hearing the words distinguish clearly between gratitude and resentment, Ling Mo stopped trying to run away. Since the grudges are clear, this matter has nothing to do with her. Ling Mo was even kind enough to make way for these people and change direction to continue collecting water-storing mushrooms and purifying moss. Those people didn't know what they had done to provoke these tintinfish orcs. According to the introduction of the crocodile orcs yesterday, although the tinkerfish orcs are warlike by nature, they will only do so to enemies who try to harm them. Normally, Tintinfish is very kind, and his biggest hobby every day is to tidy up his vegetable garden. It is said that each tinkerfish has a vegetable garden, and they only eat what they grow themselves. It's a strange habit to only eat what you grow yourself. If a Tintin Beast man suddenly appeared with the same mission as her, with a life or death mission, wouldn't she be starved to death? Thinking of this, Ling Mo finally arrived at the territory of the Tinkerfish orcs. As soon as she arrived here, what caught her eyes was a large and neatly arranged field, in which grew all kinds of vegetables that she had never seen before. Just when Ling Mo was marveling at the fact that there was such a large piece of land here, he suddenly saw a tinkerfish orc working in the field not far away. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly ran over and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm here to look for a job." Hearing this, the bent-over Tintinfish orc stood up straight. Only then did Ling Mo realize that this Tintinfish orc was so tall. The other person was standing in the field, and she was standing on the ridge, but her height was still only up to the other person's waist. The Tintinfish orc glanced at the badge on Ling Mo's chest and said in a deep voice, "I am the village chief here. You said you are here to find a job, so what can you do? Choose your own position? There is such a good thing? I'll pick up the trash." Hearing this, the village chief Dingdingu took a look at Ling Mo's size and seemed a little unconvinced, so he pointed to the side and said, "In that case, take away the weeds over there." Looking in the direction the other party pointed, Ling Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Why do these weeds look so familiar? After picking up a leaf and taking a bite, I became more certain that this was lettuce. These are weeds? So the weeds she thought were the vegetables grown by the Tintin orcs, and the vegetables she thought were all weeds. Wait a minute, these lettuces are not poisonous, right? No, it is not only non-toxic, but also rich in vitamins. Eating more is good for your health. After getting the answer, Ling Mo waved his hand and put the pile of lettuce in front of him that was as high as a hill into the space. Village Chief Dingdingu didn't expect that the pile of weeds behind him disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't help but look at Ling Mo with admiration. "I didn't expect you to be so capable at work. I underestimated you." Originally, he thought that the pile of weeds would take Ling Mo a long time to clean up, but he didn't expect that the other party would clean up the garbage so quickly. Ling Mo smiled shyly and then put the other mountains of lettuce into the space. These lettuces grow taller than the vegetables in her space. I don't know how these Dingding fish do it. I wonder if I can learn from them. By the way, I saw a group of people running away before I came. Did they do something to anger you? Ling Mo thought of the people who were being chased before and asked curiously. Hearing this, The village chief Ding Dingyu showed an angry expression on his face. Those people also came here to find work. We kindly arranged jobs for them, but they ended up destroying our vegetable fields. After just a few words, Ling Mo had almost guessed the whole story. Those players came here to complete a mission, but ended up pulling out the vegetables and other people's vegetable gardens, leaving only weeds. But to be honest, you can't blame them. After all, who would have thought that the vegetables and weeds here are opposite to each other? Soon, Ling Mo cleared all the weeds in the village, and the Tintinfish Beastmen were very grateful for this. From them, Ling Mo knew that if these weeds were left for too long without anyone dealing with them, they would breed green worms, which looked very disgusting. The Ding Ding fish hated these worms, so for them, Ling Mo was like an angel who came to Earth to save them. For various reasons, the Tintinfish Beastmen are very fond of Ling Mo. With Ling Mo's help, these tinkerfish completed the work that would have taken several days ahead of schedule. Seeing these tinkerfish orcs cheering and jumping for joy, Ling Mo also felt happy from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you." A female Tintin orc who was about the same height as her hugged her happily. "You're welcome. These are what I should do," Ling Mo said implicitly. No, you've helped us a lot. The spring in the Cleo Grassland is very short. If we don't clean up the weeds in time, they will attract all kinds of nasty little bugs in the summer. Those bugs won't eat our vegetables, but they will lay eggs on them. The vegetables that have been laid with eggs are inedible. Ling Mo looked at her excited and tearful face and couldn't help asking, "You said the spring in Cleo Grassland is very short. How short is it?" "It's about a month, and half of that time is the rainy season, so you've helped us a lot." As someone who helped the Tintinfish orcs a lot, Ling Mo was allowed to walk around the Tintinfish village after getting the smiley face badge. "How about it? Our village is beautiful, isn't it?" The female Ding Dingyu introduced happily. Through the conversation, she learned that she was the daughter of the Tintinfish village chief, and her name was Asha. Ling Mo looked at the village, which was filled with decorations of starfish and conch shells. It looked like a small fishing village far away from the hustle and bustle. However, Ling Mo's attention was not on these. As she responded to Asha, she looked around as if she was looking for something. "What are you looking for?" Asha looked at Ling Mo. "I noticed a long time ago that you have been looking around since before." Seeing Asha's alert expression, Ling Mo quickly explained, "I'm just looking for a garbage dump." Hearing this, Asha's expression froze. "Garbage dump? Why are you looking for a garbage dump?" Ling Mo showed a sad and lonely expression on his face. "It's a professional habit. I have to make money to support my family." After hearing this, Asha's face flashed with helplessness. What should she do? She had just described her happy life in front of others. Would this irritate them? What if she couldn't stand the stimulation and became upset? A deep sense of guilt surged in her heart. "Well, I'll take you there then." Under Asha's guidance, Ling Mo arrived at the garbage dump very smoothly. "No, it should be the warehouse. The only garbage here is the weeds you collected before. Although the things in here can't be considered garbage, they are all useless things. It's a waste of time to leave them here.
Just take them all away."
Looking at the blue scales that filled nearly half of the warehouse, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. He picked up a piece and placed it in the palm of his hand. The scale was in the shape of a moon and was only about the size of his palm. The moment he touched it, he was enveloped by a chill, and Ling Mo couldn't help but shudder. Ling Mo looked at Asha beside him and felt that she was really a good fish. In addition to scales, the warehouse also contains other things, all neatly placed together in wooden boxes. Because she was in a hurry, Ling Mo did not open the boxes and check them one by one. Anyway, she could go back and look at them slowly after the game was over. It was several hours later when she walked out of the warehouse again. Seeing Asha still standing there waiting for her, Ling Mo couldn't help but walk over. "I have to go now." Asha looked up at the sky and said, "But it's almost night now. It's very dangerous outside." Ling Mo shook his head. "It's okay, I won't be in danger." She also needs to take advantage of the night time to collect more water storage mushrooms and purify moss.
"Oh well.
By the way, this is for you." Ling Imo took out a large conch that he had picked up on the small beach in the space and handed it to Asha. It is said that if you put it next to your ear, you can hear the sound of the ocean. The sound of the sea. Asha was so happy after taking the conch. Although the Tintin orcs live in the Cleo Grassland, they are aquatic creatures after all, and they naturally yearn for the ocean. I just don't know why, even though the Tintin orcs are quite powerful and have the ability to go to the ocean, they just don't go. Asha took the conch, gently put it to her ear, and listened with an intoxicated look on her face. Ling Imo was about to say that it was just a legend, because she had heard it before, but she couldn't hear any sound at all. However, the next second, she heard Asha excitedly say, "I heard it. I heard the sound of the sea." But soon, Asha returned the conch and said, "Please take it back. This thing is too precious. I can't have it." Although she said so, Asha looked at the conch with reluctance and struggle in her eyes. This conch is actually nothing to Ling Imo. She can pick up 7 or 8 of them just by walking around the beach in the space. Maybe she could talk to Asha about the pen sound. After making up his mind, Ling Imo smiled and pushed the conch to Asha. "If you are really embarrassed, why not do me a favor? This conch will be your reward." "Would help." Asha held the conch in her arms like a baby and made up her mind that as long as the conch didn't endanger the Tintin orcs, there would be no problem. "I have not only conchs but also starfish. Can you help me promote them?" Hearing Ling Mo's words, Asha's eyes lit up. "Are you telling the truth?" Ling Mo nodded vigorously, then took out a few conchs and starfish, as well as a fish tank with an anemone and a clownfish in it. Asha's eyes almost popped out when she saw the colorful anemones and clownfish in the fish tank. They were so beautiful. Asha swallowed. "Okay, what do you want to change?" This question stumped Ling Mo. "Vegetables?" Tintin is very particular about his vegetables and would probably disagree. "Nutrient solution? That stuff doesn't taste good at all. It's better to change it to energy bars. Maybe energy bars are a specialty of the rabbit people. I want to change to something that will definitely be practical." "Practical?" Asha thought for a moment and said, "I see. Wait for me here. I'll go get someone to come over." Ling Mo pointed to a place not far away. "I'll wait for you there." While waiting for Asha, Ling Mo did not forget to collect purifying moss and water storage mushrooms. About 10 minutes later, she had picked up all the purifying moss and water storage mushrooms around her. Not far away, Asha led a large group of tinker orcs towards the side. With the help of Asha, these Tintin orcs lined up in a very civilized manner. Of course, a big part of the reason for this is because Ling Mo said everyone has a share. Otherwise, given the madness of these Tintin orcs, they would have started fighting a long time ago. First on the list is Asha and her bestie. Each of them took out a white palm-sized shell with a strap made of pearls on it. After opening it, there were things that looked like pearls inside. This is a sunscreen made from pearl essence. One stick can block out high temperatures, and one stick can be used for several days in a row. The high temperatures in the Cleo steppe in summer are fatal to the Tintin orcs, so they developed the sunscreen. There are about 200 shells in a shell bag. 200 pearl sunscreens were given a shell bag as a gift, and Ling Mo generously let Asha and her friends choose for themselves. Asha picked a clownfish, while her friend chose a sea anemone. Most of the remaining items brought by the Tintin orcs for exchange were pearl sunscreen, and some were vegetable purification tablets. According to the Tintin orcs themselves, only they like to eat the vegetables they grow because they have too much fiber and are impossible to chew. However, the vegetable purification tablets made from those vegetables are very popular. Ling Mo accepts everything, and this vegetable essence tablet is good stuff. The price of food in my hometown is getting more and more expensive now, especially vegetables, which are almost extinct. Although she had sold a lot of water, wood, and stone to 123 Wooden Man before, it was just a drop in the bucket for the entire country. Some ordinary people have started to suffer from constipation because they cannot eat vegetables. Ling Mo handed over the vegetable purification tablets with a smile, and after all the ding-ding fish had exchanged them for what they liked, she waved goodbye. She had already picked up all the purifying moss and water-storing mushrooms around her, so she had to move to another location quickly.
I looked at the time.
It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If I went out at this time, I might not encounter other orcs or orc villages. It would be better to rest here for a night and set off tomorrow. The whole night, Ling Emo didn't know how many trees she had plucked out. She didn't wait until Chia Man reminded her that it was time for breakfast. Only then did she come to her senses and realize that it was already morning without her noticing. It's all because I was so addicted to pulling out purifying moss and water-storing mushrooms, and time passed by without me noticing. Ling Emo found a tree and climbed up, using the leaves to cover himself before starting to eat. 3 boxes of lunch, 2 big buns with eggplant and meat, and finally a cup of milk tea. Ling Emo burped with satisfaction. Touching her stomach, which was not moving at all, she wondered where all the food she had just eaten had gone. At this moment, Ling Emo suddenly realized that someone had entered her mental detection range. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ling Emo decided to leave first. However, before she could walk far, the people behind her also quickened their pace, and the distance between them began to shorten rapidly. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps behind him. Ling Emo pretended that he had just noticed it and turned around to look in confusion. There were 2 men and 1 woman behind her. 2 of the men were of Asian appearance, while the only woman was Caucasian, with a high nose bridge, deep blue eyes, and very beautiful blonde. These 3 people seemed quite surprised when they saw Ling Emo. The blonde girl in neat clothes spoke fluent Chinese and smiled at Ling Emo. "Hello. What a coincidence. Are you also from the Avatar Orc Village? Do you want to go together?" Ling Emo looked at these people silently without saying anything, thinking in his mind how to get rid of these 3 people, or just turn invisible and run away. The woman didn't care about her silence and began to introduce herself gracefully. "My name is Alice." Then, she pointed to the 2 men behind her and said, "This is my favorite barbecue and wolf-tooth roasted potatoes." Both of them smiled kindly and nodded at Ling Emo. Seeing this, Alice invited Ling Emo again. "It's so dangerous for you to act alone. Why don't you join us? We can look after each other." The other 2 also echoed, "Yes, yes, we can still protect you." Ling Emo looked at these 3 people who seemed to be looking for the person she was thinking about in their words. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially in this game. Ling Emo had met several enthusiastic people before, but they all turned out to be sweet and fatal traps, so this time. She was almost certain that there was something fishy going on with these 3 people, but if she refused, it would be 3 against 1, and she would have no chance of winning unless she hid in the space. Even if she could become invisible, the ground beneath her feet was wet, and the footprints would completely expose her position, so this path was not feasible. Seeing that Ling Emo still didn't move, Alice's blue eyes flashed with displeasure, but it only lasted for a moment. She smiled gently again and said sympathetically, "If you don't trust us, you can go ahead and we'll cover you. What's the point of being a cushion? Is it to make it convenient for you to stab me in the back?" The 2 sides were in a stalemate for about a few minutes. Seeing that Ling Emo had not spoken, Langia Baked Potato gradually lost his patience and took a few steps forward and said, "Send someone over. We can't hurt you, if we can get there. What else? If you don't harm me, do you really want to protect me?" Ling Emo rolled his eyes in his heart, but took a step back with a look of horror on his face, stretched out his hands, and shook them wildly, signaling the other party not to come over. However, at this time, the wolf-tooth roast potato obviously didn't listen. The next second, something with a foul smell was smeared on his face. Ling Emo showed an expression as if he was about to cry. He kept gesticulating with his hands and yelling all the time. It was as if he was saying, "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" At this time, Alice also realized that something was wrong and said to Ling Emo, "Are you not talking nonsense?" Ling Emo nodded. "That was your talent just now?" Nodded again. "We were just trying to protect you. Why did you attack us?" This time, Ling Emo shook his head like a rattle, pointed at the wolf-tooth roasted potatoes, and then took a few steps back to show that she didn't mean it, because it was her who wanted to use force. Seeing this, Alice took a deep breath, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes towards Ling Emo. She just took one look at the fact that I loved barbecue, and she immediately understood what I meant. However, just as he was about to attack Ling Emo, The next second, his face was covered with something, and then Alice followed in the footsteps of the previous two. The three men tried to peel the things off their faces, and then one after another, clumps of foul-smelling objects fell on them. Ling Emo looked at the embarrassed appearance of these three people without any guilt on her face. It was these people who wanted to attack her first. Don't think she doesn't know. Seeing the three people lying on the ground retching and unable to fight back due to the smoke, Ling Emo unceremoniously snatched away their backpacks and ran away. If she stayed any longer, she would end up like these people. After running a long enough distance, Ling Emo stopped, crawled into a bush, and opened the backpacks of the three people one by one to check what was inside. When he opened the first backpack, Ling Emo knew that he had been too gentle because there were 7 or 8 smiley face badges of different brightness inside the backpack. She saw it clearly before. The smiley face badges of the three people were hanging neatly on their chests. In other words, these 3 smiley face badges should have been snatched by those 3 people from other people. In addition to badges, the most common items are various nutritional supplements and energy bars. It goes without saying that most of these things were stolen by those 3 people. After taking out the things in the backpack, Ling Emo hung the remaining backpack on the tree. She didn't want to carry these things around with her. Ling Emo pulled the woods as he walked, and finally walked out of the woods before noon. Before leaving, Ling Emo took a reluctant look behind him, then ran away without looking back, as if he was afraid that he would regret it if he was a second slower. It is more important to complete the task now. After completing the task, if there is still a chance, she will come back. After taking a look at the purifying moss and water storage mushrooms in the space, Ling Emo found a cool and humid place one day and planted the 2. There was no reaction yet. Could it be that time is running out? Fortunately, the purifying moss showed no sign of withering, which was good news. Riding on the electric bike, Ling Emo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she watched the forest behind her getting farther and farther away until it disappeared. To be honest, she was still very afraid that the 3 men would catch up with her. Being a lone wolf has its advantages in that if one person is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry, but the disadvantages are also quite obvious, just like what happened just now. If she had not been alone at the time, the other party would definitely not have dared to openly target her and wanted to kill her. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, unless her strength is strong enough to crush everyone. But for now, it is impossible. The abilities of those with psychic talents in the early stages tend to be more auxiliary. Otherwise, she will also find 2 teammates. For some reason, the names of Jiang Xian and Yi Kai immediately appeared in Ling Mo's mind. Previously at the Lion Beastman's house, the 2 men's behavior of standing up for themselves made her have a good impression of them. And she could sense that these 2 people had no plans against her. Let's just forget it. Ling Emo shook her head and threw the idea out of her mind. Although being a lone wolf has its shortcomings, forming a team may not always be all good. She only looked for Jiang Xian and Yi Kai as teammates, but if other people wanted to join in the future, would she agree or disagree? What's more, she has a lot of secrets. What if she is discovered and the other party has bad intentions? Forget it. When it comes to finding teammates, I'll just let fate take its course. After all, you're looking for someone you can trust your back to, so you should be cautious about such things, and it is better to have nothing than to have someone who is not your best. As I was walking, I suddenly felt something hit my nose. It was a drop of water. Looking up, I saw that the originally clear sky had become gloomy at some point, and the raindrops gradually changed from 3 or 2 drops to drizzle, then gradually became larger and finally turned into a downpour. Seeing this, Ling Emo was not panicked at all. He took out the raincoat he had prepared long ago, put it on, and prepared to continue on his journey. However, the next second there was a loud boom and a purple lightning appeared in the sky, which put an end to Ling Mo's plan to continue on his journey. Being struck by lightning is no joke, so she'd better find a place to shelter from the rain. Looking around, there was endless grassland all around. It became a problem as to where to take shelter from the rain. It seemed that no place would be suitable, or just hide in space. Ling Mo is not afraid of thunder and rain. She even likes rainy days, Because rainy days mean she can comfort herself and take a day off, and rainy days are also suitable for sleeping. The lightning 3 days ago did scare her. Just as she was struggling, she suddenly saw a house in the distance, which looked very similar to the house of the lion orcs she had seen before. In the past few days, she has summed up a pattern. The weaker orcs will gather in groups, while the stronger orcs tend to live alone. Not caring what kind of orc the other party was, Ling Mo ran over there. When you are almost there, put the electric car into the space and continue running. After running for about 5 minutes, I finally arrived at the door. The gray wooden door was simple and elegant. Ling Mo took a look at the size of the door. It was much smaller than the door of the lion beastman's house before. It seemed that his strength was weaker than the other party. While everyone was wondering what kind of orcs they were, the gray door opened without warning. "Welcome, my friend." Ling Mo paused as he was about to step in, looked up at the open door, and felt something was weird. At this moment, a purple lightning flashed across the sky again, and the deafening thunder scared Ling Mo so much that his heart stopped for a moment. Looking at the open door in front of him, he threw all his feelings behind him and ran in. After entering the door, Ling Mo discovered that this didn't seem to be the home of an orc, but a beverage shop. No wonder there was a doorbell at the door. At this time, a woman with bronze skin and a wild figure came over. From the animal ears on her head and the tail behind her, it can be judged that she should be a feline orc. "Are you here to help, too? You're so young. Are you an adult? We don't employ child labor here." The other party looked Ling Mo up and down, his eyebrows slightly frowned. "I'm an adult, and I'm not here to help. I'm here to get a job." Ling Mo particularly emphasized that whether or not to pay for helping depends entirely on the other party's opinion, but it is different when looking for a job. "Looking for a job. Would you go for kakas? The kakas here are all hand-ground." "Kakas?
What is that?"
Kakas is a popular beverage in the interstellar space. It has the effect of refreshing the mind, concentrating attention, and improving work efficiency, similar to the coffee of Blue Star hand-ground coffee. Ling Mo straightened his chest and said, "I won't rush kakas, but I will collect the garbage." The woman glanced at Ling Mo with a thoughtful look. After a long while, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Have you been to Soren's house before?"
Saran?
Seeing Ling Mo's puzzled look, the woman explained, "It's a lion orc." Ling Mo nodded. "I did go to a lion beastman's house." "That's great, Soren. You are very capable at work. You helped him deal with the goods that have been piled up in the warehouse for many years."
Come with me.
"I really need your help now." Ling Mo followed the woman with excitement in his eyes. She didn't expect that this time it would be so smooth. It was all thanks to the publicity of the lion orc. Of course, a blacksmith must have strong tools himself. If her business ability was not strong enough, the other party would not promote her. After walking for about 5 minutes, the two arrived at the warehouse in the back kitchen. The woman pointed to the warehouse, which was already full to the point of overflowing, and said, "Take everything in here." Ling Mo took a look at the warehouse and patted his chest to indicate that there was no problem. After the woman left, Ling Mo skipped towards the warehouse. Because the warehouse was so full that it was about to overflow, she could only collect it little by little from the outside to the inside. "What are these? Coffee grounds?" Ling Mo looked at the thing in his hand. It looked like soil, but not soil. It looked a lot like coffee grounds. The waste produced when grinding cactus beans has a wide range of uses. It can be used as plant fertilizer, deodorant, cleaner, scrub, hand sanitizer, remove skin wrinkles, make sachets, repel insects, and natural dyes. Except for being inedible, these kakashi dregs are really versatile. It is actually edible. Put the waste residue into a container and add water to brew it. You should be able to brew a cup of kakas, but the taste will be lighter.
Ling Montak.
Even if you said so, I would never try it. The effects of kakas and coffee are so similar. Why does she have to mix kaka's residues with water and drink it instead of just drinking coffee? Taking a deep breath, Ling Mo started to work. Ignoring the fact that it was edible, this kaka's dregs was simply a treasure. As Ling Mo kept putting things into the space, she walked towards the guest room little by little. With Ling Mo's current eyesight, there is not much difference between day and night for her. After collecting all the Kaka's residue, she came to the other one-third of the space. Instant Kakashi powder. Please refer to Instant Kakashi powder for details. Ling Mo's eyes widened. If she remembered correctly, this shop sold hand-ground coffee. No, hand-ground Kakas, right? Why would there be Instant Kaka's powder? It's over. She discovered such a big secret. Would she be silenced? Ling Mo silently said in his heart, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Then pack the remaining one-third into the space as quickly as possible. In addition to Instant Kakashi powder, there are other types, but Ling Mo did not look at them carefully. At this time, the less you know, the better. When the woman came again, the warehouse had been cleared out. Oh my god, Soren's description is still too conservative. You are simply the best recycler I have ever seen. It must have consumed a lot of mental energy to transport so much garbage away. It's okay, it's okay. Ling Mo wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said modestly, with your work efficiency, you should apply for an S-level recycler. Their salary is dozens of times that of ordinary recyclers. Ling Mo said implicitly, I'm still too young. The woman nodded and said, yes, you are indeed too small. I heard that the workload of S-level recyclers is very heavy. You are so small that you must not be able to bear it. But I didn't expect your work efficiency to be so high. It seems that the reward I prepared for you before is too little. I will give you an extra part later. What do you want? Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, it's all fine. I'm not picky. After hearing this, the woman couldn't help but feel more satisfied with Ling Mo. If it were any other recycler, he would definitely make various requests at this time. The woman took out a silver square card and scanned it against the smiley face badge on Ling Mo's chest, then took out a bag and handed it to Ling Mo. I took the bag and opened it, and found that it was filled with wrapped pieces of candy. Kaka's sugar cubes, a byproduct of hand-ground kakas, are high in calories and can quickly replenish the sugar lost in the body. Note, you can only eat one piece a day. Eating too much can cause hyperactivity. Well, good stuff. After putting away the Kaka's sugar cubes, Ling Mo asked, are there any other shops around here? Ling Mo decided to change his thinking. The game system only required them to help the orcs and gain smiles, but did not require them to help in any way. You want to continue looking for a job, right? Of course there are, and there's still a lot. You are so capable at work, they will definitely welcome you if you go. But it's no use telling you now because the rain outside hasn't stopped yet. You have to wait until tomorrow to leave. You can stay here for one night. Thank you so much. I'll give you a discount next time you ask me to collect your trash. Ling Mo said with a smile, speaking sweet words without hesitation. That's great. I rarely meet a recycler as polite as you. On the 5th day of entering the game, Ling Mo had a rare good sleep. The soft bed, pillow, and quilt were even more comfortable and warmer than the silk quilt she bought. Wait a minute, what brands are these quilts and pillows? This is a silk 4-piece suit produced by the Cloud Silkworm Orcs. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. Orc? Ling Mo felt the touch of her hand and made up her mind that if she could meet him, she would definitely buy a set from him. No, she would buy several sets. Early in the morning, she said goodbye to the woman and set off. Go in the direction the other person points. The Cleo Grassland had just been baptized by rain, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil and grass. Many plants that did not appear before the rain also emerged one after another after the rain. Along the way, Ling Mo would put anything into a space as long as it was useful. This thing that looks like onion can cure colds and fevers? This purple mushroom can make people die immediately after eating it?
Take it.
At noon, Ling Mo finally saw the familiar gray gate again. When I pushed the door open and walked in, the environment inside was completely different from the bowl of noodles. There were shallow puddles everywhere, and when I looked up, there were lush trees everywhere. Wait a minute, what are these trees? The cloud mulberry tree tastes slightly bitter and cannot be eaten, but it is the favorite food of the cloud silkworm orcs. Ling Mo covered his heart excitedly when he heard this. Yun mulberry tree. Yun mulberry silkworm orc. Is she so lucky? She just said that she wanted the 4-piece bedding set produced by the Cloud Silkworm Orcs. Walking inside, I saw that the mulberry trees I saw along the way were all very well taken care of. Every leaf was large, bright, and very clean, as if they had been carefully wiped by someone. After passing through the mulberry forest, we finally saw rows of neatly built houses. Ling Emo looked around and saw no signs of other players or orcs. Could they all be inside the house? Thinking of this, Ling Emo couldn't help but speed up her pace. As she walked, she suddenly heard a very loud noise. It's a bit sharp and piercing, and it causes headaches and tinnitus after listening to it for a long time. Ling Emo covered his ears, wondering if this wasn't the territory of the Cloud Silkworm Orcs. Even if they wanted to drive out the invaders, they had to install this sonic attack outside. What was the point of installing it at home? As he approached the room, there was a huge square inside, and the scene in front of him really made Ling Mo's eyes widen. I saw many square grids like bookshelves built on the huge square. Each grid is large enough to easily accommodate an adult. Ling Emo looked up. These grids stacked together were about as high as a 20-story building. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that each of these grids is placed in a white cocoon, and the sharp and piercing sounds heard before came from these cocoons. Under these shelves, players were busy with water tanks on their backs and shower heads in their hands, spraying different liquids on the white cocoons. After the white cocoons come into contact with these liquids, their original white color will turn into another color, and at the same time, the sound coming from the cocoons will also weaken. Could it be that the Cloud Silkworm Orcs are inside these cocoons? Ling Mo's heart was already horrified by this scene, but his face remained expressionless. He tried his best to remain calm and looked around, looking for any trace of the Yunsankan orc. Just then, the sound of flapping wings came from overhead. When I looked up, I saw a little creature with big eyes, a small mouth, 2 antennae on its head, and 2 pairs of transparent wings behind it. It was about 20 centimeters in size and was flying towards me. Seeing this, Ling Emo was just about to introduce herself and talk about her specialties and achievements. After all, she really didn't want to stay here like other players and be baptized by the piercing magic sound. Looking at them one by one, their expressions were dull, as if they had no hearing, and their hands were numb as they repeated the same actions. It's terrifying to imagine. She doesn't want to become like this. However, before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted by the villain in front of her. You were introduced by Sister Bao, right? I know you. So, why did you come just now? We have been waiting for you for a long time. The little man's mouth curled up slightly, as if complaining, we have a lot of stuff piled up here, but Sister Leopard said that your workability is very strong, comparable to that of an S-level recycler. Ling Emo followed behind the little person, and when he heard her say that there were a little too much food, he was visibly happy. How great! She was not afraid of too much, but too little. It doesn't matter if there are more. You also said that I am very capable at work. I am not afraid of any amount of things. Ling Emo said confidently. Really? That's great. We've hired recyclers a few times before, but they were either too inefficient or charged too high a price. I hope you won't let us down. When the other players saw Ling Emo coming out, they thought they were another sucker and were secretly delighted. As a result, this man did not come to work with them, but was taken away by a tiny orc. Moreover, the little orc seemed to treat her well. At least he was not as harsh to her as he was to them. That's too much. These orcs actually treat them differently. We are all human beings, so why is there such a big difference between the past and the present? If Ling Emo were here, he would tell them that it is very important to master a foreign language. Everyone watched Ling Emo leave. Even if they felt unwilling, there was nothing they could do. After all, they had managed to get through this long, and they couldn't let all their efforts go to waste. On the other side, Ling Emo followed the little man and came to a warehouse after many twists and turns. Come in, I'll be waiting for you outside. Can I ask what's inside? Ling Emo asked curiously. The villain tilted his head and said, What else could it be? Of course, It's our defective products and some unsaleable products that can't be sold. Walking into the warehouse, Ling Mo discovered that the environment inside was much worse than before. It's not that it's dirty, but the things here are placed in a mess. In the past, when I visited other orcs places, although there were some unwanted things, they were also neatly stacked. But now there is not much ashes, but there are piles on the left and piles on the right. The main feature is that people can do whatever they want. Is this a paper shell? Ling Mo casually picked up something at hand. It was a thin piece and light in his hand, not much heavier than a mattress of similar size. Ultra-thin mattresses as thin as paper, but you won't feel any discomfort when lying on them. They were once popular throughout the galaxy, but are now out of fashion. This thing should be very useful when surviving in the wild. Take it away. In addition to this, the warehouse is filled with all kinds of defective products. However, even if it is really a defective product, it is good for Ling Mo. After all, if it doesn't cost money, why would he need a bicycle? Moreover, the defects of these so-called defective products are either that the patterns are printed incorrectly or the colors are dyed incorrectly, but in any case, they do not affect their use. Ling Mo, on the contrary, discovered a lot of good things in this kind of stuff, such as fabrics that can repel water and prevent fire, which were once popular throughout the galaxy, but later, after better products appeared, these fabrics became obsolete. There are also bottles of spray in various colors. This thing is simply a dressing artifact. Ling Mo looked at the pile of sprays. There were so many of them, enough for her to use for a long time. There are actually ready-made clothes. Ling Mo picked up one and compared it to himself. It was a lot bigger. He looked at the color and realized it was probably for men. I looked at the label on the clothes. They are waterproof and fireproof, resistant to low and high temperatures, and very elastic. They can be expanded up to 50 times their original size. This reminded Ling Mo of those people who had awakened their body's strengthening talents, who would burst a piece of clothing every time they fought. When I was watching the news before, I saw a player who had awakened his physical enhancement. Although it was censored on TV, the scene was still eye-catching enough. These clothes will definitely be popular when you take them back. After all, elasticity is only one of its advantages. In addition, it is also waterproof and fireproof and resistant to low and high temperatures. It is simply a must-have piece of clothing for survival in extreme weather. A few hours later, Ling Mo walked out of the empty warehouse with a feeling of unsatisfied desire. The little man outside the door looked at her as she walked out with an expression of amazement on his face. I didn't expect you to be so capable. I thought Sister Leopard was exaggerating on purpose to get me to hire you. Unexpectedly, she was being conservative. After checking, the little person came out and nodded to Ling Mo with satisfaction, then opened the exquisite little bag around her waist and pulled out a bunch of things that were countless times larger than her body. You probably can't get used to the nutrient solution we eat. These are our latest products on the market. Just consider it as your reward. Looking at the smiley face badge on her chest that lit up again, she now had collected 7 smiley faces, with 3 left to collect. There were still more than 4 days left, which was still plenty of time. After putting away her things, she began to inquire about the news. Are there other orcs or shops around here? The villain tilted his head and asked, "Do you want to continue looking for a job?" Ling Mo nodded. There are still a lot of people at home waiting for me to support them. The villain showed a sympathetic expression when he heard this. How pitiful. After you leave me, just keep walking east. I can only help you up to this point. I don't know the details because I don't go out often. Ling Mo smiled shyly. That's good enough. Thank you for your help. When she left, she passed by those shelves again, and after just a short while, she already had some tinnitus. If she stayed here for too long, she was really afraid that she would collapse. The other players couldn't help but look envious as they watched Ling Mo leave after completing the task. After leaving, Ling Mo saw that it was still early, and there should be hope of getting a double kill today. Ever since the rain, she discovered that the Cleo Grassland was full of treasures just like the Mocha Forest, and she wanted to set aside more time for herself. In order to achieve this goal, Ling Mo must complete the task as soon as possible. He glanced down at the smiley face badge on his chest and muttered, 3 left. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that the smile on the smiley face badge on her chest had become brighter than when she first saw it. Following the direction pointed by the Yunsankan orc, Ling Mo walked eastward. Halfway through the journey, it started raining again. Fortunately, this time it was just a drizzle and there was no thunder, so it did not hinder our journey. As he was walking, his spiritual power suddenly detected someone in front of him, so the face model put away the electric bike and started walking. I originally didn't plan to pay attention to those people, but I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai. Ling Mo looked at these two unlucky guys who were also his neighbors. The two were now standing in the rain, looking up at the sky with their mouths open. "Boss, we are so stupid." "Shut up." Jiang Xian rolled his eyes at Yi Kai. Didn't he know that this was stupid? But apart from this method, they couldn't find any other source of water. As the two stood in the rain with their mouths open to drink water, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. "What are you doing?" Yi Kai turned around suddenly, looking at Ling Mo excitedly as if he had seen a relative, but when he saw the other's empty hands, the light in his eyes instantly went out. "The boss and I are getting some water to drink. Do you want some too?" Ling Mo shook his head and refused. With this kind of drizzle, even if he stood there for an hour, he might not be able to drink a mouthful of water. "Don't you have nutrient solution?" Ling Mo asked curiously. These two people are quite strong, especially Jiang Xian. Why is he doing so miserably? Nutrient solution? The nutrient solution we brought from the lion beast man has long been consumed. The boss and I have been relying on tree roots to survive these past few days. Yi Kai felt more and more aggrieved as he spoke, and he got so excited that he wanted to sing a song Little White Cabbage for Ling Mo to express his current state. The nutrient solution given by the lion orc has been eaten up. Didn't the other orcs give any? Or have these two people gained nothing these days? It shouldn't be. She took a look at the badges on the two men's chests. There were 6 of them, just one less than hers. Others? Will other orcs provide nutrient solution? Yi Kai screamed, and even Jiang Xian lost his composure. Looking at the appearance of these two people, Ling Mo knew that they had been working for nothing these days. "You don't want anything from other orcs except the lion orcs, do you?" Jiang Xian and Yi Kai remained silent. In order to complete the task quickly, they would leave immediately after getting a smile to find the next target. So, what was the point of eating grass roots for so many days? No wonder the orcs would stop them every time they left. They thought they were not allowed to leave. Seeing this, Ling Mo stepped forward and took out 2 bottles of nutritional supplements for the two of them. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai did not hesitate. After all, now was not the time to be pretentious. After eating grass for several days in a row, their stomachs had already started to protest. Seeing the two of them drink the nutrient solution, Ling Mo looked around again and found 2 water storage mushrooms that had just emerged in a bush. After demonstrating how to use it, I successfully received 2 pairs of eyes filled with shock and regret. After eating and drinking, Yi Kai came to Ling Mo with a smile and asked, Mo, how did you know there is water in these mushrooms?" Ling Mo looked at Yi Kai, who was approaching, and said in a haughty manner, "Don't mind your own business with beauties. I'm leaving now." Although he could get 2 bodyguards by just providing them with food and drink, Ling Mo still felt that he was at a disadvantage. But the two were so shameless that no matter whether Ling Mo refused coldly or remained silent, they just pretended not to see it and were determined to follow her. After all, Ling Mo is the only one who can communicate with the orcs here, and the benefits of staying with her are obvious. Jiang Xian's talent is thunder and lightning, while Yi Kai's talent is hurricane. As we walked, a large group of animals suddenly appeared in front of us. This was the first time Ling Mo encountered animals. His attention had previously been on the orcs, and he had completely forgotten that in addition to orcs, there were also a large number of wild beasts living here. Looking carefully at the beast that appeared in front of him, it looked like a horse, but it had a pair of huge antlers on its head. Ling Mo blinked and communicated with Chief Man mentally. "What kind of beast is this?" "Deer horned horse, one of the most common wild animals in the Cleo Grassland, is a herbivore with a gentle personality and likes to appear in groups. I glanced at the bodyguards on the left and right behind me. With these two people around, I definitely couldn't take out the electric bike, but traveling on foot was really slow. Thinking of this, Ling Mo tried to use his mental power to communicate with the group of ants. Seeing her staring at the group of wild beasts in front of her, Ye Kai thought she was hungry and wanted to eat meat. He was about to say something but was stopped by Jiang Xian. "Open and don't make any noise." Upon hearing this, Ye Kai obediently shut his mouth and stood there waiting quietly. About 5 minutes later, there was a sudden commotion among the herd of antler horses that were grazing. Immediately afterwards, 3 sturdy deer-horned horses with a pair of huge antlers on their heads trotted towards them. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai were immediately surprised when they saw this. Although this deer-horned horse eats grass, it does not mean that it has no attack power. On the contrary, if he were hit or kicked, there would probably be no chance of rescue. When the 3 antler horses were almost in front of them, they stopped, then slowly lay on the ground, looking at the 3 people with calm eyes. As the 2 were shocked, they heard Ling Mo's urging voice. "Why are you standing there?
Come and help."
The 2 people who heard the sound came to their senses and saw Ling Mo running towards one of the antler horses, so they hurriedly followed. "What's wrong with them?" Ye Kai asked curiously. Ling Mo climbed onto the antler horse using his hands and feet while saying, "This is an antler horse. Their horns will fall off before this time and then grow new ones. But some horns are too strong to fall off. I made an agreement with the 3 antler motors. We will help them remove the horns on their heads, and they will carry us for the next few days. There is such a good thing." Both of them were delighted. At this time, Ling Mo had already climbed onto the antler of a harpy horse and tried to break the antler with his hands and feet. However, he was too light, and he hung on it like a monkey and swung for a long time, but the antler was still motionless and very strong. "Open, let's help together." Jiang Xian commanded Ye Kai to hang up, and then he jumped up himself. Then the 3 of them worked together and finally got the first antler off. The horns of the antler horse are completely ossified and contain rich minerals and calcium. How to consume? Grind into powder and drink directly with water. Ling Mo glanced at the deer antlers on the ground calmly, then raised his head and looked into the distance. Not far away, I saw antlers shed by antler horses everywhere, thrown away casually like garbage. Seeing this, Ling Mo opened up his mental power and took away all the antlers. After working for a while, they finally got the antlers off the heads of the 3 antler horses. In front of the 2 of them, Ling Mo put the 3 pairs of deer antlers into his space button. She didn't carry any backpack with her, so the previous nutrient supplements could be said to be placed in her pockets, but what about after that? Once something is done, there will be clues left behind. Instead of letting Jiang Xian and Ye Kai make wild guesses on their own, it is better to reveal the truth from the beginning. Anyway, it's just a space button. After this game is over, she will officially sell the space button in the store. When there are more things, it is no longer surprising. Space. Could this be your golden finger? Ye Kai opened his mouth wide, looking shocked. Ling Mo rolled her eyes when she heard that. Even though the other party guessed correctly, she would not admit it. "What are you thinking?"
This is a space button.
I helped an NPC in the game before, and he gave it to me as a gift. Not wanting to continue this topic, Ling Mo climbed onto the back of the antler horse first and urged, "Come up quickly. We still have a mission to complete." Sitting on the back of the antler horse, Ling Mo could only feel the wind whistling past her ears. Fortunately, the glasses on her face had a windproof function, so she could open her eyes. With both hands tightly grasping the hair on the back of the antler horse, the whole person seemed like a rootless duckweed, swaying in the wind on the turbulent water. It was unknown how long it took before the 3 antler horses stopped. Ling Mo and the other 2 got off the antler horse's back with grins on their faces, feeling as if their butts were no longer their own. Looking at the time, it was only 10 minutes from the time they boarded the stag-horned horse to the time they arrived at the download station, but it felt like several hours had passed. Fortunately, they arrived at their destination. Seeing the familiar gray gate, yes, this is it. However, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai both looked confused at the same time because the doors they had encountered before were all red, and this was the first time they had encountered a black door. After pushing open the door, an orc who was 3 meters tall and as big as a mountain walked over.
I'm here to find a job, Ling Mo said loudly.
Because the orc was so huge, she was afraid that if she didn't make a sound, he would accidentally step on her and kill her. Oh, I know you, the capable recycler. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Then he glanced at Jiang Xian and Yi Kai who were following behind him. Are they your new assistants? They look so weak. With your ability, you can definitely recruit a few strong assistants to help you complete the task. Hearing his words, Ling Mo was stunned and explained, "They are my fellow villagers, and they're also looking for work. I am very poor and can't even support myself. So, how can I have the money to hire assistants?" Hearing this, the orc showed a look of pity. What a poor little creature. For your sake, I will arrange easier tasks for them. Ling Mo smiled brightly and thanked him. Thank you. The orc waved his hand and said, "This is what I should do. After all, you have helped us a lot." On the way, Ling Mo asked what this place was doing. The answer he got made Ling Mo excited. It turned out that this was a factory that produced domestic aircraft. It's actually a flying machine. Wait a minute, do interstellar people travel in flying machines now? Yes, but if the distance is too far, such as across a city or from one planet to another, you still need to take a spaceship. Ling Mo simply ignored the sentence after wait a minute. The two walked for about 10 minutes before stopping in front of a wall. The orc made a wrong guess at the metal wall, and the originally ordinary wall began to react. With a muffled sound, several cracks suddenly appeared on the metal wall, as if it had been suddenly cut open, and an entrance slowly appeared in front of him. The orc turned around and waved at Ling Mo. "The things inside need to be dealt with. You go in, I won't go in." Ling Mo nodded and walked in. The light above her head lit up the moment she entered the door. What comes into view are neatly stacked black metal boxes. Fortunately, Ling Mo was mentally prepared for this scene. He skillfully found the number on one side of the box, checked it carefully, and after confirming that there was a flying vehicle inside, he happily put these things into the space. As for Chia Man mentioning that these were all eliminated aircraft, Ling Mo pretended not to hear it. What was the point of eliminating or not eliminating? These were aircraft. Do you know what a flying vehicle is, the kind that can fly into the sky? It can even save lives at critical moments. When facing the enemy, mastering the air superiority is equivalent to mastering the initiative. Moreover, Ling Mo opened one of the boxes. Perhaps to cater to the hobbies of interstellar people, these aircraft do not have a cold, mechanical appearance, but are made into various shapes. Most importantly, these aircraft are solar-powered, which means that as long as there is enough sunshine, there is no need to worry about energy. Ling Mo suppressed his excitement and quickly put all the boxes in the warehouse into the space. Judging from the box that was just opened, there are about 10 aircraft in each box. Because it is a home aircraft, each aircraft can only carry one person. When using it, just put your feet into the buckle. You don't have to worry about the aircraft falling off when moving, and it is also very convenient to carry. Just when Ling Mo was concentrating on collecting, the black boxes suddenly disappeared. That's it. Looking at the half-empty warehouse, Ling Mo would be lying if she said she wasn't disappointed. How could it be so little? She hadn't collected enough. No matter how pitiful she is gone. Looking at the remaining half of the goods in the warehouse, he opened one of them to check. Anti-gravity shoes. Wearing them can make you ignore gravity and fly over walls. After they were developed, they only caused a small range of fluctuations in the interstellar space and were soon eliminated. Hearing this, Ling Mo took a breath and said in surprise, "How could such a good thing be eliminated?" The use of anti-gravity shoes is far less convenient than that of aircraft. Except for some interstellar people who like transportation, other people still rely more on aircraft for travel. Ling Mo understood. It was just laziness. She stroked the anti-gravity shoes and said, "It doesn't matter. They dislike you, but I do." Who didn't have a martial arts dream when they were a child, flying over eaves and walls, and floating on water with light skills? Ling Mo dared to guarantee that these anti-gravity shoes would be as popular as the aircraft as soon as they were released. The previous disappointment was instantly swept away, and he happily began to sweep the warehouse for anti-gravity shoes. 3 hours later, Ling Mo walked out of the warehouse. The orc outside the door had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Ling Mo coming out, he handed him a bottle of advanced recovery agent attentively. Although he was not very tired, Ling Mo still took it, thinking he would miss it. Originally, she thought that this work was over here and was still feeling a little regretful when she saw the tall orc turn around and walk towards the other side of the metal wall. After a while of operation, a warehouse appeared in front of Ling Mo again. Ling Mo looked at the advanced recovery agent in his hand. No wonder he was given this. It turned out that the mission was not over yet. The orc also noticed Ling Mo's shocked expression and thought she was tired. He said a little embarrassedly, "This is the last one. Sorry for the trouble. If it doesn't work, you can collect it tomorrow." Ling Mo stopped him from saying anything else and said righteously, "It's okay, I'm not tired. This is my job." Having said that, she walked towards the warehouse resolutely. She was afraid that if she was a little slower, she would burst out laughing. This time, there is another item in the warehouse besides the aircraft and anti-gravity shoes. Gliding cloak, after wearing it, can briefly possess the ability to glide, but it is also eliminated because it is not as good as the performance of the aircraft. Such a good thing was eliminated. These interstellar people are so picky. While Ling Mo was complaining, he quickly stuffed the things in the warehouse into the space. When she was halfway through the filling, she felt that her mental strength was a little overdrawn, but it didn't matter. She drank the advanced recovery drink and continued. This time Ling Mo finished the work an hour earlier than before. But thinking about what the orc had said before, this was the last one, Ling Mo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It would be nice to have a few more warehouse keys like this. Walking out of the warehouse, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. This time's harvest was comparable to what he had gained from the Lion Beastman's house before. If we only look at the quantity, the recovery this time is even higher than the harvest from the Lion Beastman's house. The tall orc first praised Ling Mo's workability, then reached out and gently touched the badge on her chest with a ring on his finger. This time, Ling Mo clearly saw that the smiling face on the badge smiled a little more, so what she saw before was not an illusion.
It's dark outside now.
You probably don't have a place to stay. If you don't mind, stay here for one night. We will also help take care of your mounts. Hearing the word mount, it took Ling Mo a while to realize that the other party was talking about the 3 deer horn horses. Ling Mo naturally would not refuse the proposal to stay here for a night. On one hand, there's food, accommodation, and a soft big bed, and on the other hand, there is survival in the wild where danger may occur at any time. Even a fool would know which choice to make. When I saw Jiang Xian and Yi Kai again, they had already completed their mission. It's already dark outside. It would be dangerous to go out now. Let's stay here for one night before leaving, Ling Mo said casually. Although Ling Mo had already shocked them many times, they were still very shocked when they heard the news. The two couldn't help but think of the days they had spent sleeping in the open air. It goes without saying that food and accommodation are provided in the first and second rounds of the game. As long as you complete the tasks on time and don't do anything stupid, you will basically not be eliminated. In the third round of the game, because the difficulty of the game increases, you will encounter dangers at night, but it is still safe during the day, and you will not have to worry about food and drink. But in this fourth round of the game, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai didn't know what the others did, but they too were really unlucky from the beginning to now. Apart from the mission where I met Ling Mo, which was relatively normal, the remaining missions were not difficult, but they were torturous and took most of the day to complete. The reason why the two of them couldn't get their wages was because they were in a hurry and couldn't stand the hunger on the road, so they just ate some grass roots. They dare not even touch mushrooms because they once saw a player foaming at the mouth after eating a gray mushroom. Seeing that the two were silent, Ling Mo ignored them and asked, "Are you going to eat? If so, follow me. They even provide meals." Yi Kai made an exaggerated expression of deep emotion. "This is too lucky. Then, he successfully got 2 pairs of contemptuous looks from Jiang Xian and Ling Emo. Jiang Xian even kicked Yi Kai and said, "Stop embarrassing yourself and leave now." The 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria and felt like dwarves arriving in a land of giants. Even the dinner plate was almost as tall as Ling Emo. "I feel like 1 portion is enough for the 3 of us," Yi Kai suggested sincerely. However, this suggestion was quickly rejected by Ling Emo. "How can we get the best deal if 3 people eat 1? Finally, under Ling Mo's strong request, everyone ordered 1 meal. Fortunately, there are robots in the cafeteria that deliver meals. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Ling Mo to lift the huge plate by himself, let alone fill it with food, and then put the plate full of food and vegetables on the table. That scene, just thinking about it, is funny. As talented people, the 3 of them had much larger appetites than ordinary people. But even so, Ling Mo only ate a quarter of the meal before he felt so full that he didn't even touch the remaining 3/4. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were slightly better off. They could not eat anymore after eating about 1/3 of the meal.
"I'm so full. I haven't eaten so much in a long time,"
Yi Kai said while touching his stomach. "It's such a pity that there is so much left." Jiang Xian looked at the remaining food on the plate. Ling Mo saw the unwillingness in his eyes. "Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Why do you think I asked you to make 3 copies? As he spoke, Ling Mo pretended to take something out of the space button, but in fact he took out 3 large stainless steel basins from the space. "Pour your portion and the other 2 portions into large bowls, seal them with plastic wrap, and store them in a storage space to eat later." Looking at Ling Mo's skillful movements, it seems that this is not the first time he has done this. In the past, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would never eat leftovers, but now, hunger will cure every picky eater. The crisis Blue Star is facing now is not just the high temperature. According to data, the germination rate of seeds has dropped below 30%. This means that under normal circumstances, all 10 seeds can germinate, but now only 2 can germinate. This also means that food may become a non-renewable resource. After eating and drinking, Ling Mo had no intention of leaving immediately. Seeing that she did not leave, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai did not leave either. The main reason was that they were unfamiliar with the place and could not speak the language. Even if they wanted to leave, they did not know where to go. And they always felt that there must be some deeper meaning behind Ling Mo's actions. Finally, when most people in the restaurant had left, Ling Mo quietly slipped to the kitchen. Seeing that the chef inside was still busy, Ling Mo boldly stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm a recycler. Is there anything I can help you with?" An orc wearing an apron bent down and glanced at Ling Mo. "So it's you, a capable but pitiful fellow. You came at the right time. There are some leftover ingredients and good food. If you don't mind, take them."
No dislike, no dislike."
Ling Mo smiled and walked towards the direction the orc pointed. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai followed behind stupidly until they saw Ling Mo come to a pile of ingredients and call for help. Then they came to their senses. "What are you standing there for? Come and help me." If these 2 people hadn't followed her, she would have collected all these things with just a thought, and now she has to stuff them into the space button bit by bit. Hearing this, the 2 of them hurried forward to help. After finally eating all the ingredients, Ling Mo started to eat the leftovers. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai both felt a little numb. This was too frugal, but they liked it. After finishing all the things, Ling Mo led the 2 to their residence. There were 2 rooms in total, and Ling Mo lived in one. You 2 can make do with the remaining room. At night, Ling Mo lay on the bed, thinking about the performance of Jiang Xian and Yi Kai today. For now, they were still trustworthy, but he needed to continue observing them. After all, they had not known each other for long. As he was thinking, he felt sleepy, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Little did they know that 2 people in another room were also discussing this at this time. "Boss, do you think the talent that comes from drinking and going crazy could be a spatial talent, just like Momo's spatial button? You'd better ask him in person to be sure." Hearing this, Yi Kai curled his lips and said, "I don't know how many people are looking for the drunk guy, but they just can't find him. Moreover, Once they find someone trying to find his true identity, they will block him without saying a word. Now no one dares to act rashly. Now, none of them connected Ling Mo with the identity of being drunk and acting crazy. After all, Ling Mo had already told them the name of his game before. They could find out whether it was true or not by searching after leaving the game. There was no need to lie, not to mention that they knew each other, so lying was even more unnecessary. The next morning, the three of them had breakfast before leaving. "Why didn't you go to the kitchen today?" Ye Kai asked. Before setting off, the three of them got to know each other. It's the 7th day of the game, and Ye Kai and I are still 3 smiley faces short. I'm still too short. I asked the giant orc for information yesterday. Ling Mo pointed in one direction. There's a large giant rabbit orc tribe over there. We can go and take a look. The biggest difference between the giant rabbit orc and the rabbit orc Ling Mo had encountered before is the word giant. Mo, after the game is over, can we learn interstellar language from you? Jiang Xian asked. Of course, but you have to pay tuition. One day in the future, when the blue planet is connected with the interstellar space, interstellar language will become popular sooner or later. Rather than cramming at the last minute, it is better to prepare early. No problem. The two agreed very readily. After all, that was the reward Ling Mo earned through his own hard work. Since they also had to study, it was natural for them to pay tuition. The three of them rode on their antler horses again, and after a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at the giant rabbit orcs tribe before 10 o'clock. This time, because of yesterday's experience, the three of them had experience, but because this time it took longer, the situation of the three was not much better. The giant rabbit orc tribe was right before their eyes, so the three decided to take a rest before going in, just in time to relax their buttocks, which felt like they were about to be broken into pieces. However, it was impossible to ask them to give up the antler horses. Although they were bumpy, they were really fast. A journey that would take half a day was reached in less than 2 hours. Ling Mo took out the packed food and shared it with the two of them. This water storage mushroom is really useful. There's still some water left after I drank it so many times.
Ye Kai eklemet.
Of course, because it will continue to collect moisture from the air. In theory, as long as you don't drink all the water in it, it can be used forever. After hearing what Ling Mo finished speaking, they were both stunned, but soon realized what the water storage mushroom represented. As long as there are enough water storage mushrooms, they can completely solve the problem of water shortage. Momo, how much space do you have in your space Nuri? Let's collect some more water storage mushrooms and take them back later. Hearing this, Ling Mo rolled his eyes and said, You don't have to tell me. I have been collecting this kind of good stuff for a long time. After resting, the three of them approached the village of the giant rabbit orcs. At the previous factory, they were still lamenting that they were dwarfs who had entered the land of giants, but compared with the scene before them, they were simply small shrimps who had mistakenly entered the land of giants. Will we get accidentally stepped on to death? Ye Kai said with a worried look on his face. Ling Mo didn't say anything. To be honest, what you are worried about now is also what I am worried about. As they walked, they felt the ground tremble and something was approaching them. After walking for a while, a huge rabbit appeared on the distant horizon. Unlike the common white rabbits, this rabbit was red all over and jumped towards them from a distance, making it particularly conspicuous. Moreover, the orcs they had seen before only had some animal features, such as ears or tails. But this red rabbit looks like an ordinary rabbit, except that its fur is red, and it is a little bigger. Everything else is exactly the same as an ordinary rabbit. The red rabbit obviously noticed them. Hey, dwarfs, what are you doing here? Jiang Xian and Ye Kai didn't understand what it said, so they didn't react to the 3 words dwarf, while Ling Mo didn't care. After all, they were indeed dwarfs in its eyes. I'm a recycler. I'm here looking for a job. Ling Mo introduced himself, and then showed his medal. The red rabbit checked the badge and said in surprise, You are really a recycler. Great, you are here at the right time. Come with me. As the red rabbit was about to take the 3 people away, it was stopped by Ling Mo. Wait a moment. What's wrong? The red rabbit turned around in confusion. Ling Mo pointed at Jiang Xian and Ye Kai. They are my fellow villagers and assistants, but they have some brain problems and can't understand what I say. Can you help them arrange some easy work? The red rabbit looked at Jiang Xian and Yi Kai. Didn't they look like fools? Hey, can you understand me? What Jiang Xian and Yi Kai heard was, Yuan percent Yuan Yuan percent Yuan. They couldn't understand it. They couldn't understand it at all. It seems that he is really stupid. No problem. I will arrange it for them. It's really pitiful. He looks pretty good. I didn't expect that he is actually stupid. The red rabbit shook its head with a look of regret, and then called over another red rabbit that was slightly smaller. The two rabbits whispered something, and the red rabbit turned around and asked Ling Mo, "Will they attack people?" Ling Mo quickly shook his head. No, they are very gentle. That's good. I'll arrange for them to take care of the cubs. A group of new cubs have been born in the tribe. Let them clean the cubs' bodies. Okay, I'll talk to them. The red rabbit looked puzzled when he heard this. They don't understand what you are saying, so what are you saying? Because we are from the same hometown, we have a special way of communicating with each other. The red rabbit nodded. I see. Tell them that our cubs are very fragile. Tell them to be careful. Ling Mo turned around and told Jiang Xian and Yi Kai what to pay attention to. When they heard that they were going to help wash the bodies of the newborn rabbits, the two showed no repulsion. After all, compared to the tasks they had done before, this task was simply too easy. However, what the two were more curious about was what Ling Mo was doing while they were washing the little rabbit's body. Ling Mo glanced at the two of them and said, "2 people are enough for this job. I have other plans." After Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were taken away, Ling Mo also followed the red rabbit in another direction. The red rabbit is an astonishing 5 meters tall, and each jump can directly cross a distance of 20 meters. So every time it took a step, it had to stop and wait for Ling Mo, who was following behind, to catch up. "You're too slow. Let me take you away." As he spoke, the red rabbit picked Ling Mo up from the ground. "You are so young. Are your abilities really comparable to those of an S-class recycler?" Hearing this, Ling Mo said modestly, "That's just other people's compliments to me. I'm not an S-level recycler, but my work ability is really strong." The man and the rabbit were talking, and soon they arrived at their destination. "The things are inside. I won't go in."
Okay.
Ling Mo was already used to it and walked into the warehouse impatiently. However, whether the light is on or off has little impact on Ling Mo. I saw that the huge warehouse was filled with sacks several meters high. Looking at this black thing, Ling Mo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Wait a minute, what is this? Giant rabbit tribe orcs' feces are colorless and odorless. When burned, they can release a lot of heat. One of them can burn for a whole day. It is a medicinal material on Blue Star and is called moon-watching sand. However, due to the different races, it is not recommended for use as medicine. Haha. Thank you for your suggestion. Even if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have used it as medicine for no reason. But if you put aside the identity of feces, this is simply the perfect fuel. It is colorless and odorless, one can burn for a whole day, and is more convenient to use than coal. The natural gas supply to their community has not stopped yet, but the supply to other places has been stopped. It is not known how long their community can hold out. Nowadays, every family is stockpiling firewood in order to cook, so there is no problem selling the giant rabbit orc feces. However, in Ling Mo's opinion, now is not the time for them to show their strength. Although thinking so, Ling Mo still took out the gloves and put them on himself. Although it was colorless and tasteless, although it was packed in a sack, and although she was collecting it with her mind, she still had to be careful about it. Anyway, you're just wearing gloves. It won't affect your efficiency and will make you look more professional. The entire warehouse was huge, 2 or 3 times the size of any warehouse she had seen before. Originally, Ling Mo thought that such a large warehouse could not be filled with only feces, and other things might have been placed deep inside and covered. But the facts showed that she was overthinking it. The entire warehouse was full of this thing. Although he comforted himself that these were fuel, Ling Mo felt completely listless after staying in there for a full hour. Of course, part of the reason for this is that it's actually all feces. But then I thought, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Who would put things together with their own feces? After she walked out of the warehouse, the red rabbit behind the door was still waiting for her. Behind it, there were 3 warehouses with open doors.
Wow, there's so many of them. They must have hoarded a lot of these rabbits.
How long has it been since they hired someone to clean them up? This is really, really awesome. When she arrived at the second warehouse, the contents were the same as the first one, full of feces. But it didn't matter, as she still had 2 warehouses to check. An hour later, Ling Emo stood in front of the third warehouse, took a deep breath, and comforted herself in her heart that these were all picked up for free, and it would be profit no matter how much she picked up, and she could not ask for too much. Fortunately, the third warehouse was finally filled with more feces than usual, and Ling Emo was so happy that he cried. I opened one of the boxes and found neatly stacked small bottles inside. Carrot essence tablets are specially developed for children who don't like the taste of carrots. They are also nearing expiration date of 1 month and are not recommended for consumption. Ignoring wait a minute's last words, as someone who doesn't like carrots, Ling Emo opened the bottle and tasted one. A sweet taste instantly filled his entire mouth, as if he was eating candy. Good stuff, I'll take it. The price of vegetables on Blue Star is now almost as high as gold. Soon, Ling Emo discovered that the entire warehouse seemed to be filled with vegetable-related products. Like the carrot essence slices just now, there are even coriander concentrate and various dried vegetables. Ling Emo has her own space, so naturally she has no shortage of vegetables. The vegetables she eats are all picked from the space every day, so she won't eat them, but she can sell them to others. Arriving at the last warehouse, Ling Emo opened a box. She was very familiar with the contents inside. They were the energy bars that she had obtained from the rabbit orc. However, compared to the energy bars obtained from the rabbit orcs, the energy bars here are thicker and longer, like the difference between finger biscuits and steamed buns. Are these also expiring foods? Ling Emo found the production date on the package and discovered that it still had a long time before it expired. Did she put it in the wrong place? Or did the red rabbit open the wrong door for her? Thinking this in his mind, Ling Mo's hands did not slow down at all. The boxes containing various energy bars disappeared at a very fast speed. 2 hours later, Ling Emo walked out of the warehouse with a pale face, and it was obvious that he was mentally overdrawn. Seeing this, the red rabbit quickly took out a bottle of mental recovery agent. Hurry up and drink. Why do you work so hard? No matter how important making money is, it is not as important as your health. Ling Emo didn't say anything. He took the spirit recovery potion and drank it all. Then he smiled weakly and said, I can't help it. I have a big family at home waiting for me to support them. Hearing this, the red rabbit that was originally comforting her showed a look of pity in its eyes. It's so pitiful that he has to go out to support his family at such a young age. No wonder she didn't take the S-level recycler certificate exam. S-level recyclers have to follow the army. She must be afraid that she won't be able to take care of her family if she leaves. Ling Mo's work was finished, but Jiang Xinya and Yi Kai's work was not finished yet. Wait here. We have quite a lot of cubs born today. They may need a little longer. Don't worry. I just received news that they're both doing well. After saying that, the red rabbit took out another box and said, I can't help you with anything, so I'll give you a little tip. We originally planned to hire a whole C-level recycling team to deal with the things in the warehouse. These are the rewards prepared for them. Now, they are yours. Ling Emo opened the box, and inside were various medicines and energy bars neatly arranged. Thanks. You're welcome. You deserve it. By the way, are you hungry? If you are, you can go to the cafeteria. Ling Emo nodded hurriedly, indicating that he would definitely go. Before leaving, the red rabbit tapped Ling Mo's chest. Now she only needed to collect one more smiley face to complete the task. Because Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would still need some time to complete their work, Ling Mo turned and went to the cafeteria. I ordered a meal. Although it was all vegetarian dishes, the taste was amazing and the portion was even better. After finishing the meal, they packed up the remaining food. After the other red rabbits had almost finished eating, Ling Mo went to the kitchen again in the name of helping out. This time, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai were not watching. Ling Mo just waved his hand, and everything in front of him disappeared. During the waiting time, Ling Mo was not idle either. It may sound like nothing, but Ling Mo believes that everyone has a talent for something. By the time Zhang Xian and Yi Kai came out, Ling Mo had almost pulled out all the mushrooms and dragon toothgrass around them. Ever since they knew Ling Mo had a space button, the two of them left their things with her for safety. The three of them rode on deer horn horses. This time they were not in a hurry, so they walked slowly. By the way, Momo, did you find out the location of the next orc this time? Yi Kai asked. They found that it was really fun to complete tasks with Ling Mo. The working environment was good, the salary was high, and the attitude was okay. Yi Kai's words stunned Ling Mo, and then she slapped her head in annoyance.
She had forgotten about this.
But it doesn't matter if she forgets. She has other ways. She placed her hand on the antler horse's head, and after a moment, she told the other two people, hold on tight. Zhang Xian and Yi Kai didn't understand what was going on, and then they were almost thrown to the ground. Fortunately, both of them had experience in horse riding, and they managed to keep their bodies steady in a critical moment. On the way, they also met a group of unfamiliar players, but they passed each other before they could get a clear look at each other's faces. Captain, there seem to be people on those three beasts? 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man glared at his teammates and said, I'm not blind.
Of course I saw someone.
Another person enviously said, it's great that we can ride a deer. It's much faster than walking on our own 2 feet. At this moment, Ling Mo and the other two, who were being envied, were not happy at all. The three of them were bumpy all the way and finally couldn't bear it anymore, so they had to stop to rest. Ling Mo took out 3 meals and energy bars. Are you going to eat the meals or the energy bars?
Food,
they said in unison. Although energy bars taste better than nutritional supplements, they are still more inclined to eat meals when given a choice. After the meal, the three of them rested for a while and then continued on their journey sitting on the antler horses. About an hour later, the three finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the black door in front of them and the gloomy environment around them, the three of them couldn't help but shudder. Yi Kai looked at Ling Mo and said, Are you sure it's here? Why do I feel like this place is weird? Ling Mo nodded. The antler horse said this is the home of the long-legged spider. Spider? Yi Kai's voice instantly rose several degrees, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. No matter how unwilling Yi Kai was, he was forcibly dragged in by Zhang Xian. He knocked on the door and walked in. The inside is not as gloomy as it looks from the outside. Instead, it is clean and bright and decorated very warmly. Just then, a beautiful woman with a gentle and intellectual appearance walked over with elegant steps. The three people were stunned by the pair of long legs that were so long that they could not stand the test of time. It feels like these legs are almost as tall as her. Ling Mo came to his senses and went forward to negotiate. Hello, we are. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the woman in front of him. I know you are here to look for a job, right? Deerhorn Horse has told me everything. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Ling Mo was surprised when he heard this. Deerhorn horses? Do they have this function? The woman first looked at Ling Mo and said, You should have just reached adulthood and not yet married. If so, you probably can't help me take care of the child. After all, you are a child yourself. She was a little worried about letting her own child take care of the child. How about this? You come and help me with the housework. The two people behind you look good. Let them help make the milk powder, which is a physically demanding job. No problem. Ling Mo helped Yi Kai and Zhang Xian take on this task without hesitation. When they heard that they were going to help the woman prepare milk powder for her child, Zhang Xian and the other man did not show any rejection. We're going to make milk powder. What are you going to do? Yi Kai asked. This person seemed to have never acted with them before. Even when he first arrived at the Lion Beastman's house, this person suddenly disappeared for a long time. I'm going to help with the housework. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman on the other side came over with a bunch of cleaning tools and called Ling Mo over to help. Picking up something that looked like a shovel, Ling Mo asked curiously, What should I do? The woman took her to her room. I saw that the surroundings of the room, the ceiling, and the floor were all white. When I looked around carefully, I found that all the corners were covered with a thick, dense layer of spider silk, and there were a lot of cocoon-like things made of spider silk stuck on the walls. All you have to do is shovel all the spider silk in the room and pile them up in the warehouse. Well, actually, I have another identity. That is a recycler. The moment he entered the room, Ling Mo heard a voice saying, "Wait a minute. The silk spit out by the long-legged spider is a holy product for healing. Applying it to the wound can quickly stop bleeding and heal the wound without leaving any wounds. Due to improper storage, the spider silk here has hardened and its effect has been greatly reduced. It needs to be soaked in warm water for 2 hours before it can be used." Judging from the woman's nonchalant look, these spider silks should not be important to her. But even so, this is in someone else's home, and the other party had said before that they would put it in the warehouse instead of throwing it away directly. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ling Mo decided to introduce himself first. After hearing the word recycler, the woman's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? That's great. Please help me deal with all the spider silk here and in the warehouse. I can pay you double the reward." Observing the woman's performance and combining it with his experiences over the past few days, Ling Mo came to the conclusion that recyclers might be a very popular job in the interstellar space. And the higher the level, the more popular it is. With the spider silk as an incentive, Ling Mo began to scrape the spider silk on the wall very skillfully. First, he shoveled up a corner, then pulled hard, and an entire wall of spider silk was pulled down by Ling Mo. After quickly clearing the spider webs in the room, Ling Mo came to another room. After cleaning who knows how many rooms, Ling Mo finally cleared all the cobwebs from all the rooms. After doing so much, Ling Mo didn't feel tired physically except for some overdrawn mental energy. This was all because she had been eating the fruits with special powers continuously these days. Inside the warehouse, white spider silk was casually thrown on the ground, covered with dust. Ling Mo couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he saw this scene. These were all medicines, and they were just thrown on the ground. What a waste, such a waste. With a wave of his hand, all the spider silk was collected into the space. After completing all the work, Ling Mo paused for a while and then found the woman. After checking the quality of her work, it was not difficult to see that the woman was very satisfied.
"This is the silk spit out by our tribe.
I'll give it to you. I heard that your family is not well off. You can keep 1 bottle for self-defense and sell the rest. It should be able to exchange for a lot of money to help you improve your living environment." Ling Mo looked at the 10 test tubes in front of her, which were about the size of her forearm and filled with milky, white viscous liquid. Long-legged spider silk in liquid form. The silk in this form preserves its healing properties very well. Then the woman took out a black card and scratched Ling Mo's chest. At this time, the smiley face badge, which had already become extremely bright, smiled even brighter, and the red tongue and 2 white teeth could be clearly seen. An enthusiastic mechanical voice sounded beside Ling Mo's ears. "Congratulations to the player who is drunk and crazy and was the first to complete this game mission. Now you can choose to return to Blue Star immediately, or you can choose to stay here until the end of the game." Of course, I would choose to stay here. Ling Mo chose the latter, without hesitation. Not to mention the various treasures here, just the scorching hot weather on Blue Star is so bad that we would go back a day later if we can. After making the choice, the badge on Ling Mo's chest instantly turned pure gold. Depending on the player's choice, the smiley badge will automatically change to a leisurely state. After the game ends, you'll be teleported back to Blue Star with other players. I wish you a happy game. The mission was completed, and Ling Mo no longer felt any pressure. She still had 3 full days, all of which belonged to her. "By the way, how are my companions?" Ling Mo suddenly asked. Hearing this, the woman smiled gently. "They are very good and work very hard. Do you want to meet them now? I can take you to find them." "No need, I'll just wait for them outside." Having said that, Ling Mo raised his foot and walked outside. Although the woman was very beautiful, Ling Mo felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that her race was spiders. Although it was already dark outside, based on her experience, The area around orcs' homes was generally safe. As soon as I went out, I found that the tree trunks outside were emitting a faint green light. When I walked over and took a look, it was moss. Paralysis moss, a mutant species that has absorbed the toxins of long-legged spiders. Eating or inhaling it will cause full-body paralysis and loss of mobility. Isn't this a natural anesthetic? It's a good thing. Anyway, he had nothing to do while waiting for someone, so Ling Mo took out a shovel and started to remove the moss from the tree. Unlike the previous purifying moss, the paralyzing moss is only a thin layer and can only be removed little by little with tools. In order to prevent himself from being paralyzed, Ling Mo also put on a layer of rubber gloves. By the time Zhang Xian and Yi Kai came out, Ling Mo had just scraped the last bit of paralyzing moss off the tree trunk. When Ling Mo walked over, he saw that the two were carefully holding a transparent test tube in their arms, which contained liquid spider silk. Mo, this was given to us by that woman. Do you know what it does? Zhang Xian asked. Ling Mo nodded, then told the two about the benefits of spider silk. After hearing this, the two of them froze instantly, as if they were holding some rare treasure, and dared not move. Momo, can we put the things in your space first? They still have to continue their mission carrying these two big guys with them. What if they get broken into pieces? No problem. Ling Mo readily agreed and put the two people's spider silk into the space button. They caught two Tianqining to use as lighting, and then the three of them found a place to rest. At this time, Zhang Xian noticed the badge on Ling Mo's chest. I remember this should be your last mission. Mo, Ling Mo nodded. Yes, I have completed all my tasks. The system popped up earlier and said that I can go back to Blue Star directly or continue to stay here. You choose to stay? Ling Mo rolled his eyes at Yi Kai and said, Isn't this nonsense? If I didn't stay, would you be able to see me now? Besides, the temperature here is just right. Why should I go back and suffer? Zhang Xian and Yi Kai nodded in agreement. If it were them, they would probably make a similar choice and enjoy themselves for as long as they wanted. By the next morning, because Ling Mo had completed all the tasks, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai only had one left, and there were still 3 days left for the mission. The three of them were in a very relaxed state, riding on the antler horse, heading towards the next destination. Occasionally, when they saw large patches of water storage mushrooms, the three of them would come down to collect them and then leave them all with Ling Mo, agreeing to split them equally after the game was over and returning. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, and the two of them will not take up Ling Mo's space in vain. Around noon, Ling Mo saw the familiar forest not far away and knew that he had come to the territory of the Tintinfish orcs again. She had already searched the warehouse of the Tintinfish orcs once, and she probably wouldn't get any extra gains if she went there again. She might as well collect some more purifying moss from the surrounding area. Seeing her expression, Zhang Xian asked, Have you been here before? Ling Mo nodded. I'll tell you the precautions, and I won't go with you. The two thought that the work here was tiring and Ling Mo didn't want to work, so they didn't force him. Then you just wait for us here. Watching the two figures disappear in front, Ling Mo began to sharpen his knife and cut into the moss and water-storing mushrooms. After not seeing it for a few days, I found that in addition to the water storage mushrooms, different kinds of mushrooms had actually grown here, blue and red, which looked particularly beautiful. Blue Star trivia. The brighter the color of the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. But common sense doesn't apply here, so. Wait a minute, it's your turn. Red and blue have been a couple since ancient times, the positive and negative mushrooms. Red is the positive mushroom and blue is the negative mushroom. The two usually appear at the same time, growing next to each other. Eat any one of the mushrooms, and then give the other person another kind of mushroom to eat. The two will stick together uncontrollably until the positive and negative mushrooms lose their effect. Note, this is a little fun between lovers. There are quite a lot of these positive and negative mushrooms here, and because of their bright colors, they are particularly easy to find. Ling Mo carried a bamboo basket on his back. Wherever he passed, he took away all the purifying moss, water-storing mushrooms, and positive and negative mushrooms. Once again, he put all the mushrooms in the bamboo basket into the space, reached out and pulled aside a huge patch of grass, and his eyes were filled with red and blue. I saw that the back of the bush was covered with positive and negative mushrooms, and there were so many of them that there was no place to step. Among the numerous positive and negative mushrooms, there are 3 positive and negative mushrooms that stand out from the crowd. You can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary mushrooms. After collecting all the positive and negative mushrooms, Ling Mo came to the 3 special mushrooms. Positive and negative mushrooms, a mutant variety of positive and negative mushrooms, very rare. A weak electric current will be generated between the 2 mushrooms of different colors. Note: frequent exposure to electricity can improve resistance to electricity. After hearing the introduction, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. It turned out that these were not ordinary mushrooms. He carefully put the 3 positive and negative mushrooms into the space. As one of the most powerful offensive talents, it is very necessary to have resistance to electricity. After doing all this, Ling Mo looked forward and discovered that there was actually a lake hidden here. The water inside was a clear blue. No wonder she hadn't noticed it before. However, after the incident of the player's death, Ling Mo is still very wary of the lake. Who knows where the water here comes from? When I arrived at the lake, I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the water plants and the fish swimming in the water. Water resources are now scarce on Blue Star, and many reservoirs have dried up. So when I saw such a large lake with so much water, I was very excited. There is so much water, it should be okay for her to take half. Seeing that no one came out to stop them, Ling Mo took it as their consent. Use mental power to cover the entire surface of the lake, and then start filling water into the space. Many round stones are revealed on the exposed riverbed. Seeing this, Ling Mo wanted to get closer to find out what was going on. I reached out and touched it. It didn't feel like stone but soft. I used a little force and pulled it out of the mud. After washing it, I looked at it again. Wow, this is not a stone at all, but a large water storage mushroom. Looking at the round stones exposed due to the drop in water level, Ling Mo was extremely excited. If such a small water storage mushroom can hold so much water, then this big water storage mushroom can hold even more. Ling Mo immediately decided that she would not leave until she had collected all the water storage mushrooms here. Mental power and space work together. As long as the water storage mushroom can be detected, it will appear in Ling Mo's space in the next second. While Ling Mo was happily collecting mushrooms, other players had to take the risk and act at night in order to complete the task as soon as possible because time was running out. But even so, because the orcs lived far away from each other, most of their time was wasted on the road. Where there are strong people, there are weak people. Even if they are all players and have awakened their talents, everyone's starting point is different. Some people are doing very well in the game and can complete the tasks quickly, while some people have been busy for a long time but have only received a few smiling faces. It does not mean that the task can be completed as long as the orcs are found. Some people work for several hours and not only fail to complete the task, but are also driven away by angry orcs. If you try to argue, you will be beaten up. If you encounter some powerful orcs with bad temper, you may even be injured. After collecting all the water-storing mushrooms, Ling Mo walked around the lake again. After making sure that no fish had escaped, he left this place. Just now, her mental power detected that more than one wave of people came here. However, most of these people came for the Tintinfish orcs and did not go toward her. After getting up and leaving this place, Ling Mo walked for about half an hour before his attention was attracted by a reflection in front of him. The mental power did not detect any life activities, but Ling Mo still slowed down his steps, crouched down, and approached little by little. Pulling aside the grass, a different forest appeared before her eyes. What is the specific difference? There is no purified moss here. Since entering this forest, purifying moss is the most common thing, but there is no such thing here, and there is no trace of purifying moss growing on the ground. Moreover, looking at the leaves on these trees, Ling Mo's first reaction was that these leaves were so beautiful, and each one was a perfect leaf. Ling Mo picked up a dead leaf out of curiosity. It felt just like an ordinary leaf, and was torn in half with just a little force. Wait a minute, I guess I checked it wrong. Just when Ling Mo was in doubt, a breeze suddenly blew by. At that moment, Ling Mo's hair stood on end, and a great sense of danger swept over his body. She threw herself to the ground without hesitation. This was definitely the fastest action she had ever taken in her life. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air was heard above my head. After a long time, until there was no sound coming from above his head, Ling Mo slowly got up from the ground, as if he was relieved. Looking at the tree trunk not far away, several leaves were deeply embedded in it. Looking at those owl trees, she now believed it. Picking up another leaf, Ling Mo threw it hard with his wrist. I saw the originally soft leaves in the air like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the tree trunk not far away. This scene reminded Ling Mo of a saying, "Even flying flowers and leaves can hurt people." The leaves of this blue owl tree are simply a powerful weapon for sneak attacks and assassinations. Just ask yourself, who would care about a small leaf? Ling Mo first used his mental power to dig a few holes in the space, then rubbed his hands and prepared to attack the blue owl tree here. The leaves will wither and they are disposable consumables, so no matter how many you collect, they will eventually run out, so it is better to attack the tree directly. There is no wind in the space, so there is no need to worry about the leaves of the owl trees flying around and hurting people. After transferring 4 or 5 owl trees into the space, Ling Mo stopped working as these were enough for her. Although the waiting time was a little long, Ling Mo also managed to collect a lot of things here, so she was not unhappy about it. It doesn't matter where you collect supplies, and the supplies in this forest are obviously much richer than those outside. However, seeing the two of them like this, Ling Mo, out of humanitarian spirit, still asked with concern, "What happened to you? Did you fail the mission?" "It's okay, there are still 2 days left." Ling Mo wanted to say something, but his hand was suddenly grabbed by Yi Kai. "We'll talk about the rest later." Mo, hurry up, I'm starving, food.
Food.
Seeing that the two of them looked like they were about to faint from hunger, Ling Mo took out 2 portions of food that he had previously packaged, without saying a word. The two of them devoured the food and finished it all in less than 3 minutes. Jiang Xian touched his belly and sighed. Finally, I'm alive. 1 box lunch was definitely not enough to fill them up, so Ling Mo took out several more portions for the two of them and asked them to eat slowly. "Can you tell me what's going on now?" Yi Kai swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Don't mention it. The boss and I are almost dead from exhaustion." Jiang Xian continued, "We found the territory of the Tintinfish orcs as you said, and then we were ordered to pull weeds for a whole day." At this point, they had to thank Ling Mo for teaching them what was grass and what was vegetable. Otherwise, they would have been like those unlucky guys who came later, being chased by those ferocious and powerful mermaids. Not only did he fail to complete the mission in the end, but he also had to work for the Tintinfish orc for free. Only then did Ling Mo see that the badges on their chests had turned into the same pure gold color as hers. The 3 people who completed the task reached an agreement, which was to use the remaining time to collect as many supplies as possible. Things in the game cannot be taken out, but Ling Mo's space button can be taken out. Mo, how much space do you have for friends in your space?" Jiang Xian asked. Ling Mo estimated and said, "There are probably about 10 square meters left." "That's not right. Didn't he say that there was no room left at the previous orc's place?" Yi Kai was surprised. How come there was still 10 square meters of space? Even if they consumed some energy these days, it shouldn't be that much. Ling Mo explained calmly, "These 10 square meters were reserved by me, and they were also used up in the past few days." Although Ling Mo collected a lot of food at that time, the 3 of them had bigger appetites than each other, so the food was consumed abnormally quickly. After coming up with a plan, the 3 of them immediately began to act. Although Jiang Xian and Yi Kai did not know about purifying moss, they knew about water storage mushrooms. The water storage mushrooms here were several times larger than the ones they had seen before. They know better than Ling Mo how scarce the water resources on Blue Star are now. Moreover, this water storage mushroom can not only store water, but also produce water continuously. Although the speed is a bit slow, it is better than nothing. Mo, is this mushroom poisonous? Yi Kai asked while holding a pair of positive and negative mushrooms. It's not poisonous, Ling Mo said without even looking up, but it can make you love other people. After explaining the functions of the positive and negative mushrooms, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai added the collection of positive and negative mushrooms to their initial collection of water storage mushrooms. However, both of them knew that Ling Mo had limited space, so they did not intend to actually use all of the remaining space to store water storage mushrooms and positive and negative mushrooms. Because there was no pressure from the mission, they slept exceptionally well that night and felt refreshed when they woke up. Before setting off, the three of them had breakfast and dinner. In order to make more space for supplies, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai turned into big eaters and ate like crazy. Ling Mo watched their actions but did not stop them. After breakfast, the three of them rode on the antler horses and set off slowly. Useful supplies may appear everywhere, and you must be careful to find them. The three of them walked along the way, and from time to time they had to get off the antler horse to collect some dragon's tooth grass. This is a good medicine that can relieve the symptoms of heat stroke, so they must collect more. About 2 hours later, Ling Mo stopped in front of a bush. Zhang Xian and Yi Kai immediately understood when they saw this. Every time Ling Mo stopped, it meant that there were supplies that could be collected around. And the supplies this time are the green, straight weeds in front of you. Sugar grass contains a lot of sugar. It can be used to make sugar or eaten directly. It can be used to relieve hypoglycemia. The taste is long-lasting and can be eaten all day long without changing its taste. Ling Mo pulled one out, wiped off the dirt on the surface, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a sweet taste accompanied by the taste of grass lingered in his taste buds. Seeing this, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai also tried it and immediately realized that these weeds were good things. The three men held sickles and harvested the sugar grass here again and again until all the sugar grass in this area was harvested, and then they stopped their actions with a sense of unsatisfied desire. Ling Mo took the opportunity to collect a lot of sugar grass seeds. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. These sugar grasses took up a full 5 square meters of space. Fortunately, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai were big eaters, and they ate away a lot of space. Next, they can only collect the more important supplies, and the quantity cannot be too large. However, Ling Mo did not have this restriction. After Zhang Xian and Yi Kai left, everything they didn't want was put into her space. Along the way, they encountered other players several times, and some even wanted to rob them when they saw them riding on antler horses. At this time, the roles of the two bodyguards Zhang Xian and Yi Kai came into play. The thunder and lightning plus the hurricane directly defeated those people without any suspense. After working all day, at night, the three wanted to review today's gains, but at this moment, the originally quiet antler horse suddenly became agitated. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately thought of the stray orcs he had heard from the orcs before. Let's go, it's dangerous here. Without saying a word, the three of them mounted their antler horses and galloped away. Not long after they left, a group of ferocious-looking orcs with only animal skins covering their vital parts came to where they were before. The leading orc sniffed around and said to his companions behind him, "They haven't gone far yet, let's chase them." On the other hand, knowing that orcs have a keen sense of smell, especially stray orcs, Ling Mo has been thinking of ways to hide his breath along the way. She looked up at the sky, wishing it could rain now. Ling Mo was not unhappy at all despite being soaked, but rather very excited. The stray orcs have a very keen sense of smell. Even if they escape in advance, once they are targeted, they will find them by following the smell. But now with this rain, the heavy rain will wash away the smell they left along the way. Ling Mo's plan was to throw a few more piles of feces collected in the Mocha Forest on the road. Now that it rained, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The three of them found a cave to shelter from the rain. Ling Mo took out a dry towel and gave it to Zhang Xian and Yi Kai, asking them to wipe the water off their bodies. Then he also took out a towel to wipe the rain off his body. There is still 1 day left before the end of the game. What if I get sick? At this moment, The badges on the chests of the 3 people rang at the same time, and then a 12-hour countdown appeared. What's going on? Why is it 12 hours? Isn't it 1 day? Ling Mo widened his eyes in shock. After a moment, Jiang Xian explained, "Our game this time did not start in the early morning, but in the daytime, so we only have half a day left." Fortunately, their mission has been completed. Even if there is only half a day left, it is enough for them to collect supplies. Let's wait until the rain stops and then continue collecting supplies. After the heavy rain, many plants will start to grow wildly, Jiang Xian said. Ling Mo looked at a patch of unremarkable plants outside the cave and said, "Maybe we don't have to wait for the rain to stop. We can start now." As she spoke, she put on a raincoat, took out a shovel, and walked towards the plants outside the cave. Because of the rain, the soil became very soft and easy to dig. After a short while, a piece of snow-white tuber was dug out. "What is this?" Yi Kai looked at it curiously after taking it. Both of them knew that Ling Mo would not dig these things for no reason. These white tubers must have unexpected uses. This is white. You can eat it directly or boil it in water and drink it. It can prevent colds. After listening to Ling Mo's words, Yi Kai looked at the white in his hand and said, "This is almost the same as the from our blue star." Ling Mo stopped what he was doing. It's still different. White tastes sweet, and white is known as the panacea of medicine in the interstellar world. Almost all diseases can be relieved by white. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai showed shocked expressions on their faces when they heard this. Yi Kai took a bite of the white in his hand out of disbelief, and it tasted sweet, completely different from the taste of in his memory. Moreover, after eating the white, the body quickly becomes warm. Nice one! Regardless of the heavy rain outside, the two quickly joined the excavation team. After all the white around was dug out, a small hill weighing about 50 or 60 kilograms had been piled up in the cave. Seeing that the rain outside showed no sign of stopping, Ling Mo used the rainwater outside to wash the white, and then put it into the space. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai also came to help. These were divided equally among by Jiang and the other two. Since Ling Mo was the only one who possessed the space button, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would each take out a portion of their own and give it to Ling Mo, which would be considered a reward. The materials collected before were also distributed in the same way. Ling Mo put his share into the space button, actually putting it into the space as a seed. Then, take the other 2 people in. The 3 of them fled all the way and got caught in the rain. They also just dug so much white, so they should be tired and hungry now. Ling Mo took out a lot of food. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were not polite either. The space inside the space hub is limited, so the more space we can free up, the better. The rain gradually stopped until dawn, and the 3 people walked out of the cave. The 3 antler horses had lost track of where the runway had gone because of yesterday's heavy rain. Fortunately, the 3 of them did not plan to go too far, so they just searched nearby. In addition to the white they had discovered before, there were many other white gingers growing around here. These are all precious and rare medicinal herbs, and Jiang Xian and Yi Kai had a great time digging them. Although Ling Mo was digging on the surface, she actually fully expanded her mental power and began to explore underground bit by bit. The 3 of them could only take away a limited amount of white, so the rest was hers. As I was digging, a sharp sound suddenly came from above my head. A sad bird with black feathers. Its cry sounds like the cry of a baby orc. It has a high IQ and likes to collect shiny things. In the interstellar world, the sad birds are called blind box treasures. Because they like to collect shiny things, you will occasionally find unexpected treasures in their nests. Look at her luck, she even got a blind box. I looked up at the sad bird and found that it did have a shiny object in its mouth. It was seen staring vigilantly in the direction of Ling Mo and the other 2, with no intention of leaving at all. The bird is very smart. It must be worried that if it leaves now, its home will be discovered. However, since it appeared here and chose to stop, it means that its nest is not far from here. Maybe it is nearby. Take back the mental power underground, and then control this mental power to explore higher places. Not long after, a huge bird's nest appeared in Ling Mo's mental detection. It was in the crown of a tree not far from them. She was slightly stunned, looked at the vigilant bird high up, and carefully assessed the size of the bird's nest that appeared in her mental power. Isn't the size difference a bit too big? Such a small bird actually lives in such a big nest? The tree chosen by the bird only looked normal on the surface. In fact, the entire crown of the tree was transformed into a bird's nest. Ling Mo even wondered if she had found the wrong one. But there was no other bird's nest around. Based on the principle of rather finding fault than letting it go, Ling Mo put the entire bird's nest into the space. At the same time, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai had almost finished digging, and the three of them prepared to leave. Momo, how much space do you have left? Ling Mo tried and said there is about 2 square meters left, but there's still many small gaps between the things that were put in before. We can find some small things like water storage mushrooms and dragon toothgrass to fill the gaps. Zhang Xian nodded, then looked down at the time. There were still 4 hours left. At this time, on the opposite side of the lake, many animals were drinking water, including the antler horse they were familiar with. Ling Mo and his companions' target was naturally not these animals that came to drink water.
See that?
Ling Mo pointed to a reed marsh not far away, where something that looked like candles grew. That's our target. It looks very similar to the cattail spike in Blue Star, but here is called fragrant spike, and it also has another name called natural insect repellent incense. The three of them carefully entered the reeds and were soon submerged in them. There is a huge difference in the size of the fragrant ears. The big ones are more than 1 meter long and as thick as a bucket, while the small ones are about the same size as ordinary cattail ears. The three people's target is these small-sized Hengxiangsui. After all, the space in the space button is limited. However, while Ling Mo was searching, he would also cut off those huge fragrant spikes. Hengxiangsui fell into the water and was then collected into the space. Boss, Missouri Mo, do you feel the water level is dropping? Yi Kai, who was collecting the fragrant spikes, suddenly said with a slightly frightened tone. Could it be that some large beasts lived in these waters, and now they've left? Hearing this, Ling Mo silently added in his heart that there was nothing in the water, and the water level dropped because she had collected all the water into the space. Zhang Xian did not answer, but looked at Ling Mo beside him. Ling Mo immediately understood and said, "The space is almost full." Then she looked at the medal on her chest again. There is still 1 hour left. Let's go collect water storage mushrooms.
I saw quite a few around here just now.
Anyway, she can still collect them even if she gets ashore, so it's not a big problem. In this way, the three of them came to the shore. Their clothes were soaked by water, but they didn't care and began to collect water storage mushrooms in a hurry. After a moment, I felt something round and soft. Ling Mo did not say anything. After all, according to her current situation, even if she really found such a large water storage mushroom, she could not bring it back unless she was willing to move the things in the space button out. So she had to take the giant water storage mushroom away by herself. He used his mental power to explore carefully along the riverbank bit by bit, trying not to miss any water-storing mushrooms. After dozens of minutes, Ling Mo had explored the entire lake and the game ended. At the last second, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai stuffed the water storage mushroom they found into Ling Mo's arms, and Ling Mo subconsciously put the thing into the space. Then, the sound of the game system rang in the ears of all players. When the time is up, all players who fail to collect the smiley faces will be eliminated and deprived of their game qualifications and player identities. After 3 seconds, everyone will be teleported to the game copy. 3, 2, 1. Ling Mo's eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned home. She checked the time and saw that only 5 minutes had passed. The rice and stir-fried dishes on the table were still hot. But Ling Mo was not in the mood to eat now. Having gotten used to the cool weather in the Cleo Grassland, it was a bit difficult to adapt to coming back suddenly. And now not only was her whole body soaked, but it also emitted a foul smell of mud and decay. I stood up and walked towards the bathroom on the 2nd floor, took out the shower gel, shampoo, and conditioner I had collected earlier, and washed myself thoroughly. not stopping until I made sure that there was no odor on my body. After taking a shower, I changed into clean clothes, and threw the clothes I took off into the washing machine. When I came downstairs again, I just heard the doorbell ringing. I knew who it was without having to guess. When I opened the door, I saw Jiang Xian and Yi Kai standing outside in the scorching sun. Seeing that Ling Mo's house was air-conditioned, Yi Kai couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have water cooling stones at home?" Ling Mo immediately understood what he meant, and spread his hands and said, "It's not like everyone can recognize the water cooling stone at a glance." That's right.
Yi Kai nodded.
Everyone in the Mocha Forest dungeon is out collecting food ingredients. Who would want to collect stones for fun if they have nothing better to do? Ling. Nothing to do. Mo. Okay. Let me put it this way. From now on you will add 50% to the price when you buy things from me. He took out all the things in the space button in front of the two people and said, "There are a lot of things. You may have to make a few more trips." Ling Mo's space is only about 20 square meters, but when all these things are added together, it is definitely more than 20 square meters. The two did not take action immediately, but looked at Ling Mo. Judging from the expressions of these two people, they are either feeling guilty about doing something wrong, or something is wrong. Considering that they just came out of the game, these two people should not have done anything wrong, so what's up? The two hesitated for a moment, and finally Jiang Xian spoke first. "We plan to keep some of these things for ourselves, and then sell some to the military. I want to ask if you are willing. If you're willing, we can go together. I can definitely negotiate a suitable price. If you're not willing, that's fine. Yi Kai and I will hide your presence, so you don't have to worry about being exposed." Jiang Xian spoke sincerely, and Ling Mo also began to consider it seriously. Now, these things are considered to have a clear path. After spending these few days together, it became clear that Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were not ambitious people. Otherwise, with their strength, they could easily establish a force or join the military. If these things were to get out, their entire community would probably be in turmoil. After a while, Ling Mo nodded. "Okay, but I have one condition." "You say." Jiang Xian said. "First, I won't contact those people. Second, don't try to take my space button. Third, don't try to blackmail me morally. I won't buy it, especially the third one." Although her heart is as solid as a rock, this kind of thing is the most disgusting. It is true that she is patriotic, but she is not willing to sacrifice her own family for the sake of everyone else. If you don't want to be harassed, why don't you just hide the matter of the space button? Yi Kai said. Ling Mo curled his lips. Instead of letting them guess and investigating the people around you, it's better to tell them directly. What if those people are monitoring them madly in order to find out the secret? Although Ling Mo was confident that no matter how they monitored him, they would not be able to escape the detection of his mental power, he still felt annoyed. Now her mental power is able to cover the entire community. After each game, her mental power will be greatly improved. I don't know if this is because of the game or because she frequently uses space and mental power in the game. Jiang Xian agreed to all of Ling Mo's conditions and asked, "So, what do you want?" Hearing this, Ling Mo thought about it. It was hard to say what she wanted because she had nothing to lack. Thinking about all the things she had bought since the extreme heat, if she started from this aspect, then she would be lacking a lot of things. Ling Mo took out a piece of paper and started writing. From food, clothing, housing, and transportation, especially food and clothing. You have to know that her character outside is someone who hoards a lot of pet food because she can't buy food, so if you don't eat too much, make sure it is stored for a long time, and there is also a water cooling stone. Seeing what Ling Mo wanted, it was obvious that they also knew about her pet food. Looking at the cats and dogs around, Jiang Xian said, "The villa behind you can be cleaned up today." Ling Mo nodded, then handed over what he had written. "By the way, don't contact the military yet."
"Why?"
Yi Kai didn't understand, but Jiang Xian understood immediately because he drank soy sauce and acted crazy. Yi Kai still didn't understand. "We are doing business with the military. What does it have to do with drunkenness? We are not doing business with him. After the previous games, we would put a batch of new products on the shelves after getting drunk. The first time it was various interstellar machines. The second time it was also machines, but the types were obviously different. The third time, it was water cooling stones and also those animal organs. The poultry on Blue Star don't have such large organs. After hearing Jiang Xian's explanation, Ye Kai suddenly realized, that's true. Then we'll contact the military later. Let's put these things first. Oh, boss, look at the drunken shop. Ye Kai, who was originally speaking, suddenly shouted. Jiang Xian was startled and frowned. What are you doing? What's wrong with this drunken shop? Ye Kai raised his head, his eyes wide open. The shock in his eyes had not yet faded. He stammered, machine, mecha, and aircraft. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian quickly opened the store mall, only to see exoskeleton mechas, aircraft, anti-gravity shoes, gliding cloaks, and even space buttons and constant temperature clothes hanging on it. There are not many types of each, only a few, but they do exist. Ling Mo put these things on the shelves while he was taking a shower, but he didn't expect that they haven't been sold yet. Did he price them too high? However, Ling Mo does not intend to lower the price. This time, he just wants to stimulate the market. Moreover, she didn't plan to buy all the things she brought out of the game this time, and some of them were not yet ready to be used, such as the feces of the giant rabbit orcs. Nowadays, people either don't cook, or even if they do, they just take the pot out to dry in the sun, which has the same effect as putting it on the fire. After being shocked, Jiang Xian looked at the price and calmed down instantly. We are not the target audience for these things. It seems that this is a bait thrown out by a drunkard. I guess many countries have contacted him now. Ling Mo on the side, you know what, my private messages in the background are about to explode. There was no movement before, so it must be because they were collecting supplies. Ling Mo glanced at the backstage and saw that 1, 2, 3 wooden man was persistently sending her messages at the rate of 1 message per minute. People from other countries also smelled the scent and came over, saying that price was not an issue and asked her how many she had. They wanted them all, especially the exoskeleton mechas. As men, there is no one who is not attracted by mecha, and Jiang Xian and Ye Kai are no exception. They definitely won't be able to grab the mecha this time, but they can definitely get it from above, and they can exchange it for things. If this happens, they will have to change their plans. Mo, do you want it? Ye Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded decisively, yes. If not, how could he use the exoskeleton armor openly in the future? After getting the answer, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai got up and left. As for those things, they left them with Ling Mo for the time being. After all, the weather was too hot now, and what if they got damaged if they took them back? Jiang Xian asked, by the way, when are we going to learn interstellar language from you? Tomorrow, I want to have a good rest today. Good. After the two of them opened the shop, Ling Mo opened up the 100 seats in the store. Only 1/3 of them were used to display things like exoskeleton mechas. Most of the seats were filled with various vegetable essence tablets, energy bars, and minnow scales. Ling Mo herself has no shortage of vegetables to eat, so these vegetable purification tablets are of little use to her. Moreover, except for a part of these vegetable essence tablets that are made sweet for children's taste, the rest should be vegetable purification tablets for adults. Although the nutrition is concentrated, the taste is also concentrated. After taking a bite, it feels like the taste buds are about to explode. There are even a lot of vegetables that taste similar to coriander and Houtuinia cordata. For Ling Mo, who doesn't eat coriander or Houtuinia cordata, this is not a vegetable essence tablet, it is simply poison. As for those energy bars, Ling Mo also understood from Chia Man why they were piled up in the warehouse even though they clearly had such a long shelf life. It's not because it was placed in the wrong place, but because the taste was unpopular and it didn't sell well. After taking a bite of the energy bars, Ling Mo understood why they were unsaleable. It would be strange if a good energy bar was made to taste like soap and it could not be sold. Considering that people at high levels are not actually short of vegetables or food, those at the bottom are actually the ones who lack these things the most. Ling Mo unpacked the vegetable essence tablets and placed them one by one and marked the flavors: coriander flavor, Houtuinia flavor. Those who can't stand it should buy with caution, as they are very strong and eating too much will not be beneficial. It even thoughtfully indicates how long it will take to expire. This is to prevent some people from buying the food and being reluctant to eat it, and waiting until it expires before eating it, and then coming to her for an explanation after something happens. As for the energy bars, because they were too large, Ling Mo cut them into slices and sold them. Each piece is the size of a palm and 1 finger wide. If you eat it sparingly, it is enough for one person to eat for several days. Vegetable essence tablets, energy bar slices, and fish scales are sold out almost immediately after they are put on the shelves. The remaining items were not sold immediately because they were priced higher, but I just had to wait a few more minutes. Because Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were preparing to make a deal with the higher-ups, Ling Mo did not take out things like the water storage mushrooms. After all, rare things are valuable. Ling Mo was still putting vegetable essence tablets and energy bar slices on the shelves non-stop. These people were moving too fast. At this time, Ling Mo had no idea what kind of sensation these products of hers had caused in the outside world. Maybe she guessed it, but she didn't care. The extreme heat has been going on for some time now. The long-term heat has caused a sharp decrease in water resources. The death of large areas of grain and vegetables have become a luxury that only high-ranking officials and a very small number of wealthy people are qualified to enjoy. And this enjoyment is only that green vegetables will appear on their table, and this is only occasionally, not at every meal. After all, the germination rate of seeds has dropped sharply now. We don't even have enough time to grow crops, so how can we have time to grow vegetables? Moreover, each vegetable requires a lot of resources to grow, and during this period it is also necessary to prevent diseases and pests. In this situation, those middle-class people and below have more or less developed various problems in their bodies due to the lack of vegetables for a long time and the lack of vitamins in their bodies. The most obvious of these is constipation. Vegetables that only go in and not out, and are usually not very important or even despised, have suddenly become popular. So, when good stuff like vegetable purification tablets appeared in Ling Mo's store, everyone rushed to grab them like crazy, no matter what they tasted like, as long as they were vegetables. Oh my god, it's actually a vegetable essence tablet, Houtuinia cordata? Although I have never eaten Houtuinia cordata, I have decided that from now on it will be my favorite vegetable. Who stole my vegetable essence tablet? Slow down the snatching of you beasts. I haven't had any for several days. Please leave some for me. Tintin fish scales. Isn't this just a weakened version of the water cooling stone? It is not recommended that individuals buy water cooling stones, but this should be something you can carry with you. Exoskeleton mecha, anti-gravity shoes, flying machine, gliding cloak. Is this what I thought? Not only in China, but people all over the world are going crazy about Ling Mo's store. However, these people's target is not the vegetable essence tablets. They are eyeing things like exoskeleton mechas. Of course, they still have to grab the vegetable purification tablets and energy bar slices. Everyone was frantically making phone calls, asking people to send resources over. Gaming Authority. A meticulous man with a serious face asked, "Did you get it?"
Got it.
A staff member suddenly raised his head and smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. As a non-combat player, his task was to keep an eye on what was happening in other major stores. Among them, as the only private store, the Don't Miss It If You're Drunk store has attracted attention from countries all over the world. After all, it is the first store, and everything it sells is related to the interstellar space. No matter which one it is, this Don't Miss shop is enough for them to pay attention to. This time, as soon as the game ended, he opened the store page immediately without even having time to rest. After refreshing it for 5 minutes, there was finally some movement in the Don't Miss store. And he locked on the best and most reliable products at the first opportunity. Exoskeleton mecha, aircraft, space hub. This is an exoskeleton mecha and a flying vehicle, things that only appear in science fiction movies, so it goes without saying how precious it is. If he had the supplies, he would buy one even if it meant spending all his money. Who doesn't have a dream of owning a mecha? But unfortunately, he had no supplies and couldn't afford to buy it even if he sold all his money. He reported the matter immediately, and the higher-ups responded to it immediately. After that, special measures were taken, and the supplies were delivered within a few minutes. Hurry up, take it out, and let us see it." The man couldn't help but urged. "Okay, I'll take it right away." The staff member excitedly took out the exoskeleton. A huge iron box appeared in the room. "Is this an exoskeleton? How do I use it?" The note says that you just need to put your hand on the box, regardless of the fact that a set of mecha can only bind one person, so. Everyone present looked at the iron box on the ground with fiery eyes, except the 1, 2, 3 wooden man who kept sending messages. He didn't pay any attention to what was happening here. The man took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. "Don't touch this for now. What about the others?" "Here, the flying machine, the space button, the constant temperature suit, the anti-gravity shoes, the gliding cloak. There is one of each." The man looked at the staff member. "These things don't need to be bound, right?" The staff shook his head and said, "No, but the space button only has 1 square meter of space and it has a usage limit." The man nodded when he heard that, and his eyes fell on the aircraft, which was a black bat-shaped aircraft. As soon as my feet were put up, the device on the aircraft automatically fixed my feet, and it flew away. The man, who was a little uncomfortable at first, soon became proficient and flew the aircraft around the house with great grace. Seeing this, others went to test other things. The person who tried on the anti-gravity shoes didn't feel anything unusual at first until he tried to take a step towards the wall. He was actually able to walk on the wall independently, as if he had really broken free from the control of gravity. His jumping ability was even more terrifying, and he could reach the roof with a single jump. This was only the limit of the roof, but not the limit of the anti-gravity shoes. Although the gliding cloak is not as good as a flying vehicle, it can also enable people to fly short distances, and even if they jump from a high place, they will not die. The person who tried on the constant temperature suit walked outside with the suit on, and came back feeling fine, not even sweating. After trying everything, the man was overjoyed and immediately said to the wooden man in the corner, "No matter what, we have to contact him and say that we have bought everything. Price is not an issue. These things cannot be sold to other countries." At this time, the 123 wooden man had no intention of paying attention to his boss and was still persisting in sending the message. At the same time, other countries that have grabbed things are doing the same thing, or even more crazy. Notify everyone to contact the drunkard at all costs and tell him that supplies are not a problem. Also, notify all players who have awakened their divination talents to find him at all costs. If I can't control such a person, then I can only destroy him. The previous things were just testing the waters, telling others that she had these things and setting the prices. Ling Imo looked at this series of private messages, and her first choice was still 1, 2, 3 statue. Firstly, they are from the same country, and secondly, she was very satisfied with the last transaction. As for people from other countries, don't blame her for thinking too badly of them. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. She doesn't want anyone in the game to attack her with the mecha she sold. So it's better to sell things to your own people. 123 wooden man. How many of the various products do you have on the shelves today? We want them all. What a big tone. Drunk after drinking soy sauce. You want so much. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? 123 wooden man. Don't worry about this. I've been a big eater since I was a child. The price is negotiable. Drank soy sauce and acted crazy. 123 wooden man. Don't you want gold, silver, jade, and gemstones? We have them all here. Although it was true, Ling Imo always felt that this statement was weird. Why did she feel like she had become a gold digger? She wants these things for a serious purpose. Drunk and crazy. This time I want something else. In addition to gold, silver, jade, and stones, I also need rare metals and ores. The rarer the better. There was no immediate reply from the other end, and Ling Imo guessed that he was probably going to file a report. About a minute later. 123 wooden man. No problem, but we want 1,000 exoskeleton mechas, as well as flying machines, anti-gravity shoes, gliding capes, and constant temperature clothes. Oh, and that ding-ding fish scales, vegetable essence tablets, and energy bars, too. He drank soy sauce and acted crazy. You are buying goods here. 1, 2, 3 wooden man. This was followed by an embarrassed emoticon, but he still did not change his words. Drunk and crazy. Okay? Or the same transaction method as last time. Anyway, these things will be sold to anyone. On the other hand, seeing that the drunk guy agreed so readily, 1, 2, 3 wooden man knew that he had asked for less. The man next to him is named Xiecheng. He is the boss of 1, 2, 3 wooden man and also a player. The name of the game is Diao Tian Diao Di. The real name of the wooden man is Mu Tao. Seeing his expression, Xiecheng's heart skipped a beat. Why is there such an expression? Did he get drunk and disapprove? It's okay to order less. The instructions given to us by the higher-ups are 500 sets, and the minimum cannot be less than 300 sets. As he said that, Xiecheng was about to move over to see what Mu Tao was saying and what the guy opposite him meant by being drunk and acting crazy. You won't know the result until you see it.
You'll be shocked when you see it.
Seeing Mu Tao directly asking for 1,000 sets and 1,000 sets of each kind, he was not finished yet. Even after asking for so much, he actually asked for other things. Although they had prepared enough supplies, they also felt that not everyone could own this kind of mecha even in the interstellar space. They were afraid that the other party did not have so many, so they only mentioned 500 sets. In fact, they felt that 300 sets would be enough to make them happy. As a result, Mu Tao didn't even say anything about doubling the amount. What did he see? He actually agreed to it after drinking soy sauce and acting crazy. He agreed. Although he was ridiculed, the 2 words yes were clear and could not be denied. At this moment, Xiecheng had a similar idea as Mu Tao. That is, he wanted less. Why didn't you tell me you wanted 2,000 sets before? Xiecheng said angrily. Shall I add some more? Let's leave it at that for now. I'll contact someone to deliver the supplies. You can sound him out and ask him about the situation in other countries and whether he has any plans to sell the goods to other countries. Mu Tao shook his head. Probably not. If he really wants to trade with other countries, he can just put the goods directly on the store and let others grab them. On the other side, Ling Mo entered the space and prepared the things to be traded. I have to say that the number 1, 2, 3 wooden man said is just right. She would not agree to add one more. There are definitely more than 1,000 of these things, but Ling Mo still wants to keep some for emergencies. Not many, just about 100 or 200 sets. Wait until better ones come along, and then sell these old ones. The transaction was conducted in the warehouse inside the space, and Ling Mo activated the stealth mode of the illusory cloak as usual. As items were traded one by one, the warehouse was gradually filled with various supplies. Looking at these supplies, Ling Mo used his mental power to send them to the corresponding warehouses for storage. She also built special warehouses to store those rare minerals and metals. After the transaction was completed, Xiecheng looked at the metal boxes and felt a burning excitement in his heart. With these exoskeleton mechas, they can easily form a mecha army. The performance of this exoskeleton mecha has already been tested by some people, and it can be described as astonishing. It can go into the sky, go into the ground, and even allow humans to move freely in space. Although the scales of Tintinfish are not as good as water-cooled stones, they are much more convenient than water-cooled stones and can be carried with you. As for those vegetable essence tablets and energy bars, the research results are already out. It contains all the nutrients needed by the human body and even some special nutrients that are beneficial to the body. It can be used as a medicine. Although the taste is a little worse, it is much better than the nutrient solution. With just a little processing and dilution with water, one can become hundreds or thousands, which can save a lot of people. On this day, the internet was full of news about Ling Mo's store. Some major bloggers even speculated and analyzed what those exoskeletons looked like and what functions they had. Many people have also analyzed why he took out these things after drinking soy sauce and what purpose he wanted to achieve. Some say that he is a savior after drinking soy sauce and going crazy, and there are conspiracy theories. Anyway, there is everything. But in fact, Ling Mo didn't think about anything. She just wanted to sell some things and then prepare for when her talent reached level 3. After the transaction was completed, Ling Mo did not leave the space immediately, but took out the newly ripened wind speed fruit and started eating it. It has been mentioned in the previous introduction that the first time you take the wind speed fruit, you have to be in a wide place. What place is more suitable than space? The mature wind speed fruit looks like a ripe plum, bright red, and looks particularly tempting. After swallowing a wind speed fruit, nothing happened. She wanted to take a few steps to see if she should run since it was a fruit that increased speed. Ling Mo stayed in the space for more than an hour before he adapted to the speed of the wind speed fruit. No wonder it is specially noted that it should be used in a wide place for the first time. If it is used in a place where you are escaping, you will probably not be able to escape, and you will end up killing yourself if you are not careful. Leave the space and turn on the TV. Many programs have been stopped now, but the news is updated every day. The government is still trying its best to maintain people's normal lives so that people will not do anything extreme because of despair. Open food should be eaten immediately, and it is best not to leave it overnight. The newly opened rice was full of bugs overnight. While listening to the news, start doing today's exercise. The plan that Xiaoman made for her was to train both her physical and mental strength. However, the training equipment on Blue Star could no longer satisfy Ling Mo. With the dual blessing of the marrow cleansing fruit and the strengthening fruit, Ling Mo made rapid progress. Now she is using the fitness equipment she found in the lion orc's house. Not only that, she has weights on her feet, hands, and waist, which are also made in interstellar technology. They look like simple circles, but they can expand and contract freely in size and adjust weight freely, up to a maximum of 100 kilograms, or 200 pounds. Ling Mo thought about the size of the lion orc and realized that it should be very easy for him to lift something weighing several hundred kilograms. She planned to carry it with her 24 hours a day to increase her strength. At the beginning, Ling Mo was a little uncomfortable, but gradually, she got used to the existence of these weights. In the evening, when Ling Mo had finished dinner and was still thinking about whether to go out today, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, Zhang Xian and Yi Kai were standing outside. "What's up?" Yi Kai looked at Zhang Xian beside him and said, "I guessed right, she really didn't read the group message."
Ling Montag blinked.
She indeed hadn't looked at her phone much that day. So she took out her cell phone, unlocked it, and saw the 99+ message in the owner's group. Ling Mo clicked it and took a quick look at the message inside. Their community is a newly built one, and many houses in it are not fully occupied. After what happened last time, many people realized how safe it is to be a player in this community and wanted to move in. Actually, it's nothing, as long as you don't interfere with everyone's life and abide by the rules here. But there are some people who, not satisfied with taking advantage of the benefits in the community, actually ask other owners in the owners group to vacate the extra rooms in their homes for other people to live in. They also said that they had already made the contact, and the other party would be able to move in as soon as they, the residents, vacated their rooms. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. Originally, those people who moved in later were not eligible to buy the house here. The reason they moved in was because they were family members of the property, and the residence door condoned such behavior. Later, both sides became more and more excited, and the property management even stood up to take sides, which completely ignited the fuse. Ling Mo scrolled directly to the bottom of the chat history to see the results. The end result was that all the original residents in the community unanimously decided to fire the community property management, and they and their families were kicked out. Seeing this, Ling Mo was shocked. She just didn't check her phone for one day, but so many things happened. But then again, she didn't notice a group of people leaving the neighborhood in the afternoon. The temperature had begun to drop at that time, and Ling Mo thought these people were going out to buy resources, so she didn't pay any attention. Without the property management, who will come to watch the door? Ling Mo asked. Zhang Xian said, "We just fired the property manager, but the security guard is still here." Ling Mo nodded when he heard this. "That's fine." Then he looked at the equipment behind the two men. "But why did you come to me? And you're holding a bamboo basket?" Yi Kai scratched his head. "This means that the property manager has been fired.
We need to do some things ourselves.
The weather is hot now, and many trees have been killed and then dried up. This can easily cause fires." Ling Mo understood that this meant they were asked to cut down trees. They have planted a lot of trees and plants in their community to beautify the environment. It was nothing before the extreme heat, but after the extreme heat, it became a potential fire hazard. There is also a mountain next to their community, and the mountain is also full of trees. Although the property management staff had dealt with the problem before, they usually only disposed of the dead trees and left the rest alone. Ling Mo nodded and said, "No problem, I'll go get the tools now." At night, inside the residential complex, the owners took their tools and started working on the greening of the community. Some were clearing the dry bushes, while others were working on the trees on the roadside. After being baptized by extreme heat, most of these trees are in a half-dead state. Although they are not dead, they are not far from death. After this period of training and baptism, Ling Mo's body has become much stronger, and even his strength has increased a lot. She held an axe and chopped at a tree near her house vigorously. After a while, the tree fell to the ground. These cut-down trees will not be discarded at will. They will be chopped into firewood, dried and stored in empty houses for future use. The gas supply has been out for some time now, but their community is one of the few places that has not yet had gas, water, or electricity outages. But it is not known how long this situation will last, so they have to prepare early. They say that there is no water or electricity outage, but in fact, their community is now in a self-sufficient state. There is solar power generation in the community, and many players have awakened their water talents. As for natural gas, you can cook by taking the pot out to dry in the sun. So these woods are really for emergencies. After all, firewood is also a resource. While searching for the tree, Ling Mo was suddenly attracted by a touch of white. When I walked over and took a look, I saw that it was a tree that had been dead for a long time, but that was not the point. The point was that it was covered with white, round, and plum mushrooms. In such dry weather, mushrooms can still grow, and Ling Mo reached out and touched it. The mushrooms felt very fresh and had not been dried out. Calling the name of Kaiman in my heart. Extremely hot mushrooms are mushrooms that can only grow in extremely hot environments. After eating them, the body will actively generate heat. The trunk of this tree is covered with extremely hot mushrooms, so densely packed that there is no gap at all. Pick all the superheated mushrooms and store them away. I didn't expect that the current environment on Blue Star would give birth to such a good thing as the extreme heat mushroom. After cutting down the tree, Ling Mo started looking for it again with great interest. Unfortunately, she searched the entire community but couldn't find a second tree with a superheated mushroom. It seems that the number of this extremely hot mushroom should be very rare. Ling Mo knew what she was going to do in the future. She wanted to collect more of these extremely hot mushrooms. It was late at night when Ling Mo prepared to go home. Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and another person followed her. His name is Fu Yu, and his talent is a fortune teller. Yi Kai introduced, he is very good at fortune telling. You can ask him to tell you a fortune, but he can only tell you some small things. Hearing this, Ling Mo looked at Fu Yu in front of him, who was wearing glasses and had a very gentle appearance. It is worth mentioning that Fu Yu's eyes are grayish-white, which is a unique feature of fortune tellers. Moreover, the lighter the color, the higher the talent. We don't know when the game will start, so we want to master Interstellar as soon as possible. Okay. Ling Mo shrugged. She didn't care. As long as she paid the tuition, it would be fine. After returning home, Ling Mo gave the learning machine he had used before to the three people. She had asked Xiaoman to check the learning machine before to ensure that the two people would not see anything they shouldn't see, such as her search history. After getting the learning machine, the three of them were overjoyed and started learning immediately. However, the learning process of these two people was far less smooth than Ling Mo's. She listened for 10 minutes and then felt she couldn't listen anymore. She secretly asked Xiaoman in her heart, why are these two people learning so slowly? When she was learning interstellar language, she felt that it was not difficult at all. Is it because of age? The two said they had just graduated from college, so they should not be much older than her. That's because you have awakened a spiritual talent. People who have awakened this kind of talent will learn things 10 or even 100 times faster than those who have awakened other talents. Hearing this, Ling Mo's eyes widened slightly. So, the reason why she learned so quickly was because her talent was awakened. She thought it was because she was young, but this was good news for her. 2 hours later, there were 3 dull-eyed, dreamless people sitting on the sofa. Boss, this is the first time I feel so stupid, Yi Kai said with a dull expression. Although the other two didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces said it all. Back then, they were top students in school, and each of them was proficient in at least 2 foreign languages, but now, after listening for a long time, it felt like listening to a foreign language. Then he looked at Ling Mo beside him. It has only been a month or 2 since the extreme heat, but the other party can speak interstellar language so fluently. Seeing the dejected looks of the 3 people, Ling Mo curiously leaned over to take a look, then picked up the learning machine and swiped his fingers on it. After a moment, he placed the learning machine in front of the 3 people again and said, "Why don't you start learning from here? After all, these 3 people have paid tuition, and the amount they paid is not small. If they can't learn, what should they do if they ask for a refund?" Ling Mo found them an animated film that the children in the Star Kindergarten like to watch, which teaches some knowledge similar to Pinyin. Because these 3 people were here, Ling Mo also released Dahe and Xiaohe. They have perforated Tintin scales on their necks, so they don't show any discomfort even if they come out. After telling Dahe and Xiaohe not to run around or bark, Ling Mo began today's meditation. A night passed, and when the alarm clock rang the next day, Ling Mo slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that the surroundings were not familiar, she remembered that she did not return to her room last night, but stayed directly in the living room. On the table not far away, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu were holding pens and notebooks in their hands, staring at the screen of the learning machine with serious expressions. In the quiet living room, the only sounds are the sound of the learning machine and the rustling sound of the pen tip sliding across the notebook. Ling Mo first fed dog food to Dahe and Xiaohe. It's just that these 2 guys have developed picky appetites in this space. They eat whatever meat, fruits, and vegetables they want, and they don't even look at the dog food in front of them. Ling Mo reached out and rubbed the 2 dogs' heads vigorously, telling them that this was all they had to eat today and that he would give them a snack at noon. Feeling the aggrieved emotions coming from Dahe and Xiaohe, Ling Mo turned a blind eye. What's wrong with dog food? Many people out there can't even afford dog food. When she opened the refrigerator, she found a bunch of ingredients inside. It went without saying that these were brought by Jiang Xian and his friends, including her share. Since others provided the ingredients, it was only natural for her to be responsible for cooking. But when he was heating the oil in a pan, Ling Mo found that he couldn't light the fire. Is it broken? He took out his phone and a new message popped up on it. In order to save energy, the whole city now has unified water and electricity supply for 2 hours every day. As for natural gas, it was completely cut off because several tragedies caused by natural gas explosions occurred yesterday. One reason was the hot weather, and the other was that the equipment was old, so for safety reasons, we simply stopped everything. Anyway, there aren't many people here now that the fire is lit. It's hot outside and hot inside the house, and it'll get even hotter once the fire is turned on to cook. Ling Mo watched for a while, knowing that the matter was already settled, and looked around. She saw that her dishes were ready. He ran towards the underground garage, and when he came back, he was still holding a gas tank in his hand. Luckily she had foresight and bought a lot of this bottled natural gas in advance. There are also many gas stoves and alcohol stoves. But those things are too small and don't fit here. Jiang Xian and the other 2 watched Ling Mo run to the garage. Before they could react, they saw her coming back in a hurry with a gas tank on her shoulder. The 3 of them watched as Ling Mo did not slow down her pace at all, and her face did not show any sign of strain. She looked so relaxed, as if what she was carrying on her shoulders was not a gas tank, but a light balloon. Soon, the sound of cooking was heard from the kitchen. The 3 of them looked away and saw shock in each other's eyes. After the meal was ready, the 3 of them helped to bring it to the table. Ling Mo saw this, but didn't find anything unusual. After all, at this moment, if he wasn't eating actively, it meant there was something wrong with his brain. Before, the 4 dishes and 1 soup she made might only be considered home cooking, but now they are definitely delicious dishes. How are you doing with your studies? Ling Mo asked. The 3 of them stiffened their backs, and suddenly they felt a sense of urgency, as if a poor student was being randomly checked on questions by the teacher in class. It's okay. Yi Kai said somewhat guiltily. Fortunately, Ling Mo did not continue to ask questions, which made the three of them feel relieved. After finishing the meal, Yi Kai volunteered to wash the dishes. Ling Mo told everyone that the water and electricity would be cut off and that water and electricity would be supplied regularly every day. Our community is now self-sufficient, so it shouldn't be affected, Yi Kai said. Even so, there are many people in our community, but there aren't too many either, so we still need to save where we can, said Fuyu. At this time, Zhang Xian looked at Ling Mo. I plan to contact the military today. Before that, we should keep some of those things for ourselves as backup. Hearing this, Fuyu looked at Ling Mo with his eyes lighting up. After coming out of the game, he heard about the experiences of the boss and Yi Kai, and he became extremely curious about the supplies brought out of the game. Now he could finally see them. Ling Mo took out all the things in the space button. Among all supplies, water storage mushrooms are the most numerous. Ling Mo symbolically picked out 3 that looked larger, while Zhang Xian and the other 2 each took 10. Ling Mo was not going to give the reward given by the long-legged spider, while Zhang Xian and Yi Kai were going to keep 1 bottle for themselves and use the remaining bottle for trading. After all, they wanted a lot of things, and this bottle of spider silk liquid was one of their bargaining chips. A portion of the remaining items were also kept in case of emergency. Because Ling Mo didn't want to get involved in this matter, the transaction was conducted at the residence of Zhang Xian and the other 2. Although he did not show up, Ling Mo knew the transaction process very well. One has to admit that Zhang Xian and his friends were asking for a very high amount of money. They actually wanted 10 sets of exoskeleton mechas. Apart from that, they also wanted a similar number of other things. Although he couldn't see it, Ling Mo was sure that the person in charge of the negotiations must have a very ugly expression on his face. Fortunately, Zhang Xian's initial price was just a bluff. After all, according to the Chinese people's bargaining habits, no matter how much the price is, just cut it in half first. If he doesn't raise the price a bit, the old fox on the other side will eat them up completely. In the end, after the 3 people's eloquent arguments, the final transaction price became 2 sets of exoskeleton mechas, 2 sets of anti-gravity shoes, 4 space buttons, a water-cooling stone, 10 pieces of tintinfish scales, and some weapons and supplies. At the same time, Zhang Xian and others also made a series of guarantees. If it weren't for the water storage mushrooms and white that these people took out, these things would be too special, especially the water storage mushrooms. As long as the water inside is not all squeezed out, they can continue to produce water. There is also white, which actually has a certain therapeutic effect on all diseases, and some of the symptoms with milder symptoms can be cured directly. If it weren't for these reasons, they would never agree to the other party's request. Their military only has 1,000 sets of these exoskeleton mechas, and they don't even have enough to share. After the transaction was completed, the 3 of them came to Ling Mo again and brought the exchanged materials in an instant. The 3 of them placed the things in front of Ling Mo and told her to choose first. After all, no matter what, they were able to get these things, and Ling Mo's contribution was unquestionable. In response to this, Ling Mo did not hesitate and chose anti-gravity shoes, a gliding cloak, and a constant temperature suit. The 3 of them were a little surprised at her choice. After all, they all thought that Ling Mo would choose an exoskeleton and an aircraft. Even if she didn't choose both, she would at least choose one of them. As a result, Ling Mo didn't choose any of them, but instead chose anti-gravity shoes, a gliding cloak, and a constant temperature suit. Mo, you don't have to worry about us, Yi Kai said. He thought Ling Mo made this choice out of consideration for their feelings. After all, Ling Mo had said not long ago that he wanted an exoskeleton mecha. But the facts proved that Yi Kai was really overthinking. After all, these things all came from Ling Mo, and she already had a better choice. Do you remember the reward that the lion orc gave her before? She originally thought it was just a prop that could transform into many weapons, but after connecting it, she found that the prop itself was an exoskeleton mecha. Ling Mo tried it and found that the exoskeleton mecha given to her by the lion orc was lighter, stronger, and smaller in size, and could be completely hidden under clothes. Unlike these 5th-generation exoskeleton mechas, You can see the obvious metal appearance after wearing them. Ling Mo waved his hand. I just think the exoskeleton is too heavy. I am not strong enough, and it is not convenient to use it. Weak strength? Hearing this, Jiang Xian and the other two simultaneously imagined the scene of Ling Mo passing by them with a gas tank in one hand. Is this weak strength? If you feel bad, why not give me more weapons?
Okay.
Jiang Xian agreed readily and gave half of the weapons to Ling Mo and also gave her a space button. Although I know you have better options, 1 square meter is still space. Yi Kai on the side nodded in agreement. That's right, but this space button seems to have a usage limit. Ling Mo took the space button and said, in fact, as long as you don't take out everything inside, you can keep using it. How did you know? Fu Yu asked first. Since Ling Mo dared to say it, he must have found an excuse long ago. She pointed to the learning machine on the table and said in a relaxed tone, you can find it by searching for it. You don't think it's just a learning machine, do you? 3 people. They really thought so. That means this learning machine can connect to the interstellar network. Fu Yu said excitedly. Ling Mo opened his mouth and said, it's not that exaggerated. I just looked up some information. Otherwise, where do you think I got all the information I know from? Although the learning machine can also be used for research, most of what Ling Mo knows comes from the intelligent brain Qiaman. Because of this incident, the 3 of them became more enthusiastic about learning interstellar language. Although their progress was still very slow, they could already recognize simple words. The distribution of the exoskeleton mecha finally went to the 2 fighters Jiang Xian and Yi Kai. These days, the 3 of them stayed at Ling Mo's place to learn interstellar language and eat for free. After all, there was no water, electricity, or gas now, so they could save as much as they could. Of course, the 3 of them brought their own ingredients, and Ling Mo was responsible for cooking. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother to take care of these people's meals. The 3 of them studied for a whole day, and then went out together to cut trees in the evening. After several days of hard work, most of the trees in the community have been cleared, and now everyone is going to the nearby mountains to cut down trees. Ever since the natural gas supply was cut off, the country has begun calling on everyone to go up the mountain to cut down trees, and the cut trees are collected and recycled in a unified manner. As soon as this news came out, the originally negative people suddenly became positive, and even some people who had no shortage of food began to cut down trees. After all, no one would complain about having too many supplies. Ling Mo found a lot of extremely hot mushrooms when he was cutting down trees. He had accumulated quite a lot in just a few days. That day, Ling Mo was chopping trees with his axe when an older woman suddenly came up behind him and said kindly, "Girl, you are alone." Ling Mo turned around and saw a stranger who was probably not from their neighborhood. He said politely, "No, I came here with my brothers." The aunt was stunned. How could this be different from what she had heard? Before coming here, she had already found out through various channels that the people living in this community were all rich before the extreme heat, and they had stockpiled a lot of supplies after the extreme heat. There were also many players inside, and they had no worries about food and drink. Their lives were many times more comfortable than those outside. After asking around, she finally found out that there was an orphan girl in the community who had money and supplies, was relatively young, and most importantly, was a gamer. This was a huge piece of fat meat. So this man thought of introducing his nephew to this little girl under the pretext of giving her a home and someone to rely on in the future. Of course, since they have done so much, it is natural for them to move into this person's house. But before she could use her eloquence, Ling Mo's words directly blocked all her plans. She hesitated, looking around. "You have brothers. Where are they? Why can't I see them? You are not lying to your aunt." Ling Mo turned her head and looked behind her. There was indeed no one there. However, she had mental power, so she naturally knew that Jiang Xian and the other 2 were cutting trees not far away and had already noticed the situation on her side. He must have gone to some other place to cut trees. "Annie, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first." Seeing this, the man thought Ling Mo was talking nonsense and wanted to get rid of her. He took a big step forward and stood in front of her, saying earnestly, "Girl, you don't have to lie to your aunt. Your aunt knows your situation. However, the aunt was not aware of Ling Mo's current mental activity and continued to talk nonstop. It must be hard for you to be alone during this period. From my perspective, the best fate for a woman is to find a good man to marry. I heard that you are a player, right? I have a nephew at home who is so handsome and suave. It would be a great honor for you to marry him. Besides, he is older than you and will be caring. What do you think? If you think it's okay, I'll arrange for you to meet and you can live together tomorrow. There's no one at home, right? It's so dangerous for women to live alone nowadays. Let him protect you. Looking at the aunt's righteous look, it seems as if the words "want to eat the whole family" are written on her face. Ling Mo. Annie, do I look stupid? The aunt was stunned and said, "How could that be? You are such a smart girl. You can tell at a glance that you are blessed. It's not like I have nothing to do." After hearing this, the aunt glared at her unhappily and said, "How can you talk like that, kid?" He thought that after she was together with his nephew, he would make sure to let her be taught a lesson by his nephew. This woman should not be spoiled. Aunt, I can hear your abacus beads on the other side of Blue Star. Before the aunt could say anything else, the sound of a dog barking suddenly came from not far away. The sound was getting closer and closer. After a while, more than a dozen stray dogs ran towards the side, past Ling Mo, and pounced on the aunt. Ah! Help! The dog is eating people. Help me. Everyone around who heard the noise just watched coldly. They had all seen what had just happened and were extremely disgusted by this man's behavior. The reason why he didn't step forward to stop it was because he didn't want to cause trouble, and he also more or less wanted to watch the fun. As for the neighbors who live in the same community, they did not stand up either. It was not because they were cold-hearted. On the contrary, after experiencing the near ambush incident and the incident with the property management, their entire community was still very united. I didn't stand up because I knew there was no need. Although Ling Mo's talent was more inclined towards supporting, no one in the entire community dared to mess with her. In addition to her good relationship with Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu, Ling Mo is also followed by a group of stray cats and dogs. Moreover, each of them is very obedient. These stray cats and dogs are not afraid of heat, no matter how high the temperature is. Now, during the day, the safety of the entire community is patrolled by these stray cats and dogs. Once there is any situation, they will immediately issue a sound warning. Not long ago, Ling Mo lied that he got a batch of tinkerfish scales from half a bottle of spider silk liquid after drinking soy sauce and getting drunk. With a wave of his hand, Ling Mo used the tinea scales on the stray cats and dogs. Jiang Xian and the other two were against this at first, and the reason was very simple: it would be stolen. If anyone knew that these cats and dogs had tinea scales on their bodies, many people would probably attack them, even people in the community. Ling Mo had already thought of this. In order to avoid being stolen, she chose to hide the scales under her skin. Compared to being burned to death, this pain is nothing. In this way, Ling Mo gained a group of animal bodyguards who were not afraid of heat. The ant was frightened by the dogs and ran away tumbling. Ling Mo didn't take this matter to heart and continued to chop trees and look for superheat mushrooms. We learned from these dogs that there are a large number of extremely hot mushrooms ahead. When the others saw that there was nothing more to watch, they continued with their work. When Jiang Xian and the other two found Ling Mo, she was picking mushrooms from a tree.